balance. Study hard, play hard.
Yes!
Ang galing! Nice one! Rule number 3. Basic lang galawan dito. Basta alam mo, Prayo. Magpataba para lumakas. More kain, more energy. Rule number 4. Pag may humamon, game on! Huwag matakot sa clash. Kita ka namin sa map. Auto rest back. O, diba? Basic. Easy lang mag-rank up, basta sama-sama.
Thanks, Lodi.
Ano? Laro?
Yeah!
You gotta be willing to go when nobody's willing to go. When nobody's with you alone. That's when I get in my zone. That's when I get in my zone. That's when I find out who I really am. When I gotta get it alone. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Man, I'm like a machine. If you know what I mean, let's go.
Okay, everybody. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the Aloha Pacific Collegiate, the Aloha Collegiate Cup, Season 2. We're very excited to have both teams from different colleges, one from the University of Hawaii, our X and Y team, and also Bring the Madness from our local college here in Hawaii. This is really a fantastic event. It's the first Pan-Pacific College esports event for Mobile Legends. It's unprecedented. We're really excited to bring these teams together here at the UH Esports iLab. We have a great set of events taking place. Number one, we want to actually thank our sponsor, our hardware sponsor for this event, Lenovo. They have been fantastic in supporting what we've been doing here. Number two, we want to thank Moonton. Moonton has provided us with some grand prizes, some swag, and overall great publisher support for our events. So with that, thank you very much. Enjoy your day and events.
My name Is CJ Magracia. My IGN is Leo Laie. So I'm majoring in information technology and I'm a senior now. So my current team is Bring Out Madness. I'm also the team captain. So the team history, it's been founded last 3 years ago. And our achievements is we've been a champion for several tournaments now in our local tournaments here in Hawaii. We also participated back-to-back in NECT last fall and spring. And we also competed previously in NABA tournament. My original role is Rome, but I switched to EXP now. And my favorite character for EXP is CC and Arlok because they can easily initiate the game. My thoughts about playing mobile esports is amazing. It's because I never thought that you can compete in pro scene using your phone now. And I really love the idea that you can play anywhere you want with your friends using your mobile phone. And it's enjoyable to play Mobile Legends in phone and the fast pace of the game.
My name is Aaron Bernard Corridor, and my IGN used to be Hallway, but now it's Fishbowl. So I major in information technology, and I'm a sophomore. The team right now is Bring Out Madness, or BOM. But in Hawaii, I've been in 4 teams already, I think, and in the Philippines, I've been in 2 teams, and yeah. So my favorite role is Rome, and my favorite heroes basically are tanks or roamers that can deal a lot of damage but still has a lot of utility. So Grok and Matilda are 2 that come in mind because their utility and their damage in the early game is so good. And even if I have damage early game, I like that they don't fall off in the late game and I can still make plays to help my team win. So I don't have a favorite memory in mind, but my favorite moments are with are in a team. So basically with friends playing rank all night or just joining tournaments with people that I trust to help me win. Basically that's my favorite moments of MLBB. And thoughts about playing a mobile esports. At first I was hesitant because I really wanted to play the PC esports, but as time went by, I realized that the mobile esports games are more accessible to everyone, and that in the Philippines, mobile esports is more popular, and that's why I think that mobile esports is good for the entire esports community.
Hi, my name is Van. I am at UH Manoa. I'm majoring in biology and I'm a senior. I play mage and my favorite hero is Novaria, and I play for the UH Team X. A funny story of how I got into Mobile Legends, I actually started playing in high school, and me and my friends, we all liked this guy's name, like he had Thick in his name, so we like all chose Thick, different iterations of Thick. My in-game name is Thickent. My friend's name is Thickest. My other friend's name is Thicky. Yeah, we were the Thick Squad. And our profile photos were burgers. And yeah, that was like our squad. We would like tear it up in Classic, and we'd do this thing where we'd all group together and do like a 5-man gank, and we would just yell out team fight the whole time when we were like playing together as 5 people. Like we would just give up our lane, just going together with 5, with us 5. Yeah, that was the beginning of my Mobile Legends career, I guess. So my funniest memory was in high school. I was playing a ranked game with my friend, and during that time, this was after school, his girlfriend actually like had a sign and asked him to prom. But because he was in his game, like he kept like talking to her and playing the game, and she eventually hugged him. And then the thing I remember the most was he hugged her and he was playing Mobile Legends behind her back. That was like honestly was just the most memorable experience I think I've had. Yeah, so we've been preparing for the tournament by playing a lot of 5-man, especially in ranked with our roles, just so we get more experience just with callouts, rotations, and just playing together as a team. I think we've really practiced a lot for this tournament and hope that that practice will come through and we can win this thing. So we've done some scrims with some of the teams in the tournament, and I think that there's a lot of things that we can improve on and work on, but I think we have a good game plan to face these teams again in the future. All right, good luck to everyone in the ACC Season 2 tournament. Hopefully everyone plays well, and let's all do this.
My name is CJ Magrash.
Hi everyone, my name is Kevin and I'm here with the BOM folks. Can you guys give us a short introduction?
I'm Sheldon, and I'm the jungle for the BOM, and my IGA name is Shelly Grant.
How about you?
So I'm Aaron. My IGN is Fishball, and I am playing Rome for BOM.
And you?
My name is Yaz, and my IGN is Yaz Russell, and my role for this team is Marksman.
So okay, you guys are in the losers finals. If you guys lose 3 games, you guys are out of the tournament. How do you guys fare with the pressure? Are you guys nervous? Are you scared? How are you guys going into this upcoming game?
Actually, we're trying or having troubles with like deciding on which route to take, because like we have like new players for the BOM, because we have like minor issues with our players, but then we're trying to focus more on the team play instead of like having like individual skills like during the game.
Actually, yeah, I want to touch upon that. You guys are the subs for BOM. How are you guys faring with the team? Are you guys used to it yet? Have you guys gotten enough practice? You want to tell me a little bit about slotting in for the team?
Yeah, so actually I was a tryout player in the past, but some things came up and I played for another team. But right now I feel like our synergy is good, even though we only had 1 week to practice. But I definitely think that we have what it takes to win, and I believe that our teamwork. We have practiced really. We have emphasized on teamwork for the past days because our individual skills, our mechanical skills are good individually, but what we needed to do was mesh our play styles together, and that's what we focused on.
And you, do you want to add anything?
Yeah. So when I got here, the first pressure that I got was the lineup of the BOM just because they were really good. However, because of the 1 week practice, we were able to manage it and like just good communication between each other, and that's all.
And then I know in group stage, BOM played UHX and you guys went down to them. Do you guys think you guys made the necessary adjustments to beat them in this losers finals?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. Okay. So I guess that's it for now. We're going to send it back to the cast.
Welcome everyone to the University of Hawaii's Collegiate Cup. Just want to say, yeah, we're here at season 2.
Oh yeah, man! Hey, I'm so excited, man! This is going to be the first person in-person collegiate MLBB tournament to be held in the colleges here in Hawaii. UH Esports welcomes the University of Guam and the Northern Marianas College and other local collegiate Hawaii teams in an unprecedented match held between the islands in the South Pacific.
With creating the ACC, UH Esports differentiates itself from other U.S. college programs by supporting mobile-first platforms and games for students, acknowledging the critical role that mobile and handheld devices have with fostering social connections, being financially accessible, and bringing together a more diverse community of players.
That being said, I am Sapolga coming to you from South Africa, and here I am with Private Dancer. Pleasure to be here. How are you feeling about these games?
I'm excited. I just even with those interviews and what we just saw with what preceded us being up here on camera shows one of the reasons that I've always been such a big fan of Hawaii and their community here for Mobile Legends. Compared to any other state in the United States, here it is like just absolutely booming, and the fan base is huge and electrifying.
And I'd like to say a shout out to everybody in the background doing all of the production. They've been so professional and amazing job for them. So, I mean, straight away, let's start talking about the games here. We got UHE Varsity Y versus the winner coming up later. It's going to be Varsity X versus BOM for now. It's going to be a bit of a grudge match, once they come into the last sort of game there. But 2 of the losers, they want revenge on that Y team. How do you think their chances are going to be when it comes to like I don't think we've seen them play against each other, actually. We haven't. So it's going to be something new to see.
Yeah. Yeah, right now the only thing that they really kind of have in common is that they both got kind of dropped down to the lower brackets and by the same people. So a little bit of I want to say bad blood there for them. They both have both of these teams bring out the madness, and UHEX or UHE. Yeah, UHEX have something to prove here. Loser here going to be walking away with a third place. Winner going to be moving on to the grand finals here.
Hey, man. I mean, if we're going to say something about these teams, from what I've seen, UHE Varsity X, they like to make it, they like to bring out their own strats. They're going to play comfort. They're going to bring out the wacky picks, the Esmeralda, Angela combos, and all of that stuff. BOM, I've seen, they like to play it a bit more, standardized textbook ML. So it's going to be the two opposite sides coming together into, a beautiful game, hopefully.
Well, yeah, and especially because of BOM, I recognize they want to kind of stick to the meta. They've got a long history. We heard it right there from the interviews, competing in NACT, competing in Napa, competing in other community and regional tournaments here or in Hawaii. So they kind of like to stick to what is familiar to them, whereas some of the other teams can be a little bit more flexible, a little bit more comfortable and confident on their picks and their rotations, like to go outside of the box. But we're going to see if maybe they can prove that the meta is the meta for a reason and kind of stick to their guns.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Talking about the players, yeah, I mean, I know one player I'm looking out for specifically is I Got Stamina coming out from Varsity X, I believe. I mean, that guy has impressed me so much in the games I've seen for that. That's, as I was saying about that Esmeralda pick, he absolutely shredded, I believe it was Boner Kids. When it came to that. So, they had to ban it out and all of that sort of stuff. When it comes to BOM, I think is it Cookie that's on their team? I mean, she is scary.
Well, for a lot of these teams too, I mean, the most recent changes, what I'm looking to see is how maybe they've kind of flexed into the most recent changes, where we've started now to see Roger start to dominate the marksman lane. Masha's been coming in. She can be kind of flexible in her roles, but become like a kind of a mainstay internationally for a lot of picks. But it has really gotten to the point that there are so many good strategies and picks out there that it doesn't really matter how the ban phase goes. There's going to be so many playmakers out there that it's going to be up to the teams to kind of formulate a composition with a lot of those picks that are left.
All right, Private. I mean, we're straight into the draft here. We're going to have game one. We're going to have UHE Varsity X for the first pick. I mean, I'm wondering what they're going to sort of do against each other. I mean, they've seen themselves play against other teams, so they should have a decent idea of what's sort of cooking in the pot.
Yeah, and what I've seen, that's what I'm kind of wondering here. Do we go with the standard kind of meta, maybe try to pick up some of that XP lane or get down a Roger first? Or is this going to be very specific to bring out the madness? Maybe very specific to Varsity Y here. You see the Masha coming out already. And like I've said already, I think we talked a little bit about it off screen a bit. Masha has come back with a vengeance. A few of the changes to her is where she can spam out her ultimate every single time she loses a health bar, and the amount of damage that she can do with Wilderness Blissing is to the point that while she suffers in the early game, mid to late game, you cannot stop her from reaching your backline and at the very least taking down one of your damage dealers.
Oh, exactly that. And the other thing I also saw about her, I think it was BOM playing Masha actually, well, she sort of does a job similar to Matilda in a way, where she's like going into the enemy straight in, giving all that vision, and if they want to try and kill you, they can't, man. She's going to pop sprint, have that CC immunity on that last final HP bar, and you can't do anything about it after that. As we're going to see that Angela being banned out here, that's a bit of an interesting one. I mean, I think, oh wait, that's not at all. I believe that they played a lot of Angela earlier on, especially with that Esmeralda, as I said. I think it's worth banning out, actually. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, it's been one of those right now. Anything that melds well with that item, the Flask of the Oasis, where every single time a healing ability hits your teammate, the Flask of Oasis now gives you added shield onto it. So it benefits people like the Heart Wave that comes out from Angela. It benefits people like Matilda, Minotaur, who has healing for the whole team. Now it adds more shield to them. So anybody who really benefits from that can become very lethal, and especially with somebody like Angela, who we've seen, I want to say, in North America right now, it's been flexed not just as a roam, but can be a very strong early game mid for your team.
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen that Angela mid. It has been nerfed quite a bit, can't really clear those lanes too well as it used to, but it's definitely close. And as you said, it's a bit more of an early game thing, being able to go in with that second skill. Angela, early game, she's not so scared about her own HP bar. She can just run in straight away because she knows the enemies do not have that damage output, as well as that catch with this puppet on a string is just so valuable.
Yeah, we just see Frederick getting taken out of there. Right now, the meta is kind of gearing us towards a tanky jungler. Somebody who can kind of hang around those objectives. They can keep their vision on the objectives, hang around without having to bounce in and out, all the while trying to find out when they can get that retribution. Frederick being one of the mainstays of them. He's just one of the biggest tankiness, not only in tankiness, but with the damage he can deal once you've started dealing it back to him. He can kind of dish it out right back to you with that Appraiser's Wrath. And he's been, I want to say, one of the highest picks here in North America. CC being taken off there as well. She's pretty much unmatched in a single target focus in the XP lane.
Oh yeah, I've seen CC do wild things, man. You just think, oh, she doesn't do that much damage. Pops that ulti, crazy amount of damage output, and impossible to kill alongside Vengeance. It's pretty crazy, actually. And then there's another pick being, ban coming out. That is such a strong ban. Arlott is I think it's strong because of the main reason is that it's a flex pick, right? You can pick it in the roam or the XP, and the enemies don't know how to what to expect when it's being picked up. Anyway, following that, we're going to see that Matilda being picked up. Man, I love seeing this hero in 5-man games. It just adds so much depth to a layoff strategy in what your team wants to do.
Yeah, even what she adds too is on one hand, you can pick some of the most immobile heroes out there, like an Ixia, who has to stand still when her full barrage ultimate comes out there, and she becomes a sitting duke. But with Matilda on your side, you can turn even the most immobile heroes into these heroes that can dash backwards, that she can get away from harm's way, or she can help them with initiating as well. On the second half too, you have the Flask of the Oasis, melds well with her first ability, where she can dash in, which already gives your entire team a bunch of shield. Add Flask of the Oasis to that, you've just doubled the shield for that, and you have a team that can really sit in these fights for a long time. In answer back to that, we have Xborg being picked up, and a Barat, who looks like he's going to be on the jungle side for BOM.
As we're going to see as well, but Claude as well. I got stamina picking up the Yuzhong. I was talking about these interesting sort of picks that Team X like to do, but they're coming in with a pretty solid draft. They got this Matilda, this Claude, this Yuzhong. They're going for some pretty meta picks. Coming in from BOM as well, pretty much meta as well. I could argue that Xborg, maybe not the most meta pick. I feel like when he's picked up, the game's either a stomp or he gets stomped, So it's a bit of a greedy pick, I must add, on the Xborg. Not the best sort of tanky targets for him to target on the enemy team so far, but if Liolei, if he likes that pick, he should go for it.
Right now, I kind of like the pick. Maybe a little bit more tanky on the side of BOM without that outright damage just yet. But I do like the Minotaur pickup, especially into a Matilda, because they, when it comes to healing and supporting your teammates with survivability, you kind of give the same thing. Minotaur can heal his entire team. You mix that with Flask of the Oasis. He's giving shield to them as well. He's got that setting potential, especially during the objective fights. That's something that it's going to be really interesting to see how well a setting potential mixes against, I want to say, more of an engagement that you're going to have from Matilda with that circling eagle that's going to be able to get behind enemy lines.
Okay, one thing I need to point out is that we haven't really had any bans against Cookie. I know a few of the other teams, they straight up banned all of our heroes, and then we're going to see one straight away as I say it. We're going to have that Faramis being banned out. I'm expecting a Nodet, I'm expecting a Lilia, I'm expecting a Luayi. This is the sort of hero she likes to pick, I believe. And always just carries the game completely. I think that's going to be their main damage output coming from the mid lane for BOM. As for Nightmare, they still haven't needed to pick up a jungler here. What do you sort of think they could pick up on the side of Team X?
Well, it depends on kind of what they're going for. I kind of like Matilda mixed in. Like I said, she can actually bring up a lot of those really immobile pickups as far as like tankiness is concerned. I mean, Boxia's still out there. I mean, we could even go with an assassin here, but you're too tanky on the side of BOM to really be looking for assassins. You're looking for something to possibly burst down some of this this tankiness, which would kind of lead me to true damage. It was very smart on them to go ahead and pick up that X-Borg, which means you're not going to have that true damage on the side of Varsity Y. Potentially, I want to say it's more of a very specific person. Alpha can be picked up here as well because he does a lot of true damage with his combinations that can really kind of burst through that shielding and the armor that you're going to have. It's going to be very interesting here because I'm not sure that it depends on what you're going to do. Do you want to burst through the armor with your jungle pick, or are you going to maybe possibly use that with your mage pick? Because we still have Vexana out there who just does an immense amount of damage, adds a lot of CC to it, and an early game. If you're looking for true damage, you've got people like Gord, who with his Mystic Gush, he does true damage, which I mean pretty much negates a lot of the armor that you're going to have on these people. But are you going to be able to protect them? Which actually we've talked about his immobility. We've got a Matilda up there, so we'll see how well it kind of melds in.
Yeah, I feel like that gold would be a pretty solid pick for them, actually. Exactly how you described it. There's not that much jump coming in from BOM. You know, maybe the X-Borg could sort of jump in, but, you know, that's that. As you said, that guiding wind save can get him out of that situation. I really like the gold pick. As we're going to see, Yaz Russell going to pick up that meta hero that I know for a while now has been in the meta for such a long time. We're going to have that carry, pick up the Vengeance. Yeah, I mean, this hero just such an intense amount of damage output while being so tanky. It's just unfair, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, it's actually something that's really hard to kind of go against in the lanes, which is why you've seen a lot of the Roger come back into the metas. We're going to have the Claude is already picked up, so it's going to take him a little bit of time. And I do want to say, when we're looking at BOM's kind of draft here, we're really leaning into being able to get ourselves into that late game. There's really not much to pressure up into the early game, so it's going to be very interesting to see how well this kind of goes out. Matilda is a pretty early game. As soon as we get level 4 on Yuzong, we're going to be able to come in with that Petrify and potentially find a kill onto the back line. That really kind of depends on how this goes out here. That's usually lends itself to the flexibility of the compositions. And I'm looking possibly for the side of BOM to find something in the early game. If we're looking at mages, Vexana's still out there. We've got, we're going to go with some long distance sniping potential. Another thing, kind of like I said, the BOM have a plan to kind of just make it withstand the early push from the side of Varsity Y here, and then as we get to that mid and late game, we're just going to overwhelm them with that with an impressive amount of tankiness for the front line. We're going to have that shredding ability from Carry, and then you're just going to have just the snipes coming into the back line from that Navaria.
One thing I want to point out here, I'm not too sure about this Akai pick, you know. A lot of what BOM has is that CC immunity. You know, got Mano Fury, you got that Lost Insanity, but most importantly, I believe that the Detona's Welcome is actually a counter towards the heavy spin. It's got that CC immunity and it counts as suppression, which cancels it out. You know, that you got your standard sort of suppression with the Kaja and the Franco, but they don't really get near the Akai, you know. But with the CC immunity with the Barretts, it's actually a counter. So I'm going to see Nightmare probably having a hard time a little bit in the Retribution battles here. But other than that, I feel like alongside the Matilda, it definitely can work.
What they're lacking in the Retribution fights, I think they would most possibly be able to make it up with their rotations. You've got a Matilda on your team, so you're going to be able to close that distance onto the side lanes, potentially get to those objectives a lot faster. And that's where a lot of these teams kind of lose out or kind of gain from, is can they get to those objectives in a timely manner to either contest them, take them, or decide we don't want them and we're going to gank into another lane. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on to game 1, UHE Varsity X taking on Bring Out Madness.
Hey man, this is it. We're gonna head straight into this first game. We're gonna see, you know, standard rotations coming in from pretty much both. You got two people in the mid lane. Nothing too special happening here. Although maybe looking for a bit of a raid down in the bottom here. Something interesting could happen.
Yeah, already looking to start stealing some jungle from the side of UHE here. Want to refuse them. They're already going to the orange buff too now. So you're going to start refusing that. Varsity's going to be looking for their buff, not knowing where it's at. Not just that, but you're going to be a little lower when it comes to try to get to that level 4 when this first objective pops. And you can see there already. Actually, it was stolen.
Yeah. It looks like the Yu Zhong actually got it. It's going to be first blood going to Pent. I mean, that's a really good response coming in from Team X. I mean, BOM, they have to be basically on the run at this point.
Yeah, big pop-up there comes out there. Leo Lane trying to put on the damage is going to be able to secure an escape for Fishball, and 4 members of Varsity going to have to turn back.
Oh, man. I mean, I Got Stamina has that red buff access. He's going to be dominating that bottom lane at this point. As we're going to see, actually, I feel like Akai is sort of the loser in that situation as well, because he lost his red buff, and now it's going to be Sheldy getting his own one. So he's probably going to have a bit of an experience lead when it comes to the jungle.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of wondering, I mean, we're up here at the marksman lane, 8 seconds left on this turtle. Are we going to take advantage of the fact? You have to know that Nightmare's not going to have his level 4. This is the prime opportunity. Go in there, get that turtle. You know he doesn't have an ultimate for you. So, I mean, this would be when you want to kind of go in there, try to contest some of these objectives.
Okay, there it is. Liolei has his Faraga armor ready to sort of help out. I mean, Nightmare, he's going pretty aggressive into that turtle pit. We're going to see the Black Dragon form come out as well.
Yeah, he does get the petrify, and that actually might be a kill. Leo Lei is down. Fishball in trouble. In comes Pent. He gets taken out by Sheldy, who also finds himself a turtle. Now Bring Out Madness trying to find themselves an escape, facilitated by Fishball and Cookie from the back line. Sheldy goes down, and unfortunately for Bring Out Madness, unable to reply.
Oh my god, I don't even know who got the turtle there. I was so lost in that Yu Zhong getting such a good kill onto Liolei there. I don't know if you recall who got the turtle there.
Yeah, I actually believe that it was Bring Out the Madness that got the turtle, but they did lose 2 for it. So I'm not really sure if that's if you would kind of want to say that that's worth it for them. As we move on a little bit further, we'll start seeing who's getting these towers, who's able to actually start pushing more into the enemy's jungle, and we'll start having probably a little better of a tell on where this is swinging for both of these teams.
All right, let's talk about this top lane here. Who do you think sort of benefits the most from this lane between the carry and the Claude? I mean, I know both of the heroes sort of had a similar sort of timing here, but talking like, let's say, the mid game and the late game, who do you think is going to sort of come out on top when it comes to just the statistics of it?
Well, it really kind of depends on how you're executing a lot of these ultimates. You come in with a Blazing Duet, a lot of the pop-ups can really stop that. Oh, actually, Sheldy does catch himself with the Thetana's Welcome. Nightmare executing that heavy spin, trying to push him up, gets popped up himself. Yaz Rosso able to take out Nightmare. Another pop-up comes on the Fishball. Yaz actually in the middle of the fray of this, and that's just the tankiness that you get from a carry out there. As another Astral Sphere goes wide for Cookie.
Oh yeah, I think it's believe it or not, I think that ability is called Astral Recall for some reason. The long range snipe. I don't know who came up with these names, but I would have called it Astral Sphere as well if I could. But yeah, I mean, that team fight went into the favor of Bring Out the Madness there. They managed to get Nightmare down. Surprisingly, like only 1 person died.
Yeah, we're looking at right now, Yaz actually has a good lead on the turtle. Looks like he's just kind of trying to bait it out well before Sheldy gets there. They look like they want this fight here too. It's going to be 3 members of Varsity coming in here. Echo is out. Sheldy able to get the turtle, but heavy spin has Fishball against the wall. He uses his flicker, now getting hailed on with a meteor shower from the Chonge. Sheldy finds himself a kill. I Got Stamina finds a kill onto Leo Lei, and popped up is a Sheldy between 4 members of Varsity. Cookie looking for an escape, a little bit of panic on there, but able to find a retreat.
Oh man, Stamina coming in clutch there, got himself a double kill. I mean, this experience, I mean, this XP lane is going crazy right now. He's 4-0-1. He's got his Hunter Strike finish. He's gonna maybe go for a War Axe now. This guy's gonna be a complete menace in this for the rest of the game, pretty much, until, you know, let's say the carry gets a few more items. But at the moment, he is popping off.
Yeah, and he's just going to be, right now, I mean, there's not really much that's stopping him. Unfortunately, Leo Lei has 2 deaths on him when it comes to kind of the gold lead right now. Varsity has it's not just, it's like, I want to say it's only about 1K, but for the side, I want to say it's kind of stacked on I Got Stamina right now, especially when it comes to these objectives. He's able to get to that Black Dragon. He's able to kind of take down and zone out the rest of Bring Out Madness.
All right, and looking into the late game, one thing I haven't talked about too much is this Novaria. I really like the synergy with basically the whole team with that Astral Echo. You know, there's so much stuff to sort of enhance the hitbox of, as we're going to see the heavy spin coming out here. It's a pretty good one, but the Gnome Fury, it's doing quite a lot of work to protect themselves from it. But no, it's going to be unstoppable coming from I Got Stamina, and Nightmare will take out Fishball.
Yeah, and I mean, a great job, because I almost felt like they were going to actually be able to get away from that meteor shower from Yunhei, but the amount of CC coming out there, pinning them and keeping them pinned up there, that the damage was just able to just be overwhelming. Leo Lei in a little bit of trouble here. I want to give up this tower, man. That's 3 members. I mean, you still have the last insanity to potentially get away. He's going to go ahead and use it, looking for an escape. Still, the damage here comes. Oh, I want to say Pence almost looking for that circling eagle, deciding against it, as you see the 3 members of Bring Out the Madness coming in. Now looking to possibly put some damage onto this turtle. Bring Out the Madness, I mean, I don't really think that they can start contesting this just yet. You can see them looking for better ways at mid.
I'm amazed with the comeback coming in from Nightmare here. He's still a level behind when it comes to the jungle experience, but he's nice and confident when it comes to taking this turtle, as we're going to see the turtle taken down. And so far, in the middle lane, Black Dragon form.
Oh, yeah, Black Dragon form comes out there. Heavy spin is out too, and that's going to take out Cookie as well. And well into the back line. I Got Stamina finding a kill. He says, towers be darned, I don't care. Dives in there, as it looks like Yunhei in a little bit of trouble, gets popped up and taken down. But man, oh, and we're still continuing here. They are not done. Big pop-up lands on the 3 members of Bring Out the Madness. You can see Fishball doing his best to support his teammate. Sheldy alone against 3 members of Varsity X. Fishball looking for an opportunity.
Legendary.
Cannot find it, as I Got Stamina finds himself another kill. 8-0-2.
Oh man, he's at that legendary mark. And now we're going back to what we were talking about earlier when it comes to these heroes. You know, Yu Zhong doesn't have the most mobility outside of his Black Dragon form. But with this Matilda, he's able to make these crazy plays going into the tier 2 towers and coming out scot-free. I mean, he's also got that War Axe to, you know, help him take down these tanky targets. This man is having the stellar game.
Yeah, stellar game, and just like no fear against these towers. He knows the limitations of Yu Zhong. He knows what he can take. He knows what he can't take, and he's making the most use of it. Especially now, he's already gotten to the point where he's got both 2 damage items. He doesn't really need much more than that. He can start building up this defense to where now he's going to be even more unkillable when he goes in, especially after that Black Dragon form.
All right, looking at BOM here, so the pressure's on. They're going to have to start thinking of sort of comeback mechanics that they need to rely on to sort of get back into the game. I feel like the Gnome Fury is the primary example of one of those mechanics. They're just going to have to land a really big Gnome Fury along with a good last Insanity. Maybe starting off the fight first with a Detonator's Welcome. Lots of avenues that they can sort of take. It's just going to have to be the right one in the right situation.
Well, the problem is here is how great I Got Stamina is kind of leading out from the side. He doesn't even join the fight until very late. So you've already wasted him in No Fury. Your team's going in, and now you have to worry about this Black Dragon flanking you. And he's doing an immense amount of damage to you. It's going to be we're going to see how well these kind of fights come together now, as it does look like Varsity going to go ahead and start on this Lord. 3 members of BOM on the side. You can see I Got Stamina already well into the back line, looking for a target. Does zone out Cookie on the side. You can see Shelly in there getting pinned out by a heavy spin. Lord has been reset. Big pop-up lands onto Varsity again, looking for an opportunity. Leo Lei finds a kill onto Nightmare. Filipino Kid is down as well. I Got Stamina trying to return the favor, finds a kill onto Leo Lei before he is shut down himself. It is 2 players of Varsity alone against the 4 members of Bring Out Madness.
Oh man, what a team fight. I mean, the Black Dragon form, it was in a really good position right at the start of the fight. But now, when you're looking at both of the teams together, there's a pretty glaring difference, right? I mean, BOM, they have a huge team fight lineup, but the Lord, it's gonna get the kill out to Sheldy. Oh man,
Sheldy. I mean, I guess just not caring. As long as you got the Lord there, and that didn't go over to the hands of Varsity. I want to say I got stamina. That Black Dragon form maybe just a little too early before both teams were in position. He really had to reach to the back lines of Bring Out the Madness. They kited him so far back. By the time they were able to reply, by the time Filipino Kid was able to come in with that blazing duet, it was already too late. You had the dragon down. Now they focused onto your marksman. That's 2 down, and it was just too far from the actual fight, which was started at the Lord.
And not only did that, he sort of like go in a bit too early. It sort of baited his team a little bit too far, right into the grips of Fishball when it came to that Minoan Fury. I believe it was a 2 or 3 man Minoan Fury that came out in the end. So that's the sort of fights they need, bait in that Black Dragon form and, and then bait the rest of their team to guard a position, as the guiding winds can only save one person at a time.
Yeah, we're gonna see here right now. I mean, they've got a great position here. It's I mean, they're still not technically in the gold lead. You do see that Oracle being picked up by Stamina, so he's going to be able to kind of have a lot behind his regenning ability. But I want to say a great plan by Bring Out Madness, now starting to enforce their will, taking towers and enemy jungle.
Okay, we're going to see that tower getting taken down here. That's going to be the first tier 2 for the side of BOM. They're starting to come back nice and steadily here. As well, as we're going to see that Xborg has the immortality nice and ready. That's going to be a big power spike for him. He can be playing quite aggressively in the front lines.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about during draft. The early game really did not shine for Bring Out the Madness, especially with this draft. But as we start moving to the mid, as we start moving to the late, where you have this tanky lineup has their items, they're able to withstand the damage. Cookie is actually becoming a lot more nefarious with the damage that she's actually able to output. And Leo Lei actually started to get those stacks, actually able to shred onto the front line of Varsity. It's gonna start taking more than just kind of blindly going into these fights. You're not going to be able to bully Bring Out the Madness.
For sure. No, nefarious, more like Novarious, am I right, dude? This guy is gonna be insane. I've seen that Novaria damage output coming late. It's absolutely crazy, especially on a hero like Claude and Changi. Those things are gonna really hurt. Oh, we're gonna see a big stun coming in from Stamina. He's gonna pop the Black Dragon form as well. They're gonna go straight in. No Fury does land onto 4. He's gonna try his best to get out, but I don't think he makes it out of this one. It's gonna be a 2-for-0 trade.
And that is unfortunate for Bring Out Madness. Just those little mistakes, especially for a Navaria who should never be anywhere close to the front of your line. Varsity see it, they immediately latch on, get the kill on, and Fishball is powerless. It did try to get the save there, but unfortunately costing his team another death there, which opens up this next Lord.
I mean, that was a prime example of Costa's curse, bro. Or he started talking about Cookie, how she's going to carry late game, immediately get shot on by I Got Stamina with the Black Dragon form. Sorry about that, Cookie. We won't do it next time. As we're going to see the Lord, it will be starting to march down this bottom lane. It is evolved. I mean, no, and this one is the enhanced one at 12 minutes. So it will charge down that tower. I don't know. Maybe BOM, they maybe want to try and kill it before it does that charge, because maybe, I think it's going to be quite a heavy blow if it does manage to take out that bottom turret.
Well, the thing here is, like, this is exactly where you want a Lord on your team. You want it to go to the bottom lane so that you can start putting pressure at the top. You can already see up there them trying to split up here for Bring Out the Madness. They're going to try to take down the Lord. The entirety of Varsity gets spotted by that Astral Echo. We're going to see if they have anything left here. Lord looking close, does get a charge in, down to about 25%. Heavy spin from Nightmare. Doesn't really do too much there, but they do find a tower at mid. Almost down to high ground. You can see now the focus up at top, and unfortunately for Bring Out Madness, not going to be able to do anything to stop the push.
No, that's a wise decision. You know, those tier 2 towers coming from the bottom to the top, they are so incredibly difficult to defend. I know I've been playing many games where I've tried to defend that with my team, and it always ends in a disaster. As we're going to see a team fight starting up.
Oh, yeah, comes in with the Manoa and Fury. Now Last Insanity into the back line, but on the back line of their own comes the Black Dragon looking for a kill. Immortality has been activated. Down goes a Nightmare, and looking for a kill onto Leo Lane. Filipino Kid able to clean that up. The rest of Varsity running for their lives against the rest of Bring Out a Madness. And unfortunately, I got Stamina. Oh, he was about to disappear. Novario might be caught.
My God.
Cookie not able to find an escape, even with those map hacks outside the map. Still gets taken down. What great standing there by I Got Stamina, cleaning up shop here and sitting at 11, 1 and 4.
I mean, that Dragon Tail came out through the wall, man. Straight away, he wasn't able to get away with that Astral Recall. That was a great fight coming in from Team X. They're sort of keeping up the pressure when it comes to this late game performance. They still have a bit of late game for themselves, you know, with that Claude and the Chang'e. But, you know, the Sakai is starting to fall off a bit.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, right now, as much as Bring Out Madness should be kind of coming online, you're dealing with. I want to say Yuzong was, last I checked, he was about 4K above his Leo Lei right now. He just presents such a threat to Bring Out the Madness that when he goes into the back line, he's gonna most likely be coming out with the kill. It's just, can they do what they did in that other engagement, bait out the Black Dragon, get him separated enough to where you can actually, I want to say, get a fight that's in your favor? Because right now, these team fights, when it's just 5v5 clashes, Bring Out Madness is having a little bit of trouble. There's just too much CC on the side of Varsity.
Oh yeah, they definitely have a good amount, a healthy amount of CC, as you might say, you know, with all of those abilities. But here we're going to see a Lord fight starting to brew out here. This is going to be that classic 50-50 situation. However, I did point out earlier in the draft that I feel like Sheldy should have the advantage when it comes to it.
Yeah, but right now he doesn't have any of his stacks. You see that little baby dino down there. He's not even at full size, not even at full stacks just yet, and that's just kind of because of the pushing that Varsity has done. Fishbowl actually goes in there looking for an opportunity, doesn't find one. Heavy Spin is not going to be available for this push, so you've actually Cookie's ult not out there as well. So I mean, you've got 4 ultimates versus 4 ultimates right now. Bring Out the Madness, sensing something in the win, is pushing a little bit forward. Now going to turn their attention to this Lord. Varsity sitting at the bottom and top. There goes an Astral Echo to spot 3 members of Varsity. From this side, look at the placement of Stamina. They just noticed him now. He comes in, Petrify, gets himself a Dragon Tail. Now out with the Black Dragon, looking for a meal. He is going to go ahead and dive on the 2 members. Leo Lei, the rest of Bring Out Madness getting zoned out and finding a kill onto Leo Lei. I Got Stamina is not done yet. Still looking for more meals from there. Sheldy might be next out on the list as Filipino Kid finds the kill onto the Bring Out Madness jungler.
Oh my god, what a treat of a team fight. That was just bloodshed left, right, and center for BOM, as now Team X are gonna be able to sort of take down the Lord a little bit here. Missing their jungler should be a pretty easy one. Fishbowl, he's kind of poking around here, but he's sort of playing with a bit of fire. He's gonna get gone on. Wow, the cover fire from Yunhei should be able to secure them that Lord.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job right now, especially with the movement around these Lord pits. Varsity is able to find these angles, especially I Got Stamina. He's able to find the angle, get right behind Bring Out the Madness. And right when they notice him, they get popped up by the Lord pop. and he's able to come in, even get a Dragon Tail in there before he gets into Black Dragon form. And from there, it's a wrap on. He's starting to zone out the entire team. He's finding kills, and you've basically broken the line of Bring Out the Madness.
All right, we're coming into that sort of situation in the game where I feel like BOM sort of shine. You know, it's going to be that chokehold point in that top right corner where, you know, the Manoa and Fury can sort of come through and be meaningful in these team fights. So I'm really excited to see how they approach this sort of base defense.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is if we can find, we've yet to be able to see, I want to say, Minoan Furies. It's always been on the side of Varsity. They have been initiating a lot of fights, which actually kind of throws Fishball for a little bit of a loop here. Are we going to be able to find it on set onto maybe 3 members, maybe even find Stamina in one of these Minoan Furies? Or, I mean, because right now they're kind of just turtling in base. They're not going to be able to make much happen here, and you're really leaning on Varsity to make a mistake, especially with this type of gold lead coming.
I mean, you can see that Team X, the Varsity X, they're respecting that. They know exactly that if they go into that choke point, they're going to get caught out. So they're playing nice and respectfully onto the side of their blue team. As now, they may be looking for a bit of a siege here. They're going to take a good approach to it. The Black Dragon form still available.
Oh, just like that, they catch Fishball. He does let out of Minoan Fury, but it's too late. The rest of Bring Out Madness cannot capitalize on it. Black Dragon is out, but I mean, they're going to go ahead and cover themselves and escape. Just like that, though, Bring Out the Madness loses themselves the high ground.
Oh yeah, they managed to find that weak point, go straight for the Minoan, not for the Minotaur. You know, he was sort of looking for that team fight, but they sort of poked him down, taking a nice and long siege, finally getting down that bottom tower that they've been working so hard to get. As now we're going to see super minions coming down in the bottom lane, going to add that extra bit of pressure when it comes to this game.
Yeah, and that's kind of unfortunate. This is what I was talking about, is that Fishball's getting caught. He's not the one initiating these things, and it's going to come down to 2 things. Can Fishball initiate before he gets poked? And can the side to Bring Out the Madness collapse quick enough once he does initiate with that Minoan Fury? Because right now, it's basically on Varsity. They've been catching a lot of the members. A lot of these engagements start with the side to Bring Out Madness getting caught, getting bursted down, and then finally Bring Out Madness replies, but by then it's too late.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see now that that Evolved Lord now going to be coming out. This is sort of when the team's going to turn. Oh, we're going to see a heavy spin coming in out onto Sheldy. Is he going to be able to make it out of here? He's got the Deaden's Welcome, but he finally blows up. Yunhei has the kill on him. The Lost Insanity doing a lot of work here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. No more Lost Insanity to work with, as now I think both teams looking to maybe disengage. Oh,
and this was exactly what I was talking about. Sheldy got caught by somebody from Varsity. The entire team collapses on top of him before Bring Out the Madness can actually respond. Sheldy is down. That's your huge tank there. And now, there's no front line for you, and you have no options except for to kind of like disengage from this fight.
Okay, there it is, the Evolved Lord. I believe when you stand near it, you gain like an additional instance of damage, so that extra damage is gonna really play a big part when it comes down to bursting these tanky heroes. I think it's actually a % based damage, so that's gonna be pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Bring Out the Madness, it's unfortunate for them right now because you're kind of being strangled out right now. You've lost control of your jungle. Right now, Fishball, Black Dragon is out again. They're looking for Yaz. They're going to catch him. Yaz able to dash away. Minoan Fury comes in. Are we going to be able to find? Detna's Welcome lands onto Stamina, but he's able to get away. Matilda, that sneaky player, they're able to pull Stamina across the map to safety.
Oh, but unfortunately, it still costed them Filipino Kid. I mean, that is your carry for the late game. Losing that guy right now is going to cost you that base sort of siege. But yeah, as you were talking about, Matilda Airlines, as we like to call it, saving out Stamina, who is the real carry in this situation.
Yeah, after he dove in there, actually dove in maybe a little too far. Bring Out the Madness turn around on him, but still a great play by Pent. Gets that guiding win. Stamina zooms away from the map. And yes, they did lose one. This is where I'm looking. Bring Out the Madness. You have to notice one is down. 19 seconds to go. Start getting your jungle. Start getting farmed. Maybe look for an opportunity. But that also comes on the Fishball. Can you create this opportunity, and will your team be there and be in a position to capitalize on your sets?
I mean, shout out to my boy Russell, dude. He's actually not died this game a single time, man. He's working real hard on his positioning. It's paying off. I feel like that's also symbolizes their sort of way that they're still in the game. They're still holding on to their true win condition. If he keeps it up, they're still gonna have a really good chance of coming back into this game here.
Whoa, Speedy Lightwheel on the stamina. He does get himself. Look at that shield that comes
Oh
out
my
from
God.
Matilda, from the Flask of the Oasis. It doesn't matter how much damage you're putting out there. That was 50% of his health bar there, covered in shield. And unfortunate for the side of Bring Out Madness, not able to burst through it.
Oh, Cookie, what are you doing? Oh, baiting out the heavy spin. Oh my God, I don't think I've ever seen that in my entire life. A Cookie coming out and baiting some spells.
Well, and this is kind of the setup I'm a little on edge of my seat about. Cookie in the front of her tanks. That should be her tanks there. She should be providing that suppressive fire there to kind of like whenever the tanks engage. There's always an Astral Sphere coming out there. There's an Astral Echo. There's I believe it's the Astral Meteor, which is that pool that goes on the ground just to kind of slow them down. So it's just when you're up this front, you're really like, I mean, playing a dangerous game depending on where Varsity is. They do smell something going on with the Lord. It's not a test. You see Black Dragon from the back line looking for he gets
the wrong
separated.
side.
Comes in. Wetrify is onto Yaz. He activates that vengeance. Is that going to be enough? Yaz putting on the damage with that Speedy Light Wheel. Stamina has to get out of there. They are starting to burst them down right now. Both teams sitting at 5. We do have a flicker coming out, and nobody loses a life just yet.
Wow, everyone's on low HP, but no one's dead just yet. I feel like both teams want to chase each other, but both teams have that healing, you know, the Flask of the Oasis from the Minotaur and the Matilda are keeping their team straight in this fight. I mean, oh, by the way, look at that shield on Yunhei, dude. That is some crazy amount of additional HP, effectively.
Yeah, and here comes Nightmare Cookie, gets bursted down! That's just the placement. Black Dragon going into the back line. Fishbowl activates his immortality. Might not be long for this world as they are chasing him down right now. I Got Stamina finds a kill onto the Bring Out Madness roam, and that's going to be it for Varsity as they turn their sights back onto the Lord.
Oh my God, Fishbowl is down for 70 seconds, dude. That's over a minute of downtime here. They can really make use of it. However, I feel like he might just be able to respawn before the Lord starts marching it down.
Well, as you say that, Lord spawn.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on.
Away. So we've got Lord at the bottom. We're going to have pressure at the top for Varsity. And this might be all she wrote for Bring Out Madness, depending on how these engagements starts. I'm looking for potentially Fishball to, if he can get up in time, we might be able to get a set there. But I mean, man, even with that last fight, it is exactly what I was talking about. Cookie, little too far up in the front of the line, really looking to try to get some aim onto the back line. I feel like they need to be a little bit more patient because you're getting caught. You're losing a big percentage of your damage before these fights even kick off. Heavy Spin is out. Yaz with that Speedy Light Wheel. Lord crashing down at bottom. Only one more high ground out there right now. Black Dragon is out. Look at the damage onto the core. That's going to be game 1 going to UHE Varsity X.
Oh man, I mean, that Minotaur unable to spawn in time, unfortunately. I think about 10 seconds still left on the clock for him on Fishball. But yeah, a crazy game going up to 28 minutes. There was just some bloodshed and some more. Yeah, I mean, in the end, Team X going to come out on top. I feel like they did have the early game a bit, but surprisingly, you know, they still managed to keep it up in the late game.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of the problem when there is no real answer for the early game. Yeah, if you get to the late game, you might have a little bit of an advantage, but what are you carrying with you to that late game, especially when you give the side of Varsity an advantage like that? I Got Stamina played a heck of a game there. You can see there 29% damage there, just behind Yuhei, their mid with 30% there with 112,000 damage for the side of UHE. Just an immense game played by them. But like I said, I want to say the draft a little bit more even for the side of UHE, and I want to say, capitalizing on some of these mistakes. Either the Roam got caught, uses that Minoan Fury defensively, nobody else is able to capitalize on it from BOM, or I want to say Cookie potentially out of reach, really far in front of her line, and at some points getting caught, especially right before some of these objective fights.
I mean, definitely MVP deserves coming straight onto stamina. I feel like definitely Filipino Kid was having quite a rough time initiating with all of this team fight coming in from BOM. So in the end, it was exactly as I said. You know, it's going to be stamina carrying the game for them.
Yeah, for Filipino Kid, I want to say it was a heavy burden because I feel like the plan was once the Black Dragon goes into the back line, you provide suppressive fire. But there were just, when I got stamina is so built up, so strong, he was afraid of nothing. Meanwhile, Filipino Kid's like, all right, I guess I'll try to help here. But like when they realize they're not going to be able to bring down stamina, they're all going to turn their attention to Kid. They're going to be able to burst him down there. Still though, even with that, a solid gameplay and a game plan coming from UHE.
For sure. And Cookie, man, you got to work on that positioning. He was going crazy inside in front of his tanks. I feel like that was a bit of a sort of a reason that it was a bit difficult is because, you know, they didn't have their mage in a lot of this fights because he was getting picked off quite often in the beginning. And the carry does do a lot of damage, but, you know, you need that mixed amount of damage. It can't just be from one person.
Well, there's also that, and then the Astral Echo can provide a little bit of slow.
Yeah.
Once you take down the mage, you've taken out the big part of I want to say you've lost Ice Queen's wand. So now once you take out the mage and your team just full engages, there's nothing that's gonna slow you down. After you've taken that out, they're looking for the marksman there. They were able to find it, and I just want to say, like, it's one of those things that once you lose that one integral player, and especially because you've already got stamina pretty much swimming through your entire team, giving vision and identifying where the targets are. It was just all on UHE to kind of like take advantage of that.
Yep, exactly that. We should be heading into game 2 just in a bit. What are your thoughts about it? What do you think that BOM can sort of change coming into this next game? Maybe a bit of a different draft, or maybe a bit of a different approach with the same sort of draft?
I don't even think that the draft was too big of a problem. We saw little signs of life once UHE made maybe a little bit of a mistake, or once we had like a good set from Minotaur, we had like a great shine back. Bring Out Madness was able to turn things around. We just needed the whole game to be full of those. Not just them getting caught, not just defensively used Minoan Fury, but like them delegating the pace, them starting out things with the Minoan Fury, and then the team capitalizing. I know in the interviews we talked about how they've only had, I want to say, 1 or 2 weeks with the Roam right now, so there might be a little bit of a synergy issue, but that kind of comes down to communication. Are you guys ready? I've got my ult is up. Are you guys ready? All right, I got it. Let's go in, and then everybody needs to follow that. Doesn't matter what you're doing on the map. Then you come in there when he makes that call to be able to kind of offset it. What I see a lot of the times here is that UHE is delegating the pace. They're baiting the Lord out, they're catching somebody out, or they're making the sets themselves, and UHE is stuck responding. If you're only responding to the enemy, I want to say you're always going to be kind of a few steps behind them.
Yeah, I mean, Sheldy as well. I believe he plays quite a lot of assassin heroes. I feel like he doesn't perform as well on these tank junglers. He did pretty decent Barrett's performance right there, but not really shining in the way that I thought he would when it came to those retributions. You know, I feel like the way that they played it, that Team X played it out, was sort of beautiful. They understood the matchup between the Akai and the Barats, so they were able to win the team fight just before the Lord. And I feel like that was really, really powerful when it came. Well, a really powerful tool when it came to their victory in this first game.
Yeah, that was the interesting thing, because when you brought up that Barats can decently counter the Yeah, I the only thing I could think of is like it depends on how fast you get to these objectives and how you're setting up. Stamina made it a non-problem for UHE. They didn't even get a chance. Akai didn't even go in. They just waited for him to come swimming through the back line as soon as, and then the entirety of BOM had to back up. They're like, crap, what do we do? We're gonna need to back up, maybe burst him down. Meanwhile, you've created all of this space for UHE to get that objective, except for like maybe one time where Stamina went just a little too deep and ended up costing his team a little bit there. But unfortunately, or fortunately for UHE, able to come back and capitalize on some mistakes.
Mm-hmm. And definitely Pent was an integral part to their victory as well. You know, we were looking at those huge amount of shields coming in with that Flask of the Oasis. I feel like that was definitely what Stamina needed, that sort of leverage, as I was talking about in the beginning of the draft. Matilda opens these opportunities for these insane plays to happen, and Stamina just capitalized so much on it.
Yeah, not just the fly. I mean, there were plenty of times where you saw that Bring Out Madness found a gank, were able to get on there, but the Flask of the Oasis combined with the guiding wind from the Matilda just absolutely kept their marksman topped up. Not just that, but there were some times where Stamina dove in a little too deep. You had Matilda able to use that guiding winds, and boom, you've got Stamina flying halfway across the map, not in dragon form, just to get away from the team. It was masterfully played, and it's kind of a clinic on why Matilda's kind of a priority ban right now in a lot of North America, a lot around the world, internationally. She's kind of a priority ban. There's just he adds so much utility to a team, whether it's mobility, shielding, even early game damage and vision that she can give out.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, shout out to Russell, dude. Actually managed to not die still, even in defeat. Just going 2-0-5, I believe. I mean, that's pretty impressive, I must say. Oh, man.
Yeah, there's just a few small things that BOM can kind of work on with this. I feel like a lot of teams sometimes can ignore that early game. There just needs to be, even if you have like the best late game composition, you definitely need something to carry you through that, especially when it comes to some of these rotations. Big thing for me, for some of these teams is getting that jungler, mage, and roam rotation to where you're not just kind of ganking a lane by yourself as a jungler. You're meeting there with your mage, you're meeting there with your roam, and you have whichever laner that you're ganking with. So you've got 4 people there, and you have a lot of potential there. You can either forward, you can rush from the front, you can cut off their escape as well. It lends itself to more it just lends itself to more action that you can kind of make out of some of these early game plays.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, that covers the first game, I believe. We should be having maybe a little bit of a bit of a delay before the next game, I believe. Oh, no, there it is. I'm standing completely corrected as we go straight into the next game here. It's going to be BOM with the first pick. Coming in. There's going to be probably some priority bans here. I mean, Matilda should be one of them. They're going to start with Angela.
Yeah, Angela's really interesting for me. There must be something on the side of Varsity who's used Angela that makes them a little bit afraid. I feel like Matilda. I know there's sometimes I'm kind of against teams banning against what you just faced. That's why you in ranked you sometimes get those Hanzo bans or those Layla bans, and you're like, what the heck? And then you're like, there must have been somebody who lit them up last game with these picks. But Matilda is one of those that has been strong for, I want to say, the entirety of this meta right now, and it's just she adds too much to a team right now. You can see here Varsity going to go ahead and take Barats off of the field for Bring Out Madness.
Oh, I mean, that's an interesting one. I feel like they were managing to deal with it pretty well in the last game, but they'll decide to take it out. I mean, that's probably just this Barats, he's a pain in my bum, Yeah, I'm just going to take it out, and then we can sort of work around it from that point on. So, yeah, I quite like that ban. It's going to lock Sheldon into maybe a few other heroes that he's got pretty decent hero pool, but it's going to be Barats being one of them out of the situation.
Yeah, we can take a look now. I mean, we're still waiting for that next ban. Wondering, I mean, Melissa
Alright.
coming out.
I mean, that was bad
That's
not last
interesting.
game, I believe. Yeah, I think that was bad.
Was
not
it?
last game.
It's very interesting. I feel like Melissa really kind of shines against assassin-y players. I don't really feel like there's much else that she kind of like provides. There's some people who strike faster than her, and for me, I want to say that Go Away, as much as it looks like on paper, all right, you've got a bubble around you, nobody can cross it. There's so many people whose abilities basically just chop right through it. Even Paquito's punches reach her through the bubble, which has always kind of like put her a little lower on my priority. Maybe if they made it to a point where either her bubble's bigger or damage didn't reach her through it. I just feel like there's too many heroes right now that just completely ignore the fact that she has a bubble on for her to be as useful to me. Say we're kind of taking out a lot of the picks from last game too. We got Barat's out, we got Minotaur out there, big setting potential. I'm wondering if we're gonna maybe go change up that Minotaur for a Tigreal, but that means that we don't have the answer, or not even the answer, but we don't have that even playing field if they do get a Matilda, and that's on Varsity right now. Do you ban the Matilda, or do you leave it open for Bring Out the Madness to pick up?
Ooh, I feel like that's definitely a big mind game that Team X, they're sort of pressurizing BOM. Pick this Matilda, okay, we're gonna see the Master being banned out as well. That's another good ban. Pick that Matilda. They're baiting it. Fishbowl gonna take it straight away. He's gonna take up that Matilda. So now I feel like it is playing a bit into the hands of Team X, but it could still work. You still got a lot of picks that they can still work around with the Matilda with. As you said, that Ixia maybe, or that Martis, some picks can really work along with it.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to see what we have an answer with. Somebody that could possibly give your team the same type of shielding. Raphael, kind of the same answer. You can mix Raphael as well with some of those tankier jungles. Some of Raphael's abilities too blend well with the Flask of the Oasis. She's got a bit of healing for her team. I want to say Florin is one of them as well. But mostly just for her ultimate. Her Bloom is a global ultimate and is not delegated by anti-heal. But we do see we're going to go for that XP lane and mid lane. For the side of Varsity, they're going to pick up the Lilia and the Arlott.
Yeah, that's definitely a strong sort of statement that Team X are sort of putting out here. They're going to pick up two very meta heroes. They're still going to be kind of confused on BOM, could this be a roam? As obviously we can see that it's probably going to be that XP lane from I Got Stamina coming in. But a very strong start to their draft.
Well, Lilia really shines. She's going to try to kind of like, you want her when you've got some of those bigger, tankier, slower heroes around where they can kind of lug around, and she can really kind of blast on them with her abilities, just setting down bombs and glooms around. Ooh, Ruby, we don't see too often anymore. She takes a little bit of time, a little bit of items to get online.
There it is.
And we're going to go ahead and go for that Ixia and Matilda combo.
Hey man, it's always goofy, man. Every time I see that like big sort of circle, what is it called? Like a triangle, just going straight away. It sort of doesn't feel like it's meant to be in the game. And when you get caught by it, you're like, what was that?
Yeah, it's funny because like you have the full barrage going off, then Matilda can activate her guiding winds, and then Ixia still able to ult while moving in the guiding wind. So like you can even use it to chase, you can use it to disengage. Just all depends on how the synergy is going for Bring Out the Madness. But now possibly looking for an answer. The XP lane right now, I want to say kind of even. Ooh, we're gonna go with a Nolan pickup. So we're definitely looking at that early game. I'm suspecting, if I'm the side of like Varsity, we're wanting to take out those early threats that could possibly match Nolan. The Martis is one that kind of speaks out to me. You don't want somebody else who can possibly gank your team with the same ferocity and speed that Nolan can. I'm not sure how well Bring Out the Madness plays Martis or Fanny, but those are probably the most obvious picks for me to kind of take off the board.
Oh, the joy, man. That's my favorite here in the entire game. I haven't seen it too much in Hawaii, but I feel like it could really work versus Team X right now. You know, it sort of dodges the Nolan rift, so he doesn't get the energy back, as well as, you know, baiting out those black shoes coming in from the Lilia. I feel like that could really be an impactful pick. However, they do have a lot more options. You know, they take out the Fredrin though. I feel like that would have done also a pretty decent job.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe if there was only the Ruby out there, we could possibly flex that into the roam position and maybe look at a Phoveus for the XP. But we've already got the Matilda out there, so we're kind of looking at something that either matches or can possibly withstand the Nolan. I'm looking for something early game. You've got the Matilda out there. We need something else early game. If you're either looking for the early game or you're looking to really withstand that late game. The early game, you want to invade. You want to take away his purple so that while Nolan can still spam his abilities, he's going to run out of mana so quickly. So you're looking maybe possibly for a more CC centric, heavy, tanky front line for the side of BOM, but you cannot ignore the CC. That's the integral part of trying to like push into like Nolan's jungle.
I mean, the drafting from Team X has been pretty sort of indicative of that sort of play style. You know, they've taken out those heroes that can do what you just said. You know, the Fredrin that can sort of go in and do that big amount of damage. You know, that first skill with the Appraiser's Wrath. You know, making sure he does not get access to that blue buff. They're also going to go a step further, take out the Bashir on top of that. So BOM, they're in an interesting position. You know, they need something that can shut down the Nolan, but they don't want to be too, you know, they don't want to go play into the hands of it too much.
Yeah, that's really interesting too, especially Boxia. That's a good pickoff from the side of Varsity because he clears actually really quickly and then can get into the enemy jungle very quickly. He can, I want to say, close the distance on the map with his roll as well. And then we're going to see Tigreal taken off the map. It's going to be going over to Varsity for their next pickup here to potentially support this Nolan pickup.
Okay, we're gonna see as you said, the Tig. I feel like definitely they do not want to be team fighting. I'll tell you that. They want to be going for the pickoffs. Maybe with the full barrage coming from the XD, they do appreciate a little bit of a skirmish between 2 or 3 people, but they don't want to be caught up by any sort of team fight else. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's really interesting here. I'm trying to figure out what kind of CC we potentially have with looking for a jungler and a mid lane. A lot of options for CC in the mid lane. Vexana, Nana out there, even Aurora, but I don't really like an Aurora against the Nolan.
Yeah,
I feel like your reaction speed's got to be like ungodly for.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Taking a piece out of you, they're gonna have the joy. So we have the potential to match the Nolan at the the very least. You have the potential to match him and maybe get to that back line, do some damage, especially onto a Claude before he gets there. It's going to be very interesting to see how well it can be played, but now we're also looking for that mid line as well.
Oh, I mean, it's the perfect joy game. I don't think you understand, man. I really want to see it come out here. There's not that much CC whatsoever, you know. Joy can go in straight away with those dashes. Oh no. Okay. I feel like X-Borg, it's okay. I like the X-Borg as well. I'm gonna see that signature hero coming out from Cookie. Got that Odette. I think that's gonna shred.
So for me, X-Borg, I'm trying to think because when you match up Nolan, because I was just thinking about this before. I had X-Borg in my head. I did pass over it just because of the maneuverability of Nolan. He makes it very easy to just dash behind X-Borg, negate a lot of the flame there. But he was on my mind, and I'm trying to figure out if it was because of some of these picks. He does clear jungle very quickly, so at least when it comes to clearing speed, he'll be able to kind of match him up. Odette's, you're really waiting for a lot of that CC, but they counter it immediately with a Kaja pickup. So as soon as Odette goes in for that Swan Song, you're going to have a Divine Judgment coming your way. And it counters out the Joy if they would have gone with that. So I want to say thinking a few leagues ahead.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as well as that final slash, it does count as a knockup. It can cancel that swan song. So there's a few options that Team X have against that swan song that we've seen countless times, just shredding through the HP bars coming from Cookie with that. Like, I've never seen Odette do so much damage, and Cookie really knows how to do it.
It's going to be interesting because, I mean, we were talking about heroes that that basically are very stationary. Odette is one of those, has a lot of damage she can output. You have a Matilda on your team.
Oh,
so
right.
depending on when that Swan Songs comes out, your Matilda can either drag you away, get you closer to the enemy, maybe land that stun on them as well. Plus, the shield that Odette gets from that Swan Song will be multiplied by Matilda, by the Flask of the Oasis. So I see the logic. I see the genius in the pick and what they're aiming for. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2. Bring out the madness, looking for a reply to UHE Varsity X.
Oh man, I'm actually really keen to see how they sort of approach it into this second game. Going back to it straight, I want to see us playing some Osu right now. We're going to be moving circles around. I want to see that swan song all around the map with that Matilda's guiding winds.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. You already see a little bit of vision being given to Varsity right now. Just wanting to know where Sheldy is on the map right now. Now moving across, moving a little faster is Shelby right now than Nightmare on the side for Varsity.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nightmare's getting a little bit harassed by Fishball. He's going to have 2 people sort of defending this pressure from Fishball here. They're doing a pretty decent job at it. Let's go for that blue buff first. So I feel like with Nolan, you have 2 options, right? You go for the blue buff first, and then you have the jungle clear a bit faster. It's a bit more sustainable. Or you could start with the red buff first, and then have the blue buff available for the turtle. So he's decided to go for a bit more of a faster jungle clear approach when it comes to that.
Yeah, I was about to say there, when you start with the purple buff, though, you do say that you're going to need to go back for that purple buff before you start the objective, especially that first objective, because he's not going to have it once that timer is down. Looking for an opportunity here up at top. I think he's just looking for that gold buff.
Okay, I mean, there it is. He's going to have no blue buff right now. Will he go for the blue buff? Probably not. He's going to try and contest this turtle. So far, Sheldy's going to start, poking it down a bit. I don't feel like Team X is in the position to contest this.
Ooh, good by Fishball. Doing his job, going to go ahead and kind of scout around the bushes, but now you have 4 members of Varsity coming to meet at this turtle. Now at half health, Leo Lay coming from the back, looking for a flank. I got Stamina comes in, is not able to find it. Swan Song finds a kill onto Yoon Hae. Sheldy, they're able to find a kill onto Nightmare. Stamina running for the hills, watching 2 of his members go down, and this might be a clean pickup of the first turtle for Bring Out the Madness.
I mean, God. I mean, look at that skin. That new revamped Zodiac skin just takes away the whole screen. All eyes on the Swan Song whenever it comes out. And it definitely happened, She took out the jungler immediately as that turtle fight started. So this Odette pick's looking pretty scary so far.
Yeah, I mean, especially great job by Fishball to scout out the location, able to dash away, get himself a shield. Nightmare gets caught out. Now he has vision on him. Cookie knows it, goes in there, gets a stun and the Swan Song, brings him down before the objective can stop it. Now we have 3 members looking on here. Yaz in a little bit of trouble, does not know that Fishball is in the back. Now you have a little bit of the guiding wind, and unfortunately for Varsity, not able to make a play at bottom.
It's a bit interesting, right? They have the Yaz Russell. He does have a pretty decent time against most of the team coming in from Team X, but he's going to have a lot of problems with specifically 2 people, and that's going to be the Claude and the Nolan. So he needs to work on his positioning quite a lot. The Swan Song, it comes out, but the Divine Judgment on top of that. Cookie, he's going to fall down.
Yeah, Yoon Hae is going to be able to use the black shoes, and what a great play by Varsity. Unfortunate, and that's kind of that little training you need to do to let them know that, we do have a circling eagle is going to catch Filipino Kid. Deciding against it, Fishball going to go ahead and disengage, but Cookie, I mean, had the plan in mind. The reaction time was actually amazing. As soon as she got ganked, immediately stuns them, immediate Swan Song out. If it weren't for the fact that Pence has that ability that just cannot be blocked, cannot be purified, Cookie actually might have walked away from that.
Yeah, Pent, really good job of recognizing the threat that Cookie poses, going straight for that Divine Judgment. As we're going to see, the turtle is going to be spawning in the top lane here. Although the party seems to be bottom. We're going to see that newly revamped, or I mean, I don't know if it's new at this point, that river movement speed going straight towards that top side as all the team is going to sort of migrate in that direction.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead. Sheldon's going to go ahead and start on this turtle. 4 members of Varsity looking to close the distance. Onto the side, Leo Lay gets vision onto Nightmare. Is not able to find the CC just yet. Turtle at 50%. I got stamina. Sees a little bit onto Leo Lay. Fishball dives in. We do have a circling eagle land. Does connect onto Yuhei. Sheldon still putting on the damage. Does ruin his Viraga armor. I got stamina. Finds a kill. Out comes the Swan Song. But already with the Divine Judgment is pent to shut down that ultimate from Cookie.
Oh man, the patience when it comes to Pent is just on point. You know, I mean, the Cookie can't even play the game when Pent's being so patient with that Divine Judgment. Sheldy, no Frog armor to work with. Is he gonna fall down here? He will. I got stamina. Coming in straight to the backline, punishing his overextension.
Man, I love that they were able to get one. Ooh, actually, Fishball here. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no answer here that comes out with you on top. Decides against that circling eagle. But Pent right now, he's got basically one job in this entire game, and that's to look for Cookie, wait for Cookie to ult, get the Divine Judgment onto Cookie, and been doing a great job. I mean, I missed it the first time, but he learned from his mistake at that first turtle.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I feel like it is up to some of the members of BOM to be able to bait that Divine Judgment. I feel like later, as the game goes sort of later, Sheldy and Leole are going to be pivotal when it comes to baiting out that spell. One thing I like to talk about when it comes to these Francos and these Kajas is that these ultimates, the Bloody Hunt and the Divine Judgment, they are very centrical. Oh, see? I mean, I'll come back to that point in a second.
Circling Eagle is out onto Nightmare. It does connect, but the rest of the team gonna go ahead and focus onto this tower. Last Insanity is out. Fishball goes down to Pent. Yunhei from the side. We do have a Swan Song out for Cookie. Sheldy in a bit of trouble here, running for his life. He is a sneeze away from death, but is going to find an escape with his team.
Right, I mean, that was a pretty intense one. The Swan Song, even without that Divine Judgment, didn't really have too much impact there. It was still a good Divine Judgment, though. Getting Fishball out. Cookie in a bit of danger as well. Yunhei, is he going to get the kill? Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's I was want to say he actually does have the emblem for burn, just was not able to connect on Cookie with any of those blasts. So, I mean, good read by Cookie, especially just walking away there. Had no flicker at the time left to get away.
Going back to that point, you know, these Kajas and Francos, they're really good when it comes to these 5-on-5 games, being able to single out the exact immediate threat that they have. In this case, it's going to be Cookie.
Yeah, and then doubled up by the burst that you have. Pent's doing a great job, and he's going to start getting tankier and tankier as the game goes on. Ooh, stamina in the side bush here, looking for an opportunity. Latches on the fish bait, does have that circling eagle. Fishball decides against completing it. Turtle down to 50%. Leo Lane coming in from the side. Are they going to be able to find? Comes in, finds an I'm Offended onto Nightmare. In comes the last Insanity. Shelby finds a kill onto Nightmare and the turtle. And this is a turnaround for Bring Up Madness. Full barrage is out for Yaz. Finds a kill onto I Got Stamina. And suddenly, Varsity is on the run.
Oh, a perfectly played team fight from BOM there. This is a different team from the last game. I mean, that last Insanity was perfect. He got that last hit on the turtle and that Nolan. So a beautiful team fight.
We're not just looking for the late game anymore. We've got something to secure our path. We've got the early game from the damage, the ultimate from Cookie, the damage, and the sustain you get from Fishball on the Matilda as well. So we've got something that can actually carry us through the early game. And Varsity having trouble with a few of these team fights, and especially the longer this goes on, the less useful the Nolan becomes.
Oh yeah, talking about that Nolan, man, he's not going to have a blue buff for a while, I'll tell you that. He's going to be getting all of his buffs sort of shut down by the pressure coming in from BOM at this point. You know, Matilda offers a bit of a counter to the Nolan in his own way, as we're going to see the team fight coming in. Oh my god.
Great circling eagle allows Yaz to get the full barrage on just enough time to take down Pent. Now that means you don't have a divine judgment.
Oh man, I didn't. That sort of guiding winds on that what you call it, the full barrage. Didn't really see it come out too much there, but it made the difference. Even if it's a short distance, that short distance can mean the difference between someone getting caught out by that full barrage.
Yeah, 6-4 right now, definitely in favor of Bring Out Madness. Yaz Russell doing a great job right now, sitting at 3-0 right now. Kind of the playmaker, and as we start getting later and later, that full barrage is going to come out even more deadlier. They need to be able to kind of get to that back line. It's going to be on I Got Stamina, possibly Nightmare. They need to start getting to that back line. Oh, comes in with the final slash. Circling Eagle is out. Big damage coming out. Filipino Kid onto the back line. Gets bursted down by the Swan Song, but Pent able to find an answer, able to take down the mage right now, and we are sitting at 2 kills down, or 2 men down for Bring Out Madness.
Oh man, Filipino Kid just coming in so close to getting taken down by that Swan Song, but just in time managing to jump out with that second skill of his. Unfortunately, I don't feel like Bring Out the Madness are in the best position to take down the turtle right now. You know, that Faraga armor is not available for Sheldy, so they're not going to be able to take out the Lord just yet.
Yeah, I misspoke. I saw Filipino come in with the blazing duet, and he was sitting on top of a Swan Song, and his health was getting so low. He waited till the absolute last minute to BMI back out that I thought so his health was down, and then he disappeared. And I'm like, okay, I think, but he would use that BMI. And so that meant that UHE able to walk away without a death, costing Bring Out Madness to, I mean, man, they're starting to answer back, especially I Got Stamina with that flicker into the final slash.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's final slash, not the longest cooldown, so you might be able to have it for this next fight here. They're maybe going to try and stall it out just a little bit. There's not really that much pressure. Well, now there is. They're going to start off the Lord, and now Nightmare. It's all up to him to try and get that snipe with the Retribution. That could be really the turning point that Team X need.
Oh, you see there, Fishball does notice out Nightmare onto the back line. Using that circling eagle is more than enough for Sheldy to go ahead and pick up this objective. Now they are giving chase to Varsity, and they need to be careful though. Varsity still has some answers at their disposal. Sheldy looking to take down this purple buff, and it looks like they're able to secure it. So again, Nolan, Nightmare going without his purple buff.
Oh man, that is absolutely catastrophic. I feel like Nolan, he does need that blue buff in order to be quite effective. It's not the worst thing, right? Nolan can probably get one, like a quick kill, maybe onto the Ixia if he tries, but then that comes back to this Matilda, you know? If he can't hit the rifts coming in, you know, like onto the target, the Guiding Winds is going to be really hard to hit them.
Yeah, and right now they're doing such a great job. Matilda zoning out the rest of the team, while at the top, Sheldy going to go ahead, take them down to their last high grounds on the back line, looking for a kill onto Yunhei. Cookie decides against it, taking a bunch of glooms to the face. Now going to give chase, while the rest of Bring Out Madness looking to push their advantage on to the varsity high grounds. Out comes the full barrage. Pent looking for a divine judgment. He can't find it, gets taken out by Sheldy. On the backside, Stamina is going to go down as well to Leo Lay. Minions crashing at all corners of the map for Varsity. Sheldy getting via low. Filipino Kid looking for an answer, and Immortality activated for Sheldy.
Oh, the Guiding Winds almost enough to save that Immortality. You know, Immortality, the pivotal sort of item that defines the hero, being able to have like pretty much effectively 4 lives with that item. But yeah, unfortunately, it got popped. Looking towards this high ground fight, though, it's not going to be the easiest thing, right? You know, you got the final slash and that divine judgment pick-off potential that Team S can use. However, I feel like the heroes coming in from BOM should be enough to breach it once it comes to those Lord pushes.
I mean, right now, Filipino Kid, no deaths. So still, I want to say they still have some potential there for him to kind of be able to find himself a play, get to the back line, spray them down while the rest of them kind of come in for the rest of the damage. What I'm missing for Varsity right now is the setting potential. I mean, I know Nightmare is down. Nightmare has 2 deaths. He really wasn't able to take off as the Nolan. So as an assassin, you're going to have problems. All right, so we set him to the to start split pushing, create that pressure in some of those other lanes. But we still need to get some of those sets. We've seen Stamina land it. We've seen him be able to kind of capitalize on it. It's just the fact that there's a lot that's going on here. We're looking out for Cookie because we want to get that Divine Judgment onto him. Now we have to watch out for Yaz Russell, who's going to be our backline diver to get to them. And I think that's been the big thing here as we move into the mid and late game. The damage coming out from the full barrage, I don't think we have an answer for.
Okay, we're gonna see. There it is, Lord coming out. I mean, it's the enhanced Lord that they might need in order to successfully reach that high ground. As we're gonna see, it's gonna be Russell starting it up so far. Pent gonna be patient as ever when it comes to these Divine Judgments.
Yeah, I mean, Lord down to about 10% here. Right now, Varsity realize what part they're in right now. Oh, actually, in the back line, real deep with that circling eagle. Thankfully, I want to say Fishball decided against it. More of a distraction for the side of Varsity there. Is going to go ahead, dash them away to safety. Now we have a 4v5 happening here at the purple buff. Full barrage is out. Nobody can stop it. Nobody can get to the back line. So they're going to have to get away. Leo comes in from the side, finds a kill. Pet is in trouble. In comes a last Insanity looking for a kill, and they do not find it, but oh no. Stamina gets hooked in. Might be the end for the XP lane of Varsity. Just 3 members left for Varsity. Bring out the madness is bringing the heat. Looking to end this right now. Putting the damage onto the core. 50% right now. Down goes Filipino Kid. And that's going to be a wrap. Bring out madness. Have tied it up with UHE Varsity X.
Oh man, I'm looking at a different team right now. That was kind of a stomp in my opinion. I mean, they were coming in with some seriously good plays in that game. This Matilda definitely were completely getting the MVP as well on top of that. You know, they were baiting it the pick for them. They were like, yep, we'll take it. We'll take that hero straight away. It opened up so many opportunities for that X-Borg. Like just in that last fight, we saw the X-Borg going straight away in, flying those Matilda airlines and getting a really nice last Insanity.
I really enjoy the amount of solutions that Bring Out Madness came with here. You had the Matilda for a lot of the regen, the team support, and the mobility. And then we were able to start the early game with that swan song to take out Nightmare, take out another member of Varsity. However, they were able to answer back immediately with the Divine Judgment. But before we could continue with more Divine Judgments and answer to the swan song, that's when Yaz Russell started coming along. Full barrage, able to lay out a ton of damage onto Varsity, and they had no answer. They had no way to get to the back line. Potentially, you have Pent needing to make a decision. Do I wait for the swan song? Do I try to flicker back to grab Yaz Russell? We just didn't have an answer for it.
And then Nolan, man, he had a rough game. He was getting locked out of his blue buff the whole time, pretty much, he just was not able to kill anyone. You know, the Matilda was saving people all the time with those, with that guiding winds on top of the flask of the Oasis. It was not an easy game for the Nolan to sort of pop off, as we usually see the Nolans do. This hero is extremely strong in the right hands. It was just not a right game for him.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. We were very questionable seeing the X-Borg out there, but I mean, he was doing a great job. Even I want to say in the early game, out rotating Nolan a little bit, especially when it came to kind of sweeping through the jungle, getting in place for these objectives as well, which is kind of I want to say the soft spot that a lot of assassins have when it comes to these objective fights. They can't hang out there like the fighters, like the tanks. They can't just hang out, wait for a time to retribution. They kind of depend on their team to get that vision for them. Then they decide when they're gonna dash in, get that retribution, dash away, hopefully without taking any damage, hopefully without getting CC'd. And it's just this game that I want to say is just more complicated for the assassin. A lot of boxes they have to check to do it successfully, rather than a fighter or especially like X-Borg, who can just sit there getting all his sustain there while he's hitting the turtle with his fire and everything like that. So I want to say great plan there and execution by Bring Out Madness.
Yeah, I want to go back to a conversation. I remember watching a stream between you. You were streaming for another one of these Hawaiian games here is that the ping does make a difference. I believe they're playing on North American servers here, so it's not going to be the easiest time playing these high mobility assassins that really require you to be pitch perfect in these sort of approaches when coming in for the kills. And Nolan is one of those heroes, right? You know, having quite a high ping means a death in a lot of situations, in a lot of close calls.
Yeah, it can be. I want to say North America's gotten a little better when it comes to the players have gotten a little bit more used to the ping. It does come into play. I'm hesitant to put it all on the MS or lag out there. I know it does have a little bit of a play. I'm sure maybe Nolan was not as crisp as he wanted to be, but as a whole, the composition that came out from BOM, I felt like attacked UHE attacked these objectives at different levels and different angles, more so than UHE's composition really came out. You were really, from UHE, you were really just looking to get that divine judgment, pull somebody back, burst them down. I don't really feel like there was any other initiation. I want to say there's not another initiation option for UHE in that last draft.
Oh yeah. That definitely makes a lot of sense when it comes to Pent. You know, he has to save that divine judgment for that swan song, because once that comes out, it shreds all of the HP bars of his team. But that means that there's not that much initiation, as he said, coming in, other than the final slash. But I feel like Stamina managed to get 1 and 2 good ones. But in that game in general, it was just not easy to sort of land that big, meaningful, impactful final slash.
Yeah, and then that was the interesting thing, especially once I was kind of looking for Stamina, looking for him to kind of set up. When he was playing Yuzong in the first game, he was kind of amazing at finding placement, finding angles, moving around the map, around those objectives to find the backside of where Bring Out Madness was, and then immediately diving in on top of them. I want to say here, he struggled a little bit more with that, with getting close enough to actually get those final slashes, which I want to say, like, that's what I was kind of expecting from this composition. We started off with the final slash, we put some damage on them. At some point, you're looking at the swan song to come out. That's when you can come in with Pent on that divine judgment to pull it out. But I want to say at this point, Bring Out the Madness was a lot more wary of their surroundings, a lot more paying attention to their map to make sure that he wasn't getting close enough to surprise them like he did in the first game.
Yeah. I feel like it was not easy whatsoever for that Arlot when it came. Like, he had to go for a full tank build as well, which I feel like is pretty good, right? Arlot is one of those heroes that holds the front line quite well when it comes to these tanky builds. But remember, they did change him, so now he doesn't have that heal on his second skill based off of his HP anymore. It's actually based off of his attack. So I feel like it was a bit of a, I don't know the right word. It was like a bit of a cope when it came to trying to frontline for his team, which they lacked a bit with that Kaja, not the tankiest hero known to man. So it can't really hold that front line. So it was up to Stamina to sort of come in with a more defensive approach in this game, rather than, as you said, that Yuzong.
Yeah, well, I mean, even with the changes right now, Arlot's still, I mean, he's still magnificent, even with all damage or all defensive items right now. Once he gets that, once he gets his stack onto you, he can start getting a lot of that health back and everything. But right now, we've seen him more as a utility. But I mean, the utility, it doesn't matter much if you're not able to kind of close the distance on the team to really be that type of usefulness. You're not really. I want to say from that composition, I wasn't really looking for Arlot to dish out damage. I wasn't looking for him to be the killer on the team or to get those last hits. I was looking for him to get the sets, to zoom around the map, to kind of close the distance on some of that backline, but he was never actually able to do that. And then, of course, now, like we were talking about, he was doing all of that in the midst of a swan song, the CC that was coming out from all of them. He just was never able to take off.
What I would have liked to see for sure was maybe taking off a bit of the pressure from Pent, using that knock up from the final slash. It counts as a knock up, as I said, to cancel the swan song a bit more. So maybe a bit more patience from from the Arlott coming and giving Pent a bit more opportunities to maybe get rid of that Matilda, for example. Like that Matilda was a serious pain in the bum when it came for a Team X to sort of deal with. As we've seen in the game off the game, the Flask of the Oasis, as well as the mobility it provides, is just so impossible to play through sometimes. And taking rid of it, it's just like,
I was about to say that's we're harping on stamina right now, but there wasn't much. There wasn't much of an answer with the Matilda on the enemy team. No matter where you engage, no matter how you close out, even if he played the perfect game, was able to close the distance on him, you've still got a Matilda there. The entirety of the team can readjust at a moment's notice during some of those fights there. Then you're dealing with the Flask of the Oasis, the shield you get from that, the shield you get from the Guiding Wind. It was well more, and I expect to see Matilda not make it through the next few drafts.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a sort of a similar situation with the Lilia as well compared to the Nolan. Her sort of a damage comes from people staying a bit still. And the Matilda offsets that a lot. It maneuvers her team around, and it makes sure that the Lilia does not provide that damage output as we've seen. Anyway, we're going to get straight into the third game coming in between these two teams. There's a lot to change. There's a lot to keep the same. Are we going to see that Matilda ban finally coming out, or will we not?
We'll see. Ixia getting banned out there. That's interesting. I've talked about this in other matches. For some reason, in North America, we have this huge priority onto the Ixia. I feel like she's an all right marksman, but she's got some obvious holes in her plan. She has low mobility. She's easily gankable because she has to stand still. And I feel like a lot of teams, for some reason, rather just ban her out than picking those teams or picking those types of, especially when it comes to the XP lane that can close the distance, that can get the sets, to be able to kind of close her down. Much rather just ban her out. And I feel like this is going to kind of take us to emotion. We're going to have something out there that we don't want, especially because I want to say our last bans, it was between Matilda and Masha. So, we're going to see if that's going to kind of continue, and we're going to have one of those picks that this team is going to have to deal with.
Okay, and then there's also that Angela, man. This here is not going to see the light of day in this best of 3 series. Going to be banned out straight away as well. Barrett's as well. Going to stay with that Barrett's ban. Forcing Sheldy into another one of those situations where he has to pick maybe a damaged jungler. Made the sort of thing with the X-Borg, and it worked pretty well, as we're going to finally see that Matilda being banned out. This is going to change a lot of what both teams want to do in this game.
Yeah, and right now we're going to kind of keep open. We've seen the CCs were banned out there. Masha was banned out there. What are we going to be putting out there and potentially giving to the enemy here? I know Varsity kind of thinking on that right now. One thing I haven't seen a lot of is the Roger pickup. Maybe something like you were talking about, a problem with the MS, a problem with the lag. I want to say Roger does take a little bit of a steady hand. Oh, we're going to go ahead and take Masha off there. Like I said, I'm sad that I don't get to see her, but I understand why right now, because she is an absolute menace when it comes to the mid and late game right now that you just don't even want to deal with. And Yuzong going to be taken off there for the side of Bring Out Madness.
Right. Oh, that's a good ban, man. I feel like last game proved that stamina. He wants to go for those attack sort of XP laners right there. And BOM understand that as well. They're going to take that comfort straight away, banning out that Yu Zhong. I feel like there's one hero that's missing from the ban list, and that's CC. Are we going to see that being picked up straight away? I feel like it is a pretty good hero to start a draft with.
Yeah, I was just wondering that too. I'm like, CC's out there right now. You can have a CC versus Arlott at the moment. CC has a great, I want to say 1v1 in her XP lane. When it comes to the team fights, she's able to kind of get to that back line very quickly, burst down people before they're even before they're even able to respond. But we're going to go ahead, answer it with Minotaur. We're going to have the regen ability that we used to have with Matilda, combined with the Flask of the Oasis, combined with a setting potential for your team with that Minoan Fury as well. We're going to see what we answer here for the side of Bring Out Madness.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a good shout. That's sort of what makes Minotaur really good compared to, let's say, Tigreal or Atlas, is that he provides those sets, but he also provides that Flask of the Oasis healing, as we're gonna, Lele gonna lock in that X-Borg, as we've been seeing. It's been doing pretty well in both of the games we've seen so far. As Moskov, I've actually heard that Moskov is a pretty good hero these days.
He's all right. There are some places where he shines, especially his mobility around the map. You can throw that Spear of Vengeance anywhere now, and as long as it connects onto somebody, boom, he's right in the fight. But that can kind of make it a little bit of a sitting duck. As soon as that spear connects, everybody's just waiting for him to pop out. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. And as we discussed, CC going to get scooped up very quickly by the side of Varsity. And I think here we're going to find out why Melissa was on the ban for that second game here. Bring Out Madness going to go ahead and scoop that up very quickly.
I believe I saw in the previous sort of match settlements is that this Melissa is scary, man. They like picking her up pretty often, and it seems to have a pretty good win rate. So yeah, as you said, keen to see why exactly in action this hero is banned out. As we're going to see a Clint, and that's an interesting pick. I don't see that one too often.
Yeah, very interesting here. I mean, once you start getting to that mid-game, he's got a lot of damage. He can burst down that Faraga armor. It doesn't matter about the shield that's going to come out from Yaz, because he can pretty much burst that down as well. But I want to say Clint, his normal range without his passive ability, every single time you use an ability, his next auto attack is going to be supercharged, more damage, more range. But his normal standard auto attacks are very short, very small distance that he has. And he's going to get zoned out a lot by this Melissa.
Oh, there it is. That big rock coming in from Fishball. I quite like this pick a lot. It sort of cancels out that Minoan Fury a bit, you know, with that CC immunity. I'm a little bit concerned of its matchup against CC, though. I feel like CC is a hero that can capitalize quite easily off of this big rock standing in her face. I believe the Curtain Call will still lock him down, even through his CC immunity. We'll have to find out, actually.
Yeah, the one thing I really love about Grok is he's got the clearing speed, and he's got the potential of his rotations with the mage. Right away, he can kind of come in. He's got he can close the distance very quickly. The mage just comes in with a little CC, a little bit of damage. Grok comes in, a little bit more damage, cuts off their escape with a wall as well. So I mean, especially in the early game, I want to see Bring Out Madness really utilize this Grok if they want to be successful, especially if they're trying to set up that late game by bringing in a very strong early game with this Grok.
Okay, we're going to still look for a jungler. Martis banned out. So there's a few options. We still got the Fredrin. I mean, we're going to see some more bans around, actually. We're going to have a Ruby taken out. This maybe is sort of a ban that's sort of operating in the fact that they may be looking for an assassin this time. You know, Ruby is one of those heroes that locks down the assassin, making the sort of peeling for your marksmen to like, keep them sort of safe. So far, Grok sort of does that, but not too efficiently. They might be expecting that X-Borg is also an XP laner, so they're sort of setting up themselves with that Ruby ban.
Yeah, it provides a lot of CC there. She does take a little bit of time to get those items before she actually really becomes that tanky, monstrous threat. A lot of early game being taken out there by Bring Out Madness, which is interesting. I'm actually confused. The Martis, taking out the Martis tells me like you have an early, you have the potential of you want to pick up an early game burst and you don't want it to be matched out. Maybe a Nolan, maybe something else that's very fast is the Boxia goes very fast. But then you take out the Lilia, and I want to say like she counters those slow tanky ones that not really the burst ones that can move around the map very fast, but those slow tanky heroes that are they're going to get bursted down and slowed down by her glooms. So kind of coming at, I want to say Bring Out Madness, kind of coming out here at different, blocking out different angles from the side of Varsity.
Oh, there it is. That's that cookie ban on top as well. That Faramis is another one of those heroes we haven't seen too much. I don't know if it was banned in the second game, but it was definitely banned in the first. So no options there. Odette's still open here, although Manoa Fury does deal with it. So it might not be the easiest pick to pick up here. There's a few other options. Let's say the Lua Yi, although I'm not too sure about that one either.
Lu Yi, it really kind of depends. The big thing about Grok too is his ability not to get CC'd. The little bit of shield he gets once he's holding his first ability and he's walking next to a wall. That's but even if you do that, he's kind of a lightning rod for somebody like Lu Yi. Is he's gonna try to get up in front. Lu Yi's gonna get the splash damage off of him, be able to connect some of those yin yangs. We're gonna see where we go here. We've set up a very tanky line, akin to the first game we saw from Bring Out Madness.
For sure. And now Sheldy has access to that tank jungler. He's going to be probably doing a pretty decent job. I'm a bit concerned of his matchup into the CC. I don't really know the matchup too well, but I believe that the CC taking advantage of that high HP pool is going to be advantageous to stamina. I feel like he's going to have a pretty good matchup. You know, that CC sort of acts as that pseudo X-Borg in these sort of situations. Nightmare now looking for that jungler. I wonder how he's going to approach this.
Yeah, that's I was about to say. I mean, we're looking at. I assume it's going to be Leo Lei who's going to be going up against CC here. And I want to say CC can kind of run circles around there. And Nightmare's going to pick up pretty mobile. And I want to say expansive hero here. You can go with the full damage. You can also go with a more support CC based tankier role when it comes to Gwen as well. You can get that Violet Requiem onto them. It's not going to kill them, but it's going to hold them still long enough for a lot of your damage to come out in the form of a meteor shower, in the form of the grenade projectiles from Clint as well.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that is going to probably be the damage variant of this Guinevere. I feel like the not the damage, the tank, excuse me. I was looking at the other way around. I feel like they have enough damage for this tank variant of the Guinevere to work. You know, you've got that Clint for the long range sort of damage to be able to efficiently provide damage inside that Requiem, and the Changi as well does the exact same thing. And I'm also going to see that Kagura. That's a hero we don't see too often. I feel like Cookie is definitely that person to pick it up.
Yeah, the Kagura hasn't seen much showtime just because of a lot of the early game CC heavy meta we've seen in the mid lane right now. I mean, she still brings a lot, especially when it comes to the marksman or the squishier heroes. You can get that ultimate locked on, burst them down, but it does take her a little bit of time. She's going to need a few items there as well. And I want to say her clear in mid. It's pretty long. We've got it's going to be a best of 5 here, ladies and gentlemen. Both UHE and Bring Out Madness sitting at 1 game apiece here, looking to get themselves an advantage going into this best of 5.
Oh man. Okay, here it is. We can quickly going back to that Grok, to that Kagura. The Grok is going to be able to help out just a smidge when it comes to that Glenclear. So I feel like Cookie has a decently game setup here. Anyway, going straight into game 3, as you said, I'm going to see this how they're going to be able to do it this time.
Yeah, it's but right now, I mean, we got a pretty standard start from both of them. I'm waiting to see how fast Nightmare's already cleared his jungle there. Sheldy's going to be just a little late to the party. Oh, already a spatial migration landing onto Fishball. He's going to go ahead and negate some of that damage. Yunhei lands onto Cookie, puts some damage on. So both, I want to say, both confidence coming out from Bring Out Madness and Varsity as they press their advantage at mid lane. Big spatial migration comes out. Flicker coming out from Fishball really early.
I feel like the spatial migration is going to be a pivotal part, as we've seen already twice. You know, Nightmare being quite active with that ability. I feel like it's quite a nice ability to sort of catch Fishball while he's outside of that first skill of his. So feel like it's definitely an impactful pick. Also can sort of lock down Russell before he gets off that go away. So it's going to be up to Nightmare probably in this game.
Yeah, right now, I mean, a little bit of respect at both 1-1 apiece. A little bit of pressure put on here at the gold lane right now. 24 seconds left for the first turtle.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I feel like both junglers, they're not going to have a rough time when it comes to getting that level 4. It's going to be both on that train. Leo Lei getting a bit pressured here. They might want to try and take his Faraga off. Nightmare actually committing the Violet Requiem. Not going to have that for the turtle fight.
Yeah, not gonna have the Violet Requiem, but we're also not gonna have the Flicker for Leo Lei, so which helps him close the distance with that last Insanity. Right now it's 2v2 here. Bring Out Madness, better position at this turtle than Varsity. Fishbowl coming in, damage down to about 10% on the Lord from the backside. Stamina coming in, pop up onto Sheldy. Last Insanity comes out. Nightmare finds himself a Retribution. Yunhei finds 2 kills, and Fishbowl looking for the escape right now. Varsity walking away with a turtle and 2 kills over Bring Out Madness.
Well, yeah, that is exactly that early game we were talking about. They're going to try and keep up that pressure. Fredrin is a pretty decent hero to sort of counteract it a bit, but they were really doing a great job of focusing him down, not letting him have that Appraiser's Wrath ready to secure that turtle with, as well as that first skill, of course. So they're starting off pretty strong.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing for me right now is there's a lot of CC, there's a lot of tools to answer Bring Out Madness at these objectives to really thwart Bring Out Madness getting that Retribution off. Even if Nightmare misses the spatial migration, you have Minotaur's Minoan Fury that will pop him up, which will allow him, again, Nightmare to come in with that Violet Requiem as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Bring Out Madness can combat a lot of the pop-ups coming from Varsity.
Okay, here we're going to see Fishbowl keeping Russell nice and safe from Pent and Filipino Kid. I feel like Melissa is... This top lane is a bit stagnant when it comes to sort of kills. Oh, we're going to see in the mid lane here. Cookie getting quite low. And here the last Insanity will take out Yunhei. Wild Charge is going to catch Nightmare, but I don't think they have enough damage. He's going to get away with the spatial migration.
Ooh, I want to say great map awareness from Bring Out Madness. You see from the backline, Yunhei comes in with a meteor shower, decides against it, tries to get an escape, but Leo Lei is there to cut off the escape, find a kill, and put themselves on the board.
We're going to see that river movement speed once again. Is anyone going to take advantage of that? It's going to be Fishbowl zooming across that river. So far, they want to try and clear the mid lane so Kagura is free, as Fishbowl is going to meet Pent right in the center.
Yeah, I mean, right now, good placement from all of them. 3v3 here at mid. Nobody with the real advantage. Sheldy's going to go in, puts on the damage to taunt, or on to Pence, now working on this turtle, looking for a little bit of a bait. I got stamina, joins the fight up at the bottom. Here's the thing right now, Cookie looking for an answer. I don't really see too much that she's going to be able to do just yet. Wall comes out with the wild charge. I got stamina, is going to back off a bit. Leo Lei laying on some of that suppressive fire. I got stamina coming around the back. Faraga armor gets bursted down. Big pop-up lands with the Violet Requiem. I got stamina, finds a kill onto Leo Lei, while Nightmare finds a kill onto Sheldy. Fishbowl, not long for this world, getting bursted down. Yeah, gets bursted down. Finally brought down by stamina. All the while, Nightmare is working on this turtle.
Oh man, that is a disgusting combo coming in. The curtain call locking them two together, and then Nightmare has an easy time just getting that spatial migration with a beautiful Violet Requiem to finish it off. That was the sort of nail in the coffin when it came to that fight.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem I was just talking about. It's kind of the synergy with this. Oh, going to flicker on the Yaz Russell. The rest of Bring Out Madness coming in. Wild Charge connects. Out comes the Umbrella with a yin-yang overturn. I got stamina. Finds a kill onto Leo Lei. They're turning this around. Filipino Kid fighting for his life. Yunhei finds a kill onto Sheldy. And just like that, Bring Out Madness get that gank turned around on them.
Oh man, that Appraiser's Wrath would have just like changed the fight. He was on like no HP, but you just got taken down just in the nick of time. He was so close to getting out of there, but now his game is starting to look really rough. He's the 0-3 at the moment, so he's gonna have to try and find an avenue in order to come back. Cookie also getting quite low. That new aspirant skin, I mean, look at that, sound effects are pretty cool.
I just want to say, they can't even find an answer, even when they think they have a gank in their side of the map. Varsity just able to close the distance so quickly onto them, turn it around to the point where now they start losing members there. Now it's 8-1 right now, and Bring Out Madness quickly losing ground.
Oh yeah, they are definitely exactly that. They're losing ground, you know, losing access to a little bit of what they have in the jungle, especially since Sheldy, he's having quite a rough time here. He's got 2 levels down from the enemy jungler, so he can't really contest these turtle fights as well as a Fredrin can, but he is still a Fredrin, you know, that Appraiser's Wrath as well as that first skill should be able to sort of help him out in these 50-50s. However, the overwhelming team fight that at the moment that Team X have is a bit difficult to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, right now, especially for Bring Out Madness, I don't really think we have too much answers for the early game right now. And Varsity and Nightmare, Varsity and, yeah, they're just really taking advantage of that right now. You can see BOM fighting even for their purple buff right now, not able to close the distance to even get close to this next objective.
All right, we're gonna see, a bit of a fight here. Wild Charge does land onto 2. The Meteor Shower just blowing up that Grok. He's got no chance against that.
Yeah, and unfortunately there, I mean, Fishball basically got caught. And then he panicked, threw down a wall, tried to use his Wild Charge. But, I mean, there was no scenario there where he came out on top because he got caught out. His team wasn't even in a position to help out after that Wild Charge. Look at Cookie being bursted down by Filipino Kid on this clit here in mid lane right now. Left to their tier 2 towers, just missing a spatial migration is Nightmare. Doesn't have the Wild Charge. That is unfortunate as Fishbowl getting bursted down by the Meteor Shower. In comes Stamina to dive under the turret to find the finishing blow onto Fishball. Nightmare, a big pop-up comes in there. Sheldy is down and a flicker out by Leolay. Just 2 members left for Bring Out Madness.
Oh man, Team X, Varsity X are playing beautifully here. They're working around their strengths, you know, Stamina, he's playing that comfortable sort of offensive type XP laner. He's dumping around over walls on top of the heads of Bring Out Madness here. And on top of that, you know, you got Pent being nice and aggressive, you know, synergizing with Stamina's sort of play style here. So they're really sort of working together in order to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, no towers by Bring Out the Madness. 1 kill on their side. A 10K gold lead for Varsity right now. They're basically waiting for their opponents. Bring Out Madness waiting for their opponents to make a mistake here. Unfortunately for them, I mean, I don't even know. They just need to stop getting caught right now. Fishball needs to be a little bit more careful with where he is with his rotations. Because, I mean, they had a great wall during the last fight. It was just unfortunate that Fishball did not have his Wild Charge because he used it early defensively when he got caught by Varsity.
As we're going to see that Lord going to get melted so far. Going to be a nice 10-minute Lord here to work with. I mean, there's no tier 2 towers left. It's just going to be up to Bring Out the Madness to defend their base from this point on. Sheldy, he's sort of as people like to call the tank junglers at this point, definitely that meat shield now. It's going to be more up to Russell to do that damage output on top of Cookie to get those pickoffs.
Yeah, right now, I mean, we're looking at the stats right now. Stamina's sitting at 4-0-6 right now. Yunhei 4-1-3. And then when you're looking at the opposite kind of scores here right now, there's not even an answer in any of these lanes for the damage that they can bring out to potentially find a possible gank. Even right now, Leolay gets bursted down from his Faraga armor. Fishball's gonna have to use his flicker to get away from Yunhei's Meteor Shower. A little bit of positivity coming out here. They don't don't lose any of their high grounds just yet, as minion waves were not synced up by the side of Varsity. So it allowed Bring Out the Madness to just gather at mid, take down the Lord, and then quickly move to the side lanes to stop some of those minions as well.
Yep. It's okay. I mean, it's going to be that classic situation, as you said, you know, not having that lane equilibrium just yet to close out maybe a few towers. Oh, Pent. He's going to be finding Fishboy here. Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of an industry. Oh, man, look at that damage coming in from Filipino Kid onto Russell. He's going to have to walk straight back to base in order to walk that one off.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem with this composition, is that there just wasn't any early game pressure. Cookie needs to get very close as the Kagura to really do a lot of damage. And when you're behind like this, she becomes less and less useful because the risk of getting bursted down, especially by somebody like Filipino Kid, all they need is like one pop-up on the Cookie, and Filipino Kid's going to be able to burst them down.
All right, here it is. We're going into that sort of situation in the game where it is important maybe not to overextend too much into the red team's territory. They need to sort of maybe do some mechanics like, say, freezing lanes, which I think they are doing at the moment. You know, baiting out, Bring Out the Madness to come out of their base.
Yeah, I like that. You can see up at the top, I got Stamina taking a little nap inside that bush, just waiting for somebody to come out there. Doesn't really want to it's collecting passive gold up there as well while these minions are kind of coming up there. And Bring Out the Madness. They have no vision. They don't know, none of their jungle is safe right now. You can see Fishball doing the best he can. Pent isn't even afraid of him. He's just like, hey, yeah, I'm in this bush. What you gonna do about it?
Oh, yeah. Okay, taking a look at the items here real quick. I mean, Clint, he's going for that standard sort of true damage stacking ability with that Thunderbolt and that Endless Battle. You're going to really see that sort of pop off once he finishes off that Blade of Despair, synergized with that Endless Battle, of course. As now, going to have that Enhanced Lord. It's going to be sort of a key tool to breaking the defense.
Well, right here, too, is kind of like, what is our plan? Fishball's kind of looking in to get vision. Do we even really care at this moment? If we know that they're there at the Lord, maybe turn this into like a push on the opposite side of the lane instead of just kind of like poking in, poking out, not really doing anything. I mean, you know they're on the Lord. You're not going to be able to contest it, but we just kind of lingered in our jungle for a bit, not really having any type of like push forward.
Okay, here we're going to see Filipino Kid. He's going to start running down to that bottom lane to try and equalize the lanes a bit. Although I feel like the middle lane is a bit far forward, so it might be a bit difficult to sort of approach this with a perfectly equal lane. But it's going to be good enough, I believe. As here it is.
Yeah, you see the Lord kind of coming in here against 4 members. Bring Out the Madness, really trying to stop this Lord before it can get that charge into their tower. The tower, a well-placed wall comes out there for Fishball, but here comes the Lord's going to charge into the tower, going to bring it down to 25%. Rest of Varsity going to kind of start storming in here. Stamina getting the last hit on there. Filipino Kid finds another tower as well. That's going to be 2 high grounds down for the side of Bring Out Madness. Pent comes in with the Minoan Fury with the knock-up. That's going to be Sheldy down for the count. Out comes the last Insanity. Leo Lay doing the best he can to try to shut down this offense and push from the side of Varsity, trying to clear out the minions, fighting on their last leg here. Bring Out the Madness down to 50% health onto the core. Here comes a meteor shower raining damage onto the whole of Bring Out Madness. Minions in here right now, and that's going to be a wrap. Scooting just ahead with 1 victory. It's going to be UHE Varsity X.
Oh man, another great game. It was a sort of a situation again that they were looking a lot more comfortable on the picks there, especially Stamina. You know, he had that perfect sort of aggressive game, as well as Pent sort of backing him up, as I pointed out earlier. Yeah, I mean, that was a great game, like probably the stompiest game we've seen so far. 13-1 on the scoreboard. So it was very well played by Team X coming into this game 3.
Oh man, it was absolutely vengeful there coming from them. I want to say they taking vengeance for that loss they took for the last game, coming back with a vengeance. I mean, it was a 15-minute game, so not like one of the more faster ones. But when it comes to the score, 13-1, they dominated. They took their time. They were patient. They didn't really get too eager on some of their pushes, especially with some that I felt that maybe they could close down on the core earlier. They're like, no, we're gonna take our time. We'll wait till the next Lord, come in with that, and then close this up. A very well played game, a lot of CC, a lot of set potential on them, and then they had that early game to really help them out, which is where I feel like Bring Out Madness really suffered, is that early game, which we saw from the first game as well.
Yeah, and we also see that the Melissa, it's sort of struggled. Definitely saw the approach that it was coming from with its viability. Had the most amount of damage coming in at 34% of the team's entire damage. Not being able to close out the game, though, compared to that priority ban, the CC, though. I mean, that hero is pretty strong, man. I'll tell you that.
I have to wonder if the side of Bring Out Madness, if they don't like Vexana, if the
right.
there's I feel like a lot of these fights, a lot of these answers that we're looking for, Vexana, Nana really cover, especially when you've got Varsity jumping in with the spatial migration, with the Minoan Fury. It leaves them very susceptible. If you had a Vexana on your team, you lay down a ton of damage, a ton of CC, the Ancient Guardian comes out, you're able to punish. You're not just waiting to get set by Varsity, but you're able to reply with something yourself. Even with the Nana, you'll have the Molina Blitz, because I mean, when they come in, they're gonna have to stay still for a little bit. So it's interesting, some of the picks on the mage side for Bring Out Madness, and I feel like that's kind of hindering them a bit because they're lacking a lot of the CC, and I want to say the mage position, that mid position, really has a lot of options out there right now.
Mm-hmm. And I hear talking about mages, I hear like Kagura sort of struggles in these situations, you know? This is the hero that excels in sort of pick off potentials. And really, it was not easy to sort of get on top of a lot of the heroes that Varsity X had, you know? Like, for one, it's hard to get past this Minotaur, the CC, and the Guinevere. These are the targets you can't burst. Clint as well has really good options when it comes to escaping from it. And Changa as well just doesn't get close enough for you to sort of burst down. So the Kagura was definitely a bit of a not the greatest pick in this situation.
Well, yeah, there were just so many obstacles in the way. You brought it up. The Kagura does not have a great range. She needs to get a little bit closer. Then you're in the perfect opportunity for spatial migration, for the Minoan Fury as well. Sure, you could wait till the end, but that's why I was saying the difference between like a Vexana and a Nana. So even if you're so far back that you're not going to get caught, you see the Minoan Fury onto your team. You can try to go in with that yin yang overturn. It's not going to be doing enough damage or enough CC to that entire team to actually punish them for going in with that Minoan Fury, especially early game where Kagura kind of struggles. That's kind of I want to say another reason that she's kind of fallen out the meta is also her clearing speed in the lane. She's it takes her a little bit to kind of get through mid lane and rotate to some of those other outside lanes, which is kind of a mismatch for Grok, who can move very quickly out there. But now I'm here without my mage. I'm gonna try maybe to help out the jungler as well. It's a very interesting thing, and I just feel like UHE really excelled at kind of punishing that lack of early game, that lack of damage, with just an immense amount of CC and damage on their side.
Yeah, for sure. And there's another thing I want to talk about actually is this sort of the Grok. I feel like just based on the sort of logic, based on like Novaria, for example, increasing hitboxes, Grok probably has a pretty large hitbox, especially when he's charging up that first skill. Grok is like in this situation, he's meant to be absorbing this meteor shower. But if this Chang is so far ahead as she was, this meteor shower, that sort of extended hitbox is actually playing against him. He was being taken down so many times, like to 25% HP in a lot of the situations. And he had to get out, like, for example, commit his flicker just to get out of this thing. So that's a bit of an interesting interaction that maybe Yunhei sort of thought about in advance. And I was quite impressed by that.
Yeah, well, that's why you really kind of the prime the prime use of Grok is really in that early game. He clears out mid lane very quickly to help out your mid laner. You rotate, you get some kills, you start getting gold on your side for the Grok. You're able to rush a radiant armor because Grok, first of all, does not come with any stock magic defense. Also, his passive where he gets, I want to say, where he gets defense for the physical items he has, he only gets physical defense for that as well. And then if I remember correctly, the buffs he gets when he's near a wall don't include magical defense either. So you're really looking to rush a radiant armor, rush an Athena's shield. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make a lot out of that early game. So already when Chang'e came online with the meteor shower, I mean, he was already behind. He was already eating that. He's just like, all right. and now you have a tank that's afraid to tank for you because he's getting blasted down so quickly.
Exactly that, man. And we're going to see that Guinevere coming out as well. That's been the hero that's been in the meta for quite a while. Sort of fallen out of favor just a little bit. But really, as we were talking about earlier, that combination with that curtain call was absolutely such a menace. Locking down two heroes together gives that perfect opportunity for that spatial migration into that Violet Requiem combo, which I feel like was a very pivotal sort of team fight, sort of combo that they needed to get every single one of those retribution battles in most of the games.
Yeah, it was amazing. I knew it as soon as I saw the Minotaur plus a Gwen out there. All you need,
that
you
combo
really.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, you all you needed really was to land one bit of CC. Then you've got the opportunity for Gwen to come in and find and really punish UHE for that. I feel like here for Bring Out Madness, we got to remember North America, there's a joke going out right now. It's basically drink water, ban Matilda. Remember that. Keep Matilda off the board, and we gotta really synergize with a complete draft. We got some boxes we want to check. Tankiness, CC, early game, and damage. Those are the big things you want to check with your composition. I want to say with the start, if we're talking like compositions 101, that's what we're looking for. And if we leave one of those open, we have the potential to really kind of get run over by a lot of teams.
Yeah, and then they're going to do exactly that. It was a bit of a mind game between these two teams. Who's going to ban out the Matilda? It's going to be one of us that's going to have to spend the ban on it. This time it's going to be UHE taking the bullet. They're not going to let Fishball have that opportunity, as well as some pretty standard bans we've seen so far between these two teams. It's going to be that Yuzhong and the Angela, unfortunately still not making it into the light of day whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be up to them to sort of to find some new avenues to come into this game.
Well, with what we've been seeing, I'm looking for we're going to need to have an answer for the Minotaur. Either we're going to ban it out, leave something open, or well, actually bring out the madness. You're going to be able to pick up the Minotaur here, and without the Matilda out on the field, you're not really going to have an answer for the Flask of the Oasis, the healing, the shield you get from it there. So we'll see if this kind of turns it around for them now that they're going to have first pick. But I mean, first pick always for me, I kind of loathe the first pick because I feel like you get that one pick, but now you're waiting for the reply of two picks from the enemy team.
Oh yeah, that is very, very true. Yeah, and especially in a meta where there isn't a singularly defined best first pick, especially with a lot of those specific heroes being banned out most of the time. For example, we're going to see that, for example, that CC as well being taken out. But yeah, it's the second pick I feel like is quite strong in this specific sort of matchup.
Yeah, we'll see how well it goes here. I mean, last time Varsity went ahead, focused on that Minotaur. This time we're gonna see what Bring Out the Madness comes out. Maybe they focus on a mid lane. Maybe we get Vex. I'm crazy right now when I'm seeing that that Vexana is not being banned or picked here because I feel like she's so strong. I don't know if there was like a gentleman's handshake from both of these teams where they're just like, no Vexana, no Vexana. All right. But like I feel like she's so strong, the amount of CC she provides. We're gonna take Ixia out again instead of like okay, we're gonna see what we kind of come up with here and what Bring Out Madness gonna go with first with their first pick.
That's another hero I want to talk about as well when it comes to the handshake analogy you made, was the Diggy. You know, that's a hero that traditionally counters the Minotaur. And like in game one, I believe that one of the teams were banning on Atlas and Tigreal. You know, if you want to have that sort of game plan, Diggy's worth an option in your strategy, I feel like. I don't know if he's had any nerfs recently that they're not sort of trying to pick him up, but you know, it's an option.
The problem with Diggy is there's a lot of burst potential to handle him right now. Yep, they're gonna go with the Minotaur. So they're gonna because you have Matilda banned, Minotaur is a little bit of a smart pickup here when it comes to kind of the CC, the health you're gonna get, the Flask of the Oasis. I'm gonna see what we can kind of counter it out with here, especially because I like this because it sets up more for your objective fights. It sets up more for you to be able to kind of have an answer for the enemy team. Usually, I want to say traditionally, depending on how scared you are, if you don't like that they have that setting potential, you could pick up a Vex or a Valentina. So now you have the same thing. Speaking of which, speaking of Valentina, with what she counters, Faramis is actually still out on the board as well.
Ooh, that's an interesting pick right there. It's going to be the Atlas. Going to have some cool sets maybe coming in from Pent here. Obviously, locked. That's going to be the Diggy sort of option, but that's going to be negated by the fact they've already picked up Minotaur. And there it is. As you said, we're going to see that Faramis coming out from Cookie. That's been banned out quite often in these situations. And I feel like if Cookie, you know, can now go for the two options, either the Purified to maybe come inside into the Fatal Links to sort of dissuade it with the Netherrealm, or can stand behind, you know, with the Flicker, wait for it to happen, and then jump in the right situation as well.
Yeah, it's we've got an immense amount of CC. We've got a lot of regen, or I want to say staying power from Bring Out Madness, especially with that Nether Realm out there. We're just missing, I want to say, Faramis has a little bit of raw damage out there, but I want to say we're looking kind of with, we're probably, I don't know, now that I think about it, Bring Out Madness has been really, they've been fine with drafting like 3 tanky heroes, so I wouldn't be surprised if they draft another tanky jungler here. I would really be looking for a little bit more damage from them. I'm expecting to see some Purifies out there, especially with this Atlas.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting some crazy stuff. I'll tell you now from this Atlas. Pent has been playing pretty well with these setting tanks. I feel like I feel like Kaja could have been pretty good here as well, you know, to maybe sort of focus down cancel the Gnome Fury. That's one of the options he could have done, but you know, the Atlas is still pretty good. As we're going to see that pick coming out as well, it's going to be that Melissa. Now in the hands of Filipino Kid. I can't remember if he was the one who picked it up first compared to Russell. I believe it was Russell playing it first. So now it's going to see how Filipino Kid handles that hero.
They really like their Melissas in the islands here, Hawaii. So I mean, we'll see how well she does. I didn't see much of she wasn't really a game changer or something that really kind of held up Bring Out Madness in the last game. We'll see if maybe they have a little bit more confidence with it here with UHEX. We're seeing the bans out here. We're taking out those big tanky ones. So obviously, I want to say Varsity's considering that tankiness that Bring Out Madness likes to go with. They're going to take out the Barats. And then that Lilia coming off the board for the side of Bring Out Madness.
Oh yeah, the Lilia has been a pretty prominent ban in these situations. I feel like that's definitely a hero that's classically used to counter the Netherrealm. You know, that big amount of burst damage in an area is just such a problem when it comes to the Netherrealm. And then again, now we're going to see the Fredrin being taken down. I can't say that Sheldy had the best time on that hero last time. I feel like it was probably a bit of a comfort pick. So they're going to take off that option as well.
Ooh, so right now, especially for the side of Bring Out Madness, there are some potentials out there right now. If you don't want to go with the tankier side, you've got a Martis out there that can come out, and especially Martis, he's got the Mortal Coil, so you don't really have to be too afraid of those Fatal Links coming out from Pent when it comes to some of those objectives out there. You've got, you've got other options, especially for the early game. And I keep on beating a dead horse, but I'm just like early game. Bring Out Madness, early game. Please get some early game. And Martis is like, I want to say what I would go for some type of early game here to kind of hold me up for the through this match.
Yeah, I mean, Martis is a hero that can also, one of those heroes that comes through that go away coming in from Matilda, can sort of cut through with that CC immunity. Some interesting hovers coming in from Stamina. Oh, there it is. All right. Finally, breaking breaking the stalemate with that hero. Yeah.
And that's why I said, like, so it's gonna be very interesting, and I like this. I don't mind this much at all. We've got some early game from them. We've got a lot of damage that can be coming out, and you've got, especially with the CC from Leo Lei, from Fishball, the damage that can come out from Cookie. We've got a way to protect Nolan in his jungle, especially in that early game rotations where he's so prone to getting to getting his buffs and his jungle refused to him. Martis, not a bad option here. Whoa. I mean, where are we putting Martis? That's my question. Where are we putting? If he's in the XP lane, I'm like, if we're putting him in the jungle position, I want to say that that's a good little flexibility here from Varsity. But it does look like he's gonna go into the. He's going into the. He's just switched it up. I like this. They played on the flexibility of the X-Borg, and you're gonna have Martis to facilitate and help out the early game to hopefully match out the Nolan.
Okay, I think I read on the Mobile Legends wiki once that the Martis can use the Decimate on Netherrealm targets, and it will reset the cooldown. I don't know if many people know that. That's why we never see it coming out. But I think that's how it works. So maybe he'll bust it out. Maybe get surprised that it reset on all the Netherrealm targets. So we're going to see that guy jumping all like a rabbit.
That will be interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen or attempted a decimation on a target that has Netherrealm, and then it's supposed to reset the decimation.
I read that on the wiki, just randomly.
We'll see. Let's see, maybe it was patched up a little bit ago without us knowing here. But ladies and gentlemen, Bring Out Madness fighting for their survival in the lower bracket right now against Varsity. Varsity is at game point.
Oh man, it is gonna be pretty intense. Oh, look at that skin from Vexana. I feel that's a new kind of skin. I thought I saw the preview of the skin. I haven't seen it in action, so this is going to be a first time seeing it coming out here. And talking about the Vexana itself, we're going to finally see it coming out. Sort of, I like to think of it as it's going to help out the Martis quite a lot, right? Because Martis finishes off targets quite well, and it's going to help to activate that passive mark that happens. Oh, Yunhei taking quite a lot of damage here.
Yeah, a beautiful Shadow Stampede coming out from Cookie. Pushes back Yunhei, and G-Take is going to have to flicker back and go home.
Okay, and that's another interesting hero we haven't talked about too much. It's going to be that Popol and Cooper on the gold lane here coming in from Russell. I believe I saw it once not so long ago when they cast it with it versus another team. It does pretty well, actually. I quite like the way he uses it. It adds another one of that front line that maybe, that Paint is going to have to get through in order to use those Fatal Links quite effectively.
Well, it really depends on how we're utilizing the Popol and Koopa. I feel like Melissa and Popol really shine at different opportunities. Popol can burst down a tower very quickly, especially when it comes to single target. He absolutely shines. Filipino Kid on the Melissa's going to shine with, I want to say, when there's multiple targets out there. If she sets her puppet up right in between three members, she's going to be able to spray and spread out that damage to a lot of members of Bring Out Madness, especially when it comes to the team fight. So it's going to be who can set up their marksman better.
Okay, once again, Sheldy, he's going to go for the blue buff first, so he's not going to have access to that blue buff during this turtle fight, although he is a pretty solid lead in front of it. Experience here. Pent, quite a lot of damage.
I know he was being patient there, but you went onto a tank to try to burst that down when, I mean, maybe be a little bit more patient. That's not really going to surprise Pent there. Actually, they're bursting it down. I got Stamina coming here from the side, looking to help out, but it's not going to stop Sheldy. They do find a kill onto Fishball, though. That's going to be a first blood coming in for Varsity right now. We had the last Insanity out. Comes the Nether Realm. Cookie, great support there, able to, and a nice little Shadow Stampede there to pull back Nightmare.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see Cookie coming in with that signature Faramis. I'm very keen to see if those Nether Realms coming in. Oh, a big solo kill coming in from Russell on the top here. I don't think you see that too often in a Melissa lane.
Well, that was very quick. I mean, the camera guy couldn't even catch it. Yaz, I saw him kind of come. I saw the distance that Yaz had on the mini map, and he closed it so quickly, and then poof, a Filipino kid snapped out of existence there. A good play there by the, and I want to say this is going to provide some more pressure for Bring Out the Madness, as now they're going to have to start putting some pressure onto this gold lane. They're going to need to start dedicating members there. It's going to allow Sheldy, I want to say, a little bit more relaxation when it comes to rotating around the map as well.
All right, looking at the sort of drop once again, we've been seeing a bit of a pattern when it comes to Stamina with how he approaches the game. He likes those more aggressive XP laners. I feel like Xborg does fit the bill in sort of that sort of situation. However, it does need a bit of time to come online.
Right now, I want to say finding a little bit of trouble from Bring Out the Madness, especially on the Nolan. Not really finding a lot of the pickoffs. The first one, it was on a tank. I saw a second one, went for the mage and wasn't able to capitalize that. Yunhei goes ahead and picks a fight that she could not finish. Out comes the Nether Realm as well. Go away is out for Filipino Kid, and the dog is getting some nom-noms out there. Eternal Guardian on the back line, the little mini lord there, fending off the whole of Bring Out Madness.
Oh man, yeah, at least she managed to get the mini lord off. That sort of did a little bit of help when it came with that. But as we're gonna see that interaction between the Netherrealm and the Fatal Links. It just nullifies anything that sort of the Fatal Links achieves at all. So as long as that comes out at the right time, Pent's gonna have a hard time.
Ooh, in comes Pent, but he doesn't have the Fatal Link, so they weren't really afraid. Sheldy able to still get that Retribution out there, having a great game right now. I was actually worried because we're not really getting the ganks from Sheldy, but the rest of the team still able to find angles, to find some kills here, especially onto Yunhei, who's having a little bit of trouble, I want to say, finding that distance and rotating safely. You really want to have your tank Pent escort. As I was talking about that, Yunhei gets ganked again there. And that's kind of coming down to Pent. He really needs to start protecting. And they're going to find a kill onto Sheldy. And Nightmare trying to chase down. We have an early Nether Realm out there. Is it going to be enough? Looking for a kill on the Cookie. Is putting some damage. Nightmare very low. Cookie, is he going to try to chase it? Does not look for it at the other end of the map. We do have a last Insanity out as Yaz Russell gets taken down.
Nightmare not giving in to our experiment there. Gonna keep the decimation for after the Netherrealm, so didn't really try out that one. But still, it was a good attempt. Almost came out without his life though, so it was a bit of another extension in some degree.
Yeah, right now, starting to turn it back around, 4-4. Varsity and Bring Out Madness very tied. Yunhei, I want to say that they've been Bring Out Madness has been very good about kind of collapsing on Yunhei's rotations right now. Every single time she rotates back and forth, like right now, you can see Sheldy. Yunhei is being very careful here. Pent now doing a good job of kind of lingering around, but he does need to check these bushes. He's not doing, like when you're sitting out here, we have no vision. We have no idea where the enemy is. We do need to kind of get into some of those bushes to make sure we've created the distance for Yunhei. And right there, immediate kill for Varsity. We're going to go into a little bit of an attack here. Sheldy is going to find a kill onto Yunhei there. Big pop-up lands on the Varsity. Last Insanity is out trying to burst them down. Sheldy dashes out of the way. Nether Realm keeps Bring Out Madness in the game.
Oh, talking about that Netherrealm, you know, you said you committed it in that in that chase that Nightmare was doing. But if you have a look at the items, Cookie, an interesting build here, going first item, fleeting time.
Yeah, and especially if you get a little bit of a kill there. I mean, I guess it helps you out there right now.
Oh!
Sheldy is being absolutely amazing right here. Still got 2 pickoffs. Yunhei having a little bit of trouble right now with the kind of spacing for this map. Gets caught by an I'm offended right now. Takes a heap of damage. 50%. Pent is right there as we're starting to put pressure on to this mid tower.
Okay, I mean, the game is still kind of even here, 5-5. Although Bring Out the Madness seem to be a bit in the advantage here, having 3 towers under their name in the advance. So yeah, Sheldy as well keeping up that pressure. Has got the 2 penetration items finished with that Blade of Hephaestus as well as the Hunter Strike. We're going to see the Minoan Fury coming out. It's only going to land onto the blue buff though. Cookie will get the kill onto Pent. The Netherrealm, it does come out. Stamina trying his best to do a lot of damage with that last Insanity. Cookie on the run, as no one's gonna die from that engagement other than Pent.
Yeah, and actually Sheldy goes in there looking to put some finishing touches. That puts his team into peril as Fishball gets taken out. Cookie finds a kill onto Filipino Kid. The rest of Varsity trying to get an escape right now. Yes. Oh, looked like Koopa was actually going to find himself a kill himself as Cookie comes in, tries to put a little bit of finishing touches. Leo Lay on the side, not able to find a kill just yet. I want to say good on the side of Varsity for that last fight that they had at the purple buff. Great spacing from Yunhei there that we weren't seeing from the beginning of the game. So it looks like she's starting to find her momentum, starting to find out where the extent of her range is, and starting to drop bombs down on Bring Out Madness.
Oh yeah, I feel like, you know, it's another one of those situations where once our Bring Out Madness comes and collides into a choke point of the red team, it's going to be a bit difficult, right? Because of exactly as you said, that Vexana is just going to be able to get those big nuke drops when these team fights.
Yeah, right now we're taking a look at some of the items. We do have a little bit. We're going to start up on the Lord. Oh, look how fast they're bursting that down.
Oh my
That was
God.
like the 4 seconds they just burst that down. And Varsity didn't even have time to respond.
I'm pretty sure that was less than 4 seconds. I think that was like 2 or 3. Merlin is one of those heroes that does a lot of damage to stationary targets, and Lord is one of them. I'll tell you that. Sheldy being quite aggressive. Once that blue buff does not have access to his own right now, he's not going to be able to get it. Pent, bit of a dangerous situation.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like the Atlas pickup, there were probably better options right now. He really does kind of slow down in the early game, and right now I feel like Pence was looking right there, man. And that's what I'm talking about. Not able to punish. You have other options out there that can stun right away so that you can peel for your mage. And right now, Yunhei is paying the price because Pent does not have any immediate options for CC. All he can do is watch as they come out, they burst her down right away, and he's unable to reply.
Oh man, I don't know if you noticed, but the way that Yunhei fell was literally just 2 ghost bursters by Cookie. I counted it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage that you can get out of this Faramis. Cookie showing absolutely why the Faramis was banned in those first few games right now. What Varsity has going for them right now is they've got an immense amount of clearing speed with Yunhei, with the rest of these, with Nightmare out there as well. It just kind of, I want to say it's kind of on Pent. Are we going to be able to find some of these? I don't think I've seen a Fatal Lynx yet that has been, kind of benefited from her for one of these team fights.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like as we talked about, Cookie is just doing such a good job of making sure that the Fatal Links, just don't have a great opportunity, even without any of the members of Bring Out Madness having that Purify. So they'd be playing around it pretty well.
Yeah, and I like that they have this confidence in Cookie to the fact that they didn't get Purifies. They're like, nah, we don't need to worry about Fatal Links because Cookie's going to be there. Cookie's going to be able to keep us topped off right now. And you can see here already, I mean, Fishball, they pushed in so far to Varsity that they're having trouble maintaining a lot of their jungle here right now. And you can see there the gold lead right now. Oh my God, is that 13K up right now?
Yeah, that's about 15K, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's a harsh reality. That's a harsh thing to come back from, especially at the 11-minute mark.
Oh yeah, that is quite a lot of Blade of Despairs. That's about like 5 or so. So imagine like having 5 more Blades of Despairs than the enemy. It kind of hurts. Anyway, so far, yeah, this Vexana pick, it's been not doing the best job so far in terms of that damage output we were sort of expecting, as well as that Matilda. So these picks sort of not working too much in their synergy.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, it wasn't 15K. I don't know where how that stat kind of thing came down there. You can see up at the top, it's about 5K right now.
Oh wait, no,
wait,
no. I'm so sorry. I cannot count. Anyway, carry on.
We're getting a Fatal Links that comes in. Eternal Guardian is out there and putting the damage on to bring out the madness, but they're so far behind right now. They are getting countered out. You do see Shelly finds a kill. Nightmare finds a kill on the Leo Lay. I Got Stamina finds it on. They are now turning things around. Varsity giving chase to bring out the madness, and Nightmare, now they're going to turn their attention to the Lord, and what a turnaround for the side of Varsity.
Oh, that started off so well. I mean, Pent managed to get the Fatal Links, and Nightmare did an amazing job of popping down those decimations.
And now they've closed down the lead to about 2K right now. And a great amount. I mean, there was just a huge amount of damage. Yoonhae was able to create a lot of space because Pent finally found a great Fatal Links there. It didn't bring them too close to Yoonhae, so she was still able to kind of create that distance and put on the damage, including the Eternal Guardian. And I mean, it was a wrap after that, because once you get them low enough, once you bursted them down with all of that magic damage, Nightmare is just able to come in and clean up shop with the decimations.
I'm still embarrassed about saying 15K, by the way. I'll try my best to forget that blunder just in a sec. But yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? You know, once that first decimation comes out, that passive mark of Vexana will just allow Nightmare to have that lower threshold on each of the individual members from Bring Out Madness for him to just pop off and run around with that decimation.
Yeah, I like that they've kind of found their footing a little bit here. It took them a little bit. I want to say it almost kind of seems a little evident that they're not as comfortable on some of these heroes right now, but they've kind of started learning. You could see them, we kind of got on a little bit of a journey with Varsity right now, as they found the footing for it, found the spacing out there to kind of come in, especially with that very clean ultimate coming in from Pent, and then the damage that came down, especially at that at an objective fight that really baited out Bring Out Madness. Now we're gonna come in. Minoan Fury locks on the Filipino kid. We do have a last insanity to try to clear them out, followed up by another realm from Bring Out Madness. Nightmare finds a kill on the Cookie. He finds a kill on the Fishball. Chasing down Yaz, finds a kill onto Russell. Looking for more. Can he find it? He's hungry.
Oh my god, Martis being that early game hero, he was like 3-0 coming in from that early game, and now he's just pumping it in. He's online. He is 9-0, and he is really making it easy enough for his team to sort of get that leverage.
Of course, as we all know, Martis is that late game. He needs that 15 minutes to come online. It's kind of crazy that now he's kind of coming online, which is usually when he starts to fall off. But Nightmare really proving a lot of us wrong with how he's handling this hero.
I guess you could argue that it's not exactly that late game situation yet. You know, we're still in that 15-minute mark. You could say it's getting there. So he's definitely, you know, at his peak right now. Let's see if he can keep it up as we go into this Lord fight.
Yeah, you can see a good positioning by Bring Out Madness. Now looking for a little bit onto this Lord right now. Guy got stamina, trying to zone out the rest of them. Shieldy able to get the retribution while Filipino Kid finds a kill onto him, makes him pay for it. Fishball being chased around as Yoonhae finds a kill onto them. So they lose the Lord, but they're able to punish Varsity right now. You can see Cookie in trouble here. 3 members gonna go ahead and burst them down. Immortality activated, but Lord is now pushing through mid lane.
Oh, Cookie getting taken out as well, man. This is insane that they're coming back from this. Looking at both of the teams, you'd think that, I feel like Bring Out Madness have a better, like, sort of power spike at this point in the game. But Varsity X are just coming in clean with these big plays, with the decimations and the Fatal Links at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying, like, it really feels like they weren't as comfortable at the beginning of this game on these heroes, but they've really found their footing, found their spacing, how far away that they need to be to kind of benefit their team, and especially now that Yoonhei has some items, can really start raining on that damage. And they now have captured a little less than 1K gold lead, but they have started to capture the advantage. So it's about an even game for both of these teams.
Okay, we're going to see a bit of a fight here. Nether Realm, it comes in. Is it going to be able to save them? It has to be a bit of a solo play here. Fatal Links has already been committed. We're going to see a big knockup coming in from Martus, though, as he's going to charge through the front line. They're not going to be able to get the decimation out. The Armor Fended brings Nightmare straight into it, as now Sheldy trying to get a bit of a pick off here. The fight's still continuing on, as Stamina is going to manage to get their escape. Oh! The Lethal Ignition is going to finish off.
I was just about to say, it was a miracle nobody died from that exchange, but the Lethal Ignition, Yoonhei suffers to the burn of it and gets taken down.
Oh man, yeah, that was an interesting fight for sure. Like how no one died there was a mystery.
Man, and especially now, I mean, we're at we're kind of at, I was about to say we're at the high grounds. We still have one tower up at the top for Bring Out Madness. We take a look here at the items here. Full build for most of the team. Bring Out Madness, where it looks like we're still looking for some of those immortalities that are being built. Has 2 right now compared to the one immortality on the side of Varsity. They're still trying to build up to it.
Some interesting item pickups as well coming in from, let's say, the Atlas, has that fleeting time to make sure that he's always got ability up for every single fight, as well as the Guardian helmet for Purple and Cooper. I mean, I feel like with these long engagements, that ticking damage coming in from the dog is actually doing quite a lot of work.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know. I actually didn't even think of it. That cursed helmet actually ticks damage for Koopa as well. So I mean, it's good because now Popol gets to kind of create that distance. He doesn't actually have to be in there to be doing a lot of that passive damage that's coming out from it. Oh man, Cookie's being chased down right now. Is gonna have to activate an early Nether Realm, but that's too late. He's got 3 members on top of him. He's trying to use the Ice Queen's wand. Is not going to be able to get away. Cookie goes down. Fishball goes down, and Sheldy able to find a kill onto Yoonhei. It is 4 down for Bring Out Madness, as Varsity gonna focus down on this Lord.
Oh my god, it is so crazy seeing Armadas pop off so hard in the late game, dude. I've never sort of seen this sort of interaction between this. I mean, there's a bit of an open window to get some tower damage actually right now. They're gonna abstain from the Lord to try and take this middle turret down. They should be able to do it with that damage coming in from Filipino Kid. As now, managed to get the tower.
That's really interesting that they did not want to focus on the Lord, but instead thought that they could possibly close it up, which is really interesting. I mean, you have to know you have a Faramis on the enemy team. The cooldown for that death timer is always going to be like about 15 seconds at the most before they're going to be right back up and be able to kind of clear out the lane. So I want to say a little bit of an opportunity here for Bring Out Madness to kind of even up the score. Only about a little over 1K lead for Varsity at the 20 minutes. So this is anyone's game.
Oh, it is anyone's game, man. There is a bit of an interesting thing I want to talk about, is that the blue team has won all of the games so far. So it's up to Varsity X to break that streak for the red team for once, to get the advantage. If I'm correct, I think I'm correct with that.
Oh, that blue side has won all of the games. That's a very interesting stat there. I didn't even thought of that. So it's gonna be really interesting, but we need Bring Out Madness not to get caught. Last time we had Cookie get caught there, it really set the tone, allowed Varsity, and they kind of latched on. And now we're gonna go ahead. Leo Lay, I got stamina, duking it out in mid. We have some distance here created. Pent on the outside. I thought I heard a conceal play. Looks like Yaz and the rest of the team locking on to I got stamina. Does bait out the ultimate from Stamina, but they do have an ultimate of their own. On the other side, Stamina, or no, on the other side, Sheldy finds a kill onto the Varsity marksman.
That's sort of what we like to see when it comes to Nolan, right? He's going to find those quick pick-off plays against those marksmen, and that's exactly what he is doing, as now the blue team are in a pretty good spot to try and take down the Lord here.
Yeah, Leo Lane in enemy territory. He needs his team to come in here. They're very far away. Now we have them in. Yoonhae gonna flicker out, trying to put on the damage. Here comes another Fatal Links. You have Martis doing Martis things. Sheldy in the back line closes the distance onto Yoonhae as Nightmare begins the decimation count. Able to find some kills. Sheldy puts on the damage. Is he gonna be able to close it out here? They both, I feel like, scared each other from that bush as they both run in opposite directions.
I mean, I just want to bring up another point, actually, is what I said at the beginning of the game. Stamina, he likes those aggressive things. X-Walk takes a bit of time to come online, but now at the 22-minute mark, he is completely online. He is 6-0-8 right now. He is having a nice, comfortable time on that front line.
I want to say, for me right now, Sheldy is doing such a great job of finding Yoonhae, no matter how far back she is in the line. Like, I don't even, like, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a safe distance. Sheldy's like, nah, like completely dives through the entirety of the team to find them. And now you're gonna have Varsity starting on this Lord. Is Bring Out Madness in a position to try and contest it? It doesn't look like it.
Oh yeah, I mean, Cookie maybe able to get the snipe with the Ghost Burst. Is he gonna attempt it? Is he gonna get it? No, Nightmare has a Retribution here. The Lost Insanity is gonna sort of cover their backs with that.
Oh, he was kind of close though. I want to say just I want to say 1 or 2 seconds off from that dash to kind of close the distance and get in there with a Retribution. So the Lord's going to be marching down mid. They don't really have the lane pressure right now. I don't feel like this is going to end the game for them. They've burst through the mid, but they still have tier 2 towers for Bring Out Madness on the sides.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, they're going to be able to sort of deal with the Lord pretty nice and early right in the middle lane here. That's going to sort of offset some pressure that Varsity X might be able to exert to sort of get a bit more tower pressure.
Yeah, and I want to say, man, both of these teams, even Bring Out Madness and Varsity, showing they are willing to go the distance here right now. Sheldy goes in, getting held back by the go away. Filipino Kid looking for an escape. Just gets bursted down by Yaz. Cookie comes in with the Nether Realm Nightmare in trouble here right now, getting chased down by the rest of Bring Out Madness from the side. Pent comes in with the Fatal Links. Down comes Yoonhae with the Eternal Guardian. No worse for wear, puts the damage out there, and it is just 1 down for Varsity, and they are able to cover the rest of their team's escape.
Oh man, Sheldy gonna be able to sneak a recall right there. Cookie, not so fortunate, has to make the walk back, but in position to defend the tower here.
Yeah, on the other side, Sheldy has to clear up a lot of these minions. They're starting to gather up at the base right now. 1 more high ground tower left open for Bring Out Madness. Still all the high grounds left for Varsity, so they're in a little bit more of a comfortable position here, especially with a 3K gold lead.
Okay, Sheldy being quite efficient with managing his item slots here, picking up the Immortality at the right time here, so he's going to have a bit more leverage to go for those aggressive plays in that late game. Same thing with Filipino Kid, going to make it a bit harder for Sheldy now as well to actually sort of finish off the job against that backline marksman, as now we're in that sort of situation of a game, right? We're going to have some bush camping.
Yeah, and right now it's really kind of crazy because I feel for some of the squishier heroes on Varsity, because Sheldy's been doing such a great job during these engagements to kind of hide himself and then close the distance there as well. We really need to see Pent get a great set here and allow the rest of Varsity to kind of close and seal the deal when it comes to Bring Out the Madness. I mean, they've been doing a good job. We just need Fishball. I want to say, first set, is it going to be Pent? Is it going to be Fishball, or are we going to see somebody make a mistake and get caught before the fight?
Okay, I mean, talking about before the fight, it's going to be that Lord, right, spawning here. I feel like this is it. This is going to be the Lord. I feel like we'll sort of end out the game at this point. Here we're going to see Yoonhae in quite a lot of danger here. He's going to get taken out by Fishball at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, gets caught in the bush there. They know that Ruby isn't present just yet, coming in for the backside. You can see the last Insanity is out, trying to pull up some damage. He has no more Faraga armor. I got stamina, activates that Immortality. Nightmare trying to put on the damage, looking for a decimation. Filipino Kid finds a kill onto Leole, and Filipino Kid finds another one onto Fishball. Sheldy running for the hills right now. It is still 3 members left for the side of Bring Out Madness. They're not going to be able to get this Lord, but hopefully they're going to be able to find the defense here.
Okay, this is it. This is the closing factor that the Varsity X might need in order to finish up this game. They Bring Out Madness, they only have 1 tower left, and the Lord should be charging it down middle. So they're in a really good position. Cookie's maybe going to try and offset this by trying to for another Lord Snipe with his Ghostbusters. Although Pent, he's doing a great job of zoning as per usual.
Yeah, I want to say there, maybe they kind of lingered around a little too long. You got to make the decision. Are we going to try to contest this Lord, or are we not? And they kind of lingered around a little bit too long to really kind of contest it. So now it's kind of left all to the defense. Look at the positioning of Sheldy. Oh, no, I was about to say, is he going to kind of try to get a flank here? But nah, he decides against it. They're going to try to look for the defense here, maybe look for an opportunity. Cookie getting a little boisterous, getting a little confident out there, trying to put on the damage. They're forcing their way through the mid right now. Here comes a Fatal Lynx. I Got Stamina finds a kill onto Cookie before the Nether Realm can come out, and UHE Varsity X is going to the finals.
Oh my god, what a game. Varsity X breaking the streak of the blue team, finally getting themselves a red team victory for themselves. And that was an amazing comeback. I feel like they were really on the backside when it came to that early game. But you know, once that X-Borg came online, and surprisingly, Martis, known as an early game hero, carrying through that late game nice and smoothly, giving Filipino Kid enough time to come through with that big amount of damage in that late game.
Yeah, that was the most surprising thing of all, is that he was able to kind of maintain his composure. They took a couple of deaths early. They weren't able to find a lot of those fatal links. But even at, I think it was at the 15-minute mark is where we really saw him kind of popping off, chaining together a lot of those decimations, coupled by, I want to say, some great sets by Pent. Then the mage of UHEX as well, finding some great damage there. But I want to say, man, it was a rough game for the Vexana. I've been talking up the Vexana, but like there's especially against that Nolan, he was really able to close the distance in a lot of those team fights where it was nowhere was safe. Even when she was backing off through these team fights, Nolan comes out of the smoke. He's like, where is she? There she is. Charges for her, gets the kill. But man, still UHE kept their composure, kept it together, and were able to come back with a victory.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, even though the Vexana had a rough time, still managed to pull through in the end. I feel like maybe it could have been due to like the passive component of the Vexana threat that helped them in their victory as well. You know, you don't have to be an MVP or a gold tier medal in order to have your maximum effectiveness sometimes. So a great show of draftsmanship, as I might like to call it sometime, coming in from Varsity X. But yeah, I mean, congratulations to them. They're going to be able to secure their spot in the next finals against their counterparts of Varsity Y.
Yeah, Varsity Y, I mean, they looking for a little bit of revenge. Still such a great game. Bring Out Madness. That was a close game, though.
Yeah,
I mean, they really held out. We really found out why that Faramis was banned out from the first few games. It really had an integral role in their survival. It's just a lot of those engagements, and I've been talking about this throughout this entire series, is kind of leading those initiates. And I felt like UHE was just always on the mark. They were able to find people outside, and to start, they'd get a pick off on somebody, and especially the focus, especially that last fight, brought down for Ramis early without he's not even able to throw out a Nether Realm. That's how quickly they bursted him down. We had no Nether Realm, and that took out a huge part of Bring Out Madness game's plan, and helped with to secure that victory.
Oh, for sure. You know, I'm just so surprised that the Netherrealm was doing a good job to, that the Fatal Links were pretty non-existent when it came to like having that initial impact, right? That was sort of nullified by the Netherrealm, right? But just the follow-up coming in from Varsity X, that follow-up damage coming in from the Vexana and the Martis and the X-Borg was enough to roll over the Netherrealm afterwards.
Well, and that's what was really interesting is I want to say you had a pretty decently played game by Vexana. The Fatal Links came out, down came the damage from Vexana, who had a clear distance, clear amount of room. But after all of that, that's when Nolan would come bursting through all of that and to try to close the distance on the Vexana. That's what really elongated out a lot of those fights, is because after that initial burst from Vexana, he was able to take her out, and then it was just kind of hoping that Martis was able to come back and get those decimations. They were low enough for him to start chaining a lot of that stuff together. But that, like I said, a close game played by both of them. But fortunately for UHE, they're going to have themselves a rematch with their counterparts, UHEY.
Man, I'm excited to see that for sure. I mean, that's the sort of anime protagonist stuff I like to hear, going against your own counterpart, brotherhood betraying stuff. Fuck, I'm losing my train of thought here. Anyway, but yeah, the Popon Koopa didn't feel like it managed to carry out the game that much. I mean, it's not exactly the prime late game hero you think of, and that sort of showed in the end. Sort of there, I was a big fan of that Guardian helmet. In those situations, it can really do a good job. By the way, that also works with Vexana. If you didn't know, the mini lord, as you like to call it, as well, can make use of that Guardian helmet. I didn't see that one come out either.
Cursed helmet, I think the
one
with
cursed helmet.
AOE.
Cursed helmet, not Guardian helmet. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, very interesting play there. I'm not sure how much the passive damage I would have liked, because you really kind of it really shines. Cursed helmet really shines with a lot more health that you have on your team. It does more and more damage for those tankier players, and I'm not sure if was that the right choice, or maybe something else that would have helped him burst down some of those heroes a little bit faster. I mean, only time will tell. We're here on the outside, so like it's easy for us to see like, well, that didn't work, so he probably should have used this one. But at the time, like it was very interesting because he was able to get that passive damage off while staying in the back. Unfortunately, I want to say there were a lot more reasons why BOM just didn't walk away. I mean, it's not really I want to say bring out madnesses. They played a great game. I want to say one of the best games I've seen from them this entire series. It's just that last game, UHE played great. Especially, that's kind of the mark for me for one of those great teams, those top contender teams, is when they're on their back foot. When they have that awful early game and they're at a goal deficit and they're still able, like, don't worry, guys. Just let me get one decimation. That's all I need. And at the 15-minute mark, 15 minutes, it took them to be able to turn it around, and they were still able to do it very confidently. And when they got that lead, I want to say it was very hard for Bring Out Madness to kind of come back from it.
I'm still sad about my science experiment, man. I really wanted to see the decimation come out on the Nether Realm. Unfortunately, not able to. But yeah, that was, as you said, it was surprising that the Martyrs can be so impactful at the 15-minute mark. I mean, maybe they were sort of practicing this sort of strat, having this Martyrs set up in a way that it can work in that sort of way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a great match, and I'm told that we have a very special interview ready for you guys.
Hey guys, we are back with the winners, UHEX. So tell me, guys, actually, can you guys give us a little introduction first?
Hi, my name's Alex, also known as I Got Stamina.
My name's Ryan, I'm Nightmare.
My name's Angela, I'm Yoonhei.
Okay, so can you guys tell me a little bit about your match against BOM, especially since they had 2 subs? I know you guys played them in the group stage. Like, how different was it? I know those games went long as well, but these ones felt like they were a little bit more intense.
Oh, for sure. Those guys played absolutely amazing. Definitely better than the group stage. To be able to beat them now is pretty cool because last tournament they swept us, but we didn't give up, and I'm really proud of my team to come into practice every day and to show up big for the tournament.
Nightmare, you want to tell me a little bit about how your heart was racing towards the end of that game?
Yeah, so I was really stressed out because when you get really late into those games and you have late lords, it's a coin flip. Because if you lose the Lord and you just get half your team wiped, you're losing the game. So it just gets stressful, very stressful, I'd say.
What about you, Yunhei? Were you nervous at all, or were you like, oh, I think we have this in the bag?
I was very nervous because they banned me out.
That just means you're the better player, right? Okay, so you guys are about to play UHEY, and you guys have played them before in the upper bracket finals. What adjustments have you guys made? Do you guys think you guys can finish out strong and win the whole thing, or are you a little nervous?
Oh no, definitely. We're going to be bringing the fire this time. We know exactly what to do. Last time was just to scope them out. We know exactly what to do now.
Yeah, and I'd say UHEY is a very difficult team to play against. They have incredibly big pools, and they're all very solid players. So we just have to be able to adjust and react to what they want to do, you know.
And Yunhei, are you nervous you're going to get banned out again, or do you think you're a little safe in this match?
Could be a little safe, but I got our other mid laner.
Gotcha. And then final question. You guys are one game away, or one series away from winning the whole thing. You guys think you guys have what it takes, or?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think so. I believe in my team. We definitely have what it takes, and hopefully we'll put on a good show regardless.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And now we're going to throw it to a break. Okay. So Sky, can you tell me a little bit about UH Sports?
So UH Sports is a nationally recognized program. We play across roughly 12 different teams, 9 different titles. We offer students opportunities in industry, either that being network, paneling, workshops, or internships. That supports interests around broadcasting, media production, and content creation.
I'm here at the UH Sports Arena. Let's take a look inside. Ali, can you tell me a little bit about the iLab?
The UH Esports iLab is a community space where any student or faculty member can come in and use our equipment, such as PCs, consoles, cool little space where students can come and chill out between classes and get to know each other and learn about what esports really is and how they can take that with their professional careers.
Here we have Gun Wook, our head of broadcast. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do here?
I stream our tournaments and events here at UH Esports, along with giving opportunities to students to learn how to produce, observe, and cast.
Hey Kat, what are you doing here?
So I'm currently editing a video for Wooey, and I'm a part of the content team, and we kind of take care of all the photo and video editing, as well as graphics and planning all the community events.
Hi, my name is Zelda, and I am a Wooey board member and a Valorant player for the team. Wooey is Women of UHE. We are a marginalized genders program, and we promote creating a safe space for people online and in person. We also offer a lot of career growth opportunities, and we're also looking to expand our competitive teams in the collegiate scene.
So Brian, how do you guys use the iLab?
The iLab is a great place to play in so that people can play together as a team, as well as have access to computers that have 240 FPS, as some of our players don't actually have the best setups in the world.
Now we're here with Madeline. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do here at UH Sports?
Besides sitting next to you in our office, I manage all of our players, coaches, analysts, and basically coordinate and do project managing for UHE.
The iLab also hosts a bunch of community events, such as tournaments and watch parties. Some of our highlights include having the Overwatch League here, as well as hosting T1 CEO Joe Marsh. But it doesn't end with Manoa. All other campuses in the UH system are also trying to get involved in esports in some way or another. And now we're here at West Oahu. Let's go take a look inside their space.
Hi, I'm the founder and director of the Academy for Creative Media System at the University of Hawaii. The ACM system supports currently 16 programs at all 10 UH campuses. This is different because this is a brand new building, and we were able to purposely build an esports arena to see around us here at the UH West Oahu campus. We're thrilled to see the growth of the program at most of the campuses now. Esports is such an important part of where gaming has gone, and also it's just a fantastic way to market your campus. It's a fantastic way to increase enrollment. There are scholarships that can be had, and this is really the future.
Never tried, tell them all. Big dreams, I got big dreams since like baby. Faces everybody, let's put on a good show. Been legend, lethal, weapon, master, minor, big time.
From the tranquil shores of Marianas, where nature's beauty meets tradition, a new force awakens. On these islands, where tales of old have been told, a new legend is about to unfold. For the first time in history, the Marianas enters the arena of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes clash and champions rise. This isn't just another game. It's a challenge, a calling, an invitation to shock the world. To those who doubted, to those who never saw it coming, witness the rise of a region set to redefine esports. From the heart of Guam to the spirit of Saipan, we unite, we stand, we conquer. And as this inaugural season dawns, remember our name, the Marianas, where legends are born, where the world's best esports players emerge from the shadows to claim the spotlight. This season, we're not just playing, we're making history, and the world will never be the same. Get ready to be electrified. Get ready to shock the world.
Expect the unexpected. We're coming for you. I'm confident that I'm the best ranked in Guam.
This is more than a game. You better get ready. Go ahead, get ready. Shock the world. Yeah. Shock the world.
Esports, what is it? It is a form of competitive video game play. It is a term that is sort of unusual because for a very long time people would play games competitively, but they would not necessarily call it esports. But now we have a whole industry built out globally in which companies create games and have leagues and are creating competitions across different countries in which it's called esports. There is an attempt or a desire to kind of mimic what you see in sports leagues. And so we have 8 different games in which we're playing, and then we also have within those games 8 sort of divisions of operations. We have a coach, we have a team captain, we have a student lead, and then we have the game, we have the players themselves. It's a very big operation which, technically running across more than 15 or 16 teams total.
So Valorant is a 5 versus 5 tactical shooter. Each player plays an agent or like a special character, and everyone has like a different role on the team. So you're just like taking turns attacking and defending, and it's the first one to win 13 rounds wins the whole match. It's a very technical kind of game, a lot of precision and a lot of having to think outside the box and working the whole the entire game, the entire map, because it's not really just like all about like a one-on-one kind of like shooter kind of thing, but there's a really big team aspect to it.
So as a player, we get together pretty much 2 times a week, maybe more than that, mostly because we like each other. I think it's a good community aspect that we all get together and hang out. Sometimes it can feel divided from game to game, but when you're put together, everyone really comes together. It's all constructive. A lot of it is, you learn from other people, since everyone here is a different skill level. I'm not the greatest, I'm just a competitor. I love competing, so I like learning from other people, and a lot of that will come from either Keelan, my coach, or other players on my team.
So as the head coach, we assess players' skills based on their decisions made in the game. We also look at their communication abilities, how they communicate to their teammates on how they want to solve different problems in the game. And we also look at their attitude, make sure they're a friendly player. We just try to keep it a friendly environment. And then during the season, we'll compete in games, and in between the games, I'll talk to the team, discuss strategy in terms of characters that we want to choose, and also different strategies that we might look at in terms of how we're going to beat the opponents we're playing.
Yeah, they've all been like very inclusive for the team. Like we're all working together, like new strategies, like giving each other tips. Like we're like saying like, oh, you could try this thing. Like, oh yeah, I'll try that. And like we're helping out each other during the practices. It's yeah, they're always super cool, super friendly. I like all of them. Yeah, it's definitely like being a team player, like learning how to like work as a team, but also like being able to like put in input, because like everyone like has their own special like thing on the team. So like we're all trying to like put in input, like, oh, I could do this, or you could help me do this, and like it's just all working together like to make like a good strategy, a good plan to like win games, win matches.
There are actually a lot of similarities, I think, that esport athletes have with traditional athletes. We have the same amount of practices, we have to learn certain skill sets, we have to learn how to communicate. That's all the exact same as a conventional sport or traditional sport.
The goal for me in this program is not necessarily to produce professional esports players. Again, it's wonderful if we have them, right? Because that's a lifestyle that many students would like to have. But the goal of this esports program is really, at the end of the day, to get students to engage with industry, right? And to meet the publishers. So for example, last year I was able to invite the Overwatch League, which is owned by Activision Blizzard. This is a $69 billion company that was bought out by Microsoft. They came last year 5 times to our campus, and we had a group of students who were interns, and were able to shadow and learn and follow literally one of the biggest esports leagues on this planet in a way that they would have never been able to know this industry.
The players were playing just over my shoulder here, and it was a pretty big thing. I mean, like, it's not like something that be taken lightly. Like, they were playing for $1 million prize pool, right? They played here, and I was able to be an event photographer for their marketing and social media teams. So I was here shooting the events and the players, so that was really fun. I really enjoyed that. Honestly, the actual players are only, I would say, probably about 25% of what esports actually is, and the stuff that doesn't get talked about is all the people who do broadcast and content and the management and the logistics behind the scenes and all that type of stuff. The majority of the jobs are actually in like back-end stuff. So I am a content lead here at UH Esports and also the director of photography. I handle a lot of the camera work and like storyboarding and stuff. I help lead that for a lot of our projects here. We shoot like stills of players which can be used on graphics or on websites, and when we have like news articles or that kind of stuff, we have media that we can send over for them to use. And also when we do like video projects, so we'll like do highlight videos for our teams, so we can handle like interviews and shooting B-roll and all that type of stuff. That all kind of falls under like our department.
I've been looking for like a creative outlet to develop my skills and stuff, and the content team has been a really good place for me to be like exploring like what I can actually do, and like being able to contribute to like a bigger picture, like the whole community is really nice. It's definitely gotten more diverse over the years. I'm actually super happy with UH's program because we have so many like women in leadership, and like genuinely the community is a lot more diverse than I think you might find elsewhere.
I'm Arena Operations Coordinator, so I operate our iLab here. I run events, I monitor any events that are happening here that don't have to do with UHE. I schedule like practices, tournaments, games, community nights, and then I run our day-to-day operations. I have a staff that helps with technological issues or just like community issues as well. So I kind of oversee everything here in our building. My job heavily relies on knowing everybody and talking with everybody and making sure that they feel safe and welcome in our space.
Esports is really reflective of the larger workforce population and the skill sets that 21st century tech-enabled companies need as we move forward, especially in Hawaii. And that's something that I think a lot of folks don't realize, is that as they do sort of smash buttons and play these games, is that they are trying to understand their relationships with others through these games. They are trying to solve problems, interpersonal problems, through these video games.
Being able to work with others and solving problems is a huge aspect, I think. Learning how to communicate with others. I would like to work in the esports industry at some point in my future, and I believe the leadership opportunity I've been presented has taught me a lot on how to lead a team and how to interact with them in order to achieve a common goal together.
I think it's a great opportunity to meet other people, right? Like, I think when you first come to college, it's a very scary experience or a very isolating experience, especially if you don't have any friends that come with you. And living here in Hawaii, like, that can be a tremendous transition if you're not from here. So having an esports community with people who play games or have similar interests than you, like, it makes you feel welcome and it makes you feel like you do have a home here and that you can feel welcome and accepted here.
Hello, my name is Davey. My major is carpentry tech and I'm a sophomore currently this year. My favorite hero is Lapu, meaning I'm an XP laner. The reason why I like Lapu is because I can dive deep in the back line and get rid of the enemy carries, make sure that the team wins. So playing in mobile esports on a phone is kind of a blessing and a curse. The blessing is I'm not tied down to a desk all day. I can actually move around throughout the day. I don't have to stay in a spot, be sitting in a constant, sitting down for multiple hours. I can move, drink water while playing. I don't even have to be like at my desk per se. I can be in the bathroom, like, doing my business. I can be playing at home doing that. And I guess the curse is sometimes you'll get phone calls. Like during rank matches, you can get phone calls from your mom. I have to ignore her because I don't want the screen to be her constantly calling me, so I have to press cancel, and then after the game, I'll just get scolded. How come you didn't answer my calls? The most interesting place I played would be up at Diamond Head. It was in the middle of a hike, and I was just waiting for a friend to come up. So I was like, let me just play a game real quick. So I played on the summit of Diamond Head. We ended up taking pictures. I was like, we were in the pillbox. The signal was kind of iffy. The moment I went into the pillbox, I dropped connection. So I was like, GG. I think I'm gonna get reported after this game, but the experience is there. I get to play. I essentially can play anywhere. You can even be playing at Manoa Falls. That's another place I actually played. It was raining. It was really wet in Manoa Falls. We were just walking through. I was playing my game. I was like, let me just play real quick because there's nothing really to see because it was all raining. So I'm like, I'm gonna just play ML here. Okay, so the core of our team essentially started with Jerome, Matt, and I. We were friends ever since intermediate. I actually been playing before Matt and Jerome. Jerome and Matt started playing around sophomore year. I was there playing freshman year. They didn't know I was playing until Jerome saw me playing in chemistry. He was like, oh, you play too? I'm like, yeah, I've been playing for a while. So we started playing. Matt and I actually go way back. We've known each other since elementary, so it's been close. Jerome actually found Tristan. I'm not too sure what that engineering building is called, but he saw Tristan playing on the bench. And we were like, we needed a jungle, so I see this guy. Jerome was like, I see this guy playing. I'm like, well, maybe we'll try him out. Austin, he's actually playing remotely right now because he went back to Alabama because he was taking a break year. But I think Austin's a pretty cool dude. He's actually coming for the tournament, so hopefully we're gonna practice in the hotel or something. From the teams we've played against BYU in the last tournament, and we always scrim Team X, which is the sister team. Or yeah, we're in the same, representing the same school, so we play each other. From last year or the last season of the tournament, Team X they actually got better. Like the games before they weren't as close, but now it's like we're fighting tooth and nail against them. BYU is almost the same thing where we were kind of handedly beating them. It wasn't really much of a contest because we were playing really slow. We were playing methodical, but now they kind of caught up to how we play, and the games are really close.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the series that everybody's been waiting for. It's the grand finals. UHEY going to be taking on UHEX, who have climbed their way from the lower brackets to get to this grand finals and looking for a little bit of revenge. I want to say for their brother team.
Oh man, these teams, it's gonna be an interesting game, man. As you heard from the interview, these teams, they play against each other quite often. They scrim and get to know how each of themselves play and what heroes they pick and all that stuff. So it's gonna be all mind games, right? The draft is gonna matter so much in this best of 7 series coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, especially because you're talking about two teams that know each other. Fortunately, as we've looked at the history right now, Y kind of swept X to get them to the lower bracket. So we're wondering what X has in store here to possibly change up the draft, change up the compositions. I mean, they were quite dominant against Bring Out Madness. A few little shakes here and there, maybe a little bit of a rough early game in that last game that they played, but definitely going to have to step it up if they want to overcome Y here. Especially, they have the ample amount of games to do it, as this is going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty intense. One major concern I do have for Team Y, though, is in situations like this, burnout is a bit of a problem. So it's going to have to be up to, let's say, their stamina, quote unquote. Shout out to I Got Stamina. Anyway. But basically, hopefully the break was enough. They don't get burned out. It's going to be a rough series in this best of 7, and they're going to have to keep up the motivation. Get straight into it, and play to your best ability.
Yeah, we learned a little bit there about Davey, also known as Canyon, that he does prefer that Lapu. Last game, we learned a little bit with that last interview that it did look like the mage from X was a little bit banned out from their preferred picks. And I'm going to see if some of those kind of come into play with some of these drafts, some of the bans that are going to come out, and how they kind of flex into it. We're just waiting for them to kind of get ready into this first draft for both of these teams. Quite exciting, though. Like I said, there's the finals here for Hawaii. This has been an event. I was luckily able to participate in this last year as well, and it has only grown and gotten better. And I expect the same to continue on as the seasons grow here for this event.
Yeah, I mean, thank you once for me, myself. This is my first time casting for this event, and it absolutely has been amazing working with everyone here.
Yeah, but it looks like we're about ready, guys, for the first draft. This is going to be UHEY taking on UHEX as we're going to move on into game 1 for these guys.
All right, game 1. I'm expecting to see quite a lot happening here. We got some signature picks we need to worry about. Like Stamina. He's got all of these big sort of aggressive XP laners that he needs to worry about. That you have to respect that. Nightmare, This guy's a beast of a jungler for sure. And then looking at Team Y, we've got some big standout players on top of them as well. For example, D Guy with his signature Masha. I mean, I know I can't really call it signature at this point, as we've seen Masha being banned out all the time when it comes to these games. So we're expecting to see that here. Probably going to get banned out. Going to see some Matilda bans probably as well. All that sort of stuff.
Well, it's something that we talked about in the first series, is that right now, where we sit at the meta here for North America, internationally right now, there's just so many game-changing picks. But I'm actually being told, we're going to see it in action right now. Draft is ready, so we're going to go ahead and slide right into that. Or was I lying?
Maybe you're lying. Maybe not lying. I'm having a bit of a little issue there. There we go. It's going to be Team Y taking up first pick in this game one. Going to have to see. I'm expecting to see either that Matilda or that Masha gone. I'm being honest.
Yeah, a really interesting thing for me right now is we still haven't seen, we did see a little bit of the Vexana, which I feel like is such a strong mage pick. We saw it from the last series. One thing that we still haven't seen that has kind of crept up in the recent weeks has been that Roger Gold pick. I'm not sure if any of these two teams have kind of like specialized in it, but it provides, I want to say, a lot of the tankiness that Carry does, but you can include the Lycan Pounce, the transformation that Roger has that help him escape a lot of abilities, which makes him very hard to gank in that lane as well. But we're going to go ahead, start things off with that Angela ban. It's been seems to be a mainstay here in the islands. That's that early game that she has, her ability to, like we talked about, the Heart Guard, so she can be anywhere on the map helping to clear and then immediately be able to Heart Guard and join the fight and help out a lot of these teams, especially some of those tankier heroes as well.
I'm not entirely sure that it's a mainstay ban per se, because looking at it from the last game, it was always BOM banning it out. So I feel like it's just a target ban to Pent. This guy must be a beast on this hero for it to be banned out like 5 games in a row.
Yeah, well, we've seen how well he did on the Matilda. We've seen how well. The roam, he's been pretty excellent. Little shaky, I want to say the worst, and it wasn't even a bad game. It was still a very incredible game towards the mid and late. I want to say the worst, the hero that he had a lot of trouble on was the Atlas, but he still performed very well on that. So he's shown us a wide variety of different roams already here. Oh, and it looks like, man, that as we're talking about it, looks like that's really the focus here for Y.
Oh yeah, it's going to be Pent getting target banned quite a lot here. Target banning himself as well as the Matilda. Nah, he doesn't want to give that. He doesn't want to give that Matilda to the Y team right now. That would be a death sentence. Looking into here, Masha needs to be banned up. Probably, I'm looking at probably some Yu Zhongs, as well. Going to be quite a good ban here. Then we're going to see the Masha. It's going to be pretty standard stuff. Both teams are sort of going with their gut for what they want to ban out here, but we'll see some maybe more specific bans coming out in the future games.
Yeah, right now I think as we've seen before, it's usually now we're going to kind of look at some of those XP lanes, possibly the CC or R lots maybe getting taken out. Yuzong and the Lapu. I want to say we just found out that Canyon, he really does favor the Lapu, or some of those heroes that can kind of dive in. Fitting that bill would be the Lapu, the Yuzong there that can really kind of close the distance, kind of nullify a lot of the damage that some of those glass cannons can do from the back line there. We're going to go ahead, take out the Navaria for the side of Y here, and to see for the reply from X.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting ban actually. Respecting the Navaria, as you said like last game, that she was forced to play the Navaria here, but actually respecting it a bit and taking it out. So that's quite interesting. Looking at the last ban here, I feel like there's a lot open right now. It could be like a CC that's sort of open as well. Obviously the Yuzhong and the Arlot. So there's a lot of options to go for here.
Yeah, actually, something interesting here is I see that Thick is thickened. I don't know. We're gonna call it Thick. I don't mind. Is in here. I'm assuming that's gonna be in the mid position now. So going to be subbing in for the mage that they had for the lower finals. So it might bring a little bit of something different here for the games here against Y. I mean, we saw some of the Chonge, Novari in the last game. A little briefness of that Vexana, but we're all out with the bans. We did see that Arlot come out for the XP lane. CC still on the field along with a wealth of mages. And what we've seen a little bit of a focus here in Hawaii, I've noticed is like we like to get those early roams out. So we'll see if that kind of holds a priority here for both of these teams.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like that's basically the entire pool of the best Flask of the Oasis users out of the field here with the Angela, the Minotaur, and the Matilda. As we're gonna get straight into the Barats. Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the biggest tank junglers in the game right now. No point in not picking it up when it's open.
Yeah, we've seen it kind of tone down in use just lately, I want to say, in mainland right now. They kind of prefer the Fredrin, the amount of CC that he has, followed up by the damage he can do very early game with just kind of his tanking ability. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to lean on that Atlas pickup very early. Is that going to come out? It's interesting. It's early. Oh, which, I mean, especially when we have not picked a roam on the side of Y. I mean, we leave it open for possibilities of a Diggy getting put out there, especially since now you already have the tankiness in your jungler. All you would really need is possibly a little bit tankiness for your XP lane. Then you have a little bit of protection for Diggy. Then you have that time journey that can really nullify the ultimate from Atlas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Atlas a bit interesting there, yeah, for sure. Although I must say the Xborg is a great pickup here. I feel like that is a very big counter pick towards Barats. You know, Barats, you always want to be increasing your HP pool because it increases your damage output. And Xborg is a hero that thrives in taking down the high HP targets. And now we have Seth picking up exactly what we were talking about. That's probably gonna be that Goldane Roger that I think he played against Team X earlier in the upper brackets. So I'm interested to see if he can pull it off once again with this cool pick.
So for right now, this kind of this really nails down, I want to say, X at the moment. The only real counter that we've really seen for the side for a Roger on the enemy team is a Harith, who can kind of output the same amount of damage to really kind of hold Roger at bay. Any other marksman, it's not completely lost, but it does mean that there needs to be some pressure applied by your team, and it almost kind of delegates. I want to say Y is delegating where X is going to spend those resources. Now they've pretty much said that with the Melissa out there, you're going to have to pay attention to this gold lane. You're going to have to send some resources up here, or Roger's going to end up overcrowding it very early. We do have the Ruby out there as they went ahead and they banned Clint, so I think there's the potential of this Roger being they suspect that the Roger is going to be the jungler, and possibly that this Barats might be going, I want to say XP lane. There's so much there's a lot of flexibility possibilities. I mean, you do have a lot of flexibility, as we have seen Barats in the XP lane and as a jungler. We've seen Roger as a gold lane and as a jungler, and you do have Ruby who can occasionally go in the roam position or as an XP laner as well.
We could think about it that way. Or it could just be a simple misclick, you know? It could have been like a simple like, oh wait, obviously the Roger's the gold laner. Why did we ban Clint? Whoops. But
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm assuming that there's just this 5-head, 1,000 IQ plays going on in their head right now, and I mean, you have the potential for a lot of different scenarios here with the draft that we have. We do have Lu Yi getting taken out. It's actually kind of a shame. I've loved She's actually one of my favorite characters out there. I've absolutely loved how her kit is. I love how all the skins are on her. And she's just recently finally come back into the meta where we've seen teams that use her diversion on cooldown, whether it's little things like to get your heroes back to their lane quick enough, get behind enemy towers for ganks and things like that. It's been one of those things that I've enjoyed seeing, but taken off the board, it does have a lot of power, and I want to say a more specific ban out there as we take out Xavier.
Oh yeah, I mean, I believe that was also picked up, and it seemed to perform pretty well. This hero is quite good. You know, it provides that lockdown that you might need to catch those squishy targets. Let's say like the Roger and stuff. Oh wait, that's the other way around. Excuse me, like the Melissa, for example. But it also provides that supportive utility with that additional movement speed that field creates. So it's a great hero, and it's probably worth taking out.
We're looking.
Stamina did this last game. I don't know why he's doing this.
They're toying with us. Farama's going to be taken off the board there for the side of Y. I mean, a little bit of respect, I guess, being played to Thicket. I mean, apparently the whole of UHEX probably prefers a draft centered around the Faramas. We saw with the last series how well Boom Bring Out the Madness performed with the Faramas. Now we're going to get, we have a nice, I want to say, a little bit of juggleness here. Martis is very good in the early game. I'm just not sure how he's gonna. Is this gonna be a switch up like we saw from the last game where Xborg was? They were playing like Xborg was gonna be the jungle. As the draft continued, we switched it up. Martis is now the jungle. Xborg's gonna be the damage that you get from the XP lane. And I was gonna say that would make a little bit more sense just because Martis doesn't really. I don't feel like he shines as well as he does. He doesn't shine as well in the XP lane as he does in the jungle.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're looking at the draft specifically, I mean, this is the exact same draft compared to the last game in the last series here. They had the Melissa, they had the Atlas, and the Xborg. Let's see if they committed to it fully. I can't remember who the last one was. But yeah, looking at the team from Y so far, it's going to be the Lapu and the Odette for Thicket in the end.
I'm curious. I want to say a good draft here by both sides, especially this Valier. It's going to be the bane of the existence for Atlas. It just depends on how the timing goes. If Atlas, if Pent is going to be able to get off these fatal links, and then we're going to have to do a very good job of either our placement as the Odette or our ability to protect the Odette, because we don't really have a lot of peel for her right now.
Mm-hmm. That being said, there's not that much that can cancel the Swan Song. It's probably just the Detona's Welcome that it will be able to cancel out. So if all goes south with it, I feel like the shield should be enough to have some survivability with it. As you said before, Atlas is the amazing setter hero, but just doesn't really provide that much support when it comes to protecting allies. So it's going to be up to Thicket to sort of look after himself this game.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. The grand finals here. It is going to be UHE Varsity Y taking on UHE Varsity X. Do not adjust your TV. It is Y versus X right now. We're going to see who can come out on top, get that little bit of momentum here in the best of 7.
That is entirely correct, man. I'm keen to see this team come up against each other. I don't think I've seen these teams play personally against each other as much as they played against each other as scrims and all of that sort of stuff. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and right now we can already see Roger putting a little bit of pressure up onto that orange buff. A little bit. I think Nightmare might have disconnected right now. Looks like they're calling. He looks like he might have disconnected. Yeah, we're calling for a pause right now. That's kind of unfortunate for the side of UHE Varsity. You could see down there they were kind of calling for the pause. He was having some issues just kind of standing there. All the while, Seth just going ham on that orange buff right now.
Hopefully on all of their computer screens over there, they don't have the stream open, knowing that the Roger's taking their red buff at the moment. But that's probably, I'm sure there's some coaches and refs in there that are making sure that doesn't happen. But yeah, that's not going to be great, especially if Roger does manage to get that red buff in the end. Could lead to a pretty bad sort of XP difference between the junglers.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a huge, I want to say early game kind of deficit to kind of set back Nightmare, who really wants to shine in the early game, have his level 4 by the first turtle, get in with that Mortal Coil where he can avoid a lot of the CC, a lot of the damage, and especially perhaps the Detna's Welcome, get that Retribution off, and then get himself to harm's way, or potentially have the Decimation to be able to chain together a lot of those kills there. Oh, it looks like we're going to go ahead and start things off here. Nightmare going to come in here. Actually, right now, Seth, it looks like Seth actually helped him out a little bit, starting this buff for him. So he's going to go ahead and finish, get the finishing touches.
I mean, it sort of equals out, right? You know, Nightmare, he had a bit of AFK time that could have been time taking the red buff anyway, so it wouldn't make that too much of a difference, but he can still wink an eye to Seth for helping him out, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Nightmare he hasn't got he's gotten both of his buffs right now. Is that a good rotation, especially over Varsity Y right now? Ooh, was that actually taken by D-Guy?
Yeah, it was taken by D-Guy, so he's gonna have a little bit of a difficult time getting that level 4 probably for this turtle fight. He does have that little green minion to the right side so far. Maybe he can take that just before the turtle, but looking at Ari, he's already level 4 here. D-Guy in a bit of a situation here. He's going to try and sort of scout some positions, but he'll be just fine.
I like this rotation. Look at this. McKee, Ari, and D-Guy. All three go down to the bottom. They're not able to find anything. Immediately, they're going to rotate back to mid. All the while, D-Guy doing a great job of kind of being a nuisance, being a presence in the jungle to make sure that he has eyes on a Nightmare and is being that little bit of a nuisance to him, stopping him from getting this turtle.
Yeah, I mean, look at Nightmare, man. He has to take his blue buff to even have that level 4, but it's going to be McKee taking up the turtle there, interestingly enough. Oh, an interesting pause there. Everyone's looking a little confused, but I think the game is just fine. that was funny as hell, looking at everyone turn their heads.
Looks like we're gonna go ahead and go on, and I want to say good play early from Varsity. They're able to refuse, able to get some of the gold back from Varsity X that did refuse the level 4, made sure that Nightmare did not have it by that first engagement.
It's actually it's actually insane how much that little Ricky, as the community likes to call him, stealing the Ricky away from Nightmare has made such a big difference in terms of this early game so far.
Yeah, and it's all these little things, especially when you start getting higher up on the when it comes to the professional play. It's all these little mistakes, all these little things that you're able to refuse from your jungle. Ooh, Pent here, D-Guy checks the bush there, and I want to say a great job by D-Guy making sure that he's always in front of his team, always the one checking these bushes, to the point that there's not really an opportunity right now for Varsity X to kind of find some of these surprises or some of these ganks. Ooh, Seth pushed forward a little bit.
Interesting. Nightmare using the Mortal Coil a little bit early there, maybe not able to try and catch Seth there, but Seth, I mean, he's playing Roger, man. We explained this before, how Roger is just such a hard hero to gank with all that mobility in his toolkit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you're right. He used the Mortal Coil because he wasn't sure what was in the bush, which means that it should have been Pent that actually checked the bush in the first place. Gets in there first. Nightmare's going to have his abilities open. And D-Guy, I want to say, doing a good job baiting out these abilities, making sure he has vision. Now we know the jungler was up at top. We might be able to make a little bit of a play. It does mean that at the bottom, they're a little bit more comfortable. We take a look here at the items already. Looking for that antique cuirass already from D-Guy, trying to build up a lot of that defense as we move in, trying to put some pressure onto Varsity X.
Oh, here it is. I mean, Atlas is level 5 surprisingly at this point already. He's going to have the Fatal Links available. It's actually going to miss onto McKee with that Purify coming in from the Vengeance Flame. As now, I mean, I think they're going to have a decent opportunity to take the turtle for themselves on the side of Team X.
What a good play there. McKee didn't even stutter. Immediately knew he had Vengeance Flame, walks away, and negates out that ability. Will it be enough for them to secure this Lord?
Okay, it's going to be going to Nightmare so far with the Song Song committed, although he's getting committed quite hard on Thicken from D-Guy. They will be able to get the kill. First blood going to McKee, but no, Nightmare will be able to get the decimation straight onto D-Guy. Seth coming in for the cleanup here, but not actually able to follow up too hard.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to secure the turtle, and they trade kills at that. So I want to say looking a little up for Varsity X.
Oh, here it is. I mean, Stamina, a bit of an interesting loss on sanity there. It will take out quite a chunk of HP from Canyon, but he will lose his Faraga armor.
Yeah, and right now, Filipino Kid getting pushed on a little bit. I want to say both marksmen seeming very interesting. Ooh, Filipino Kid. I want to say baiting out some abilities from Seth there. They're very evenly matched right now when it comes to this. That last fight, I want to say great coming for both of them. They found some kind of sweet spots in there. Pent even able to find Fatal Links, but it did get stunned out, or it did get purified out by McKee. So maybe either we bait out that Vengeance Flame first, we call it out, or we're gonna have to maybe choose our targets a little better.
Ooh, bravest fighter, but coming in from Canyon onto, I got stamina, but he does have that stamina indeed. He's gonna be able to sustain out through that bravest fire just for now. In the mid lane, Pent, he's getting harassed quite a lot by those fireballs coming in from McKee. He's gonna have to back off just for now.
Yeah, and I want to say this is kind of the struggles that comes. Ooh, and we do have a little gank coming up from the top.
Oh yeah, he's gonna have to pop that go away from Filipino Kid. He's not gonna have options here. If he makes it out, then I am Chinese.
You can see here right now, I mean, a great gank. This is what I've been talking about when it comes to a lot of those ganks. Oh, a little bit of action coming here. I just got Stamina looking for the kill on the Canyon, but using that flicker very wisely, gets into this tower range.
Oh yeah, I mean, Canyon, he's doing a pretty decent job of protecting that tower against two people right there. I got Stamina doesn't have the Lost Insanity available to actually contest his turtle, so Ari is going to have a nice time away from most of the team coming in from X when it comes to this objective.
Yeah, and I want to say when it comes, I want to say that a little bit more crisper is why right now when it comes to the usage of their ultimates, when it comes to the rotations, you had 4 men up at the top. Oh, actually, we have a little bit of a fight up at top.
Oh yeah, Seth committing quite a lot, but the go away is going to be able to persuade him from continuing any further. Here we go, Pent looking for an option at the bottom lane here, but so far on the top lane it's going to be the Decimate coming in from Nightmare. A great pickup so far.
Yeah, a great pickup for him. You can see here for the damage right now. Varsity Y, I mean, they're starting getting a little bit of a commanding lead, about 1K gold, or yeah, about, actually 2K gold over Varsity X right now. They're starting to get that lead build up and starting to get to the point where Varsity needs to start making or creating a play, especially when it comes to a lot of these ganks.
B-Guy and Ari looking to maybe get this blue buff. They've got the whole squad coming in from X though. They need to make sure this Martyrs has a good game. You've seen how scary this guy is when it comes to this hero. Being able to carry not only through the early game, but also through the late game. So having Nightmare, they're trying their best to pressure him. But, you know, their team knows they need to protect him.
Yeah, well, I mean, even though the gold lead's kind of in favor, we're actually at about 3K gold lead right now for Y, but Nightmare has no deaths and has 2 kills on the board right now, so he's still doing a good job of handling himself. It's just we're going to see how well it goes into some of these next objectives, which I feel are going to be very important for the momentum of Varsity X.
Talking about objectives, we're going to try and get this middle tower coming in from Team Y. Going to force out the flicker coming in from Thickened.
Thicket was trying to go back home, but the flame from McKee kept on burning her, so she wasn't able to recall back.
I hate that so much, by the way. For Leo, why does he do so much damage over a long period of time, man?
And right now, I mean, enforcing their will, Varsity Y able to push through mid. It's going to create the distance for them now to go ahead and latch onto this turtle. We're looking to see, is Varsity X looking and going to be able to reply here?
Canyon looking for the backline here. They will be able to get Thickened here. Canyon doing such a good job of front lining. Here comes the Fatal Links. It is onto 2 with the Lost Insanity pop. They're going to be able to blow up 2 members of Team Y. Although they're not going to continue for the Lord. They are a little bit low on HP.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, you have the momentum. You lost one, and that one is going to be back very quickly as well. You just took down 2, and you don't continue to your advantage. I mean, I props for being a little bit safer with it, but I feel like it's one of those things where you got to kind of use the momentum to your advantage, especially for games of this magnitude.
Looking at these 2 goal laners, man, these guys have been at each other's throats the entire game. But it's still like it's a bit of a stalemate between the two in the end. Though, as we're gonna look to maybe getting the Lord here, setting up by Team Y.
Yeah, right now, kind of a little bit of a dance here. None of these, I'm not sure which, I mean, Y, I want to say, has a little bit of the advantage when it comes to the Lord dance here. You do have the setting potential of Pent, but he doesn't really have the vision just yet of where a lot of the team members are to kind of get that fatal links. And then you're dealing with McKee, who can basically purify out of it with his ultimate.
Oh yeah, that's such a good matchup, man. I actually didn't even think about that in the draft with that Vengeance Flame countering the Fatal Links. As now we're going to see the Lord getting quite low. It's going to actually reset in the end as I got Stamina harassing the backline so far, making it quite hard for Team White to follow up and secure that Lord.
Yeah, very interesting here. I want to say Varsity Y started it. Looked like they wanted the fight, but then when Varsity X pressed onto it, they all back up a little bit more. And now Seth kind of forced to kind of try to make something happen here on the opposite side of the lane. Filipino Kid's going to have to clear this up before he joins the fight. At least right now, Varsity Y knows they have a mismatch.
Okay, here we go. Attempt 2 coming in from Team Y. Are they going to be able to get it? Lord looking like he probably is going to reset once again. Let's see how many times this guy resets before actually falling down for once.
And again, rinse and repeat. Seth going to the outside lane. He's going to push it. Now Filipino Kid's going to have to go answer it. We're going to come back to the Lord dance. I feel like they're being very patient. They're waiting for a mistake. We just, like I said, like we're just waiting for a set for one of these teams to be able to kind of call out. You can see now Canyon in a little bit of a position here, going to clear up the top lane as I got Stamina. They do spot D-Guy actually being durst down. He's going to use that last insanity.
Oh man, actually gets the kill. That's an insane amount of damage coming in from Stamina. As now they're going to push on to Ari. They're falling quite low on HP though. Canyon in position. Seth on the back lines trying to disrupt the team fight a little bit, but now he's on the run. 5 people running at him. Is he going to make it out? He probably will. Running straight into the enemy base for some cover.
I want to say a lot of respect from both of these teams. Neither one of them really wanting to make a mistake, but it's coming to the point of like the confidence level. Do they know where their spikes are right now? I mean, Nightmare. My thing is on UHA Varsity X right now. You have the ability. You're at about 6K gold. It's not. I mean, you're not completely out of it. You're down by about 2K gold as a team, but slowly and surely, as this match progresses, Nightmare's gonna find himself less and less useful as a Martis as these fights progress. So you really need to take these opportunities in the early game to really be able to get those kills, set the standard, set the tone, and collapse onto these objectives.
I mean, we are talking about Nightmare here, though, man. We saw what he can do in that late game situations, man. I'm just saying. But yeah, no, traditionally, if we're looking on the paper, yeah, Martis will probably fall off at some point. You're totally right. Looking at Pent, he's getting harassed quite a lot by those fireballs once again. Valia, that classic sort of tanky hero, whittled down here, is proving to be quite effective against that lineup.
Oh, you do see them trying to collapse onto Roger. Now it looks like Odette actually might be in a little bit of problems at mid. Thicket getting cornered.
As the Swan Song, he's going to be able to live a little bit more, but he's actually going to finally fall down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though. Seth also falls down in the end.
Oh, a 1-for-1 trade right now. They've been pretty evenly paced. Now we're at a matchup up at top. I got Stamina in the midst.
Oh yeah, here we go. We're going to see maybe a decimation coming on onto D-Guy. He's not an easy target to kill, though. With that full tank build, he's going to be a pain in the bum. Oh, has the flicker out as well.
Oh, Nightmare is chasing so hard. He really wants this kill. Looking for the decimation. He gets it.
Finally gets it. The decimation won't come out in round 2, but Filipino Kid will finally take out Canyon. And now we're going to see a bit more of an interesting match where now they're at each other's necks and finishing off the kills. As I feel like Team X, they should be able to get the Lord here, although Ari is still in position with that 1 level difference.
Yeah, you can see Seth, he wanted to join the fight, but he sees Filipino Kid at the bottom pushing this lane, so now he knows he has to answer it, and he's not going to be able to join the fight here right now. Still looking for Varsity X, put some pressure onto this Lord. Are they going to finally be able to get it? He's actually getting very low trying to fight this off.
Lord has a 1 kill streak so far. Oh, Filipino Kid finally getting his kill onto his counterpart on that gold lane, Roger, in the bottom lane there. That's going to be a huge amount of advantage he's just generated from that kill.
Oh, right now we do have 4 members. I mean, still have not gotten this Lord right now for either of these teams. And they've just, oh man, another, we have a tower down at mid. Now, Varsity X starting to enforce their will here. Tied up game for both.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that net worth, it's pretty much even. But Lord, finally, I think he's gonna get taken down here. I'm pretty sure there's no way it makes it through. Yeah, I don't think Team Y is gonna be able to contest this one.
Yeah, I want to say Nightmare. I mean, right now, actually, I want to say taking a good grip of damage there from the Lord. I'm not sure when it comes to the items if he started building up some of those defensive. Filipino Kid doing a great job, though, of kind of clearing out a lot of these towers. We've got 2 down at bottom, going to try to meet Lapu.
Oh, he managed to get the tower in the face of the Lord and 2 more people. What a beast.
Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy and just kind of talks about the macro ability of Varsity. They lose a Lord. They have Lord looming for them, but Canyon's still able to kind of make room and is like, I'm just going to go ahead and snatch up this tower before Lord comes in here, does it successfully, and they're not able to reply.
Filipino Kid picking up that Wind of Nature, so he's actually going to have a really good chance of man fighting through that overwhelming amount of physical damage that Team Y has. We're going to see the Lord as well. It's probably going to get taken out pretty quickly in this bottom lane.
Yeah, but all the while, I mean, Varsity X doing a good job of clearing out the jungle here, and now they're going to go ahead and put the boots onto this mid tower.
Yep, that's going to be a nice, easy mid tower taken out by Filipino Kid here. Oh, Seth in a bit of danger here. He's going to get 5 people running at him at this point. Probably doesn't even need to commit the fatal links. It's going to be Filipino Kid having the killing spree at this point. He's actually in quite far. Lost Insanity is covered though. It's going to blow up T-Guy. Oh my god.
Wow, Filipino, I was so scared to Filipino Kid. He was so far into the front line. Caught and I'm offended as well. Oh, you see here, Thicket trying to burst down Canyon.
Is he going to be able to get it? He has immortality to work with here. I don't know if he's actually going to make it out of this one alive. Has the dash, though. Nightmare is trying his absolute best to try and get that decimation. He should be able to get it once he respawns from that immortality. Nice close-up of his demise.
And unfortunately, face down in the dirt, it was not able to get away. That was a whole of Varsity. They're doing a great job. I'm not sure what happened in their last match that brought them down to the lower bracket, but I want to say right here, right now, coming back with a vengeance, going after UHE Varsity Y right now. It's 4-12 right now. They have captured the lead in a very cushy 3K gold lead.
Oh man, and they've got triple. Is that triple 4, 8, 12? Yeah, that's triple the amount of kills that they have. But it's only a 2,000 gold lead, right? Oh, they make it 3,000 probably. So that's a bit surprising.
We weren't hired for our math ability, I'll tell you that.
No, I've been messing up my math the whole time, this whole series, man.
Right now it does. Ooh, Nightmare in a good position here against the guy.
Okay, Lord, it's going to be the Evolved Lord actually this time for the second Lord. That's also another surprising stat for this game. Although I feel like it's going to be a bit of hesitation coming in from Team X. Team Y are not exactly in the best sort of situation to contest it though.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we see that Martis, that Nightmare kind of did not pick up the 2 damage items you usually go for, maybe like a War Axe, sometimes a Blade of Hepsies. Ooh, Thicket might be in trouble.
Oh, he's going to actually get blown up by that bravest fighter. Canyon is just in the middle of it all. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. The decimation comes in from Nightmare. He's going to start running towards 3 members of Team Y as he's just going to back off though. As now, Team Y are looking towards getting that Lord.
Oh, they're going to lose the top tower to a single minion.
Oh, no. That 1 minion, the biggest impact for sure. We're going to see Stamina. Has that immortality, so he's going to be able to be quite aggressive in this Lord fight here. This is going to be the big fight, I'm pretty sure. As Filipino Kid, they're going to get knocked up by the Lord so far. Here we go, Lost Insanity caught a bit early. Gets taken down. His Faraga armor still has immortality to work with. Ari looking towards it.
Ooh, right now, I mean, they're chasing down Varsity X. Filipino Kid separated from the pack. They don't know it just yet. Ooh.
Filipino kid, he's in a bit of danger here. He's gonna pop that go away. Seth locked down underneath the wall. Seth, he's running away on all fours. He will be able to get out. As Ari, falling quite low as well, has to pop the detonus welcome to get away a little bit here. Nightmare not gonna be able to finish up the kill just yet. D-Guy with a conceal play though. Are they gonna be able to follow this up? As now Filipino kid, he's looking towards this Lord right now with that Little Wonder giving a nice amount of vision for this situation. McKee as well not going to be doing his best to harass them down, but D-Guy, he's probably going to get taken out by I Got Stamina.
Oh man, I want to say Filipino kid panicked a little bit there. He had the go away, and he had Seth pinned against the wall, but he decided to dash forward, which pushed Seth away from the bubble, allowed him to escape when he could have just stood his ground, started with the damage out there, and we can see now, I mean, almost full tank Nightmare right now on this Martis. It is meaning that they're taking just a little longer on this Lord, but still able to burst it down, and they are really kind of hanging in there when it comes to the team fights here against Varsity Y.
I quite like this decision of going for like one damage item. Hunter Strike is a bit of a utility item, right? It's not entirely all damage, you know, it gives you that additional movement speed. But I feel like the team coming in from X, they have enough damage to make up for it, right? They've got this Melissa, they've got this Odette, huge amounts of burst damage coming from them both, so it should give them ample opportunity to allow Nightmare to pop those decimations.
Yeah, the only thing is that now when it comes to like these Lord fights, it really kind of takes a little bit of time for them to kind of burst down this Lord. And right now, Canyon actually might be in trouble. He's got a flank coming in.
Seth coming in with a backup though. D-Guy as well, scouting out Pent, not letting him get any sort of great and surprising opportunities just yet.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, a big Lord here. Only high ground towers left for Varsity Y. Looking for the defense here right now to see if they're going to be able to withstand.
Okay, here we go. Lord charges in. It's an evolved Lord, so now it's going to be quite tanky if lots of members are standing near it. They're maybe going to get 2 towers as well. So that's a big value coming in for it. Here's the last Insanity onto D-Guy. Is he going to get blown up once again? He will. Here comes Nightmare onto the front line here. Doesn't get the decimation just yet. The Fatal Links. It's actually going to be able to lock them down enough. Will they be able to get the base? Yes, they will. It's going to be Team X taking game 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a series coming in from a sweep against Y, or Y had a sweep against X, and now X reclaiming it, starting things out with that jab, is gonna get themselves up 1 game here. As we take a look at some of these stats here, man, I just want to say like 5 and 16, man, and a great. I did not have faith in the the Odette pick. I'm just gonna put that out there. But they did such a good job. He was very safe. He didn't really kind of lackadaisically let out that ultimate when he was in harm's way. And then the rest of the team, the rest of UHEX did a good job of kind of protecting or even punishing UHEY when they did get those kills onto Odette. And yeah, I mean, that was kind of the story here.
Mm-hmm. Surprisingly, D-Guy had a really rough time of frontlining. I mean, you've got so much burst damage coming exactly from that Odette and that Melissa, but also he fell like 2 or 3 or 4 times to that last Insanity, which really proves that this X-Borg hero is amazing at taking down these tanky targets. So I'm such a big fan of Stamina's pick right there.
Yeah, it's been something that's kind of very specific to North America too, is we really favor this X-Borg pick. I want to say for like the last 2 years, we've really kind of favored the burst, the speed, the ability when you get those stacks on, you're just basically doing true damage to the enemy there. And it doesn't matter how tanky the Ruby is or how much healing that they have, with that much true damage coming at you. I mean, especially we've seen it there. It was really able to kind of body that lane. And then Atlas had some great pickoffs there as well, even in the face of that vengeance flame from Valir. It really came well together there. And Martis, we were talking about a Nightmare, who has shown that he is kind of a menace on that hero, regardless of when he decides to kind of come online. He was a little bit more passive than my personal taste is for Martis, and from when like how that that hero scales. But I want to say he kind of like was really waiting. His build choice is very unique. He gets that one damage item, and then he builds very tanky. He likes to sustain, likes to be out there a while with the Marta so that you can kind of fish for those decimations. So, I mean, man, a great game here played by UHEX, and we might have a long night in store for us.
I hope so, man. I've been really enjoying these games. Just going back to Nightmare, man. We might need to be seeing this hero being banned out, I'm pretty sure. I know at least in the South African meta, it's like the #1 banned hero.
Yeah, well, it brings that early game damage, and it's to the point where the moment somebody gets low, it's like, crap, because now he's going to be able to get that decimation on. Then he's got a ton of attack speed that he's going to be able to whittle the next person. Even if the next person is full health, he's going to be able to whittle them down, get another decimation, and then it does even more damage after that, as with each sequential decimation after that. He's just a force to be reckoned with in the early game if you're not careful. But I mean, it's not even the early game you need to worry about, because with Nightmare, he's been able to show that he can utilize it in mid and late game as well.
Yeah, for sure. He's it's just I don't know what they need to do. They probably need to take it out. It's probably going to leave a whole bunch of other stuff open. So these next drafts are going to be pretty intense on the mind games for sure. I would like to shout out as well Stamina having a perfect game as again on this Xborg hero. He's really proving that this is another vital part of their strategy in order to take out, as I said before, those tanky targets. And I just feel like their drafting has been really on point for the last few games we've seen from them.
Even I want to say we were talking about Canyon, who favors that Lapu, and they came in there with ready with the plan. Especially, it was a very interesting back and forth that we saw at the Lord Pit in the early game, where we had both of our marksmen kind of going to the side lanes, pushing, going back to the Lord Pit, baiting it out. Both teams push back, then they both separate from it. Then both marksmen go back to the side. It was like there was this plan that both of them had, and that's the interesting thing. It was this plan. All right, we don't have anything. All right, marksman, do you know what you're supposed to do? There wasn't any hesitation. They just kept on going back to the same game plan until they found an opening, and that just kind of speaks for the patience of both of these teams, not really wanting to press forward until they had that advantage that they needed. And we saw it with some of the ganks that happened at mid before they started the fights.
Yeah, it's a bit like that game you used to play as a child, you know, like running around playing tag and stuff. You find like a tree and you're like trying to get around to see who goes to that one side first. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. It sort of felt like that with that Lord fight right there. But yeah, I feel it was very back and forth, but just damn, Team X, they really know how to draft.
And right now we're gonna see what kind of changes come out. I'm wondering. Martis, either the Martis comes off the board, or we need to find something to pair up against it. Barats was having a lot of trouble. I want to say that was kind of the reason that they kind of gave up Barats, and that's kind of a reason I want to say in North America that Barats has kind of fallen off a bit, is because of the prevalence of the Xborg out there. They can both stay out there. They can both kind of linger out in front of the objective pit, but eventually Xborg's going to win that fight. He's going to get all of his stacks onto the enemy, especially somebody slow like a Barats, and he's going to be dealing true damage. Once he's got you down low enough, he's going to be able to get that last insanity, which is completely unblockable. You have to run away from it if you don't want to get bursted down, and then he'll have an escape. Especially when you rush an early immortality onto Xborg, where you don't even have to wait, or you don't even have to use your last insanity. You just wait until your immortality pops, and you come out with the last insanity, and then able to kind of scoot yourself to a safe distance.
It could be like that, or the other option of taking out the Xborg, like making it a little less effective, is if you look at the team of Team Y right now, they don't have intense burst damage. That's another option against Xborg, because if you burst down his shield before the last insanity pops, the damage is cut in half. So maybe they could look towards maybe implementing a little bit more of an intense amount of damage into them, and that's another way to do it.
It's one of those things. That I want to say, like, the Roger pick.
Right.
It does well. It was doing well in the lane, but I felt like we were really utilizing his speed to kind of get to those far off lanes, get the pushing. He shines with a lot of damage that he can do in this, especially in his wolf, his Lycan form. He's pretty tanky. He's kind of like a fighter in that. So I feel like maybe we could have utilized him a bit more to kind of help out with bursting down some of that armor there. But I mean, it just kind of came down to just a well-played game by UHX. Especially, they minimized a lot of the holes we saw from when they last used basically the same composition in the last series. Atlas wasn't getting caught. Pent wasn't getting caught as much. He didn't take a lot of those early game deaths. He was really kind of nailing some of those ultimates. Although he did, I want to say, he did have one of his ultimates, Vengeance, flamed out of, but he was still, I want to say, doing a good job, and they really kind of covered down on some of those weaknesses of that draft that they saw from the last series.
Interestingly enough, I'm looking like it's looking like Team X is on the right side again, and Team Y is on the left side again. I don't know if that's a bit of an interest, a bit of how the mechanics of the tournament works a bit, but they'll have first pick, and last pick goes to Team X once again. As we're going to see that Angela, as per usual, going to get taken away from Pent, and then Matilda going to see a bit of a similar situation to the first game.
Yeah, I assume that it's a possibility of it going to the loser's choice of what they want. Right, I don't know. That's what I've seen in some tournaments. Some tournaments it's always switched. Some it goes to the loser's choice. Do you want? I've seen it in MPL before too. They'd get to select whether they want second pick or first pick as well. But we're gonna go ahead, start things off. Very familiar bands here from both of these teams. The Angela, the Matilda. I think that's pretty much the guarantee here right now, is that the Angela, Matilda, and the Masha will most likely not see the light of day for a lot of these drafts.
Yeah, I mean, the Masha for sure. I mean, D-Guy's got an insanely good win rate on that hero so far in this tournament, so we're definitely not going to see him pick it up. I'm surprised that Yu Zhong was not banned or picked up as well. I mean, Stamina really likes using that hero. I don't know how much Canyon does, but that's a hero that we've been seeing performing really well.
Yeah, it is really interesting. I honestly, it kind of comes to personal preference. I've seen it a lot when it comes to XP laners that they can either prefer the Lapu or they'll prefer the Yuzong, but it's almost like they never prefer both. So it's always just one or the other. There's just one that they really like and the other one that they don't. And I also know that Yuzong, for some reason, is very prone to ganks in the early game. I've seen it 100 times where I'm just like, all right, Yuzong could work here in the early game. They just rush into XP lane before he can get a lot of his abilities and a lot of that regen that he's known for, and burst him down before he can even become a presence for a lot of these objective fights. As just like clockwork, we see that Masha being taken off the board for the side of UHEX.
Oh yeah, man. This, I mean, I still need to see this here. I mean, I haven't been too familiar with the game recently. I still need to see this thing in action properly. So a little bit sad that I'm not going to be able to do that. But anyway, we'll see that Melissa being banned out, which definitely Filipino Kid was making pretty good use of last game.
I'm not going to lie, I was not favoring the matchup of Melissa against the Roger, but Filipino Kid able to hold his own in the lane, not really push too much in the lane, but when it came time to kind of join in on these team fights, or even when they thought they had a gank on the Filipino Kid, really utilizing that go away from them very well to kind of offend a lot of the aggression that you get with the Roger.
Oh, interesting ban here, as well as that Clint once again. We saw that in that one of the games earlier, that it definitely packed a punch when given the right amount of items. So maybe sort of getting ready to do a draft that doesn't really, that sort of likes going into Clint, if you know what I mean. But anyway, we're going to have the first pick coming in from Team Y here. I wonder what it's going to be.
With what we've seen, Minotaur is still on the table right now. You got the healing with the Flask of the Oasis. So you still have a lot of those XP laners out there with the CC and the Arvel, but it does look like they're going to go ahead, take away that Xborg from UHEX, which was, we were talking about it. It was, I Got Stamina just played such an excellent game and was really a driving force behind a lot of the offense for UHEX.
Okay, well, there's something else left in the pool to discuss as well. Nightmare has access to that Martyrs. Will he pick it up in the first phase, or it could be a bit greedy to pick it up, you know, riding on the same sort of motion on that high of the last few games he's had. Could be a bit of a situation of a burnout, maybe, as well. They maybe don't want to spam it too much. But, oh, there we go. Stamina, picking up the Arlot here.
I like these two picks here. You got a whole lot of tankiness coming out of them. You got the regen effect, which we were talking about from the Flask of the Oasis, and you've got two heroes that specialize in their setting potential with the final slash coming out from Arlot, the Minoan Fury coming out from Minotaur. So I mean, two really just strong frontline and setting potential picks coming out from UHEX.
Yeah, I mean, and they both synergize with each other, right? Minotaur has that a large amounts of stun, which can activate those passive marks for Arla to sort of go around and anime dash all around the place. Oh, here we go. McKee and gonna pick up the Brody and the Xavier here. Some new picks we haven't seen so far in this night. I'm interested to see how they sort of utilize these picks. I know that they like picking them, so a bit of a comfort sort of angle for themselves.
Yeah, we saw that Xavier was banned out last draft. And I want to say some comfort possibly being picked up there for the side of UHEY. And I completely forgot about the passive, the mark that Arlot puts onto his enemies. With all the CC that Minotaur is going to be able to put out there, yeah, Arlot's going to be pretty much closing the distance. There's not going to be much that he's not going to be able to close the distance on with a lot in this map here. And I want to say right now, lacking a little bit of CC from the side of UHEY right now, a little bit of setting potential. They have the damage out there, and they have an immense amount. Okay.
I mean, this here has been out of favor for quite a long amount of time. I remember being a Gushin main back when hypercarry meta was a thing, right? You'd go mid lane with Retribution, clear the mid. That's sort of what it was, but not too sure about it right now.
This is going to be a first for me, seeing Gushin out there. I'm assuming this is going to be the jungler?
Oh, there it is. There it is. he's got the Retribution now. I mean,
we didn't see this all last series.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen this ever, dude. The Gushin, he's a sort of, you know, that he's that pub stomper, as us Dota players would call it. Let me try and think of the right word. He's a sort of solo queue player hero, right? So he doesn't really show up too many times in a 5-on-5 situation. He's quite a selfish hero, right? He gets all the farm, gets all the kills. So we're gonna see either him stomping the entire game by himself, or we're gonna see him probably struggle quite a lot. It's one of the two.
I mean, his ultimate incandescence, it gives him it resets all of his abilities, and especially his ability to throw out those blades and bring them back. I believe it's a Shadow Blade Slaughter. So he's going to be able to kind of spread out that damage if he can land on to some of the squishier heroes. But here's the problem. Especially for somebody like a Brody, if you close the distance on a Brody, you let out that Shadow Blade Slaughter, he's immediately going to answer every single time without question. He's going to answer with his stun, create that distance back. So it's going to be if he can land that first ability, Sword Spike. That's what it is. Sword Spike. If he can land that on it, Brody can put the stun on, create that distance. If you still have that Sword Spike on it, he'll still be able to kind of close the distance back on. So it's going to be very interesting to see how well this plays in. It's not typical, but I mean, it's something fresh. It's something new that we're seeing here in the Hawaiian Islands.
Mm-hmm. One thing that there's a little bit of area for counterplay, right? They did change Gushin's Sword Spike for when he's running towards you. He has that CC immunity now, so if Seth times it, you know, he could actually dodge that stun.
Oh yeah, so I guess we'll see how well that with how it kind of goes out there. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how these kind of play into it. We're banning out a lot of the tankier heroes here from the side because I mean naturally, yeah, exactly. You don't really want Guzhin going up against some of these tankier heroes. I was actually kind of wondering. I mean, but you still have some answers out there. You still got the Boxia, who actually kind of shines. I want to say against the Guzhin. He comes stock with some magic defense. He protects himself against anti-heal stock with his normal abilities. There, both things that really can slow down a Guzhin. Who's trying to kind of nail into him. But we're going to come up, see what we can kind of synergize with the rest of these picks.
Yeah, and one strong feature of Guzhin is that passive of his, right? If he hits a low HP target with a basic attack, he heals quite a lot. So as you said, Abashia could be really nice against that sort of thing, especially since a lot of what Gushin's damage as well is it's a multiple increments, which his passive actually sort of counters in its own way. As now, we're going to look at Thickened. Gonna try and pick up a mage here, or it could be the marksman. There's a lot in the pool right here. Maybe an Ixia, maybe going with the Ixia Minotaur combo, you know, providing that damage in that Minoan Fury. There it is. Call me the prophet.
I was about to say, I was looking at these bands, they really tried to narrow down the hero pool of Filipino Kid. You got Melissa, Claude, Carrie bands out there. We already had the Clint bands out there. So, I mean, there was we were really narrowing down some of the picks that were left out there. I guess besides a Raja. Are we going to go ahead and pick that back up? We didn't have too much success with it in the first game. I still feel like it's a strong hero, maybe utilized in a different way.
I mean, it's not going to be picked up in the marksman slot for sure, because they already do have the Brody.
Oh, yeah, they have the Brody,
Yeah, so I mean, it could come out as jungle. That's not really a meta pick, I would argue. As we're going to see. Oh, I like these. I like this. That's going to be the classic, you know, I hate assassins Roma right there.
Yeah, a huge answer for the Guzhin, which means either Nightmare is going to have to be the most vigilant Guzhin I've ever seen, or you're already delegating that Pent is not going to be leaving his side. And even if he doesn't leave his side, D-Guy can really kind of charge through a lot of what's Pent is going to be able to dish out in the early game.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. And then Ari as well, gonna pick up that Yu Zhong. That's gonna be that first for this series. Ooh. Gonna be able to take it up. I really like this Faramis pick right here. I feel like that's gonna be able to keep that Guzhin from saving him a little bit from D-Guy. I feel like D-Guy is gonna be a big menace for Nightmare here. So yeah, and I also really like it versus the X-Borg, you know, and as well as the Yu Zhong. It's a nice amount of cover for the team overall against this quite a big amount of team fight coming in from Team Y.
Yeah, I want to say a good draft from the side of UHEX. Guzhin, I'm still on the fence about. We'll see how well it plays out there. But the rest of this is a great draft to kind of help out their assassin player there. So we're going to see how well it kind of goes in to UHEY here as we're going into the second game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like it is going to be that hyper carry situation, right? It's going to be all in. If Nightmare loses the game, then they all lose the game, right? It's going to be all money placed into Nightmare for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. If we move into the mid and late game, we might have a little bit of chance for Filipino Kid to start popping off with that full barrage, which we were able to see before. Right. He did such a well game in the last series. But man, it's going to be very interesting here. Looking for UHE Varsity Y to answer back to Varsity X right now, sitting at 1 game in favor of X.
Oh, hey, right, that is true. I feel like Team X, they've really showed what they can do right now. They've proven themselves that they can take you out right now. You have to respect them.
Yeah, well, I want to say, them. Oh, D-Guy coming in. We do have an early flicker coming out. Filipino Kid wanted none of that fight.
You don't want to, when you see a Hilda, you just gotta run. Surprisingly enough, Hilda not going to be going that classic right in the Guzhin's face sort of approach. Going to be more of a supporting his Brody a bit more than usual. Okay, hold on here.
Okay,
Pent at least in the area to sort of help out a bit.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. Pent is out there, but like we were saying, the early game, Pent isn't really going to be that big of a difference maker. Look at him; he's already trying to come in here. Nightmare's going to have to probably use his, if he has his retribution here. It was just on cooldown, but he is still able to get his jungle.
Oh yeah, that's one thing that Gushin sort of struggles with as well, is he's not the fastest clearer, right? He has to commit spells in order to get things done. As now we're already going to see Ari in a bit of a lead in the experience here. Gushin not hitting that level 4 for that incandescence.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit of a problem. Still has about 13 seconds if he's still going to be able to kind of get that level 4. Looking for another minion down at the bottom. Looks like he might be able to get it. We're going to go ahead and start off here. You can already see Gushin starting to fall a little bit behind. Already about 200 gold. It's not huge amounts, but when you add it that it's only the second minute here because of Hilda, we're going to see how this really kind of stacks up here as we're going to start on this first turtle, sorry.
One thing he is good at is securing, all right? You just combo the retribution with that shadow-based order. It's a pretty good amount of damage, as we're going to see Stamina going in onto Ari, trying to take down that Faraga armor. They will be able to take it down. There's the Dawning Light coming in from Xavier. It's not going to be able to help enough. And there we go. There we're going to see the Nether Realm. It's going to keep them nice and safe diving in here. Canyon pops the Black Dragon form. He's going to have to flicker out, though. Excuse me? Flicker? Yuzhong?
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. As soon as I saw that flicker, I was like, what?
Okay.
An interesting choice, but nonetheless, still, I mean, right now, a little bit of a fight. Canyon finding some problems at bottom.
Oh yeah, but he's gonna have that Char residue keeping him nice and healthy in this situation. Yeah, we usually see obviously the big one is the Petrify, right? Maybe Vengeance if you're looking for some survivability inside team fights and you have some stuns on your team already. But Flicker, not too sure about that one.
Yeah, well, and then when we were talking about that last fight, when we saw the Black Dragon come out, that Petrify would have landed onto like 3 or 4 members of UHA Varsity X, and he probably would have been able to secure himself a few kills.
Sorry, I just Ricky died to the Dawning Light there. So I don't know. That was pretty impressive.
It's a good friend of yours, I take it.
Right.
D-Guy here,
yeah,
trying his best to kind of like be that nuisance and an early full barrage out there from Filipino Kid.
See quite aggressive plays coming in from Team Y. As well as the Hilda should be able to sort of apply some pressure. As we said before, it's not all about Nightmare. Actually, Filipino Kid has a say in this. Late game, Minoan Fury and the full barrage is quite a menace of a combo to work with. So probably see some plays coming out like that, as we see a pause coming out from Stamina asking to request.
Yeah, two of them are looking for a pause. And I want to say, you're talking about the aggression, but that's kind of the rules you lay down when you pick a Hilda on your team. As much as a offensive monster that she can be when you have the advantage, and especially in the early game, she falls off very hard. And especially if you start losing that advantage, you start getting out damaged, there's really not much that a Hilda is going to be able to do, because every single time when you get out of that laning phase, when the entire team is grouped up, she finds herself as a target every single time she's looking for that odd person out.
Taking a look at the minimap here, actually, Gushin has that level 4 with the incandescence. He might be able to actually burst down this Brody. X-Borg, not really a hero that can protect his allies that much. I feel like he might be able to get that first kill that's so necessary for the Gushin to pop off.
Yeah, we're gonna see here, man. It's an interesting pick that Canyon went with the flicker. I'm kind of wondering if this might kind of cost him. Like I said, we had one fight already where he kind of could have had a little bit of something there. But I mean, actually, as we come in.
Oh, there it is. The fast hands coming in from Nightmare, being able to pick up Seth. That's another good point, right? Gushin is one of those heroes that you kind of need a good net to sort of pop off with. That's going to have to see how he deals with it with a sort of a bit of a higher general MS coming in from Hawaii. So it's another one of those factors.
Well, I think he's gotten very confident on it, especially to pick up a hero like Gushin. Ooh, Dickon gonna go ahead and pull D-Guy into the tower.
Oh, I mean, D-Guy is that hero, that annoying slug. Well, not slug, he's quite fast. Oh, we're going to see the power of the wilderness coming out. D-Guy getting quite aggressive again. And full barrage coming in from Filipino Kid. Are they going to be able to take him out? They will.
Yeah, Filipino did a good job there, and especially a great job by Pent to add in a little bit of a pop-up there to elongate the time that he spent inside that full barrage. And unfortunately here right now, UHE Varsity X having a heck of a game. Right now, both side laners up on their side. You can see 3-1 gold. Already Arlott picking up his belt, and a lot of damage. And now Nightmare securing that Genius Wand.
Oh. A good attempt by Nightmare with Incandescence, but Ari quite fast with the Retribution.
Yeah, they're able to get that turtle. They're going to have themselves a little bit of shield now. This is going to be great for D-Guy if he wants to kind of press his will here. You see him already. Nightmare is getting scared.
Okay, no, he's okay for now, but he's going to have a little bit of trouble with that red buff. Oh, Seth taking out Filipino Kid. That's a pretty good pickup to get. He might get the tower on top of that.
Yeah, and right now I want to say min-maxing with that little bit of shielding they got from that turtle buff now, doing a great job of really changing the tide here. Whether it comes to D-Guy using that shield and just rushing at Nightmare, and then when it comes up to the top, Seth able to kind of jump under the tower with that shield and find a kill onto the enemy marksman.
Oh, Thicken caught with his pants down, no Netherrealm to work with. I mean, that's not a great start for his game, at least. Gonna probably show his results a bit later on, though. Ent looking to go maybe with a flicker and the known fury here. The fight's gonna start out. There's the full barrage. It's actually gonna miss out on a few members. Unfortunately, flickering into the wall. Pent's probably gonna get blown up by the Last Insanity. No, he's actually gonna be able to make it out here. Here comes the Incandescence coming in from Gushin. It's onto Ari, who's quite tanky though. Black Dragon form, fishing around, swimming, and looking for that kill with the flicker. It's not the Petrify, unfortunately. Only actually managed to only get one stun with that knockup. D-Guy getting caught on by stamina. Quite a tanky hero as well, though, as we're not going to see anybody die from that engagement.
Yeah, and I see what his plan was with the flicker, but I mean, as we saw, he didn't really even catch anybody. He caught one person with it, as everybody else was able to get away with it. Maybe I don't know. It's the usefulness of it there, but I mean, good. Safe play by Varsity X to kind of slow down this push and this momentum of Varsity Y right now.
I mean, if Nightmare is 1-0, it is a good sort of standpoint, but on a hero like Gushin, you need to be really popping off to make it effective. Here we're going to see the turtle. It's going to go once again to Ari. I mean, that makes sense when you're looking at the level difference. Sure, I might have been level 10, but that one level difference still makes a point.
Yeah, and right now Nightmare having a little trouble when it comes to the ability. And this is the problem. This is the mismatch that happens when you have a fighter that can hang around that Lord Pit and when you have an assassin who has to choose his timing very carefully to come in there. He's got to decide when he's going to dash in, then try to get the retry, then try to dash himself back out to safety. Taking a look at the items right now, we've started to turn the things in favor of Varsity Y as we're starting to look up with items and I want to say gold starting to be very favorable.
All right, I mean, popping in the sword. What's the first skill Gushin again called? Like it's
his first skill is the sword spike.
Sword spike, right. One good utility that spell can do is scouting out bushes. So he's utilizing that quite well to sort of keep himself safe here. As the retribution is going to go once again to Ari, knocking him out of that blue buff.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, UHE Varsity X right now very split up. Ari actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Thicken onto the side, not able to make a play happen. But I mean, the harassing that's happening from Ari right now, and the team just really not able to kind of come together for a team fight just yet.
Here it is. Okay, we're going to see the full barrage coming in onto Seth. The total part memory is doing a decent amount of damage to Filipino Kid. He's actually going to get caught on by the Last Insanity here. We'll be able to make it out. I don't think a Wind of Nature is going to keep him safe for now. He's life-stealing quite a lot, though. He actually makes it out. As now, Thickened hops to Netherrealm, trying to keep himself safe. He's actually living again with the map hacks outside the wall. As D-Guy as well trying his best. Thickened actually gets taken out by Seth over there as well. It's non-stop action in this bottom lane.
I absolutely cannot believe Filipino Kid did not die in that engagement, especially used his flicker early to try to bring down Seth, wasn't able to, then in came the last insanity, and he had like a little bit of health left, and he's still able to get himself to safety. That's just an amazing play.
For sure. I mean, Nixia, that lifesteal of hers is quite a big factor in her sort of play kit, right? She doesn't benefit directly from lifesteal, she benefits from the damage she does with that Stallion Siphon. So against that X-Borg, I mean, it's an option, right? I was talking about it last game, where you need that damage to maybe take out X-Borg before he pops that last insanity.
Yeah, we're seeing here right now, they're starting to put some pressure on Ari. Oh, a little bit more. Oh, actually, Nightmare coming in. He is able to capture up that purple buff.
Oh, there it is. Oh, the Dawning Light just chunking down Thicken right there. Still has the Nether Arm to work with, though, as we're going to see the Lord. It's sporting down in the bottom lane, as now D-Guy, he's keeping a nice, strong position in that bush, waiting for a Lonely Gushin to walk in.
Oh, yeah, you can see them right now. Oh, he knows. He threw that sword in there. He decided he wanted none of it, but Seth from the side.
Oh, there it is. The Shadow-based Slaughter with the incandescent. It's not going to be enough. Seth is going to be able to take him down. Wind of Nature's keeping him alive for now, but Filipino Kid's finally going to be able to take him down. Here we go. Dawning Light's going to be able to snipe down Filipino Kid. Lord is falling down quite low. D-Guy zoning them out so far. Thicken. Maybe you want to try and snipe the Lord with the Ghost Bursters, but he's still quite healthy. D-Guy is being an absolute menace, not letting him do anything. Thicken pops the Nether Realm a bit early there.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of, I mean, they had Pent with them. They had the tools that they needed for that engagement. It was just, I mean, I dare I say, just a Hilda in their way. They couldn't take down all three of them. That was just a very interesting retreat from Varsity X, but right now, all the momentum starting to swing in Varsity Y's favor right now. Unfortunately for the Gujin pick, I mean, this is kind of something that we saw and we were kind of scared of, is that once you start like bullying them in the lane, or bullying them in the jungle, there's really not much that he's going to be able to do to kind of come back. And you can see here, especially when it comes to the items, only really has two, the Genius Wand and a little bit there from Burn from him, while on the other side, I mean, 6K is about 1K behind his enemy jungler.
Okay, we're going to see it's just a bog standard Lord right here. It's going to be starting to smack the tower just a little bit. Full Barrage off the mark a little bit, but it is actually just to clear the Lord, I'm pretty sure, and the minions. So a pretty well played coming in from them. They should be able to take out the mid tower with their advantage, though.
Yeah, and then they're going to go ahead and very quickly move on to the jungle, making sure that Varsity X has nothing to think. Oh, actually, okay, stamina. I want to say, like, they've done such a, Varsity Y has done such a great job of keeping X on their back foot right now while they have the momentum. They're not letting them group up. They're keeping them separated, keeping the pressure on all of the lanes. So they have to separate to really kind of stop a lot of these pushes, which means they don't have the team fight. They don't have the combination of the Minoan Fury and the final slash and the damage that can kind of be output there, especially with Thickens on this Varamis. They're always separated. And what we're waiting for is when we start moving to this late game, can X bring this to a late game?
Well, I feel like they need it, right? They need to have that late game situation where it's this Ixia making full use of that stun duration with the Minotaur. So if they can get there, I'm pretty sure they should be able to close out this game. You know, looking at Team Y's draft, they have that Brody, and who's not traditionally seen as a late game hero. He's got that early game pressure.
Yeah, and right now we already saw that the Lightning Truncheon on the Xavier right now. He does have a lot of cooldown as well. So, I mean, he's looking for more damage items right now. He's already starting to chunk. We saw what happens when that Dawning Light hits Thicken, basically halves his health. He's only going to be going up from here. That's why I said, like, kind of late game, we're really waiting for Varsity X to get to that late to where they can team fight, where they can, like, kind of come in as a group. But right now, the pushing on the jungle right now, look at all these different angles that they're kind of sitting on. Yuzong up at the top, you've got the D guy down at the bottom there hiding in these bushes, but an engagement.
I mean, there it is. I mean, he didn't have to commit the Black Dragon form because he has the flicker. Maybe that's the plan, right? I mean, usually if you're in that situation, you have to pop the dragon form, otherwise you're gone. But with the flicker, you're fine. Oh,
right,
excuse me.
right underneath
the tower.
The Thicket gets caught. Nowhere is safe right now, and a great expense there is going to be making sure that they have nothing in their way to secure this next Lord.
Surprisingly, Thicken got caught while he had the Nether Realm. That's really surprising, especially from a hero like D-Guy, who doesn't kill too quickly.
Well, I guess because Thicken can come back very quickly. Nether Realm would have been on a bigger cooldown. Didn't want to use it to save himself. I want to say it's the more selfless thing to do.
Oh, right. That I did forget about that mechanic of Aramis. He is already up, as just as you said. We're going to see Pent getting taken down quite low. He's going to be able to pop that flicker and get out nice and safe. Stamina going to try and lead the charge right now. Thickened as the Nether Realm, as we were talking about, so they can sort of make a play here. But under their noses, looking at Brody coming in with a Lord in the bottom lane, it will charge the tower. This is going to be a really difficult one to defend.
Yeah, quite a different story from the first game right now. No towers gotten for the side of X right now. We do have a dawning light coming out from the side.
Well, here it is. The Lord is going to charge that tower. Pretty sure there's no context for that. Nether Realm popped as well. We're going to see maybe not any more follow-up because that Lord does need to be taken down. They're going to focus down the mid tower first, at least for now. They should be able to get the top tower on top of it.
Yeah, and right now they're down. I was about to say down to one high ground, but that thing's gone. And so it's all down to this core, bare, naked, alone here that the Varsity X is going to have to try and defend right now against a team that is 10K over them right now.
I feel like they still have a pretty good chance of winning this, right? It's that late game Ixia who's going to be able to hold the base, I think. You know, if the minions get too overwhelming, she still can pop that full barrage to clear minions and etc. So I feel like they still got a good chance.
Yeah, you take a look at these items here, especially for Ari. Just has War Axe. All the rest of it is defense for him, including that immortality. So, I mean, there's just very little that they're going to be able to do to kind of burst him down there, and especially to be able to kind of reach into the back lanes to get that his last insanity to kind of lock onto some of those more squishier heroes there. We're just not able to create the space anymore because we're so far behind. Filipino Kid, like, nowhere's going to be safe for him because they're going to be able to kind of dive through a lot of this front line.
Oh yeah, for sure. Shout out to my good item. Oracle has come back in sort of a favor here. It's having both physical and magic defense in the components is actually so good for the item, right? And also that obviously on a hero like Yu Zhong, the healing is just so amazing to work with. And Hilda as well is going to pick it up for herself. I love that item, man.
Well, yeah, and it does negate a lot of the anti-heal that comes out from the other items there. I mean, right now, I'm a little ashamed to say the flicker Yu Zhong starting to play through. I mean, he hasn't really gotten any kills or anything.
Oh, he's got nothing actually. He hasn't. He's got 0, 0, 0. That's actually crazy, dude.
Dawning light coming out, and this is going to be another clean Lord for the side of Varsity Y.
Oh yeah, that is gonna be. I don't think it's the evolved one, right? They started taking it before it evolved, so it's not gonna have that additional benefits that the evolved Lord does sort of provide the team. But it's still a Lord, man.
Yeah, glowing wands now picked up for McKee on that Xavier. He has just been lobbing out dawning lights like every 12 seconds, basically just poking around. No matter where you are on the map, there's a dawning light coming out there to chunk some of these guys down. And we were already talking about how much damage it was doing at the 15-minute mark. Now we're at the 18. He's gotten a few more items here. Ooh.
Well, here it is. Ari just being annoying as usual in the middle of things. Here comes the flicker with the final slash coming in from Stamina. There it is. We're going to see a big Gnome Fury with the full barrage, but it's actually not going to be enough in the end. Thicken has to pop the Nether Realm to sort of secure their escape. Lord starting to beat down the towers. Lane equilibrium pretty much on point at this point here. We're going to see Canyon going in straight away with that flicker with the Yu Zhong right there. Seth going to take down Nightmare. This is looking like a pretty decent opportunity to finish the game with. It's going to be a double kill for Seth. And now the base will finally fall down as Team Y will take themselves their first victory in this best of 7 series.
Wow, what a difference a game makes there. And I have to say, maybe a little bit of a confident pick from Nightmare when it comes to that Guzin pick up there. I know Martis was banned out, but we've seen him play some other picks out here. It just there were just too many answers out there on the side of UHEY.
I liked his approach, right, going into it. You saw this, you saw the Xavier, you saw the Brody. You're thinking, damn, these are some backline targets I really want to take out. Gushin was an option for it, but it just wasn't covered enough. As you said, is the Hilda, right? That's just such a classic counter to assassins like Gushin, where you can just shut his game down so well. Even if he doesn't die, you're just stopping him from snowballing into that sort of what do you call it, hyper carry effect.
Well, yeah, and then you're delegating. Like I said, you've delegated that now Pent has to spend all of his time in Guz's jungle. And we saw exactly what happened the moment Pent decided that he needed to help another lane. Immediately, D-Guy was there to harass Nightmare out of from getting his jungle. And not just that, I want to say a little bit too when it comes to a lot of those objective fights where he kind of went in, was not able to out-retry Ari. And that really kind of set the tone for them. It really kind of made it so that Ari and the rest of UHEY was able to kind of push that will in there. Means that Hilda had a shield. It meant that the side of who was it? Seth had a shield, and he even got a kill out there as well as immediately as soon as they got that turtle. So it's just a little bit of a flip. Like I said, when it comes to these, they're not bad picks. They're not awful picks. There's just better picks out there. And there's picks that don't require you to check so many boxes to be successful.
Yeah, that very well put. That's exactly sort of how to explain this game so far. Yeah, I mean, Faramis as well, sort of struggling quite a bit against that Hilda, right? That's the sort of hero that, as well, not only counts the Gushin, but the Faramis sort of pokes you down, like baiting you to use that Nether Realm, as we saw that happen in like diving that tower. Like, managed to catch Faramis down quite a few times.
Yeah. A very great, I want to say, draft there by the side of UHEX. I was kind of questioning a few of the kind of like outside picks there, but I mean, really, that Hilda kind of came in clutch. I want to say that was kind of the front runner for the team, followed up by Ari on the X-Borg, who really kind of showed through, especially when it came to those retry versus retries of the Guzin, able to kind of secure a lot of those objectives, put them in a position where the Hilda could really kind of enforce their will and kind of dive into the jungle a lot there. And then, of course, I mean, and then the supporting roles from all of them. We were talking about the Xavier. I mean, right from the beginning, just lobbing out dawning lights after dawning lights, catching a lot of them. Even so, it was to a point where they were never at 100% for one of these fights, because a dawning light would come out, boom. Now you've got your mage at half health. Now you've got your marksman at half health. And they were never able to really utilize the strengths of their composition, where you had that frontline ability from Minotaur. You had the setting potential from Arlot, to the point where they were so far behind that you were never able, that even when they had a perfect set, where you had the marksman who was able to lob out a full barrage, they still were not able to bring them down because they just were so far behind at that point.
I know you don't want to talk about this, Priv, but that Yuzhong flicker. I mean, I think it did what he was meant to do with it, right? You know that it's you use the Black Dragon form for two things, right? You use it to go in and sort of disrupt team fights, or you use it to get out if you're being ganked. But I feel like Black Dragon form is used better when it's going in. So in order to keep it off cooldown, I feel like the flicker sort of worked in that way, not having to commit it like so early.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I know. I'm trying to imagine. All right, in a lot of those situations, what would have happened if he didn't have the flicker? And he had the petrify. And I just feel like, especially those first 2 engagements with the Yuzong, there was one that was super early. Yuzong dove in on top of like 3 or 4 of them, got some damage off on them, and then they kind of just shook it off. They're like, okay, we're alive. And they shook it off, and they chased him down, and he flickered out. At that opportunity, we could have had a petrify in there. It would have kept him there. They would have taken the full brunt of that, and he might have actually got himself some kills. There was a second opportunity where he was diving into the purple buff, and he I don't know if you want to call it he whiffed, but he flickered and jumped into them, and they all got out of the way of it. I think he caught one person with the pop-up. If he had gone in with the petrify, he definitely would have caught, I want to say, the gaggle of them, because they wouldn't have had their dashes to get away. It's hard to say because we can't go back in time. It's different, it's unique, and they were still successful with it. So, I mean, I guess I just have to give it to the Flicker Yuzong here. Played its role. Maybe not having the hugest impact that I would have liked to see from a Yuzong, but I mean, UHEY was successful nonetheless.
I mean, talking about impact, yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that come in where it's a Yuzhong going 0-0-0 until the absolute last fight where they get 3 kills and then he just gets 3 assists.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see how well we kind of change up here things. We're going to go ahead. UHEX now on the blue side here. See if we're going to have a little bit of a change up with how we do with the drafting and if they can kind of come back from this. Now it's tied to 1-1 apiece. Going to start things off with that so magical Masha ban.
Magical Masha ban indeed. Yeah, we're not seeing this here, I'm pretty sure, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I'm expecting to see something different here for sure. I'm expecting to see maybe some tweaks in the draft. I'm expecting not to see a Gushin. That's what I'm not expecting to see. It's that sort of situation where your team is like, why did you pick this hero, dude?
I was more ready to be proven wrong with the Gushin than I was with the Flicker Yuzong for some reason. But I got proven wrong, and we see how it went out there. I'm assuming we're gonna have the Matilda ban out here as well, followed up by did we have the Martis ban last game?
No,
I can't even remember. So that was interesting that we didn't go that route instead of going with the Gushin, because I felt like actually Martis might not have been a bad pick last game either for the side of UHEX. So I want to say like the bans here probably going to be pretty standard for both teams until we start kind of getting out to these picks to see what we kind of answer with and what we're going to start with.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so surprising that they didn't pick up the Martis. They've been having such a great track record with it in these last few games. I mean, I did bring up a point, right? Like, playing the same hero over and over again, it can mess with your mind a little bit, right? It's sort of like you get into a loop and you're like, oh, I have to do this again, you know? That can mess with you a little bit, but that's sort of nullified by the tournament sort of setting, I would argue, as well.
I was about to say, it depends on the person, because I'm one of those people, I can spam one hero all day long, depending on how successful I am with them. I don't care. As long as I'm being successful on it, I'll go all day with it. Some people, they do get a little lethargic. They do want to kind of mix it up a bit. And not only that, but it does keep the enemy guessing a bit if you're always kind of changing it up instead of constantly throwing the same thing at them. And I want to say, eventually, you're really kind of setting yourself up to be countered. Because they're going to be trying all these different things to kind of counter that same thing down. Whereas if you're mixing it up, you're giving them, you're throwing these different types of equations at them, and they have to answer it in a different way each time, which might not be as successful as the last. Right now, we're going to go ahead, still looking at that Xavier and Novaria bans out there, which is, it's so interesting to see the, especially the Xavier ban out there with, I want to say some of the more easier mages out there that are usually a little bit more heavier hitting.
I mean, the Xavier, I mean, McKee proved it to us last game that he can really make it effective, you know, taking out the HP pools of the enemies, lobbing those Dawning Lights, as you put it. So it's probably worth banning out at this point, I'm pretty sure. As we're going to see the Clint ban as well, an interesting one once again.
Right now, still waiting on that last ban. I mean, this has been a pretty big standard. Clint was banned out last time. He's been banned out in all the games so far, even when they already had him, when they had a gold lane. So I'm going to assume that he presents that big of a threat to X right now. They apparently Seth is probably just an absolute maniac on Clint. To provide that much respect for it. And then I'm wondering here, we've still got, I want to say the primary picks that we've had out there have been that Minotaur, Xborg, and a very smallly, I want to say that the Martis out there as well. We are going to take off Melissa off the board as well. They say you take off one of our marksmen, we'll take off one of yours.
Yeah. I'm so surprised that it's just like Martis doesn't show up. Okay, here we go. There's the tweaks I was talking about, you know. Once you make a little bit of a tweaks to your draft, something's going to pop out of nowhere, and Pent is going to find that Matilda just sort of shoving it into the mix. I'm expecting to see good things from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how great he was in the last series on the Matilda. She just provides so much utility, and I'm not even sure what we have like for an answer to her to be able to kind of stop a lot of this, the regen ability she has, the ability to kind of take opponents out. I mean, she just makes even the most immobile mobile composition into this hugely map traversing composition. We're still waiting for that last pick. We already have the Xborg. Ooh, very tanky tanky front line for the side of UHEY.
Like, I just think he just needs to pick Martis, man. Like, that's just sort of what I'm thinking. It works so well with the Matilda as well. You know, Martis is not the most mobile hero. He just sort of slow sort of mortal coil around everywhere, but he really appreciates that additional mobility coming in from the Guiding Winds, and I feel like it's also a nice pick against Fredrin, you know, cutting him down before he can use that Appraiser's Wrath on low HP.
Well, it depends to how fast he can kind of burst down the Fredrin, especially, I mean, even when you have like a lot of that attack speed coming at Fredrin, you're able to kind of judge like when I need to use this Appraiser's Wrath. For somebody like Martis, depending on if he just got a decimation, I'd wait until I'm about a little bit more than half health and then kind of start getting that Appraiser's Wrath ready to come down before I lose all of my health. It really kind of depends. I don't favor Martis into some of these tankier compositions for that reason, because on the back end in the early game he is still a little squishy. If you can catch him outside of that mortal coil, he just really shines with that CC and how well he can kind of chunk down some of these squishier heroes. I do like that they're going to go ahead and pick up the marksman before we kind of come into the second half of the drafting, where I feel like we're going to probably focus real hard onto Seth here.
Yeah, I mean, Filipino Kid as well, picking up, as you said, you know, picking up the marksman before the banning phase, and allowing themselves to have access to that Claude before it, as you said, gets banned out. As Seth now is going to feel the brunt of it, you know, there's going to be marksmen getting banned out by the blue team like over and over again here, I'm pretty sure.
Interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure, doesn't a pop-up knock Claude out of his... Does it knock him out of his Blazing Duet or not?
I think it does. I think it does, yeah. Oh,
so,
no,
I mean...
does it? I'm not too sure, actually, now.
Yeah, I thought... We'll have to see. I guess we'll see here and here. And we're going to go ahead. Immediately, they're going to go ahead and ban out that Martis. I want to say good call by the side of UHEY. I don't favor him in this draft, but I mean, I don't favor Martis on Nightmare in the first place right now, just if I'm the enemy, just because of how well he's performed on it thus far.
Mm-hmm. I'm sort of like envisioning in my head a Claude like taking Lord, has to pop the Blazing Duet, and then the Lord just like knocks him up. I feel like I've seen it before where he's still like shooting around everywhere while he's in the air. I think he's fine during knockups, right? So.
Well, we'll see here as he goes up against the Minotaur. Still looking for a mage and a mage and a jungler for the side of UHEX, and on the opposing side looking for that marksman and we have the roam marksman and mage for the side of UHEY. We've seen them, the Xavier, I forgot what they used in the first game. Definitely wasn't the Novaria or the Xavier.
It was the Odette for flipping, right?
Yeah. Thicket used the Odette, which such outside the box picks that we've seen from some of these teams here too as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Thickent comes in with these like off-brand majors, and it's cool to see. You know, I didn't think Odette would be such a prominent pick in these series. So, and again, like a hero like Liu Yi, it's not really a hero you see too much. I mean, you said actually it is sort of popping up a bit in the NACT sort of scene a little bit. So, I mean, that one makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, big man coming out there. It's really interesting to me too because of what happens when like you're kind of proficient on some of the heroes. Like I said, we've seen a lot of popularity when it comes to the Vexana and Nana pickups internationally. But I want to say when it comes to Hawaii, they're not really prone to pick up these heroes a lot. So we have the Liu Yi ban out there, and then kind of wondering what we're gonna go next with. When it comes to kind of like the options for the mid lane, the options for the jungle, we still have the Brody out, or no, the Brody's out. So we focus completely on that marksman lane. I'm actually kind of wondering what we have left for them. Oh, no, Melissa's out there. Roger. I think, yeah, I was about to say that's it. Not as successful on the Roger in the first game, but like I said, maybe if it's utilized in a different way, maybe not as a split pusher for your team and more as to kind of help, because he has that ability to get in, get out of harm's way very quickly with the Lycan pounce, and then transitioning into from his wolf to human form. So it'll be very interesting to see what they go with here and how it's utilized, especially against Filipino Kid, who's shown he's pretty dominant in that gold lane.
I think I really like the Roger pick here. Actually, that Lycan pounce, it chases the Claude through his thing, through his his jumping thing, and it can really prove effective in the lane, as Claude's laning phase is a bit weak compared to Roger's like quite dominant early game. Right, if he lands that first skill while he's in the human form, it reduces his physical armor by so much, and it just allows Roger to just like take him out real nicely. So I'm kind of liking that pick, as we maybe seeing Vexana coming in from Thickent. I mean, that's one of your
we might
top picks.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite picks, but like I said, we saw last a series where what happens when you're not as confident on a Vexana. You're very prone to getting picked off. You need to really kind of keep your distance, and you got to keep that combo up where you use her first ability, which has the Frighten embedded in it. Then you have your AoE attack followed by the Eternal Guardian, which means that you're going to have your Frighten back up in case you get chased down. And it'll help you kind of create that distance just in case. We don't have a lot of backline dive for the side of UHEY here. So, I mean, that could spell a lot of success for a Vexana. But like I said, it depends on how well they are with using it. I haven't seen them use it very, very well. And most people who are confident with a Vexana, like it's an immediate pick, you know, like it's like, all right, Vexana, we're going to pretty much crush it with this. So we'll see how well it plays out there, especially with a Lilia.
Oh man, that's a marksman I literally just crossed my mind, flew past my head, was the carry, right? I think it's going to be really good this game, especially against this Barretts that got picked up. I'm not too sure about that pick coming in from Nightmare. I mean, you got the X-Borg, as we talked about, as that classic sort of counter with countering that high HP targets with that true damage coming in from the Last Insanity. So, again, alongside the carry now, which is a good response to that as well. So I'm a bit concerned about Nightmare's integrity this game with this Barretts pick.
Well, it depends on how well, because you do have the Matilda on your side, which means you're going to be able to kind of create the distance. You're going to have the shielding that comes with her basic skills. Then you're going to have the shielding that comes with that Flask of the Oasis. So, and it doesn't mean that's impossible for a carry. I just feel like it sets the bar to at least, I want to say, like the 9-minute mark before you're really. She's going to need some items, a lot of items. To be able to kind of burst him down with all of that lined up in his corner.
Yep. Okay. Well, here we are into game 3 between these two teams. We're gonna see if Team X can keep up their streak when it came to it. Well, it got broken last game, I'm pretty sure. But I mean, it's even right now. We're gonna have to see who comes out in the lead, making the difference in this game 3.
Yeah, looking to kind of pull forward. Both of these teams looking to pull forward, get some momentum behind them as they move into this. Like we said, this is a best of 7, so we've still got a lot of games to go here. Both of these teams have ample time to kind of find those counters, find those compositions, find those rotations that they need to be successful.
Yeah. I'm gonna see that Lilia picked up. It's some pick we haven't talked about too much here. As we talked about in a few other games earlier, the Matilda sort of offsets this Lilia pick, right? You got these guiding winds that sort of allows you to dodge those exploding balls that Lilia sort of offers into it. So, I'm gonna sort of see Lilia probably having a little bit of a hard time landing her shots.
Yeah, we got a lot of regen on the side of Varsity Y, and then a lot of movement speed. And we're already engaging in the jungle right now.
D-Guy gets completely blown up by Thicken right there. That big amount of burst damage here. Nightmare looking to chase it a little bit more, but won't really find anyone else. But
yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is especially the early game advantage that you get with a Vexana. As long as you're kind of keeping your distance, maintaining the damage out there, she clears so fast. And then in those early games, I mean, you're gonna try to invade, and the amount of damage that she can just output is quite something. And this is her without her damage items yet.
oh yeah, for sure. And that's something that people have been sleeping on as well. Well, I mean, everyone realizes it now, right? That Vexana's wave clear is pretty damn good, you know? Once 1 minion dies, they pretty much all die.
Yeah, especially that little passive mark that comes on there. They all start exploding all over each other. We're moving on to the first turtle of game 3 here. Looking for a good positioning. Both junglers look like they're going to be working on their buffs before they start on this.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit of an awkward fight in that regard. Although Nightmare manages to finish his breakfast first. He's going to be straight on to the turtle, while this Fredrin will be a bit late to the party here. Doesn't really have his team to back him up, as Thickened will be able to secure the turtle for him.
Yeah, really interesting here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little, I'm like holding my breath with, Thickent! I was just about to say, I'm holding my breath with how aggressive Thickent is being on this Vexana, just because, like we saw before, in the last series, how easy it is to kind of gank them when they get close.
I mean, you're talking about it, and it's happening in front of my eyes. Another victim to that early game from Vexana there. Those bomb drops of that second skull are really impactful so far.
Yeah, she's absolutely amazing. That's why I said, like, I've been wondering why we haven't been picking her up. And she's so, I want to say, as far as, like, complications when it comes to playing a mage, she's one of the easier ones to play.
Right, now all you do, you just gotta use that first skill, lock them down, and then just stop throwing bombs on them, exactly how we've described it. And yeah, you know, and obviously that mini lord as well is just such a nice frontline for your team. It's just like having another tank without any CC skills, but it's nice to absorb shots, you know, with all the skill shots in the game.
Yeah, and right now, 3-0 for UHE Varsity X. A great start for them, especially coming off of a loss that they did from the last game. Right now, just narrowly edging out ahead by about 1K.
Oh yeah, that's about 2K actually. Damn, they're keeping up the pressure quite hard coming in from X here with a decent amount of lead, just under 2K. McKee though finishes up his Enchanted Talisman. We're gonna start seeing him be a bit more aggressive when it comes to that big amount of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, and right now, looking for about 11 seconds left on this next hurdle. We're looking to see if UHE Varsity Y gonna try to actually contest this. They don't look to be in a position. You start taking a look at the items. Already have a Hunter Strike on for I Got Stamina, and we have the Demon Hunter Sword already picked up as a first item for Filipino Kid.
Yeah, so managing to skip through the boots and finally picks up the Demon Hunter Sword. He's going to have a nice early game timing to work with, although he's caught with his pants down a little bit down in the bottom lane here. He's actually going to be able to jump out, keep himself nice and safe. He goes back in, actually. He's going to get caught out for that. We're going to have the Black Dragon form with the Petrify this time coming in from I Got Stamina, with the Purify coming in from Seth. Is going to be able to keep him alive for now. The Deadness Welcome comes in from the side, actually misses out on most of the targets there, pushes back a few members, but Pent will take the tower damage and will not be able to make it out.
Oh, Filipino kid. I know he's regretting that decision. He had the free and clear. He could have got out, but I don't know what they said to him. They insulted him, and he's like, no, I cannot let this injustice stand. Dove back in there, and unfortunately, to his demise.
I mean, it could have been that, could have been a misclick, we'll never know. Maybe the interviewers can, no, don't ask him about that, I'm sure he doesn't want to talk about it. Anyway, we're going to see that the junglers so far in between the two of them, Nightmare in a bit of a lead for himself here over Ari, in towards Canyon. I mean, that's sort of what I expect for the Barretts, right? He sort of jungles insanely fast with those big hoof stomps.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, they're actually able to get a tower very early for the side of UHA Varsity Y. Ooh, now starting to go on Canyon, who's going to use that last insanity to get himself to safety. I'm actually quite amazed with how quickly he's able to take down that tower. And another tower! So maybe a little bit of a slow start, but UHA Varsity Y doing a great job with their macro right now, pushing when it comes to these objectives.
Okay, there we go. Canyon actually holding his ground without the Faraga armor, surprisingly. I guess Filipino Kid's not too confident in his damage output just yet. Although Nightmare's camping in the bush here. Here's the Blazing Duet. Gonna whittle down a little bit more of his HP here. Filipino Kid in a bit of a dangerous situation here. Is he gonna be able to jump down there? I think he will. He's gonna try his best. Oh, the Guiding Winds! That's gonna keep him safe for now. Nightmare, he's getting gone on quite hard by this X-Borg. Is he gonna be able to make it out? He's actually gonna do it! Another one with the Guiding Winds. I got stamina. Gonna have a decent knock up there. Is he gonna be able to regen out of his way? No, he is not. Ari will take him down. Here we go. The turtle fight's just about to start here. As that Eternal Guardian is holding the front lines.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of I got stamina. He was in the back lines for a while. Out comes Canyon with the last insanity.
Oh yeah, he manages to miss pretty much everyone. Same with the Minoan Fury, unfortunately. But Ari is going to be able to secure that turtle for himself. I think that's their first turtle for themselves this game. Here we go, blue buff. I don't know who that went to. Probably went to like Nightmare, right? But
yeah, it looks like Nightmare walking away with this purple buff right now. And oh, Canyon's going to get bursted down. Looks like D-Guy in a little bit of trouble as well.
Oh yeah, here we go. The chase continues. D-Guy is going to get taken down by the Shah Residue. I got stamina. Is managing to keep up the pressure right now. Ari has to sort of run away at this point as the Eternal Guardian will fall, but there's 4 members in the mid lane. Ari in a pretty decent position to defend it though. He's going to be able to taunt up Nightmare. The Appraiser's Wrath. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Nightmare, he's going to be benefiting so hard from this Matilda. Is he finally going to go down? Yes, he will. Coming in with that cursed Guardian. A cursed helmet, excuse me, damage finally finishes him off as Ari still keeping up the pressure with that front line. He's actually going to fall down in the end. McKee, he wants to keep up the pressure with those exploding balls. Is he going to be able to do it? He pops those black shoes to go back into the fight, but at this point, Team X are on the run.
Oh man, I hope you're oh my god, another Minoan Fury comes out thick and finds the kill onto D-Guy here. And man, this is basically the same as like 2 boxers standing in the middle of the ring and just throwing haymakers at each other. Both of these teams have so much confidence and so much aggression here, whether it comes from the turtle fights, they just continuing on back and forth. Another team will get the set, and then Varsity Y will try to start taking over. Now, finally, a little bit of a parlay as both of them kind of continuing and resetting out on the map. But I want to say, man, I got stamina being very aggressive with that Yuzong, and to the detriment of Varsity Y right now. He's doing such a great job of making sure that any type of relaxation they get, any type of momentum they get, he can try to interrupt it by trying to find a little bit of these pickoffs and resetting Varsity Y.
Oh yeah, for sure. Stamina has been, he just really likes these sort of aggressive XP laners, as we talked about before. He's creating so much pressure, and with that Petrify here, he's locking down the targets that are necessary, right? Baiting out those Purifiers so that the rest of his team can lock members down on top of that. We're going to see the Lord. It's going to spawn in the top lane here, but feel like Team Y maybe want to go for it soon, forcing out Canyon's last insanity right now. He's gonna try and get away. Minoan Fury is gonna land onto 1. Here comes the Black Dragon form and the Circling Eagle. They're gonna try and chase down Canyon without that Faraga armor. Here comes Stamina. He's gonna get taunted up by this Fredrin. And look at this Yu Zhong, man. He's just holding the front line so hard. As now, Ari, he's trying to get away right now because there's so much damage coming in from the Team X.
Oh man, Seth. Oh, Filipino Kid. It's a marksman off, and Filipino Kid decides to get the heck out of Dodge. He's going to use that BMI to kind of flick out of there. I want to say yes, a great job by I Got Stamina, but not just him, because he was pretty deep into the back line. Varsity X finally realizing, all right, we got to help this guy. They're going to go ahead and get the backup there and help push and reinforce that line to kind of push back Varsity Y. Right now, sitting at a little bit of a lead for X, about 1K.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, that was just like a one and like Filipino Kid and Seth, they really have a death wish for each other, man. They just want to kill each other on a one-on-one basis, ignoring the rest of their teams, respectively. As you're going to see the Lord going down low here, we're going to see a 4-man Minoan Fury. It's actually huge. It gives Ari enough space to take down the Lord. Dennis welcome splits out D-Guy, allowing him to escape, actually. Alright, we're going to see the Blazing Duet on top of that as well, pumping out the damage. I Got Stamina, going to take out Seth. Lost Insanity, it's going to be out. He's going to miss the mark, only going to hit the Eternal Guardian. Circling Eagle, it's going to be able to get enough leverage to finally take out Canyon. Team X, they're starting to roll over the side of Team Y, even though they lost the Lord.
Yeah, but now they're going to actually have to answer. And what? I mean, I know that's going to be haunting them in their dreams for years to come. That Minoan Fury coming in with the pop-up to interrupt the Lord take. We're continuing on here. We do have the Circling Eagle. I Got Stamina finds a kill.
Oh, thickened, man. As you're seeing that Vixana damage coming into play, it blows them up when they start falling, right? The more they fall, the more damage it does.
And oh man, right now, I want to say like they just have not had a moment to rest up. We saw about like 15 seconds of it where they reset on the map, but as soon as these objectives fall in, this is a difference from the first game where we saw them, I want to say, pitter-pattering around the Lord, not wanting to make an excuse, not wanting to give the other person an advantage. Here, they're just like, screw it, everybody in, go in, we'll find our targets as soon as we get in there. And this is, I mean, I like to see this.
Oh no, it's great to watch, man. This non-stop action between both of the teams. You know, they sort of found their footing, as you said. You know, the first few games, they were sort of finding it, you know, feeling out what the other team wants to sort of do. But now, they know exactly where to hit. And both teams are trying their absolute best to try and hit them in the spots that hurt.
Yeah, and right now we do have a little bit of a split pushing going on, doing a good job by Canyon there, trying to set up a lot of this reinforcement. I want to say right now, towers in the favor of UHE Varsity X, a little bit of a goal lead, but I mean, you're basically tied right now. Despite what the kills would tell us, the game's pretty much tied, especially with when it comes to gold. However, I want to say the map just a little bit more available for Varsity X right now, because they have really kind of nailed in through that mid lane, which opens up a lot of the jungle. They're able to, it gives Varsity Y less and less places to retreat to in case these fights don't go their way.
Oh yeah, for sure. Varsity Y are covering their backs, just as you said, quite nicely. Oh, we're going to see a big knockback coming in from Nightmare. It might be able to give them a kill onto D-Guy. He has the flicker out though. Being nice and safe. Just for now, at least, as we're going to see the Lord spawning in about 20 seconds. Going to be that enhanced Lord, which both teams are really desperate for, having that Lord charging towers to finally break the stalemate.
Ooh, I Got Stamina. Does catch Canyon there. These two are just having a war with each other right now.
I feel like that's what it is. Like each of the individual members' lanes, they're just like really, they just at each other's throats, right?
Yeah, you can see them going at it. Now we're starting at the Lord fight right now. Both teams going to go ahead and reset now. Ah, dang it, I said it. I think I cursed us. Now we're going to have that pitter-patter again. Oh, Seth might be caught.
Oh yeah, there's the Circling Eagle. It's going to be able to catch in the Blazing Duet. It's just out of range. But here comes Stamina, trying to finish up what was not done. Here we go. He will finish off the kill with Immortality. He can be quite aggressive. Oh, but Pent, he's going to be able to have this Guiding Wind straight away out. As Yuzhong still in the back lines there, just zoning them out so hard. How is he still full HP? I don't know.
Ooh, I was wondering why we were going back to base, but Filipino Kid noticed right away that Canyon was trying to push into this lane. A great map awareness from the side of Varsity X right now. Are they going to be able to get this Lord?
Yeah, they should be able to secure that. No retribution coming in from Y anywhere nearby. Yeah, I mean, Canyon's trying to sort of offset the pressure just a little bit on top of that, but he has to retreat around now.
Yeah, right now, I want to say the two highlights for me right now. I got Stamina, just reinforcing that front line, even when it's just himself, and Thicket really pouring on the damage in support of that too, making sure to kind of really punish the Varsity and pushing them back. Right now, looking at a 3K gold lead for Varsity X. Lord looming and pushing its way through mid.
It's a sort of classic sort of Vexana game right here. You know, if you have a good front line, you're just not dying, dude. You got 4-0 and 6 on Thickened. He's just able to throw spells left, right, and center here with no worry in the world of getting caught. Because also, I feel like Team Y, they don't have much jumper on top of that either.
Yeah, and they're able to get a tier 2 tower here out of this right now. Maybe, no, I think that's going to probably be it for them. Slowing down just a little bit. 12-4 in favor of them right now. Starting to lean into about a 4K gold lead. Ooh, from the backside. Oh, I was about to say, Thicket was in a great position there to kind of help out, but did get distracted there by McKee and D-Guy.
Bit of pressure in the bottom lane while the top fight is happening. With no Fury, it's going to land onto 2. With the loss of Sanity, it's going to be able to do a little bit of pressure in this team fight. Nightmare, once again, in this front line, coming in with the backup from Stamina, although he's falling quite low before he reaches the ground.
Oh man, I want to say such a great job. This is the value that you get out of that Matilda pickup too. You had the last Insanity, even the Minoan Fury. They were able to get out with that guiding wind as well. Even Thicket, who looked like she actually might have been caught there, gets out of harm's way as well.
Oh yeah, looking at the builds here, that's the sort of thing you expect from your Vexana. You know, not going too much towards the damage, just giving you all that necessary utility with an anti-heal, giving it the burn damage and that magic resist reduction. I feel like that's also really great because it allows Matilda to do a bit more of that additional damage, because Matilda's damage is actually pretty high, even going like full tank.
Yeah, really interesting here. I want to say like a kind of a utility build by McKee there. We have the Ice Queen wand there. We also have the Necklace of Durance there for the anti-heal. Right. I always kind of prefer, I would like to see McKee with more damage. You don't really need the Necklace of Durance on your mage if the rest of your frontliners have it as well. You can basically lean on them for that. You can, and then you focus on the damage you need, because it's almost kind of nerfing. I want to say it's almost kind of nerfing your damage when you're going for some of those abilities, or some of those other picks like a Necklace of Durance.
Okay, I got Stamina. Had to actually got gone on first, but he had the Black Dragon form straight away out. Ari gonna get knocked up a bit, but he's actually at full HP. He's gonna be able to hold that front line quite well, as now Thicket pumping out that damage once as usual. Here we're gonna see the Dayton's welcome shot onto Canyon. It's gonna pop his immortality. Is he gonna be able to get out of this one? He's gonna be untargetable just for just a second. No, he's finally gonna get taken down, but Stamina, he's gonna get caught underneath the tower. He has immortality, but look at that shield coming in from Matilda. Filipino Kid will actually be the one to pay in the end.
And that's just, man, especially with immortalities out here as well. When the immortality is proc, all Matilda has to do is force out a guiding wind, and as soon as they come up, they're going to have themselves an easy escape. Now we're going to go ahead and try to focus down on Seth.
Oh my god, how does he have Black Dragon form up so early once again? Seth, he's going to get caught. And now, with the guiding winds, they're going to be able to get a nice, good setup for Lord, or will they? I mean, Penny's falling quite low.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Nightmare's gonna have to turn away from this. They have 3 members up at the Lord, and you had I Got Stamina had to answer this lane push that was coming up from the top side.
It's a bit of an awkward situation now. Both teams don't really know if they want to commit for a Lord just yet, although they both really do want to. Now we're going to see Stamina. He doesn't have that Black Dragon form again, but if it's anything to go by, it's going to be up quite soon.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, both teams kind of fine, looking for opportunities. You got a little bit of a cleanup crew in Filipino Kid trying to get farmed up there. He wants to get a lot of those stacks, wants to kind of clear out some of the lanes before he comes in for the fight. You're going to see that Varsity Y is going to notice that that you have him on the opposite side. I was about to say, once you notice that one of the players is on the opposite side, it's usually when a lot of the teams like to kind of force the game at the Lord, when they know that they have the numbers in their advantage.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see, Canyon looking maybe to go in here. Does not have the immortality this time. You're going to see the team fight brewing out so far. With Fury, it's going to land onto 2, but with the Purify making it a little less impactful. We're going to see Godlike coming in from Stamina here. He's actually holding that front line so well once as per usual. Ori picks up that immortality at the right time. Stamina, is he finally going to fall down? Seth will manage to take him out. Vexana, this is those skills onto Seth. Ari, he might be able to get the Lord for himself right here, but I think it's too dangerous. He's going to have to walk back. Or will he?
Oh man, it looks like they're still going to go ahead and try to bait out something out there at the Lord. But we have the mages at mid. I'm looking for Thicket to kind of support out with some suppressive fire here against Ari.
Okay, oh, Pent in a bit of danger, but with the guiding winds, he's just so safe when it comes to these overextensions. And now Lord about half HP once again, even after being reset. It's going to be quite a close one in this situation. I think both junglers are present, both do have their retributions. It's going to be a 50-50 once again, as we're going to see McKee doing a good job zoning out with those balls. I don't exactly know what they're called, but I'm just going to have to call them that for now. Seth going to have that speedy light wheels popped. He's going to be able to zone out Nightmare just a little bit, doing that big amount of true damage. The Lord is starting to fall down quite low. The Deton's Welcome actually off the mark this time. He's falling a bit too low. The Ari, he's finally going to get the retribution onto that Lord. The Lost Insanity should be able to get a few kills for his team right here. Yes, it does. I got Stamina, the last remaining member, pretty much on the front line. He's going to have to try and fight this one out. Praise his wrath on the off the mark in the back lines there. As now the fight's still continuing here. Ari going to be able to get the stun onto Stamina. He's actually going to get taken down quite low. He finally gets the kill onto Thick and going to shut him down once and for all.
Yeah, and an unfortunate turn of events for Varsity X. They had too many players down, and you had Nightmare trying to dance around there with Thicken, not able to create the space that they wanted to get the retribution onto the Lord. And UHA Varsity Y has turned this around now with a 1K gold lead and a Lord crashing down at top.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean, the Lord pretty much crashed down that turret pretty easily. Minone Fury, it's going to be on to Filipino Kid, but he's nice and safe. Or is he? He's getting smacked by that Lord pretty hard. Actually, the Lord is going to smack him again. It's going to take him out. It's actually going to be to University Team Y taking up game 3 for themselves, making the score 2-1.
I want to say from that last fight too, I kind of noticed that Filipino Kid used his battle mirror image a little too close to that Minoan Fury. So even when he was able to use the BMI to get back out, it only put him a little bit of distance away from it. The rest of the team completely, I want to say, collapsed on top of him, took him out early, and he wasn't able to do as much damage. I mean, he was actually, I want to say, chunking down D-Guy at the beginning of that fight. And I want to say that turn of events really kind of turned the tide in favor of UHEY.
I mean, you've sold me now, man. Even if it's in a bad matchup between the X-Borg and the carry, this Barret's alongside this Matilda is just such a menace, man. As well as the Yu Zhong on top of that. Having that additional mobility is just so strong in order to dodge out those, have those high percent sort of true damage abilities coming in.
Yeah, and this is unfortunate too, because now you've gotten beat with the Matilda on your side. Does this mean that now we're kind of at a point where we don't mind if the Matilda kind of comes into play? We know that we can take it down, even with the Barats. That's a huge and powerful composition, is the Barats and the Matilda. And we even saw it there with that last team fight. It was just 3 of them. They were still able to kind of hold their own for so long and close the distance onto that Lord. Unfortunately, for the side of UHEX, it just was not enough. I do like the Vexana play into it too. She was providing a lot of suppressive fire, a lot of damage onto a lot of the enemies of UHEY, but in the end, yeah, like I said, not enough, and UHEY takes a game over X.
Oh yeah, but yeah, it's unfortunate that they find they did get caught by that just overwhelming sort of presence that that this X-Borg can give, right? It's just such a menace of a hero in these games as well. It's something that might also need to start getting banned out, maybe.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting what we go with. I felt like there were some very, very strong picks from the side of X there, especially that Yu Zhong really, really kind of carrying the weight of that game, especially in the early, to really kind of contrast the momentum that was being picked up by UHEY. Unfortunately, as we started getting later, and this is exactly what I was talking about, is like as we started getting really late into that game, where you had carry starting to come online, the usefulness of Yu Zhong was starting to wear a little thin, especially when we saw in that last fight where he got kind of really burst down, which is unfortunate with, but I mean, I'm not sure what you changed if I'm UHEX. I felt like there were some very strong points from them. Maybe it kind of comes down to this Xborg. I want to say with this series, Xborg has the 100% win rate right now for this.
Oh,
series.
does he? Oh my god. That's pretty crazy, actually. Thinking about it, Xbox is not he doesn't like, he's not too flashy of a hero, right? His impact is sort of in the background, but that impact that he does provide, it means like winning a team fight or not, right? So yeah, I mean, it might be considered being a ban if we're looking at the statistics, as you pointed out.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're going to see how well they kind of a great game there, but UHE I want to say too. I want to say not the greatest of drafts. There were still some holes in there, and even had some issues with the early game. But man, they've been coming together quite fluidly. They have, I want to say, like when it comes to what the real difference I've been seeing here between X and Y right now is that UHE Y comes together a little faster. They both kind of have those little slumps where they start taking some time to rev up, but eventually I want to say UHEY really kind of comes online a little bit faster. They know their targets, who they're supposed to be going after, and they can kind of keep their cool as well. I want to say that's pretty much the same for both of these teams. They keep their cool very well, whether it's back and forth. But man, let me tell you that's the beginning and the mid of that game, man. They were just going at it back and forth. It was just constant aggression and offense from both teams.
Yeah, for sure. Very well said. They're keeping their cool, not letting any sort of slip-ups. I mean, that's probably why these games are going so long, man, is because both teams are just not willing to give up any weak points at all and keeping their cool, just as you said. But yeah, that's going to be it for just about now. We're going to head over to a little bit of an ad break. We'll catch you guys for the rest of the games in just a bit.
In gaming, the path to success is filled with obstacles. Be blown to bits. Take an L. But you don't stay down. That thought doesn't even cross your mind. Practice, dream, push on, repeat. Coming back stronger every single time. Because you and your squad are relentless. Never holding back, always moving forward. And Lenovo Legion is right there with you, elevating your play with the latest tech.
They went kind of crazy with this one.
At home, on the go, or on the big stage.
This thing is loaded.
Empowering your pursuit with game-breaking advances, enabling you and your crew to achieve what you once thought impossible.
Well, I'm going to LA. I don't know. I'm literally shaking right now.
With unwavering determination, the question is no longer if you'll succeed, but when. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
The University of Hawaii has a new strategic plan titled Hawaii's University for Today and Tomorrow. To guide your public higher education system, 10 unique campuses, 9 convenient learning centers, 1 incredible ohana. There's a place for you. Affordable, high-quality education. Visit applytouh.org to learn more.
In gaming, the path to success is filled with obstacles.
Well,
Right.
hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, you were not expecting a short night here because it looks like both of these teams are going to be throwing everything and the kitchen sink at each other. I want to say we have a strong possibility. This is going to be a best of 7 right now. Very close. It is 1-2. UHEY standing firm in the lead right now.
That is very true. I mean, they've been sort of keeping that momentum from the first game, although that's a bit of an iffy statement considering how close the games have been, right? It's not really a stomp between either of the teams. As we said, both teams have been able to keep it nice and cool, as you put it. So we're in for an interesting ride for sure, is how we put it. Okay,
yeah, we're gonna
go
see.
straight into the draft.
Yeah, we're going right into it, bud. Yeah, hopefully you guys got your snacks during that ad. We're going to go ahead and jump right into it, see if there's any kind of changes that we're going to have kind of put out here. Again, on the blue side, it's going to be UHEX. They're going to have the first ban. They're going to have the first pick up.
Yep, I feel like just thinking about how the game goes, I do really want to see Nightmare on that Martyrs, man. I just can't. I just really want to see him play that hero, dude. I just love the way he plays it around his team. Obviously, I guess the last game wasn't too ideal for him to sort of pick it up, but it is what it is. As we're gonna see, Awansa as well, the Masha being banned out.
Well, they went ahead and they banned it anyway from the last game. So, I mean, maybe that's kind of the focus right now for UHEY is kind of shut that down because he's been so strong. He's shown that his diversity with that pick for something that's such an early game and falls off into the mid, into the late game. He shows that he can kind of carry that into the mid game and still be successful. Even when it comes to, I want to say, not the most picked type of build where he just kind of goes with the Hunter Strike and then kind of lays into a lot of defensive items, which is not something you usually see on him. But it shows his uniqueness and how strong he is on it, that he's very confident in these kind of outside the box kind of I want to say builds on that. I want to say very standard bans here. I'm expecting to see we already have the Navaria, so we're probably going to be looking at that Clint ban again, as well as I'm assuming that we're going to have a Matilda ban. Regardless of how that last game went, Matilda still, I mean, it's a huge thing to kind of deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I was so impressed at the way, but all of these teams have been using Matilda, man. It's just such a strong sort of team fight enabler, team play enabler, more than team fight enabler. So yeah, I'm definitely expecting to see it banned out. If not, that team's probably going to be having some cool plays happening.
Yep, and we actually got an R-Lot taken off the board for the side of UHEX. For me right now, big things for me is where's this Exborg, where's this Minotaur going to be? I want to say they've been some pretty high priorities right now in the last two series of these, especially if Matilda's banned out. Those have been like the two top picks for both of these teams and where they go. They just provide so much in the terms of regen, CC, on the side of Exborg, his ability to kind of chunk down some of the tankier meta that we're at right now, whether it's the Fredrin or the Barats out there. And then a Melissa ban, a little bit of a focus there on the Filipino kid. I'm assuming we're going to reply with that Clint ban from the side of UHEX.
Yeah, I mean, I think this could be where it changes, right? I feel like there is probably a little bit of a better ban than Clint to pick up right now. But I mean, it is what it is. If they're that scared of it, they could take it out. But there's a lot of things to get rid of. Let's say that Exborg has just been having 100% win rate at this point. It might be time to take it away from one of the teams.
Well, or pick it up. I mean, especially when you're the first pick there. We're going to go ahead and deal out that Xavier. It's going to leave Clint open. We might be finding out here how great Seth is on it. We do still have, we were talking about the Exborg is out there right now. Going to see what we reply with on the side of UHEY.
Oh, yeah. I want to see that Expo ban. I'm kind of tired of seeing this here all around the place. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, not really. I mean, it's fun, right? It's a cool hero. it's kind of cool to see that the guy explode and all of that stuff. So I guess it's not too bad. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to ban right now, and they only have one more slot left. Definitely going to be some holes in some drafts here.
Yeah, we're going to see what we kind of prioritize. Oh, it's going to be Angela taken off of the board right now. So we've got a lot of options open. Do we go with that Minotaur? Do we go
Matilda.
with that X-Borg? Oh, yeah, Matilda's still out there too. I mean, okay, I would take it. Honestly, regardless of how that last game happened, she's still strong. They had a hard time, maybe change up something else, but Matilda, that's the big one for me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you don't pick it up right now. Yeah, I mean, there we go. We're going to have Pent straight away locking that in. No surprise right there. But as we've seen already, there's a lot that's open still.
X-Borg and Minotaur is going to be my bet for the side of a UHEY here. We saw that before. Oh, actually, we saw it was the Fredrin and the X-Borg picked up. Oh, looks like we're going to go ahead and pick up the Yuzong here. Maybe, I want to say, on the side of I Got Stamina, showed them a little something. They're like, oh, man, this dragon's OP, apparently. But I want to say that was just kind of I Got Stamina. He played one of the most aggressive Yuzongs I've seen in a very long time. I want to say right at the beginning, he had a little bit of trouble because he was too far separated from his team to be able to really have an impact, and they bursted him down. But right after that, he continued with that same aggression. Finally, his team was able to kind of close the distance and help out, and he was just becoming an absolute menace. Looks like they're going to go ahead, take that away from I Got Stamina.
I mean, if the papers are, if the stats are correct, I mean, Team Y have already taken this, right? We've got the X-Borg in the bag. I mean, there's ways to deal around it, right? They're gonna have to think of a way to deal with this such of a menace of a pick. Canyon also, I mean, he loaded in immediately with that Petrify, so maybe this time he's gonna choose that instead of the Flicker. We'll have to see.
That's what I Got Stamina showed him in the last game is the Petrify. He's like, oh, okay.
Well, that's how that combo works. Yeah.
That's how that works. Okay, I got it. I can use it this time, guys. We got this.
Oh, that's the hero. That's also not being picked up yet and has made it through the ban phase. Is that CC? I'm liking it. Stamina, he's shown us that he can work with this hero pretty well, and he's going to have to show it to us again.
Yeah, and then, I mean, a lot of burst on there and a lot of ability to kite away from Yuzong. So he's going to have a great ability to kind of bully Canyon on that. And then maybe this is what we've been looking for to hopefully maybe be able to burst down that Faraga armor very quickly. Because that's something that we're going to need an answer for here is because what we've been seeing, almost I want to say identical to the way that Nightmare plays his Martis, is kind of the same way that Ari likes to play this X-Borg. He goes with one damage item. Everything else is going to be defense for him because all he really needs to do is get a bunch of those stacks on, and then he's doing true damage, which is the real hitter for the side of UHEY.
Oh, talking about true damage, we're going to have Seth gonna pick up that Clint, man. He's probably gonna go for that Thunderbolts, endless battle stuff that we like to see. Yeah, he's gonna. Both teams are sort of learning from how the draft sort of mechanical. Its mechanics work, right? The second phase is usually going to be a reserve to marksmans. So now both teams are going to pick up that marksman slot at the last second here. So now the bans are going to be going towards a jungler and a what else do they need for Team X?
They're looking for a mage and a jungler. They're looking for the mage coming out there. We do have a Fredrin band coming out. So I mean, are we looking for that Martis? Are we gonna have that Martis band coming out from the side of UHEY as well right now? We're looking for the mage and the jungler for the side of UHEX. On the side of UHEY, we're looking for that the mage and the roam coming out. Oh, they haven't selected a roam, but Minotaur's still out on the field. I assume you can still go with a Ruby as well.
Not too big of a fan of Ruby here. I mean, it's pretty nice versus the CC. It sort of out sustains her. Okay, I mean, they're gonna respect it. They're gonna ban it out right now. So I guess they know what they're talking about. But that's all good. I feel like that's actually a good point, is right? The Ruby, it's a sort of a hero that sort of out sustains the CC. I've actually played that matchup a few times as the CC versus a Ruby, and it just seems impossible to lane against.
Well, I mean, right now we have the Yuzong in that lane, so I mean, Ruby would have been more for the roam position. But we still have the Minotaur out there. We still have I mean, we haven't seen the Tigreal. Tigreal's kind of fallen off a bit. I want to say he kind of telegraphs his abilities a little bit to the point. He was very fresh when he first came onto the scene with some of his changes. A lot of people were having a lot of problems with his implosion. But I want to say people have kind of, they've kind of gotten used to it. I laugh because of the Odette ban. It's not every day that you see a ban. A little bit of respect gained from UHEY for that, especially from the victory that X got at the first game, which is very interesting because I feel like, man, Odette has some great, they do have their jungler already, so that's a very interesting ban there from the side of UHEY, because I feel like their composition would do well against an Odette in the first place. Being able to close the distance, especially with Canyon, he's going to be able to kind of dive in on top of Odette, pop her up, take her out of that swan song in the first place. But I want to say an immense amount of respect for the side of UHEY for that Odette.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been pretty prominent. I feel like they're so scared of that swan song, and for good reason. It's such a strong ability. It not only gives that a massive amount of AoE damage, but it also gives her that good amount of survivability on top of it. So I can understand the angle they're coming from when it comes to these picks, especially versus some players that are very proficient in how they use it. So it sort of makes sense to me. As now UHEY gonna pick up their next hero.
Yeah, and combined with the Matilda. I was kind of questioning the Odette. Yeah. I was sitting here wondering, I'm like, Odette, really? But then now that I see the Matilda's on, that would have actually kind of been a little frightening there. As expected, we're going to go ahead and pick up the Minotaur. Great synergy when it comes to the Flask of the Oasis, the healing, the shield he can give off, and his setting potential with the Minoan Fury for the team. And that's, I want to say, honestly, it's something that's lacking on the side of UHEX right now, is a setting potential to kind of initiate these fights for them.
Yeah, I mean, throughout these games, I've been noticing that both teams really like putting emphasis on their team fight. Not less so than like the pick-off sort of styles or maybe the late game tempo sort of styles. And there it is. Ooh. There is my Martyrs coming in from Nightmare. That's what I like to see from him there. And a Valentina as well is an interesting pick. There's a lot of good spells to steal from the side of UHEY.
I was actually kind of dumbfounded because I'm like, what could they use for setting potential here? And Valentina rings that bell perfectly. You steal the Minoan Fury from D-Guy, so now you have it yourself. And this rounds out the composition for UHEX very nicely. I very much like this composition and picks from them.
Oh yeah, it makes so much sense, right? You got these. I feel like the CC has a nice time against the Yuzhong. They got the XP lane sort of covered, as well as this Martyrs who now has that Matilda to sort of bounce around. You know, is that a bird on my? Yeah, that's a bird. Okay, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, a nice pick coming up as well. That's gonna be a Faramis. That's giving Valentina another option.
It's giving her another option, but it's almost to the point it's overwhelming her. Yeah. Who do you take out now? Do you take the Minoan Fury for the setting potential? Or now are you forced to take the Nether Realm to kind of improve your team's overall life expectancy during a lot of these team fights? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out, man. Another option as well is that X-Borg. The Last Insanity, pretty good spell to steal on top of that as well. I always see Valentina's picking up that matchup into the X-Borg, right? Because it's that amount of damage that you can do with that. I think it's the spinning part that actually does more damage than the final part when it's a Valentina on board, just because you're going like full damage on her. So I'm interested to see. She has a lot of options, but yeah, as you said, will it be too overwhelming?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find out. It is 1-2 in UHEY's favor. This is a best of 7. So X looking to reply in kind, looking to tie this up and stop the momentum of Varsity Y.
Yeah, they're sort of building it up, as you said, that momentum. They need to stop it, otherwise they might be in for a rough ride. But, you know, as I've talked about as well, the games have been close, so the momentum that's there, it's a bit of a slow one. So it's just going to have to depend on whether each team can sort of break the ice when it comes to these stalemates.
I love how much that X went ahead and like helped out a Nightmare with that. They know how fast X4 can clear, so it was like all three of them were nailing on to that buff just to make sure that Martis can keep up with some of this clearing speed that Ari's going to have on the X-Borg, and he's going to be walking away with the Lethal Wanderer as well.
Oh yeah, he will be able to get that Lethal Wanderer, but yeah, as you said, Ari, he's already finished 2 of his buffs. He's probably going to have a very fast level 4 after he takes this little scuttling crab over there. But they should be able to hit level 4 around the same sort of time. Although Martis actually decides not to go for it for that level 4 and decides to be a little bit aggressive here. Maybe should be able to get level 4 through this crab.
Oh, they're both sitting at level 3. So that awkward stare as they both meet each other at the middle without their level 4. It's like, oh, okay, we're just gonna back up here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this early game could be quite stagnant. Both teams, they don't have the biggest early game draw. Sure, you got the Martis, but a lot of the rest of the team coming on from you, Hex, they're a little bit more late game centered, you know? The Valentina, the Claude, the CC, they like to have a bit of a later timing. So it's just going to be this Martis that's going to be doing the main moves in this next game here.
Oh, Matilda can kind of come off a little bit early too. Her damage, she does a little bit of true damage as well. So you got 2 options there to kind of hold it up. And she's actually doing a good job kind of zoning out Ari while Nightmare's on this first hurdle.
Oh yeah, I think they're gonna abstain from sort of contesting it here, prioritizing taking the buffs. Ari is playing some PvE action here, not really going for any sort of player units here. Just gonna keep it nice and safe in his own jungle.
Yeah, and already I want to say got good vision by D guy there. He's actually kind of letting them go. He's going to lock on to Thicket. You're going to see McKee maybe kind of join this fight. Pent immediately sees it and has that guiding wind just in case there was an engagement.
Yeah, talking about immediate things happening, as soon as the Thicket got that level 4, immediately stealing that Netherrealm, so it has that option right and available.
Oh, yeah, so definitely, I guess that's where the choice is going with the Netherrealm. I mean, it's a smart choice, but it does mean that you're not going to have that setting potential that we were talking about. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these engagements start. If Varsity X is actually going to have, like, a tool that they're going to use for it, or if they're just going to be looking for the pickoffs. And speaking of which, man, I got Stamina really bullying his way.
Oh! Curtain Call comes out. Here we get to see the Petrify as well underneath the tower. It's getting a bit close, but I mean, you can see how much of a bully this CC here is.
Oh man, that was such a good play by Canyon. He waited for that to come out from I got Stamina and then immediately went in for the Petrify. So now you've wasted your ult from something that really could have been a little bit detrimental for Canyon, even under his tower.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, we're going to see quite a nice and early Enchanted Talisman from McKee. So he could be, as last time with that Lily, he's going to be nice and active when it comes to just roaming around the map. Using that additional cooldown to pop his first skill in order to have that more roaming potential.
Right now, 3 members up at top. I mean, both teams being very respectful of the... of each other, like not trying to engage. Seth went ahead, just stole that gold, the last hit on that gold minion there, just for funsies there. But we are going to be moving on to the next turtle of this game.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because now it's going to be 2 Netherrealms probably going to be popping up. So the team fights are going to be pretty chaotic in this next sort of set. Both junglers though are level 7. I feel like Ari probably has the better secure with the last Insanity pop. It just depends on the sort of timing when it comes out though. Okay, here we're going to see Matilda going in. And it's going to pop the Circling Eagle here. Turtle getting a bit low, but will reset. Although it's not going to reset that much before the Minnow Fury comes out. Ari does get the Retribution. Nice and simple for himself there.
Yeah, man, it's unfortunate for the side of Varsity X there, not able to kind of get that, and even I felt like maybe had a little bit of a fight in their hands. You had D guy very low. I want to say the rest of the team probably could have gone in there, but he decided against it. Wanted to play this a little bit safer as well. We do see the War Axe now starting to get picked up by I Got Stamina.
That's going to give him a nice, good timing. Oh, Filipino Kid getting in a bit of danger. He has a Wind of Nature, actually. Oh, at 5 minutes into the game. Has now thickened and a little bit of back against the wall here, but should be just about fine, especially with the help of Pent in the sidelines here with that guiding winds.
Yeah, and that's something, I mean, it's going to help him with survivability, but it's not really going to help out with the damage. As you can see there, Seth, I think one of his first items was the Endless Battle he picked up on there, if I saw that correctly. McKee going to go ahead and press his advantage. That's going to be 2 towers down for the side of Varsity X right now. The macro game fully on the side of Varsity Y.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, no one's died yet. First blood has not been drawn. It's 6 minutes into the game, but however, 2 towers for the side of Team Y. There it is. Canyon actually is going to be able to get it for himself in the bottom lane. I mean, I thought that CC was going to be pretty much fine with that War Axe pickup.
Yeah, and now, I mean, right now, Varsity Y doing such a great job when it comes to some of these matchups, when it comes to lane matchups, when it's coming to rotations, they don't even have to get, well, they got 1 kill out there, and they immediately transition that into a tower. And that's one thing that I'm noticing here right now is that Varsity Y just doing such a great job when it comes to transitioning kills, transitioning anything into a further push into the towers. So we're taking a look at some of these items here right now. Already have the Immortality there on Ari, and like you were talking about, that Wind Talker picked up for the Filipino kid. I got stamina with that War Axe.
Oh, here it is, Minoan Fury. Oh, but another Minoan Fury coming in from Thickened. It's going to be able to help them. Oh, and Filipino kid is actually the one to go down first, as now Pent will finish off D-Guy. Here comes the Black Dragon form from Canyon, though, straight from the top lane. Petrify a little bit early, actually. Only going to be able to knock up 1. It's going to be onto Thickened. Canyon in a bit of danger. It's going to be able to make it out. Oh, the Ashra Essence is going to keep him nice and safe with that huge amount of healing.
Yeah, that's just such a great job there. Oh, Nightmare gets picked off by McKee, and that's going to be another death. I got stamina right now. Varsity Y has come back from that break with a vengeance.
I think that's Nightmare's first death throughout every single game we've seen from him on the smartest hero. So,
yeah, and he's having a struggle right now on this Martis to kind of find his footing here, but we've seen it. It's taken as long as 15 minutes before for him to kind of come online, so not completely out of it. But I want to say the difference between that game and this game is that Varsity Y right now is using this advantage. They're pressing, they're getting more towers each time, they're pushing into the jungle, they're getting these objectives now, so they're not just kind of laying dormant while they have this lead. So I think this might very soon become something that's going to be out of reach for Varsity X if they kind of continue with this kind of stalwart type of gameplay and not being able to kind of get these ganks or these fights in their favor.
Yeah. That's a fair point for sure. As we go into what I think I'm seeing here is that Thickened a bit hesitant to take the Minoan Fury, but finally decides, yeah, okay, I'll take that one.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have the setting potential. Right now, it's about a 6K gold lead at the 9-minute mark. Wow. That's a lot for this early in the game right now. I mean, Seth having a great game. He's sitting at 1-0-2. That's a whole lot of damage that he's going to have out there. We do see that he has the belt as well already. We have Hunter Strike and some defense already picked up for Varsity Y. On the other side, we've just picked up the Lightning Truncheon for Thicket. So should still be able to have some damage, but I want to say the real call coming out from when she's able to use that IMU ultimate.
Oh, here's the Minoan Fury, and another one on top of that as well. Nightmare will be able to take out D-Guy. Thicket will also fall, though, thanks to the Lost Insanity coming up from Ari. Just a Thicket for a D-Guy in this situation.
Yeah, and right now Seth's going to go ahead and pick off another tower, right? Oh, man, even with the Matilda right now, they are just struggling to keep each other up. And I want to say Pence actually did a great job there with that Guiding Wind to kind of get them out of the way, or to kind of pull them back. Oh, another engagement here.
Canyon has to pop the Black Dragon form out with McKee, keeping him nice and safe. Even in the air was in a bit of danger, but thanks to the Nether Realm, is going to stay in the game.
And now I want to say uncontested. They're going to be looking at another turtle, or they're going to be looking at the Lord here. Gold very firmly in the favor of Varsity Y.
Oh, here it is. That Blade of Despair picked up by Seth. He's going to be starting to do lots of damage. Oh, Stamina almost gets the kill onto McKee. He's actually going to have to pay for that one. Killing spree coming in from Ari. Thickened in the front lines there. Trying to do as much as he can with that Maneuver Fury. Doesn't manage to get it off. Nightmare will finish off Canyon, though. Does he have the Decimation? It won't be able to finish them off. Here we go. Pent coming in with the Circling Eagle. There's going to be enough leverage to sort of get these kills. No Decimation to work with, though. I think they're too far in, aren't they? Seth is going to finish off Nightmare, as now the chase onto Pent is going to happen. But if the Guiding Winds, he might just be able to make it out, or will he?
Oh, yeah, he's going to be able to make it out of there. But I have to question, I want to say, this kind of was a domino effect as I got Stamina, got well deep into enemy lines there, got taken out, forcing the rest of his team to try to come in to try to cover his escape. They weren't able to. And then the second decision by Nightmare to go in after he lost his Decimation. He should have backed off immediately and told the rest of the team we need to back off, but instead he went back in. Varsity was easily able to turn that around, especially without the threat of the Decimation if they got low.
Feels like it was also a bit coordinated by that Matilda, you know? You got the Circling Eagle in, and you're like, hell yeah, let's fly around on those airlines. But yeah, it was a bit too far when, you know, like you didn't have that Decimation for sure. Unfortunately, whiffing. I believe it whiffed onto the Ari, right? That's sort of what it was trying, its initial target was.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is that Seth, was it Seth that it was that he was trying to get it on? He flickered over over the wall right before the Decimation went off, so it locked onto the next closest person that was there. So I mean, great play there by Seth, and to kind of create that distance. Ooh, Ari in trouble.
I mean, he's got their mortality, and the goons have arrived. The goon squad of McKee and D guy. Here's their mortality pop. Are they going to be able to follow up? I do not think so.
Oh my god, he's so quick too. This is the problem with the X-Borg and the Hunter Strike now, especially when he starts getting fed. As soon as he started spraying them, you saw him just creating distance. He was just flying away from them until he got to the rest of his teammates. Ooh, Pent actually might be in a little bit of trouble here.
He should have the Circling Eagle available just in a second. There it is. Oh, he's going to get pulled back though. Guiding Wind's still available. That cooldown is just like nothing.
Ooh, I was scared. I was like, why would you dive through them instead of using the Circling Eagle to get away? Oh, thankfully he was able to get away there, but I mean, man, an insurmountable lead starting to stack up. It's about 10K right now for Varsity Y. Minions are at their high grounds, and a big gaping hole through mid right now for Varsity X. You can see we already have the BOD for the side of Varsity Y on that Clint right now, and we have the War Axe. Oh, he doesn't even have speed. It's the Brute Force Breastplate is where I thought he had the Hunter Strike, but he has the Brute Force Breastplate on Ari. That's where he's getting a ton of his speed from, which is already amazing. It's just that one item that's really kind of carrying him around with a lot of that movement.
And don't forget about that Icy Retribution as well. It does give him that boost of movement speed on top of that as well. So that's sort of like he's just zooming, as you said, right? He's a big, fast flame Borg. As we're going to see the Lord be taken down here. It is the enhanced one, but not too necessary for the team Y, right? Because there's no middle tower. But already CC trying to hit the backlines a little bit here, but it's getting knocked down quite a bit.
Ooh, they're looking for an opportunity. Pent doing a good job kind of creating that vision. Nightmare looking for a way to get in there. He's starting to lose his opportunity. Can he come in?
Oh yeah, Thickened actually fall down in the middle of the team fight there before anything happened. The Maneuver Fury does land on a few members here. Lord falling down quite low. Who's going to be able to get the Lord? It's going to be Ari taking down the Lord here as it spells disaster for Team X here. Stamina, yeah, he's just going to get shot down straight away, as I feel like this game is going to be over in 14 minutes, surprising.
Yeah, I mean, this was just, I want to say, just an execution of this composition that Varsity Y had. And yeah, just like that, they're going to close this up with a very dominant fourth game against Varsity X.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was expecting to see another close one, but I think it might be a situation where UHEY have cracked the formula. They sort of know what to pick, how to draft. They might be able to snowball off of this.
Yeah, I mean, especially with, I want to say that last pickup, especially with the Faramis, really tilted. The draft, I was starting to say, was pretty even until that Faramis came out. Then you've kind of negated, you've put out too many options there for Valentina. It's not just the Minoan Fury you have to worry about. It's about the Nether Realm that you're going to have to kind of keep your team up there. Not just that, but I want to say I felt a little bit of frustration coming out of UHEX. Not as crisp of a game as we've seen from them thus far, especially with the first game and especially from the last series. A few little mistakes kind of coming out there, whether it's I got stamina, diving way too deep into the back line, which kind of had the rest of his team trying to close the distance to try to help. And then we saw, just to name a few, like Nightmare, lost that decimation, didn't have it, but decided to go back in anyway when you probably should have turned around. And that kind of turned into almost a full team wipe. I think it was just Pent that was left up after that engagement.
We are taking a look at the scoreboard just a little bit here. Filipino Kid not having a great performance this time. I feel like the Wind of Nature first item sort of set back his damage quite a lot, as you can see with that 7% damage only being outputted by him. It's a great item, you know, maybe having that Wind of Nature in order to secure that early farm for yourself, giving yourself a bit of that defense. But yeah, you are sacrificing quite a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, and maybe it was the kind of pick. I mean, you kind of had to assume that the Clint was going to be coming out. If it's something that you guys have been banning throughout this throughout the entirety, you knew that the Clint was going to come out. I kind of question that Claude pick because, I mean, naturally, he's not going to be doing too well. He doesn't really have as great of an early game, and Claude needs to get pretty close to a lot of those minions to kind of get his stacks off of them, get the damage off there. Clint's going to be able to outrange him, even with some of his normal auto attacks, and then add on to that the immense amount of damage that he's actually able to do to a Claude in that early game. He was just never really able to take off.
Yeah, I mean, he even committed going in for steel leg plates on top of the Wind of Nature. That's how scared he was of that Clint pick. Maybe going a bit too far with the defenses, I might argue. But yeah, I mean, it did the damage. You could see that Clint was definitely outputting everything he needed to do coming in. We are 3-1 at this point in the game. I believe they need 1 or 2 more games for UHEY to take this. I don't know how best of 7 works. How does the best of 7 work again?
One more. They need one more game. Like I said, we weren't tired for our mathing ability, but yeah, we just need
I'm not that bad at maths, okay? It is currently 7 a.m. in South Africa, okay? So my brain is not completely on the cycle.
You got the sun shining.
Can you see the sun?
The birds chirp. Yeah,
I'll turn off my lights. I'll turn off my lights here, and you can see that. You can see that's all sunlight here. That's all sunlight.
Yeah, but UHEY only needs one more, and it's kind of on it's kind of on X right now. Their survivability is pending on this next game. If they're going to kind of continue in this, or if Y is going to be able to snatch it away from them with this next game. For me, man, it's kind of hard because we've already seen what happens when they leave out that Clint. Clint was a very strong pick, and I'm almost kind of like, all right, take away the X-Borg. But what are we giving them if we take away this X-Borg?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I feel like exactly what I said earlier was that now that they've sort of familiarized each other with how each of the teams play, I feel like Team Y have cracked the code a bit earlier than Team X there with that dominant performance. It sort of proves that fact.
Yeah, so it's I'm almost it kind of depends on where they're starting. Is it going to be X on the blue side or the red side? I kind of feel like if you don't ban out the X-Borg, you need to pick it. I forgot what we started with on. We started with the Matilda. That was the reason, is Matilda was out there. Man, we're kind of at a corner right now. We've kind of shown all of our cards. This is why I want to say like a best of 7 can kind of be once you start getting into those later games, you're at the point where you've pretty much shown all your cards. Your enemy's shown all their cards. We have We have the formula that we need for success. At least right now, UHEY, they I want to say they've had more options, so they kind of have their successful formula. And it's on kind of X to kind of monkey around with it. We've seen that even with Matilda, they're having trouble with a lot of these compositions, especially that there were so many answers. There was the setting potential from Minotaur. X-Borg has just been a huge amount of damage. Even with one damage item, War Axe, and then the rest were basic defense from them. And then they had the answer when it came to Faramis in that mid lane to be able to kind of keep the team topped off. So there's just so much to kind of keep them regened up, especially there. We'll see how well it kind of comes into play with this next match for them.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that Faramis pick, it sort of made sense exactly in the way you described it, right? There's some great abilities for Valentina to steal, but if you overwhelm her with options, it gets a bit stressful, and you can sort of confuse her and make her decide, second guess herself, right?
Yeah, I mean, they had the Faramis pick. They tried to go in. This was quite a different game from the last year. Then this is what I was saying. Like, unless they can kind of figure out a composition that can go against UHEY, it feels like they've figured out the formula that they need to beat X here, because the games have steadily been getting a little bit more. A little bit more dominant for UHEY. They've kind of they figured out the rotations. They know who they need to gank on, and they've seen that. Okay, so now we've taken away the X-Borg from the first game. We gave them Matilda. We were still able to be successful. We took away the Yuzong, and it was even better for us as well. So I mean, I think slowly but surely they're taking out those very strong picks from X. And X is going to need to figure out something else here to kind of combat that.
Yeah, on that point, I feel like in these sort of situations, it's match point as you've described here. It's going to be, I feel like Team X, they're going to have to pull some bunnies out of the hats here. Picking up maybe some more comfort sort of picks. I know that Stamina loves his Esmeralda. Maybe this last game, Team Y might let that Angela through. I'm kind of keen to see how Penn sort of does that pick. Probably not going to happen, right? We're probably not going to see the Masha or the Angela happen. But, I feel like Team X, they need to bring out something different here to sort of unlevel out the battlefield, make it a bit more chaotic and maybe find some victory in the chaos.
I want to say the Masha or the Angela, probably not, just because they've been like the first bans for both of these teams. It's like when it comes to bans, when it comes to priority, they're at the absolute top for both of these teams. And that's what I said. Like, I mean, do we... I guess it kind of depends here. I mean, I want to say if you're not... So it does look like UHEX is on the blue side again. Do we allow out the Matilda and pick that up again, which is going to be answered with an X-Borg on the opposite side, which we've been having so much trouble with. It's going to be very interesting to see if we're going to be what adjustments we make, if any, to this banning here.
Oh yeah, I feel like there needs to be an adjustment. I feel like because now, as I said, they figured out the formula. Team Y, Team X, they need to confuse them a bit. They need to come up with a brand new draft. Things have not been working. They counted the Martyrs now. They've counted the Barretts, and then they've counted the Matilda. Most importantly, right? So they need to come up with something new.
So I'm assuming it looks like a pretty standard bans here, and then the Clint's going to be taken off the board. I'm assuming the Xavier will be the next ban for the side of UHEX to kind of narrow down from what McKee was able to accomplish in that second game. And I wonder where we're going with the side of UHEY. I actually kind of forgot what their bans were from the second game. I assume, I mean, are they going to go with the Matilda? Here's the thing too, is why the Melissa, yeah, going to be taken out. I mean, if I'm UHEY, the Matilda, the second game basically cemented for me. Obviously, we can deal with the Matilda. It's not going to be a problem. We're going to give that to them. Oh.
My alarm, give me a second.
No problem. But we do see the Matilda is going to be banned out here by UHEX, which means that the Xavier is going to be out there now for the side of UHEY. We're going to have something to kind of dive into the back line to kind of get him or not. So we're going to see what the last ban here is going to be out for UHEY. Still waiting. I think we're going to be looking at something maybe possibly I think we saw the R-Lot. That was the pick from last time, the ban that kind of came through. In case you missed it, we have a Matilda ban on the side of UHEX, so we're going to have that R-Lot. We're going to not that R-Lot. We're going to have the Xavier open for the side of UHEY. Wondering what this first pick might be here for the side of X. Oh. There it is.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Exactly as you were talking about. This 100% win rate here being taken up by Stamina here. Keen to see it. Yeah, going to sacrifice it for that Matilda ban pretty much. Similar bans pretty much all the game. It's going to be that Novaria, that Melissa, and the Angela. So I like their formula so far.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at an Xavier pickup in the first half here for the side of UHEY because that was kind of left open for them. I'm actually kind of curious. Do we use the Xborg just in the XP lane? I mean, Stamina's shown already that he's been very strong with it. In answer to that, we're going to have the Arlot's going to be picked up there by Canyon.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's going to be the Arlot. Yeah, I feel like that's a really good pick here. It's going to be that sort of pick that Stamina has been trying to use. I feel... Oh, gosh. Sorry, there's people complaining about the alarm. Hold up.
It's all right. We can see here. I mean, it's been a standard. It's always been the Xborg and the Minotaur have been such strong picks here in these last two series because Minotaur, as we've kind of think we've gone over it a few times, is that he melds so well with his healing ability and that Flask of the Oasis. So he's going to be able to keep the team topped up pretty well. And I'm wondering if we're going to have an answer. Are we going to either go for maybe some type of roam? Ooh, I like the Vexana pickup here, as long as we're going to be able to protect her. So I want to see some type of front line coming out from UHEX here. We do pick up the carry. I like that pickup there for Filipino Kid. It's going to be a very late game there for the side of UHEX, and we've got the early game in the Vexana, and we've got a lot of damage for the side with the Xborg pickup, but we need protection either, and that's going to come in the form of a peel for the side for Vexana or some type of front line so that she can feel free to kind of lob out a lot of those abilities without being afraid of them closing the distance, which is going to be kind of hard there when you have an R-Lot on the enemy team.
Okay, yeah, I'm back now. Don't worry. No more problems, I promise. We're going to have it. Yeah, as you were talking about, I don't know what you covered already, but I do see a Vexana. I do see a carry. I quite like this. The Vexana obviously has been doing such good jobs in terms of what this meta hero does, right? So, the Xavier is left open, though. They're going to pick up Xavier coming in from a key. We've seen how effective this guy can also be at that hero.
Yeah, I was pretty much assuming that would come out before the second half of the bands come out, just because they left it open and he was having such an effect on it. Definitely wondering where we're going to be going with the bans here. Still looking for the jungler and the roam side for the side of UHEX. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay. I don't think I didn't expect to see that. You know, both teams have been abstaining from picking these Zeta heroes other than like maybe occasional Atlas, but Tigreal being banned out by Team Y. It's a bit interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting for exactly that reason. If it was any other game in North America that had just started, I would say, yeah, Tigreal makes sense here. But neither of these guys have really picked Tigreal. They haven't banned him. He's been like he's not an option. It's crazy. Maybe they can hear each other. Like, I think they want to pick Tigreal. That's kind of crazy there. I like. Now we're gonna go ahead. I assume these next two bans are gonna be focused around Seth.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Seth, he's got a really good hero pool when it comes to these marksmen. We're looking at maybe an Ixia ban coming alongside with that Minotaur. Could see a few other things. The Roger, he's sort of decided, yeah, we're not picking this Roger gold lane anymore. So probably not going to see that come out just yet. As for the bans coming out from Team Y, they've already taken out one of the roamers available, which is the Tig, but they also need to ban out some junglers.
I mean, that's if you want to. Are you just going to try to force him into using a Martis? Because I mean, it's one of his best ones, and I think that's they're going to go ahead and I think they want him to go ahead and pick up that Martis. They're going to take out the Atlas. So they're really kind of trying to focus on the hero pool of Pent right now to see what else he kind of has out there. I'm actually curious. I don't remember what else he was able to use. I think he used a Ruby in the last series as well, which wasn't half bad as a roam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Could maybe see a more traditional sort of support. I think I kind of like the Rafaela here a little bit. Sort of gives them that momentum in order to maybe go for an early game advantage sort of scenario. Rather than keep it a little bit chill, sort of like pressure on with the offensive. But I mean, it could be really anything at this point.
For me, the reason I go for Ruby is because we still need kind of a front line and CC for Vexana. Raphael, while she will be able to match up. Oh, he heard you. He's like, nah. I think I've figured it out. I think we got this, Roger. Now I think we can go with it. But
Roger jungle.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's
okay. So that's
cool.
gonna be something fresh. I think the only other time I've seen it was I think yesterday we saw it in NACT. We haven't seen it too often. I'm not gonna lie, I really kind of miss the Rogers. The openings that you can make with his playmaking potential with somebody who's very mechanically apt. It's very wild and it's very exciting to see. Ooh, Kufra out there for Pent. I kind of like this. The only thing is there's not a lot of dashes besides Canyon. Oh, as I say that.
That's a dash. Although Benedetta is excused somewhat, right? Because of obviously that second skill of hers, it does negate sort of the dash potential, the dash counter potential coming in from Kufra. But it still is a bit difficult to play a Benedetta into Kufra in a lot of cases. But yeah. By the way, is this I think I've seen this before. It's going to be this Benedetta gold lane, which they pulled out once or twice before in a few other games. It does punish the enemy marksman quite hard, especially if they're quite squishy. Carry might be a bit difficult to kill. She does go for the tank build, but it's one of their cool builds, cool sort of drafts that they're pulling out here.
Oh, is it the tank build though? I think I just saw an Inspire on it. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, yeah. We'll see how well this kind of plays into it. I'm very eager to see how this draft performs for both of these teams, especially the Roger as a jungler. It's going to be very interesting. This, ladies and gentlemen, is game point for UHEY, and X still looking for that lifeline, looking to kind of take this to a game 7 if possible. Fighting for all their worth here. It could possibly be their swan song in this tournament.
Oh man, it is going to be an interesting draft coming in from UHEY here. They're going to have that Benedetta gold lane. Roger jungle, I guess their sort of game sense here is that the Ari on this Roger can sort of function as that gold laner theoretically, right? He's going to have everything that the gold lane Roger can offer, but maybe with a bit more experience and obviously the buff access. This right now, we're going to see, blue buff going to be able to be taken up by Ari here. Stamina was trying to sort of make it a little bit difficult for him, but unfortunately, McKee was around while that blue buff was being taken, so that will sap a little bit of experience from this Roger. He might have a little bit of a hard time getting that level 4 now.
Yeah, and so we're gonna see as we're kind of moving in, 44 seconds still left on the draft. A little bit of engagement at bottom.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be Minotaur and the Harlock versus the X-Borg. I mean, it's X-Borg, right? This hero really not easy to kill, especially since he has the flicker available. Although I feel like Arlott should have a decent time against him. I know I've played that matchup a few times, although I really like to go damage Arlott. So maybe the tank Arlott probably has a bit more of a difficult time with it.
Well, I mean, I want to say, like, you kind of trade in. Arlott has a lot of early game damage that he can go by, but you kind of trade that in for more utility as you kind of move on into these games right now. Already picking up the boots right now. No worse for where I want to say a little bit of a commanding lead there. I mean, both
look at that
gold laners.
Oh, the Dawning Light! There it is, right in the face, blown up, taking out Thickened here. That's going to be a Vexana. That's going to be a bit late to Turtle, so I feel like it shouldn't really be contested by the side of UAG X.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go ahead and contest it anyway.
Oh, I mean, they look really dominant, actually. Without their Vexana, they're keeping up the pressure. Here comes Ari looking to snipe a little bit of a cheeky Retribution here. There comes the Lycan Pounce. Is it going to be enough? The Retribution is going to go to Nightmare. Here comes the last Insanity coming in from Stamina. It's going to go blow up on the other side of the wall. Yes, they will take out Ari. So, I mean, that's a really good fight coming in from UHEX.
That's what I wanted to see. I want to say, like, the last few games, there's been some fights that they could have taken and they kind of walked away from. There, I was a little undecided. Should they go for that? And they decided, you know what? Screw it. We can still do this. We got X-Borg alive. We've got Nightmare up here with the Fredrin. We're going to try this. And they were actually very successful with it, especially with Pent on the backside as well, trying to support them with that roam.
All right, now let's talk about this top lane. What do you think is going to happen here? Both are so far, the gold laners are 0 and 0. But this Benedetta, is she going to be able to sort of keep up the pressure when it comes to this carry? You know, this very meta marksman with like this insane tank, if she is going for the tank. But I don't really know who wins this.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting, especially because Filipino Kid has the Inspire. I want to say that's going to make him just a little bit more susceptible to getting taken down by Seth, who also has the Petrify. So, I mean, once you're going to get caught by, once Filipino Kid gets caught, I think that's going to be kind of game over. It really depends on how well he can play.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, McKee picking up a nice and early Enchanted Talisman as per usual. Ooh, bottom lane though, Roger going in with a Lycan Pounce. Will he be able to get the kill onto this X-Borg? Yes, he will. Stamina will be taken down. That's going to be a pretty good sort of advantage that Canyon can work towards.
Oh, and unfortunately, Varsity X not in a position to really kind of reply. Ooh, and a Dawning Light coming out there, able to kind of nail down a Filipino Kid. Not too much damage done there just yet. He only does have the Enchanted Talisman after all. And unfortunately, not able to kind of reply with a kill of their own just yet from Varsity X.
Okay, here we go, Pent. Let's start using that river movement speed along with D-Guy. Here we go. It's all going to collapse into this turtle. As we look at the build real quick, Carry is going to be going for that tanky build. Surprisingly, with the Inspire, though. Pent looking to just harass just a little bit here. We're going to have the Tyrant's Raid. It's going to only land onto one here, as now he's going to get blown up with the help of McKee. Ari will take the kill. Nightmare as well wants to try and contest us a little bit. Has Thickened by inside.
Oh, but I got Stamina. He's going home right now. So, I mean, I would definitely not contest this. You're not going to have the numbers. You're not going to have the tankiness in front right now. You're going to have to wait for them to kind of come up. You didn't see that wind talker picked up by Art. They're going to decide against taking the turtle. Interesting.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, I mean, looking at both of the junglers here, Roger has a bit of a tough time like securing turtles compared to Fredrin, where you have that first skill and the Appraiser's Wrath. When it comes to like big burst amount of damage, right?
Boom. And right now, I want to say Pence got caught there. That really kind of set back their turtle take here. But I mean, now at a good point, good position here for the side of Varsity X. They've got 4 members here. You're going to be able to zone out, catch those bushes, and potentially get another turtle for your side.
Oh my god. That Dawning Light is just so bright, man. I guess that's part of the skill description. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be Team X here, going to be able to take a nice easy turtle for himself, Nightmare, on this Fredrin, which I don't think we've seen him play too often, actually. I mean, he picks it up when he can, but like he doesn't really get the chance ever.
Ooh, and while all this is going on, I believe Seth was able to get the purple buff and clear out the top jungle of Varsity X. So, I mean, using that, not able to go for the turtles, but is going to go ahead, transition that to refusing some jungle minions for the side of Nightmare.
Oh, there it is. A bit of a fight here. Electo being committed off the mark, though. Filipino Kid is on the chase this time. Seth, he's going to make it out with, like, no HP, dude. Somehow living through it there. D-Guy, a bit of danger here. Gets knocked up by the Eternal Guardian. He's going to get caught out, I'm pretty sure. Filipino Kid will finish him off.
Ooh, and there's going to be some pressure put up to this. Can McKee fend it off against 3 members here? They're going to go ahead, try to surround McKee. Looking, another dawning light lobbed out.
Oh my god, right in their face. He's got no fear whatsoever. It was just like, yeah, come at me. I'm just going to shoot a big ball in your face.
Oh man, I can't believe he was able to survive that with 3 members there. And that's unfortunate. That's what we were talking about. Ooh, I got Stamina in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, has to pop the Fast Insanity pretty early, but they're not going to be able to keep up the chase. Nightmare in position to follow up. Canyon, though, is not the easiest to kill. Should be able to make it nice out and safe.
Oh man, and so it's begun. The dawning lights every few seconds just coming out throughout the map, just everywhere right now. I want to say right now the only plus right now for Varsity X is they do have the I want to say carry Filipino kid actually still kind of holding her own with the lane. But look at the jungle right now. They're still able to kind of get these jungle. They're going to go ahead and catch up the Pent here.
Oh yeah, here we're going to see the Electro just off the mark as well once again onto Thickened. Oh, the Tyrant's Rage is onto Ari. The Dawning Light comes out once again, not doing that much damage, but still doing enough. Ari on the run. Oh, Filipino kid. We'll pick up another kill, actually.
Yeah, doing a great job. Oh, Last Insanity going to burst down a D guy who's... Oh, Appraiser's Wrath not able to finish the job.
Well, Seth is going to have to get out of here just for now. I don't know if you've been noticing, but Seth has been doing a great job of cutting down the lanes right by the tier 3 tower. So he's providing a lot of pressure on that end, but talking about pressure. Team X, they're going to try and get a Lord here. Seth, does he have the Electro, but he doesn't have the the Petrify, excuse me. Here it comes, straight in. Is it going to be, who's it going to be? It's going to be a Filipino kid coming in. Seth's probably going to have to pay for it with his life, as he will get taken down for the attempt.
Varsity X, signs of life through them in this, the 5th game of this series. They can see right now, doing a great job. They've gotten all of the objectives thus far. They have been losing out a little bit on their jungle. I want to say a great plan from Varsity Y right now has been like to kind of let a lot of these objectives go, to kind of clean out that jungle. But right now, as we're sitting here at the 9-minute mark, they're going to have to battle a Lord. And right now, I want to say the momentum that's starting to come from X.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the momentum, right? This is what I was talking about. Changed up the draft a little bit, and now we'll add a bit of chaos in there. So now the game feels a little bit more even, right? Because now Team Y don't really know what's happening with this, how to sort of approach this Kufra pick.
One thing that's kind of interesting to me is they put a lot of pressure onto that Lord behind that Lord. When it's on the top lane, you really kind of want to put that pressure at the bottom lane, because they have to answer the Lord, or it's going to start taking towers. So they have to apply some type of pressure there. Ooh, they saw a little bit of damage there. They do find themselves a tower. Actually, was that their tower?
I think so. I'm not entirely too sure.
It was the bottom tower, yeah. For Varsity X, the bottom tower just went down. So I was hoping that Varsity X didn't get a tower with X having the Lord on their side, and they lost the tower somehow. I was going to be very sad.
As you can see, Endless Battle quite high in demand here. 3 heroes in the game picked it up so far. This is definitely more of your traditional Roger jungle build here with the Windtalker, Endless Battle. Probably going to go for the Malefic Roar just straight after that. Standard stuff.
And on the side, I want to say this being the first damage item that the carry has picked up, she was actually able to get those 2 kills that she has already with just defensive items. That's just the strength of the carry, and why it's become so prominent in the meta so far is because of that true damage that she can do even without damage items, and which is why she's kind of been switching over to the tanks. Did he just final slash a minion?
I think he final slash flickered a minion, unfortunately. Oh, we're going to see Thickened catches out Seth. Seth is actually not having the best game so far, man. He's been getting kind of caught. I feel like that Kufra matchup is starting to whittle him down a bit.
I'm not sure what that minion did to the side of Varsity Y, but I'm pretty sure it's sorry. They're now trying to chase down Ari, and this actually might be a good time to go ahead, start pressing their advantage, and maybe pick up a tower here at some point. That's what the difference for me when it comes to this. We take a little look at these items. Sea Halberd being picked up by I Got Stamina there, and we were already talking about it. You see the damage already starting to come out from the side of McKee, and there, you're absolutely right. The Malefic Roar now being picked up by Ari.
Ooh, yeah, now you should be able to start chunking a bit of the HP bars when it comes to this. Canyon wanting to go in a bit here. Has to work around the Kufra bouncing ball a little bit. A decent Tyrant's Rage coming out on top of it as well. There's another lob coming in from McKee. Doing a decent amount of damage. Filipino Kid will take out Canyon. A Princess Rat. Oh, it's pretty a big one. We'll be able to burst down D-Guy. As now, looks like Team X have the advantage.
Oh man, and Filipino Kid's just having a ball. He was just able to stand there and unload with that speedy light wheel. They weren't able to get there, close the distance, weren't able to do enough damage, even had the Minoan Fury, popped him up, but Filipino Kid just being an absolute menace on this carry right now, and that's gonna be a lord for the side of Varsity X right now, maintaining just over a 2K gold lead.
I mean, they're showing their resistance here. They're keeping it strong, keeping it cool. You know, they're showing that they can sort of change things up a little bit in order to stay into this best of 7. I mean, Stamina, he's playing his comfort, man. He's been performing so well on this hero, and he's really proving it once again. He's the highest level on his team, man. He's not even the jungler.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. The X-Borg was just such a prominent pick that letting it go really kind of cost them those 3 other games here. Now we see the kind of comfort coming in from him. He's so cool, so relaxed on it. Oh, now we're going to start off with another engagement.
It actually lands on a pretty decent engagement coming in from Canyon. Here we're going to see the Minoan Fury follow up, although he's going to get caught as well. I mean, the members of Team X are pretty tanky as the hammer drops straight onto D-Guy's head once again, coming from the Fredrin. Canyon getting caught a little bit here as well. The Dawning Light actually does a decent amount of damage, takes down the Fire Auger armor from Stamina. Oh, man.
Oh, Seth actually able to have some success here on that split pushing ability, but they are about, I want to say Varsity X going to go ahead and push up that top tower. Now a little bit of engagement happening.
Oh, there it is. Another good final slash coming in from Canyon. Going to be able to keep up the chase with those second skills coming in from Canyon. Here we go. The Lost Insanity with that Immortality pop is going to be able to keep him nice and safe. Here comes the rest of Team X. They want to keep the fight going. Tyrant's Rage, it's on to 1. It is on to a good one, though. McKee taken down. Here comes Benedetta getting killed out by the bouncing ball. She should be able to make it out with those dashes, but it's going to be Filipino Kid getting the double kill. Seth chooses to go left side. I don't know if that's the right choice. Here we go. Going to try and parry it out here. Will he be able to make it out? Bounces straight underneath the bouncing ball. And we'll be just fine.
Now, they do not have an answer for Filipino Kid, especially Pent doing a great job creating that distance and being that wall in front. We saw there as well, I want to say Nightmare was in a little bit of trouble there as well. But, I mean, Filipino Kid doing a great job now, starting to pick up that Athena shield. So he's not even really going to be worried about the damage that can kind of come out from McKee.
Oh, yeah, that's a big factor, actually. You know, we've been seeing McKee on the Xavier taking out basically half HPs coming in every time he uses that that Dawning Light. But now, yeah, I mean, if you're against a tanky hero like Carry, it's not going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, and we do see Antique Kuras coming in for D-Guy right now. Varsity X has come to life. It is 11-3, a 15-minute mark right now. We can take a look at some of the items here. I mean, Carrie already has an endless battle, has the golden staff, and really only going with the 2 damage items. The rest is going to be purely for defense and survivability. I was questioning the Inspire here, but Filipino Kid really doing such a great job at maintaining that max distance, especially because Carrie has a very short distance where she can be effective. He's doing such a great job of making sure he kind of sticks right at the edge of it so that he's not getting ganked and not being taken down.
I mean, it's just one of those games, right? You pick an off-brand gold laner, you're always on a timer, right? You're picking up this Benedetta. It's not going to be able to outscale this carry. Talking about the Benedetta, she's big damage coming in with the Elector and the Purify. We'll take out Thickened. I'm going to eat my words once again. Nightmare will be able to secure the Lord though with that Retribution, but we'll be able to take out D-Guy as well. Ari going to fall on top of that as well, and the key to top it off. Oh man, Team X are really styling on them here.
Yeah, what a great play by Seth from the back. Final blow is going to be able to find Thicket, but it was not enough to kind of subside that Lord push there, as Varsity X still able to get that. Now you have a Luminous Lord coming in with 3 players down.
But yeah, that guy's going to charge down that middle tower, so we'll have to see if they can sort of let it go through. There's a bit of respawn time coming in from Varsity Y, excuse me. So this charge should go through. We're going to see Seth coming into the back here, going to pop the Electro. Oh, gets caught by the final slash. It's pretty good. Here comes the Dawning Light doing it. Actually off the mark for now. Canyon's trying to keep himself alive in the front lines here, as we were talking about with that Minome Fury. He's going to pop a lot of marks to get through here. Final Slash once again off cooldown. We're going to see Pent in a bit of danger here, but has the immortality to work with. Lord still pummeling it down in the middle lane here. Oh, Stamina once again showing off his X-Borg. Going to be able to take down Ari, who's not been having a good game whatsoever.
Man, and showing off the X-Borg is absolutely correct. This has been the missing piece of the formula for success for both of these. And right now they're on the core looking to close this out.
Oh, I don't think so, actually. It was a really good final slash coming in from Canyon. They're actually able to defend this. Nightmare, he's going to try and get away. He is the tankiest sort of target coming in here. Another good final slash coming in from Canyon. We'll be able to pop that Faraga armor coming in from Stamina. Here we go. D-Guy doesn't have the Minome Fury to work with, or nor the Flicker, who he just popped right now. There it is, the X-Borg, though. Again, with that burning damage. And now Team X, they're on the offensive. They want to start ending the game once as well. Here we go. Lost Insanity going to be able to clear a few minions out here. Oh, McKee trying to get that snipe onto Stamina just off the mark. Seth gonna clean up Nightmare. Canyon gonna be able to get pent.
Oh, they lingered a little too long in that fight. I want to say as soon as you bursted the Faraga armor and as soon as that last Insanity went off, that was the cue for your team to back off. You weren't going to be able to close that out. And unfortunately, they stayed a little bit too long. You've got some 26-second death timers. It's going to give Varsity Y some time to be able to clear out their, I want to say they clear out their jungle, but still in it because it's not enough. They're going to Varsity X still going to be able to maintain that lead. But I want to say they've made it just a little bit more even. Stop that momentum from Varsity X right now to kind of put them on a little bit of more even kill tier for this next Lord.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Obviously, Team X, they're going to be able to take down a lot of the towers coming in from Team Y, but now they've got that shutdown gold, so now Team Y is starting to get their items. Most of them are just about on their last item right now, in fact, so they could be starting to see a comeback for sure.
Yeah, right now you got 3 ultimates for the side of Varsity Y up and 4 ultimates for Varsity X. Filipino Kid. Oh, actually, Filipino Kid, as I say that, gets their ultimate back up. So you got a full barrage of ultimates to choose from for this next Lord. Varsity Y probably not going to be contesting this Lord.
Oh man, Seth falls down to Stamina, man. That's not good looking for Varsity Y here, as Ari's trying his best to sort of get in the midst of things, but he's going to get zoned out by Pent. Oh, we're going to see, Ari! He gets the Retribution in the midst of things. The Praise's Wrath is going to try and burst down Canyon, but Stamina, looking for the backdoor play here. McKee in response here. Oh, big damage from McKee.
Wow.
Damn,
that was a lot of damage. I got Stamina probably doesn't even know what hit him. That's absolutely incredible. But now you have Filipino Kid is going to try to fend off this Lord. Varsity Y has bought themselves some time and possibly, I want to say, even things out for this matchup right now. Only less than 1K gold lead by Varsity X.
Oh man, you can see Canyon just rubbing his hands together here. He knows he's in for an intense game.
Oh man, right now, just Varsity X just needs to kind of pull it together, realize, I mean, bad things happen. All right, let's get over it. Let's kind of move together, because this is where they've kind of started to fall apart, is when the momentum starts to kind of pull away from them in the late game. They're still in it. It's a very even fight right now. Seth finding himself a tower, and they still have, I want to say, pressure when it comes up to a lot of these towers still on the map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've proven themselves that they can take out this X-Borg, right? They just need the right opportunity. Looking at his item build, he has no magic resist, so it's all going to be all up to McKee once again with that huge amount of damage. Picks up the Bloodwings as well. Oh, Electro, it's actually doing so much damage to the side of Team X here. Oh, we're going to see in the backlines here, Roger is going to be able to take out Thicken. Filipino Kid doing what he usually does, though, pumping in that damage. Going straight onto McKee. That's a big kill to get. He's been doing most of the damage for his team already.
Ooh, they turned that around. I was actually very scared for Varsity X at that moment as soon as Thicket went down, but Varsity X actually able to kind of pull it together, find a kill onto McKee, as well as a Seth and D guy. So things firmly in their favor right now. They just need to kind of enforce their will. They have to know they're 4 against 2, so they know that they can pretty much continue the push here, maybe start getting some of the jungle, and maybe getting set up for this next Lord.
Oh yeah, it's definitely the Lord that is the most important piece of the puzzle when it comes to coming back. If Ari can keep up with those cool Retsu snipes, then it should be fine. Oh, Stamina got the conceal play. It's going to be able to catch him out. This is going to be a catastrophic kill coming in, especially since it's the immortality that's on the line as well. Olot, he's going to try and help his teammate, but he's actually going to turn around.
What an absolutely great read by Varsity X. They knew that they had to be up there. They were trying. I didn't think they were going to be able to catch them before that recall went through. He was able to catch them, and unfortunately, you're not going to have Ari up for this next Lord. You can already see Nightmare setting up right there. He's like, boys, let's take this quickly. Let's get it out of the way before Ari gets back up. A 40-second dex timer on the Retribution for Varsity.
Oh man, that is exactly what it is. They should be able to take this nice and safe, unless it's going to be that Electro snipe coming in from Seth. But they're going to be he's going to be holding that bush, man. He's got a good angle. I feel like he might have a slight chance of doing this.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just making sure he doesn't care if, what kind of damage he takes here. Oh man.
He's somehow living through it so far. Minon Fury lands onto 5. Shutdown coming onto Filipino Kid. It's not looking bad whatsoever. Although Nightmare's going to take down D-Guy and Stamina as well. Oh no, they just got blown up by that Vexana damage once again. Ooh, this is not looking good.
Yeah, I was very scared as soon as Filipino Kid went down, but Thicket there in the bushes, making sure that they can get that damage onto the Lord. And right now, you can see right now, immortalities, only 1 immortality on the side of Varsity Y versus the 3 on the side of Varsity X right now. So a lot more survivability for the side of X, who's going to be starting their push through mid lane.
It looks like it's spilling the end here. It's not looking that great for Varsity Y. It's a 3 versus 5 situation. Can they pull it off? Lord marching it down in straight through the middle. Here comes the last Insanity. It doesn't look good. Base, it's wide open at this point. We're going to see Ari being taken down immediately. Canyon doing his absolute best to try and dissuade him from the base, but no! Team X will come back straight into the game. Ooh,
and just like that, Varsity X is going to be taking this to a game 6. Right now, looking at 2-3, looks like they have found the formula. I am kind of expecting, well, first of all, let's just, what a great game played by them, especially I got Stamina, able to light them up, and I'm wondering what was going on in those other 3 games where they kind of gave up. They kind of had other priorities than that export, because he did an absolutely great job there. 9-2-7 in that last game. Not to be outdone, I mean, we still have, I want to say Filipino Kid, absolutely lighting up that gold lane. They tried to mix it up a little bit with that Benedetta, but man, that dude with 10, 1, and 2 on Filipino Kid, absolutely handling his own.
Oh man, he was indeed carrying that game really hard. The Inspire seemed to work, right? It sort of gave him that additional damage output that he might have needed against that Minotaur. As well, you know, maybe the Vengeance would have helped a bit more in those situations, but it is what it is. The Golden Staff works quite well with the Inspire, you know, giving those additional instances of that healing. It works especially well with that additional healing from the Oracle on top of that. So I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been proven wrong. While he kind of kept up with the survivability, that Inspire definitely helped out, especially when it came to kind of catching Seth. I mean, there was a few fights where I saw Seth, especially at mid game, really kind of trying to get the gank onto Filipino Kid, but he pops out that Inspire, pops the speedy light wheel, and it was just way more than Seth was expecting, and he was just getting bursted down.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the stats don't lie, man. Pick out this Xborg win game. I mean, ooga booga. You know, it is what it is.
I was going to say, I wonder what we're going to be looking at for the next game. Are we possibly going to be banning out that Xborg as well? Because, I mean, it's to a point now that we've seen how well Stamina performs on it. We've seen how well Ari performs on it, albeit different lanes. But, I mean, still, I want to say that the result is kind of the same when it comes to the domination here for both of these teams.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, looking back at the draft a bit, the Arlot, it was, I mean, shout out to Canyon, man. He was doing some amazing, some really amazing final slashes with the flicker there. It just didn't seem to be enough.
Especially that one on the minion.
Oh right. Oh, okay. That minion. I don't know what that minion did.
There were some great final slashes. That's just that was the one that kind of stuck out to me because I think that was one of the first ones that I caught during that match. I mean, a great fight put up there by UHEY, but I want to say the answer, the amount of damage that can be put on in the stacks. Really, we've seen that Xborg is kind of the answer for the immense amount of healing that is provided by a Minotaur, by a Matilda, and that Flask of the Oasis. It's really, I mean, it means nothing up in the face of an Xborg that's doing his job and really kind of being the menace during those team fights.
Yeah, and it feels like it's doing more than that on top of that. And like I don't really see ever, Benedetta getting caught out by an Xborg. As we saw in the top lane there, Seth just somehow got solo killed by an Xborg. It seems to just be the meta in this specific grand finals matchup.
Yeah, I mean, amazing games played by both, and even I was actually very shocked to see how much damage that the Xavier had done to the Xborg that last little push. I was expecting him to get a few more hits. I didn't think he was going to be able to take down the base, but I expected a few more hits, not that just one. And I was just like, oh, he's done, which is that was just because he was completely building that physical defense to kind of win his lane matchup, to win and kind of negate the effectiveness of that Roger as well. I mean, he kind of dealt with the Xavier as kind of an afterthought, and they kind of proved it. A lot of those squishies, they weren't. I want to say I saw a few dawning lights being lobbed out in Filipinos kid's direction, but he was able to kind of dodge out of them. And then Thickens. I don't really actually recall seeing too many lobbed out at the mage, but I feel like that probably would have been the better target for those, just because the immobility of the Vexana.
Oh yeah, for sure. As well, Vexana doesn't really want to build those defensive items as such a carry would. So yeah, that could have been the option there. Seth was doing a pretty good job of catching Thicket though, giving him 4 deaths to his name. With that Petrify Electo combo, it was definitely deadly. Just didn't seem to match up too fair against Filipino Kid's sort of a more defensive attire.
Yeah, it was just to the point that it was already too late by that point, especially because it wasn't just on Thickens who was doing no much. It was helpful, but at that point in the game, especially at mid, I mean, you had Stamina over there doing a heap of damage, and Filipino Kid. We needed to be able to take out both of those damage, because when one of them went down, the other one was definitely able to pull up. I want to say that last Lord fight, Filipino Kid went down right away, and it was still that Thickens on that Vexana was able to get the Lord to help out the team with that final push.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about Ari, man. I feel like the Roger pick, it was okay. It sort of gave him a little bit of that tempo, but I feel like, it's just a bit of an outdated sort of jungler, in my opinion. I think this new gold lane stuff sort of suits the hero a bit more.
The problem is that Roger's one of those like we were talking about with Guzhin, where you kind of all need to kind of funnel into him. He needs to get that early game advantage, and when he's got that early game advantage, he's able to dive underneath towers. He's able. I kind of prefer. I think that it would have worked a little bit better with possibly a different type of roam helping him. That's usually where you see those Angelas kind of shine, but it's pretty much one of those immediate bans that we've seen here in this series. Because it really helps. It kind of plays well with the shielding that Roger gets, and then he gets the heart guard over him, and he can pretty much dive under towers with that Lycan pounce and really put on the damage. Here, he was never really able to take off, and with not being able to take off, once you're starting to fall behind, it's to a point like, what was your actual? The only target he really had, I want to say, was Vexana. Because you still got the tankiness from Filipino Kid, and he's going to be able to kind of toss back. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm told we are ready to go ahead and fly right into this next game.
Okay, now listen, we've got Team Y on the left side here. They're gonna have that first pick. Is this X-Borg gonna be banned out? I have a good feeling that Team X they need to get rid of it, man. Like, there's just no way at this point, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. But what are you leaving open? We've been banning out the Clint. We've been banning out the Xavier. Masha's another one that needs. That is Masha and Angela are the need bees. What do we ban out? What do we leave open with that X-Borg? With that X-Borg ban, do we give them Matilda, or do we give them one of those comfort heroes like the Xavier or the Clint pick out there?
I mean, it's complicated to say for sure. I mean, we've seen that the two staple bans, as you said, are out, but you know, I feel like there has been situations where both teams have managed to pick up their comfort picks that have been banned most of the time, just outside of those two. So there's a lot of flexibility that can happen when it comes to this X-Borg. It sort of should be able to fit into the ban list somehow.
Well, they're going to go ahead and kind of focus a little bit on to Filipino Kid, shut down that real comfort pick that he has with the Melissa. And then that kind of comes into there. Do we give him back that carry pickup? Or maybe we kind of snatch that away from him, because he was instrumental in the victory that UHEY had. Would it maybe have performed a little less impactful against like a standard marksman? We don't know yet, because they kind of went with that Benedetta, that double fighter composition. So I guess we'll see here how threatening they consider that carry, because I mean, man, that was a huge pickup for UHEX in the last game.
Is Benedetta considered a fighter? I think it's like, I see her more of an assassin, right? But yeah, no, for sure. It definitely didn't work out in the end. Was doing a decent amount of work for the Benedetta, but maybe, you know, let's not bring it out in the grand finals again. It feels like it was a bit on the same. It was like in the same sort of energy as that Nightmare Gusion pick. You know what I mean?
That was a good pick. Let's not do that again. All right.
Okay.
So we're gonna go ahead with the standard Navaria ban. Do we give them X-Borg? That's the choice. That's what's happening right here. That's what's happening in the head. Do we give them X-Borg? Do we give them Xavier? Do we give them Matilda? What are we going to do here? X-Borg is out. That's going to leave open Matilda for the side of UHEX right now.
Yeah, I think they're going to take it up. They're going to take up this Matilda, I'm pretty sure. I don't see a reason why they can't. They've got still another game to throw, I guess, technically, so they can see if it works. But I mean, it is what it is, man. I think they can just pick it up here.
They've got a game to throw away. They can see what works or whatever. Heck, pick up a Gusion if you wanted to. I mean, it's not like this is game point for you guys.
Yeah, no, not at all, man.
Well, right now, I mean, they're a little bit of a little hesitation there. They're kind of figuring out what they want. Did they go with the Matilda? Maybe we've seen some focus on that Minotaur out there as well. Oh, they're going to take away the carry from Filipino Kid. Very interesting. They're saying, go ahead, pick up this Matilda. We just can't let you have that carry again, bruh.
Yeah, do you know, I like that quite a lot, because if they do pick Matilda, they can pick it alongside a good combo, like the Barat, for example, you know? So they can immediately pick that in the second and third pick. With the carry out as well, it's going to shut that away from Filipino Kid, which I think is a beautiful deny pick. Unless, hint, circling around that eagle right there, will pick it up, actually. So they're going to place their faith in another match point game into this flying eagle girl.
Well, the thing I want to say is the last game when they did use the Barats and the Matilda combo, they were dealing with the X-Borg, and that was what was the biggest problem for Barats, for the Matilda, because X-Borg like just outclasses Barats when it comes to kind of sitting in that the turtle pits, because he's going to be able to kind of burst him down the longer that they're fighting there. Right now, we're going to see that they're going to go ahead, feel comfortable picking up this Fredrin pickup for the side of UHEY.
Oh yeah, I'm liking this a lot. Actually, you bring up such a good point. Stamina going to have his signature hero coming in with that Yu Zhong. Well, I mean, he's got a lot of signature heroes basically at this point. But when I think of Stamina, I'm thinking Yu Zhong for sure. And I'm thinking, hence, can I be able to do that cool combo plays alongside him? And I'm going to be seeing some cool stuff with that export gone.
For me, though, it's going to be about how well are we going to support the aggression of Stamina. Are we going to have a composition that's going to be able to go in with him as well? Because, I mean, we've seen here sometimes, I mean, he has, this was a combination that we saw last time, is that he was doing so well, I want to say around game 4, he was doing very well. The aggression to kind of stifle the momentum that UHEY was having, but as we got later and later, and the carry started taking off, he was finding himself outgunned in the back line of UHEY. So that's going to be okay. Brand new. We wanted something different. We wanted to see something outside. We want to see something different. Okay.
No.
I was gonna figure out a way to talk it up. I was looking through my notes. I'm like, how do I?
I mean, wait. Hold on, man. I mean, it's still a possibility. That was a swap pick. Thicken picked up the Vexana, and listen, Leslie obviously kind of fallen off the meta a bit when she used to be like pretty much picked all the time with that true damage change. I like it versus the tank carry if they can get to that point. Something we haven't seen in this best of 7 yet is a big late game draft, right? We've been seeing just such aggression coming out from both of these teams. I feel like probably won't work too well alongside the aggression that Matilda and Yu Zhong provide, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe still have a chance of picking it up.
The problem with Leslie is the early game, she might as well be firing pillows out at the enemy marksman. And especially for somebody as tanky as a carry, that you're just going to be looking at getting dominated there. And then, like you talked about, the aggression that you're going to have with the Matilda and that guiding wind. I mean, we're looking at possibly an Ixia could work out here, but...
Oh, yeah.
For me, it's about the front line that we have, and are there options? We still have the Barats out there. We still have some type of front line that we can have. It's just what I've seen lately with the Ixia pickups is like we pick her up, but we don't really like reinforce some type of protection for her, or the game falls like quickly out of hand, and it's to a point that when the Ixia is finally able to get that full barrage out, we're not able to protect her anymore. We're losing our front line. They're just bursting through us, and she quickly gets taken down. Here, they're going to go ahead and take out some of the options for those jungle plays. They take out the Martis, and on the other side, we do see that X-Borg and Arlot being taken off the board by UHEX.
Yeah, I mean, the Xavier sort of makes sense, right? It's just too much of a threat. I feel like it also shuts down like the sort of combo flow that Yu Zhong has. You know, if that circle's on the floor, the Yu Zhong might feel a bit hesitant to sort of jump into that direction. So I like that Xavier ban, even though it's kind of obvious to try and take away from a key, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Some drafts, some pretty good bans coming out. Filipina kid, are you gonna show me that Leslie?
We'll see what they have in mind. Right now, I like both of these drafts so far. It's just right now what the options that they kind of have left. This could kind of make or break. This is kind of like, I mean, especially from Nightmare, if we see like a Gujin come. Okay, I don't mind this. I know that they lost. This is Mickey gonna try to. This was Thickent, right? Who played the Odette before, right? So kind of a little bit of hey, I think I can play this a little better.
There's currently 4 cancels for Swan Song on the enemy team. I don't know about this one, Chief.
But there's not. What you're saying is there's not 5, so there's a chance.
there's not 5. I mean, if they pick Leslie, then there is 5, man. So. Okay. Oh, we're gonna see DJ Khaled coming out here, maybe coming in from Canyon. Or maybe he's gonna pick up his signature here. Yeah, I was not keen for that. I did pick. Yeah.
There's only 4. We got this.
Right.
So now we're gonna have a Lapu out there. It's gonna be the kind of comfort pick. He played this in the game 1, didn't have a lot of success with it. I actually can't remember. He played it against Xborg, so that's why he was kind of getting pushed back so far. So we're gonna see what kind of comfort versus comfort right now. I'm not sure what stamina prefers in the XP lane. I do know he plays a very ferocious Yu Zhong, which we were able to see from I believe it was game 4. From him. He was just absolutely dominating on it. I really like both of these drafts coming from both of these teams here.
I don't know if we're going to be able to see what Filipino kid picks up just yet. I can still hear the game audio, so I think we're definitely still in the game here. So it's going to be a mystery. We might be able to hear it. Let's listen nice and closely what this pick... Ixia, that's Ixia. Okay, so we're gonna have Ixia to finish off the
detective work put together.
I mean, there it is right there. We're gonna see the Ixia being picked up. Obviously, yeah, that was probably the right choice, right? We're gonna have that guiding winds combo as well as the Barat to also have benefits from that guiding winds. This Matilda is going to be putting in a lot of work this game, I can tell.
Yeah, it's going to be doing the heavy lifting in this game. I do like the Barat. It makes sense. You've got an established front line to potentially protect Ixia, and especially with that Black Dragon out there as well. But ladies and gentlemen, UHEX fighting for their survival in this bracket right now. It is 2-3 in favor of Y, but game point for them.
It is game point once again. They are holding on to their last strand of sort of chance for victory here, not to get second place, going for that first place, man. Being the champions of the Aloha Collegiate Cup. I just knocked my mic over. Oh, here we are into game 6. How are you feeling about this?
Your mic is just so excited right now for this game that's coming out right now. All right, so we're starting things off here. Going to see kind of who kind of can kind of get through this a little quicker. Especially I'm really eager to see how these first Lord fights kind of go out. It really kind of sets the tone for both of these teams here.
Yeah, I'm definitely favoring X's draft here. It's just like the perfect draft they have here. You know, all their picks make sense. They all synergize with each other. They've got the right amount of sort of meta presence as well. The thicken that Vexana is what I'm mostly looking at here. I mean, look at that damage already. D-Guy. Half HP from just one combo.
Yeah, and this is what I was kind of harping on during the last series. It's like, man, Ixia not being picked up is kind of crazy because she's just such a strong mid laner, so easy to play, and just provides so much to the team, whether it's in the laning phase or some of those objectives. We can see here from the emblems, weakness finder on Filipino kids, so that when that full barrage goes out, it's going to be able to kind of slow them down from trying to escape it, or even when they're going to be trying to kind of close the distance to kind of get close to her.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Nightmare got that level 4 nice and early here at about 1.5 minutes. He's going to be able to look for a little bit of an aggressive play, although Ari as well has that level 4. So both junglers keeping it nice and diligent, clearing up at the right sort of times here. McKee and Thicket, though, holding each other's bushes.
Yeah, and about 12 seconds left on this first turtle. Thicket taking a little bit of damage. Now you're gonna have great positioning for the side of Varsity X for this first turtle fight. We're gonna see how these kind of fights kind of end up around each other.
All right, here it is. It's gonna be that. Already a Molten Essence picked up my frame rate. That's a nice timing to have for that sort of turtle fight, right? Especially against the Barats, who's got that high HP. So far, Team X, they're being quite aggressive here. They're going to hold a strong position by this turtle. Canyon? Is he level 4? I don't believe so. Oh, yeah, no, he is. He has a Bravest Fighter to maybe snipe something, but the Retribution comes straight through.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going to mess with that. There's not much you can do against the Retribution, even with Bravest Fighter stance if you activate that out. I want to say this has been like a game plan for Varsity X. They like to kind of... the only thing here is I feel like they were a little lackadaisical. Usually, especially last game, we saw they decided immediately they were not going to get these objectives. They were instead going to go start refusing jungle, take enemy minions from them, take enemy buffs from them. Here, they were a little slow to the punch to realize, I don't think that we're going to be able to fight this turtle fight, so they're not able to actually make anything happen out of that.
Oh my god, look at that wave clear coming out from Lilia, dude. I think I heard like 4 of those crunch noises from that skin there. Yeah, I mean, it just comes to show how both of these mid laners are just so good. I think mainly because just how fast they clear that mid lane.
Oh yeah, and that's the big thing for a mid lane right now, and why they kind of stay in the meta right now is their ability to clear and then rotate to kind of help out and get those engagements. Ooh, stamina.
Stamina in a bit of danger here. The Bravest Fighter has been popped. The Black Dragon form trying to come out, gets slammed down by Canyon.
You're not even able to get the Black Dragon off immediately. That was just some good solid CC combinations there against him.
Yeah, especially from a hero like Fredrin, who's able to consistently, even though the CC doesn't last that long, it still cancels out that Black Dragon form animation.
Yeah, so I mean, a great little play there. They do have that first blood, and now starting to kind of push into mid. So now you're going to have Thicket. It's going to have to go back to base. 14 seconds left on the next turtle. We do have, you were seeing that carry, picking up that defense, picking up that that belt, and now a magic enchanted talisman picked up for McKee.
Surprisingly, Stamina is like not as aggressive as he wants to try and be. He's in position now, should be able to sort of mess around a little bit here with this Black Dragon form as we see the rest of Team X. They're going to be on the way here. Pent in that front line as per usual. No worries in the world whatsoever. Here we go. I got Salmon in the back lines here, messing around with Ari, doing a decent amount of damage. Certainly Eagle commits it as well. Canyon finishes off that Bloodless Axe. Might be the deciding factor when it comes to this fight. Here we go. Oh, a strong team fight coming out from Varsity X so far. Canyon gets taken down.
What a great positioning by I Got Stamina there for that. The alone against Varsity Y finds a great position, waits for his team to come in, and then comes in from the flank to off-puts that turtle push, and eventually zoning out the full team of Varsity Y.
Oh man, it's looking pretty even. Although I'd argue that at the moment it seems like X, they're under control. They sort of have things in order. The chaos is a little bit minimized once that X Borg's out the picture.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit more even now. Stamina taking on Canyon, albeit Stamina finding some great positioning as we go in. Pent taking a little bit of damage there from D-Guy.
All right, but it's still a bit stagnant, right? We've got about 6 minutes in, 1 kill to 1 kill. We've got 3 people in the bot lane, though. Looking towards that carry, but she's just not easy to kill whatsoever. So this rotation feels like a bit of a waste. We've got 3 more members of Y, though. Looking to sort of engage here.
Yeah, that was kind of going to be my comments too. Is it's kind of a little bit of a waste there, just because of actually Canyon and Stamina. He's trying to go in, but not going to be able to. Actually, going to burst him down a little bit more than half health there. So I mean, having a great time here at the top lane is a Stamina.
Yeah, that Usher Essence is such a strong passive when it comes to this 1v1 trades, right? If you can activate it, it's just like you pretty much win any trade you want. That's sort of the power that we've been seeing with this Yu Zhong pick, especially in lane. But so far, both teams right now sort of respecting each other's space.
Thicket's in trouble.
Oh, there it is. Stamina coming from the side lane here. They wanted to start something, but both teams are just keeping it nice and safe between each other. We're going to see already a Guardian helmet being picked up by Fredrin. I mean, that's a pretty good timing to have at about 7 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to have a thick amount of health there. We do see the Demon Hunter sword now. So we're going to have actually some good chunking ability coming from this Ixius. He's going to be starting to become more of a part of these fights. You see them starting to line up for this next turtle.
Oh, wait, here we go. This fight could be a pretty decider for how the game goes. Carrying on from here, the turtle is going to go to Nightmare for now. There's the full barrage that you were talking about, doing really a lot of damage to Ari here. Ice got stamina. Will finish off the kill.
Yeah, now they're starting to chase on the D guy. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to capture something here. Looking for a connection onto Seth.
Ooh, D guy is going to have that healing effect from the basic attacks right there. Going to be able to keep him nice and alive. Ooh, has to pop the Minoan Fury as well, so they're in a bit of a dangerous situation. Seth and D-Guy, are they going to be able to make it out of here? I don't really think so. They're going to be trapped right underneath their tower with 4 guys circling them.
Yeah, but the longer they linger here, the less time they're going to have. Now they have minions at their side. They're going to look to try to burst them out.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, the deadness welcome actually off the mark here. And Ari's in time to join up into the fight here. Circling Eagle onto Seth. He's still alive somehow. And now, I feel like they have enough leverage to keep themselves alive. Oh.
And on the offside, we do see that Thicken able to get a kill onto McKee. I want to say kind of a little bit of a waste. Varsity, they have room to kind of to follow up there, but they weren't able to really make anything happen at bottom.
Oh, here we go. Seth actually picks up a few kills for himself here. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, I'm pretty sure here. It's going to be Filipino Kid for Seth, so gold lane for gold, dude. I'm sure no one's complaining with that.
And right now, still at the top, I got stamina really kind of taking it to Canyon here. Black Dragon is out for the escape.
Yeah, you know, that's the power of that Black Dragon for, man. It just can get out of pretty much any situation as long as it's not cancelled out.
Yeah, and I think he was actually able to, steal that minion from Ari? Just a little bit of a slap there for him as he's swimming through with that dragon. But he did really kind of create a lot of distance. And Ixia, I want to say Filipino Kid really needs to get to that lane quickly before Canyon's able to push. As we take a look at these items, already a War Axe and a Hunter Strike picked up for the side of I Got Stamina. And now looking at Seth has picked up that Endless Battle. So kind of electing to go with that one defense item and then one damage item there, really wanting to kind of come into play a little faster.
Filipino Kid taking quite a lot of damage from that Freyrin here, but does trade a little bit of the HP by himself. Oh, a good pushback onto Mickey. He's going to be able to make it out of here with the Black Shoes. The full barrage actually off the mark, has to cancel it early, but the Black Shoes brings him back into the grips of Team X.
Ooh, that was what I'm going to say. That full barrage almost got Filipino Kid into trouble there. We're still continuing on this fight, latching on to D-Guy, who's trying to give his team vision.
Lord has spawned, though. Not sure if they can sort of start it up so far. At the moment, Ari, tanky as ever, going to be able to taunt up a few members of Team X. Circling Eagle straight away onto Canyon. Shouldn't really be a kill, though. Ooh, Frederick in a bit of danger here. Praises Wrath in the air, but will not reach the ground.
And just like that, Varsity Y have lost their retribution and I want to say their contention for this Lord. Canyon's going to come in with the bravest fighter stance, but I mean, not able to catch anything there. Is going to be able to clear out mid lane. Meanwhile, Varsity X very comfortably going to be able to pick up this Lord.
Yeah, very, very comfortably here. That was a big pickup onto that Fredrin. Still dead, actually, at the moment. I mean, that's the problem when you're high level on top of that, is that your respawn times are pretty long.
Yeah, and right now sitting at 2-6, a little under a 4K gold lead for the side of Varsity X. But I want to say a very a firm amount of momentum for them right now, as they're going to go ahead and pick up a tower at bottom.
That's pretty good. They should give them a little bit of sort of that space to sort of give them enough pressure to let this Lord do what he needs to do. Yeah, I mean, looking at Seth here, he is not scared of that Yuzhong. He's a tank carry.
Yeah, Lord's coming down at bot. Oh, you see from the flank here, Nightmare and them kind of surprising Canyon. He's going to get himself out of dodge, just narrowly escaping from that Detna's welcome.
Oh, man. Okay, we're going to see some more pressure coming in from Team X. They're going to look towards this mid tower here. Ooh, Oracle finished up by I Got Stamina, so that's going to be a bit items power spike for him to work with. Going straight in. Oh, an aggressive flicker coming in with the full barrage. I Got Stamina maybe looking to chase Seth, but decides to end... decides to retreat, actually. Probably the wise decision. But, I mean, look at that damage onto the mid tower, man. That's about 75%.
Yeah, I want to say a little greedy from the side of UHE Varsity X. They were looking for kills with that. What they could have done is kind of use that full barrage, use that Black Dragon merely to zone out Varsity Y, just so you could pick up the tower. Instead, they were kind of looking for kills. They got a little aggressive, and now you bursted 2 cooldowns and you didn't pick up these high grounds just yet.
I mean, look at this aggression coming in from Varsity X. They're going to be able to pick up someone with that Detonator's Welcome. It's going to be Ari, not the best target, as he's going to be able to get out just fine. No Fury going to land on a few members. It's not going to be enough to change the ties of the team fight just yet. There's the full barrage. It's going to be able to clean up D-Guy pretty easily, as we're going to see that Guiding Winds interaction as well. This could be the end of the game. If Filipino Kid can just hit the base, he might be able to end this one right now. Seth trying his absolute best to offset it right on the mental protection. Is it going to be enough? The Praise's Wrath. It's not going to be there in time. Oh my god.
Just like that, UHE Varsity X have taken this to a Game 7, tied 3-3.
Oh my god, we're going to Game 7, boys. That's what's happening right now in Hawaii. I mean, I'm excited for a Game 7 here. Both teams, they've got the formulas, right? The Team X, they managed to come back from that deficit they were having at the beginning of the tournament here, from Game 2 to 3. But now, they've got it. Get rid of that X-Borg and you should be able to win.
Yeah, they found the formula. The X-Borg was the winning formula. They take that out. It's kind of just the especially when it came to the XP laners. I want to say I got Stamina doing such a great job being able to push. Even Canyon on one of his most comfortable heroes there, having a lot of trouble against the ferociousness of Stamina during that fight, or during those fights.
Mm-hmm. I must say, D-Guy has really been struggling with these last 2 Minotaur games here. The Minoan Furies have been pretty okay, and obviously, it helps to have a Flask of the Oasis user on your team, but he's been sort of suffering against a lot of the damage output that that Team X can sort of offer when it comes to these sort of extended fights.
Yeah, I mean... I want to say just a great game there put out by UHEX. Even with the threat of the carry, never really letting it take off. And they kind of found a formula. That's what I was saying. Like the Barats was not successful. The Matilda Barats was not successful in the last engagement, but that was because of the things like having that the X-Borg out there, and maybe a little bit of a flop there. You gave away the Matilda without the answer of the X-Borg, the threat of the X-Borg. The Matilda just was a huge problem for UHEY.
Mm-hmm. And they drafted it so amazingly, right? They had that, not only the Barats, but they had the cool combo with Ixia, and they had the cool combo with who's the last hero that was a combo with, I believe it was the Yuzhong, right? With Stamina. He was able to make his classic aggressive plays alongside of it as well. So gonna have to change up the draft once again by Y to maybe take it to this in this final game.
Well, that's the interesting thing, is I almost felt like that was UHEY's draft to lose. Instead of going with the Matilda, they went with the carry, and I feel like Matilda's very strong. Something that can't really be ignored. And now, I mean, I guess it kind of depends who's on the blue side for this Game 7, and is that going to change up the draft? Is that going to change up some of the priorities? I'm assuming X-Borg is still going to be banned out. They also kind of waited till the second round to potentially pick up the Xavier, which got banned out by UHEX. So all in all, I want to say UHEX showing a great mindset, trying to piece together these formulas for it, when to ban certain things. It was just a great play, and then of course the gameplay out there as well. They just did such an amazing job.
Oh, yeah. I mean, gonna have to see it, man. I'm expecting to see some crazy stuff happen in this Game 7, man. I want to see some mashes being left open. Nah, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I feel like if it is Team Y picking second this time, then they're gonna have to try and consider maybe banning the X-Borg this time. I mean, it's just playing around this crazy man with this fire gun.
Yeah, you're talking about crazy things. Yeah, just not too crazy. Let's go ahead. Let's leave that Gushin. Let's leave that Roger Jungle. Go ahead and go set those aside there. But anywhere else, you're free to kind of go there. Maybe not the Leslie either. In fact, maybe not that crazy. Maybe we kind of stick to the plan here. But man, it's an amazing thing to see here. I love these Game 7, especially it kind of reminds me of like last year when NACT was able to go to a Game 7. It's so exciting to see two teams so evenly matched and to the storybook comeback for UHEX, especially making their way all the way from the bottom bracket after they were swept by UHEY here, able to answer back with 3 games of their own, tying this up. And the last game, this is what it's all about. This is where all those nerves, all that pressure kind of comes into play, and who's going to be able to handle it better.
I mean, it is about that pressure. I mean, definitely a one factor that both teams are going through is a little bit of that burnout, right? I mean, looking at Team X, they just came through a best of 5. They surely are feeling a little bit of something, but it is up to the individual players to sort of keep it going, keep up the pressure, keep up the mentality, man. Even having that fun.
Yeah, we're going to see what kind of changes we made. I'm really eager to see how we kind of deal with it. I want to say carry, not the answer, especially they kind of ended that not really too early, but just the draft. It just really, I felt like there were picks that UHEY really kind of prioritized, but not the actual synergy. You talked about it during draft. There just wasn't the same synergy in UHEY's draft as we saw with UHEX when it came to that Matilda, the Barats, and the Ixia playing together. Even the Yuzong being able to dive in and then having an escape in the name of that guiding wind as well. That's just a synergy that was kind of unmatched by UHEY there with some picks that just really didn't meld well, and especially when we saw that they really weren't willing to fight for some of those objectives in the early game and not transitioning that into something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Canyon, unfortunately, still going to have a 0% win rate with that Lapu Lapu. So he maybe doesn't really want to pick it up in this next game, or maybe they're going to sort of set it up for him. He seems to really like this hero. He is not having a bad time when it comes to these laning stages as well, but it just doesn't seem to be able to close out these games. So maybe definitely going to see something different when it comes to this drafting phase.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I'm actually really excited. We got this, not often you take into a Game 7, but here we are. What else is in the pool? I mean, but I think they've pretty much pulled out. They've gotten all the formulas. They know what each player likes to go with. There's just those little nuances you left open. That was the one thing, too, is I knew the Ixia, like, it was going to be a great play. I think there's just certain things that happen, certain heroes that come out where you're like, I've seen it before, too, when it comes to, like, a lot of the pro play, especially in the M series. You'll see drafts out there where they come back with the exact same draft, but they've tweaked one little thing on it to kind of make it successful here. It doesn't mean like the entirety of the draft was bad. They just need that one little thing, and UHEX here has found it, and it's now on a UHEY to kind of find the replacements that they needed for that the missing Xborg that can kind of help them with that I want to say that the pushing power that they displayed in those 3 games that they were able to get over X, because they were, I want to say, those 3 games and the difference that we've seen from these 3 losses, especially right from the beginning, is their, I want to say, lack of confidence, especially when it comes to these objective fights. So maybe kind of choose a comp with those objectives in mind.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely the objectives were not, yeah, as you said before, like I felt like they were playing a little bit passive coming in from Y, they needed to be a bit more aggressive when it came to those fights with those objectives. Their team sort of mirrored that, they had the Fredrin, they had the Minotaur. These were sort of heroes that are all about objectives, really, with the Minoan Fury and the Fredrin being able to secure those retributions quite so easily. So I felt like it was definitely their draft was completely fine, but just the execution of it was a little bit shaky.
Yeah, we'll see here going into this seventh and final game. I'm sure both of these teams are exhausted from, especially I want to say UHEX. They've been here all a day. They played through the bottom brackets. We'll see if maybe some of that stamina, because stamina becomes starts coming into play. You've had it. You've had it with jokes. The sun is out. It's a new day in South Africa right now.
Yep, it is a new day. But no, I'm still good to go, man. I still got some caffeine still flowing through. My maths is still not that great, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's the first thing to fall is the math here. But no math needed here. 3-3, 6 games apiece. But it looks like we're ready, guys. Let's go ahead and get right into it. I'm very excited to see what this draft has. I wonder. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna use this Nostradamus power I have and go with a Masha and an Angela ban for both of these teams.
Oh, that's a good shot. It's maybe gonna come out with those two bands right here. But a good point here is that it's gonna be Team Y taking up that first pick, so it's gonna be up to Team X to ban out that Xborg once again if it does happen like that.
Yeah. Man, it's gonna be interesting. This is what I've always kind of fretted when it comes to this the switch ups here. Oh, absolutely crazy. It's shocking. Even is that. That's kind of the issue sometimes when you're on the blue side is, you get that one pick, but it gives, especially like I've talked about before, the current meta, there's just a lot of difference makers out there, and you get the first pick, but now you've allowed the enemy to kind of reply with 2 picks of their own, and what we've been seeing is like that. Those can be some very powerful pickups, especially here for the side of X. We're gonna go for the standard bans. I'm assuming we're gonna go for the marksman bands here, the Melissa and the Clint, possibly for both of these teams. They're gonna focus down on the marksman lane, or do we just completely mix it up? Nope.
Oh,
screw that,
they
Matilda.
had first pick actually. I mean, Matilda's out. They had first pick, so they had that other opportunity to take it up, but they're gonna decide to just take it away. Altogether.
Yeah, which means that we're leaving open, I want to say, some of the marksman options from UHEY. Possibly the Melissa is out there as well right now. And we're going to see, I'm assuming we're going to take out the Xborg here.
I mean, it worked before. Why not do it again? I'd be surprised if they didn't ban it again, right?
Yeah, especially with how much trouble that they had in here, and it's pretty much just Xborg for the win here. Oh, we're gonna go with the Clint. This is kind of the same as the bans that we saw from the last game, coming out from UHEX here, and we saw, especially when it came to kind of dealing with that. Seth is a menace on that Clint. Early game picks up that endless battle and just was absolutely crushing it in the gold lane, and then when it came to the team fights, just kind of carried it on from there.
Yeah, it's definitely worth taking away that Clint from Seth. I feel like it just works too well. Like the comfort just seems to be shining way too much when he picks up that hero. So it's still worth a pick. Still worth a ban. I'm interested to see what the last ban coming in from here is. It's actually going to be the Minotaur. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, because I feel like wasn't it UHEY who picked the Minotaur last game? Yeah, especially because it kind of when you don't have the Matilda out in the field, the obvious option to have is the Minotaur, because you have the healing and the setting potential, and you don't really have an answer on the opposite side for that with the Flask of the Oasis. I feel like it's almost like opposite here, that UHE is kind of like banning out some of the stronger picks they had in some of the last games.
I mean, if you look at it, look at their bans, dude. They just got 3 heroes that use Flask of the Oasis, man. That's literally it. They're banning against that item right now. So it's one way to approach it. Anyway, there it is. Was just about to say it's going to be the Xborg being taken out.
Ooh, so then what do we go with the first pick here? I think we've been seeing them focus on the I mean, we saw the last time it was the carry. I assume maybe here we focus on the XP. Maybe we need to get something comfortable, something a little better. Does Canyon have something better than his Lapu? I know he likes that pick, but I mean, CC, Arlot are kind of the main contenders right now when it comes to the meta. Or maybe we take away. Yeah, Yuzong, you can take that away from I Got Stamina, or potentially maybe take away Vexana from the side of Thicken.
Yeah, the Vexana has been working for them for the last 2 games here, so there's literally no point in not taking it away. That's something that hasn't been banned out this time. I was wondering something was missing here. So McKee is going to pick up that Novaria here. It's going to show us what it do.
What it do, indeed. Novaria does have a huge amount of damage that she can output, but I want to say it really comes online more in the late game, especially with that poke potential. They're going to need a draft and a composition that supports them in the early game that can help Novaria get to that back lane, and especially here, I'm expecting the Yuzong to come out. Hopefully we can kind of go, and then the Melissa coming out. So you've opened up these 2 picks. Yuzong, especially because potentially you have an answer to try to get to that back lane, to zone out McKee at the very least, so he's not going to be as effective during a lot of these team fights. And then I'm not a huge fan of Melissa, but we've seen Filipino Kid on the Melissa, and it's just a different breed.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like they both teams actually really like prioritizing this hero, and it's for I guess a good enough reason. They know what they're doing. I somewhat agree with you with the Melissa. Not the biggest fan. I feel like there are better marksmen to be picking up right here, but it is what they're comfortable on. We'll have to let them sort of do it. I do have a bit of a question just before we talk about the next few picks, unless they're a bit too interesting here. Is if Yuzong knocks the Novaria, like controls her with that little bit of knockback while she's doing that astral recall, will she be taken out?
I'm pretty sure that because it acts like a pop-up, right? It should take her out of it. Yeah. And even then, even if not, he's got the petrify, so it doesn't matter.
Oh right.
So I mean, he's gonna come in there with the petrify to try to chain that together. This is a very interesting pickup because it kind of can operate like a little bit of a flex pick. I'm not sure how well. Well, I mean, it looks like it's D guys picking it up here. It might be their X, or no, this is gonna be their Rome, Ruby Rome. Man, I want to say right now, UHEX has gotten like all their favorite picks.
Yeah, they've been allowed to pick up all of these picks, exactly how you put it. Although, let's say that this Atlas has proven to be good, has proven to be a little bit sus sometimes, but most of the time, Penn's been doing pretty damn good with this Atlas pick.
Yeah, it's almost like I feel like the UHEY just intentionally set the draft out. Like, we're just gonna deal with you, your best picks, your best haircuts, your best clothes right now. We want to beat you at your very best. They've given them like some very comfortable picks here, and now we're gonna be moving into that second banning phase for both of these. Our lot gonna be taken out for the side of UHEX. So I think they're very confident that this Ruby's gonna stay as a roam.
I mean, I'm thinking that Martis is probably going to be banned out here. They again, without that X-Borg, it opens up their old strategies to be a bit more viable in terms of how they sort of operate as a team. So I'm expecting a Martis ban. If the Martis is not banned, I'm expecting Nightmare to pick it up.
Yeah, that actually is not a bad idea here too, especially because it negates a lot of the CC that D guy would actually be able to potentially have in that the turtle. Ooh, and we're gonna take out the Vexana. So that's a great ban there. That I want to say Thicket has been nothing but absurd with it. I want to say especially with what we saw from the second series. The first series that we had when we saw Vexana, a little shaky there, but I mean, man, this last series absolutely showing why Vexana is like one of the prime picks in that mid lane.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I feel like I know what's gonna about to happen here. I think Thicken's like thinking about that Odette right now. It's not looking too bad along with the Atlas. There's nothing to cancel it just at the moment. So, I think they're thinking about it.
Oh, that would actually be very interesting. There are a lot of picks that, like, if I would see them on paper, I'd be like, but here, I mean, you say Odette here, especially with how we saw the performance was during the first game, actually had a very successful time with the Odette. But if we ban that out, where would we go if we are Thicket right here? here? I wonder, are we looking to ban out the Odette? Do we ban out the Martis here?
Yeah, it's one of the two. You know?
Yeah. So
yeah, I feel like both of those bans would be. They probably have to ban one of them, right? I don't feel like McKee. Oh wait, no, he's already picked the Novaria, so there's no chance. Okay, there it is.
Yep.
Here's
So
the
I'm
Odette
assuming.
ban.
So either here we pick up the Martis, or I want to say Ari gets the Martis, because I think that's as much comfort. I just don't feel like you want to give him the Martis here. I know you've taken out Odette. I wonder what we've kind of have left. I don't really think I've seen Thickent on a lot else here just recently. I don't know if you could tell me from other games what he might have.
Louis.
Oh, Louis. I completely forgot that was banned out the last few series as well.
Yeah. I mean, it could come out right now. It's gonna be Barrett's. All right, that's fine.
Okay.
It's a good pick. It works.
we just got so hyped up for Louis. I'm a little sad right now.
yeah.
But we'll see. And then Nightmare is gonna go with the more tankier routes here. I mean, this is good. I mean, it kind of has a little bit more staying power. I want to say a little bit more less fluctuation than a Martis potentially has here as well. But it's going to have a lot of CC to contend with, especially when it comes to the late game, the amount of damage that Novaria can kind of pick off there. We'll see how well it goes into this. Ooh.
I don't know how I feel about it entirely. Oh my god, we got a game on our hands, guys. We have a game on our hands here with the Tigreal, with the Bashia. These are some spicy picks. We gotta have so much team fighting in this game, dude. We're gonna have Fatal Links, we're gonna have Implosions. It's gonna be the whole package.
Oh man, what do you go for your mid lane here too as well? Do you possibly go? Diggy actually is not terrible. They don't have burst, a lot of burst on their team. You do have McKee there. So, I mean, once you get to the mid and late game, Diggy might be a little bit of a problem. But, I mean, yeah, Diggy's not bad here, especially because you're talking about it can absolutely flip this upside down when it comes to an I'm offended, when it comes to, okay. So we're going to go with low, which isn't bad either, but I need to see some purifies. Regardless, we're going to need to see some purifies here from this team because.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing some purifiers. That is for sure. Maybe not. Okay, we're going to see in the end. It's going to be the Xavier that was picked up instead of that Louis. I was actually really keen for that Louis. I mean, like sort of acting as a pseudo Matilda when it comes to getting that Barrett around the map, you know, because he is quite of a slow dinosaur in the end.
Well, okay, not just
there's
that.
One purify.
One purify. Is the only one who realized. Oh, well, I mean, no purifies on the opposite side as well either. I mean, especially when you have the threat of the Atlas and those fatal links as well. But yeah, I just feel like Lu Yi, I mean, wouldn't have been a bad, maybe not as great on Lu Yi or just not as confident here. I just feel like the ability, especially with the diversion, to be able to get behind enemy lines, get behind some of those towers for some of these ganks would have been really interesting to see here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The final game 7 of UHE Varsity Y versus X here. They have gone all the way, but this will be the game for it all to see who kind of surmounts into that pressure and come out with a victory.
It's all up to this game, man. It's all be coming together. Both teams have been studying each other's draft over and over again for 6 times. So now this is what they have against each other. This is their final requiem for how they want to approach this best of 7.
Yeah, you can already see, I want to say Nightmare just a little slower than Ari. I mean, we've talked about this Boxia before. He's very fast when it comes to clearing the jungle, very fast at being able to kind of get to a point where he can enter the enemy's jungle, start refusing some of that farm.
Hey man, if we're talking about this Boxia, man, Kyrie M5, dude, picked up Babashia at the game 7 as well, so we might be seeing. I think he lost, but no. But listen, this is Hawaii. This is Hawaii here. You know, it is.
Yeah.
This Basha, I feel like it can work pretty good here.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a lot of that anti-heal to possibly stop and maybe thwart a little bit from stamina. Ooh, Filipino kid. Actually deciding not to kind of continue with a lot of that damage onto Seth there right now. So we're gonna see how well some of these side lanes pull off. I want to say maybe a little bit more in favor of Filipino kid because this is a comfort pick, and we have a lot of comfort picks here for Varsity X. But man, let me tell you, the draft from Varsity Y, there's just so much CC.
Oh my god, like you got the pickoff potential coming in from the Bashia, you know, to sort of mingle around, you know, start to set up a team fight, and then out of nowhere, this Tigreal should have enough work to get around, but already it's going to be a first blood going on to Canyon, but Ari will be able to sort of get the return kill coming in onto Stamina.
Yeah, and this is going to go ahead and set up this next, this first turtle already. You have both XP laners down, and now starting on it is Ari. Now it's going to be contested by Nightmare.
Ooh, a good Astral Echo coming out. It's going to reveal the 3 men over there by the turtle. Turtle going to get reset so far, as now Pent, he does have that flicker, but it's not going to be able to do much without that fatal link. So both tanks here, they're really looking for that level 4, which is coming soon.
Yeah, Pent doing a good job standing in front, trying to be that wall in front of McKee, so he really can't get any more damage. Nice little combination there to kind of trap out D-Guy. But yeah, definitely waiting for this level 4 before we kind of go in for this fight.
Dude, have you seen a Baratz with a Navari ult on him? That hitbox is absolutely massive, dude. It's some crazy stuff whenever you see it happen. So this McKee is going to have to get through that hitbox of Nightmare to actually effectively hit the rest of his team. So that's a bit of a cool interaction between these two heroes.
Yeah, it's going to be all on, I want to say, the setup of Nightmare, of Pent, to kind of protect the teammates like Filipino Kid, like Thickent, in the back lines through a lot of these fights, especially if Stamina is not going to be able to get back to aggress McKee.
Ooh, some standard Brody gameplay coming out here with that tough laning phase. He's able to take up that solo kill in the top lane. And so far in the bottom lane here, so far Nightmare going to have a pretty decent opportunity to maybe take out the turtle. He's actually a level behind from Ari right now. It's going to be a pretty close one right now. We're going to see the fatal lanes coming in onto 2 with the deadeners welcome. It looks like Nightmare should be able to get this retribution. Yes, he does. And now it's going to be D-Guy doing his absolute best to try and get out of there. Has committed the implosion, but it's too late at this point.
I mean, he got the implosion and he got killed, but he did set up for Ari to make that escape. Unfortunately, for the side of Varsity Y, that comes at the cost of also a turtle for Varsity X, able to pick that up and the kill.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh man, I feel like this Basha is actually a pretty good pick in here. I'm like trying to look at it from different angles here. It shuts down from a lot of what Stamina wants to do, right? He likes going in straight away, onto these backlines, and with the Basha there, he's gonna be able to knock down quite a lot of that sustainability when going into this like man fights between 1 versus 5 situations.
Yeah, so it's gonna be something that's gonna, like, he's gonna be one of those, he might be able to find the kill because Yuzong can do that very quickly, but it's going to be costing him to the point that you're really gonna be able to need to kind of close the distance if you're Varsity X. Your team's gonna need to really close the distance around Stamina very quickly when he does go in with those Black Dragons, or like you said, Ari's gonna really kind of shut down a lot of that sustainability.
It's gonna be Thickent once again. Let's try and get Palm up. I think he has the Enchanted Talisman at this point, so we're gonna start seeing that lobbing action. I mean, from both ends. I mean, McKee's also gonna be lobbing a few orbs of his own.
Right now, 31 seconds left on there. You do see the boots being picked up by McKee. Going to add a little bit more to the penetration. Astral Echo is out. Reveals 2 members of Varsity X right now. Filipino Kid having a little trouble in that.
Yeah, I mean,
against that wall up there.
Yeah. I mean, he's focused, all right? He's focused on looking at his items and stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of items, we do have the Hunter Strike picked up there for I Got Stamina there. War Axe now picked up for Canyon as well. Blade of Hepsies is out. Black Dragon is out right now. And not able to find any targets though.
Oh, but it does zone them out beautifully, allowing Nightmare and his gang to sort of get that turtle without any sort of congestion. A beautiful sort of zoning play coming in from Stamina there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is kind of shadows of the rest of the games that we saw the losses for Varsity Y. Not very. Oh Seth
my
being
God!
picked out there with that go away from Filipino Kid, replying in kind for that earlier death that he took.
I think that interaction right there was that Seth was trying to use his second skill onto the Melissa there, and because he did that, he just lost out on a lot of damage opportunity, allowing for Filipino Kid to just go ham with that Inspire. Oh, he doesn't even have Inspire, he's using Aegis.
Second, able to kind of clear out the mid tower now. Gold starting to get in the side of Varsity X. You see at the top another tower for Varsity X.
Ooh, I mean, look at this Basha damage. It's doing quite a lot of work here with the implosion. I don't think that Filipino Kid's making it out of that one. A beautiful, nice set between these two tanky boys.
Yeah, but I mean, the damage has already been done. You've gotten the tower there. Actually, they actually might be able to get the tower here. Pence is going to come in here, but he's alone.
Yeah, I mean, Seth is going to have all of the damage necessary to take out this tower without any contest here. As, yeah, it's going to be basically a 2-for-2 trade, right? You traded a gold laner, and you traded a tower.
Yeah, now starting to maneuver around the map. Next Lord up in 25 seconds. Both, I want to say here, Stamina doing his thing, being aggressive, cutting lanes here to make sure that he can join his team very quickly. At least become a little bit of a nuisance to Ari.
Wait, I mean, he is being a nuisance, that is for sure here. Gonna zone out them once again. Ooh, interesting pickup once again. It's gonna be that Wind of Nature early on by Filipino Kid. So he's gonna be able to fight that Brody pretty safely from now until this point.
Yeah, and I like that it wasn't the first item, it was the second item. So he still has the damage, still has the slow that he's going to get from that first item while still having the sustainability of negating a lot of that physical damage coming out from Seth there. And then another objective pickup for Varsity X.
Oh man, Stamina is just making it so easy for Nightmare to get these objectives. He's just like making this Tigreal feel like, you know, like the Tigreal is just chasing after him and not really helping with the objectives.
Oh man, and that's kind of what I was wanting to see, especially when it comes to a lot of these team fights. Varsity X has a good plan here to kind of split them up to the point that Varsity Y is not even competing for any of these objectives. Conceal play is out.
Oh yeah, the concealed play coming in straight away onto Filipino Kid. Is he gonna be able to get it? Oh, the Fatal Links comes out straight away onto Solo, onto D-Guy. Gonna basically offset his tempo running into there. Stamina, maybe looking for the Black Dragon form over here. Comes in, misses out his skills. Unfortunately, he's in a bit of a sticky situation here. He's gonna make it out. The torn apart memory is gonna catch him mid-air.
Yeah, just a little late on that dragon form. All the stacks that Seth needed were put on. Oh, but meanwhile, Canyon making his way to the high grounds of Varsity X.
That's a big pickup, man. That's a tier 2 tower at 9 minutes. They didn't really expect to see that one. I'm sure we didn't.
Yeah, I mean, and it's such a great answer right now for the towers that they have. So now they've kind of, I want to say they haven't only evened it up. Now they have more towers, and they've kind of forced their way into that tier 2 area of Varsity X right now.
Well, here we're going to see the Detonator's welcome. It does come out onto Seth. He's in a bit of danger here with the Fatal Links. Wind of Nature is not going to keep him safe just for now. D-Guy on the run has to pop the flicker, but the dinosaur is on him and stomping his feet. Oh, we're going to see the implosion. That's going to land onto 2. Will it be able to help D-Guy get out? Yes, it will.
That was a lot of abilities kind of wasted on a Tigreal there, and they were still not able to bring him down. You can see here from the items, Hunter Strike picked up for the side of I Got Stamina. We do have a lot of damage coming out. The Lightning Truncheon picked up for the McKee right now, but 2 items, actually 3 items for the side of Seth here. He's got he's got himself the Blade of Hephaestus, Malefic Roar, and he's gonna match up that Wind Talker.
Oh yeah, he definitely needs that Malefic Roar, man. There's 3 dominant ices coming out from the side of Team X, man. That's a lot of physical defense that he needs to cut through.
Yeah, right now, great positioning for the side of Varsity X for this next objectives. Will this be the objective that Varsity Y wants to actually contend for? Ooh, a little bit of a conceal play here.
Ooh, D-Guy gonna be able to scout it out though, keep his team nice and safe from that sort of play there. Oh, I mean, look at Stamina. He's doing what he does best. He's keeping it nice. Oh, but he actually might get caught here.
Yeah, he does. He's talking about what he does best, and they caught him out the back. That's going to be one player down. Not only that, but you are pushing down at the bottom lane. They're too late to answer, and just like that, the macro, I mean, starting to slide in favor of Varsity Y.
Okay, this is their final stretch here, right? They've got this Brody, they got this Bashir. It's only the McKee that's going to be sort of keeping them in the late game at this point. I've just noticed something, dude. It wasn't it McKee that's the Xavier play. It's not thickened. I'm like flabbergasted. Yeah. I thought it was McKee playing this day. Oh, look at the implosion. It comes in after 2. It might be able to keep them into this game. Oh, but the Fatal Links, it actually keeps Pent alive for now. He's still alive, trying to get out here. Nightmare using the Detonus Welcome right underneath the tower. Oh, but Thicken finally goes down to the Totem Pop Memory.
Yeah, Seth finding a great flank. Oh, speaking of Seth, he's done for here as well. Finding himself a little bit of success there, but eventually, I love the angle there, especially from the back of the tower. D-Guy, not long for this world, gets taken out by Stamina. It is now 6-7, and Filipino Kid going ham on that is trying to protect his bottom towers.
Oh, man. Okay, Lord pushing it down top lane. I'm going to be doing a decent amount of work there, but it is Stamina sort of dealing with it. I mean, yeah, Stamina, he got caught, but now he's sort of realizing that he needs to give a bit of space before he uses that Black Dragon form.
Oh, yeah. I mean, last time we weren't really seeing him harassing too much until his team was ready. A lot of times now we're starting to kind of see him kind of flanking a little early. His team's not in position for it. It's like, what is your hopeful outcome here? To be kind of maybe get some harassment off. The rest of your team's not in a position to kind of get you some kills. We do see Brute Force Breastplate being picked up, War Axe and Bloodthirsty Axe picked up by a Canyon, as well as that Oracle now. And starting to come online is Filipino Kid. Does have that golden staff now, but I want to say starting to fall a little bit behind. I want to say only really, well, I mean, they're kind of matched up with the Brody as well. And even gold thus far, just under 1K lead here by the side of Varsity X.
That's sort of what I was talking about earlier, is that it's going to be that situation where you have all of these early game heroes with the Bashi and the Brody. You know, that's not going to be able to outcarry a Melissa. You know, when it's a 1v1, a Brody or Melissa, Melissa's probably going to come out on top just because Brody, not the fastest killer. You know, he does big blows, but they're not exactly quick.
Yeah, and I mean, Brody kind of makes up for it in the fact that if he can kind of land his mark on multiple people at once, he can quickly kind of get that torn apart memories. He doesn't need as many hits as Melissa needs, but I feel like Melissa does kind of excel a bit. Oh, the Detonus Welcome.
Straight away in. It might be a bit of a bait, you know, if you split the Tigreal into your team, that might be a bit of a dangerous situation. Or we're going to see the Torn Apart Memory coming in. The Fatal Links, it doesn't land onto him. The Flicker comes out from Seth at the right time. You're going to see the Dawning Light doing so much damage. The back lines there going to be take down Seth, and Stamina will finish him up. Here we're going to see, oh, Pent. Oh, no, wait, no, excuse me. I thought someone was underneath Pent there, but it's just 2 Pents, right?
Yeah, now we have the Holy Crystal now being picked up for Thicken. He's going to be doing, I mean, we already see those Dawning Lights out there being just lobbed. And here, with the advantage, Varsity X immediately moves on to the Lord.
Here it is, man. It's going to be a pretty easy Lord, I'm pretty sure. The Canyon's making it difficult in the front lines, doing so much damage here. Pent and Thicken, they need to get out of there before they die from the big damage coming out. Oh, a mega kill coming in straight from Stamina. Canyon still alive on the front lines here, but he's being zoned from the actual team fight. Filipino Kid will take down Ari.
Man, Thicket was really testing his luck in that fight there. He was a sneeze away from death, but still deciding to kind of stay in that fight with Ari. Eventually does just miss one of those astral spheres out there, but man, right now firmly in the grasp of this momentum for Varsity X with a Lord of pulling down mid lane.
Oh man, this is a game, man. This is like so close. I feel like this could go either way still. You know, you can't Tigreal out, right? Even in any sort of situation, you know, when they come into the choke point of the blue team, Tigreal can come in with that 5-man implosion and change the game completely.
Yeah, now starting to kind of dish out. Oh, look at the damage. Now it's really starting to come online for McKee there on the Novario. As we start getting later and later, a lot of these fights might start being delegated by some of those rogue abilities and snipes coming from the Novario.
Oh, concealed play coming in from D-Guy. Could be a pretty big one right in the middle lane here. Oh, it's going to be a Purify coming in out from Thicken, though. He's going to finally fall.
I was about to say the lone Purify from Thicken, but still not able to save him from that. Oh man, I'm so scared that we were going to miss it there. D-Guy came in from the side with a great conceal play there. They only catch one there, not enough to stifle, I want to say, oh my god, the confidence from Varsity X yet. But yeah, look at the damage being done with that, with McKee on that Novaria.
Yeah, she's starting to hurt quite a lot right now. You know, probably has that lightning trump chin. You know, it's just doing basically what Thicken is doing, but with probably a less cooldown.
Yeah,
a little bit harder to hit though.
Yeah, Lightning Truncheon has the glowing wand and the penetration out there. Black Dragon out there a little early. I want to say Stamina knew right from there. He saw the multiple members still getting chucked down by McKee. That's just telling you the state of the damage items that they have right now.
Yeah, just ate that Dragon Ball up. Alright, I don't know where I'm going with that joke. Okay, we're going to see Thicken. Okay, we'll be already taking up the blue buff still. Nice and safe here. It is sort of that situation where both tank junglers here now starting to go into that situation where they're becoming meat shields here. It's mostly up to the gold laners and the tanks, most importantly, right? You got these two amazing set tanks from either team. So it's just up to them, really. Who can get the better set?
Yeah, really interesting here. A little bit of survivability here picked up for Seth. He goes with the Rose Gold Meteor for his final item. On the other side, it looks like we're going to be looking for, I don't know if we're going for a Brute Force Breastplate or Immortality for the side of Varsity X Filipino Kid. I think negating those boots, looking for Immortality.
I think it's Immortality, right? A Filipino Kid on the Melissa, not really looking for those long engagements, which Brute Force Breastplate sort of offers. But, you know, Immortality, it's that standard late game item that we're going into right now at the 18 minutes mark.
Oh, very interesting here. Nightmare picks up Blade Armor. I guess it does have I want to say it prevents a little bit of crit, but I want to say the auto attacks, I don't really feel like Seth is really kind of like that auto attacky type of person that's going to be really offset by Blade Armor.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that item pickup either. You know, he's got that Malefic Ward to sort of cut through it. Filipino Kid is taking so much damage from these Astral Spheres. Oh, look at that shield though with the Aegis. It's going to keep him nice and safe. Pent, quite low on HP here. He's actually going to get taken down by Seth here. And now, look at this team fight here. Oh, the implosion actually kind of whiffs in this situation here, but the go away is keeping the rest of the team safe. No, it won't. Seth will pick up the kill. And now Team Y have full access to this Lord.
And just like that, Varsity Y turns it around, has the momentum with a Luminous Lord at their heels to start pushing. Now, putting their focus on to the mid lane there, able to take down Filipino Kid, the bulk of the damage for Varsity X here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a heavy blow to Varsity X. You know, the Lord is going to be marching down the bottom tower. It is that evolved Lord, so it's going to be a real pain in the butt to kill, especially if there's lots of allied units near it. But maybe kind of getting ignored, neglected by his team. I mean, they're going to try and pressure down the mid tower at least.
Well, they're looking for maybe a little bit of protection, but I mean, there's not much you're going to be able to do. You just need to man up, take down this Lord, and deal with the towers that you're about to lose. You can see Thicken still lobbing down those Dawning Guards, but that's going to be making it. Now they've made their way to these high ground towers.
Okay, Lord taking quite a bit of effort to get rid of, but will finally go down. They should be able to get the top tower, though, so that will be a pretty good use of that Lord.
Yeah, and I think it's doing a good job trying to clear lanes and still kind of chunking. I want to say there's just a difference right now between like Thicken able to chunk down people and McKee when McKee lands those Astral Spheres. We can take a look here. We've got I believe we've got like two Immortalities on the side of Varsity, 3 Immortalities for the side of Varsity X here. Or actually, no, 3 for 3. So we've got 3 on both sides here. So I mean, pretty even when it comes to like the survivability of both of these teams.
I mean, that's all it is late game. Trading immortalities is sort of where it's at, you know. But just because of how long these death timers is, that respawn is just so valuable. Nightmare gonna get scouted out here. Trying to take this buff. It's a bit of an awkward standoff right now, honestly.
Yeah, I think he's trying to be very patient now that his jungle's being cleared out, which means he's going to start losing his stacks right now. Oh, actually, he's going to have them in time for this purple buff.
Oh my god.
Ooh, that actually dunks him down to about a third, down a third health there.
You might need to invest in a Twilight armor. I feel like that's a good item to pick up versus late game Novaria, because it reduces that damage to about 900 instead of taking the 2000 in regard.
Oh yeah, and I honestly kind of feel like that's a little better than the blade armor he has on at the moment too. So maybe trade that out for a Twilight armor and to kind of help start standing in front of your team, positioning yourself a little better so that she's not like just really kind of landing those astral spheres to any of your squishy ones, which at this point is probably going to drop them down to about only a quarter of health left.
That being said, you know, most of their magic damage is coming from the Novaria, not really coming out from the Bashi at this point. So, you know, you sort of need to itemize against that huge amount of damage. Oh, okay, that's going to be a first this game. I don't think I've ever seen anyone pick up a Winter Truncheon in this best of 7 yet, but it will go to Thicket, picking it up here.
Oh, yeah, very interesting there, especially if they're able to kind of close the distance. Oh, it looks like Nightmare is going to pick up an Athena shield here. He's going to try to use that. Yeah, basically. Oh, are we going to be able to do anything? Great pop-ups.
It's going to go to Ari this time, as now Yuzong in the back line going to land the stun onto 2. He's keeping up the pressure here, but oh, Brody coming in with the flicker at this point. Oh, Thicken will be able to take down Ari.
Oh, man, they're able to find a kill, but they were a great job by D-Guy in the back. Lands a push, gets the pop-up. Freaking, basically, Nightmare was in a coma that he couldn't come out with just to try to get the retry, and he was helpless just to watch the Lord there as Ari was able to go ahead and land that retry. Now the entire team's going to have to pool around to try to stop this Lord.
Yeah, very wise play coming in from D-Guy. You know, Baratz is not really a target you want to use the implosion on just because he has so much resilience and tenacity, you know, reducing that stun duration. But it was enough to get his Ari to secure that retribution in the end.
Oh, man, it's a little bit of kind of painstaking there. You saw the entire time while Varsity X trying to deal with that Lord, McKee just lobbing out those astral spheres, dropping them down to like a quarter health each. And it's to the point, man, you need to kind of start setting up your front line because he is becoming a menace with those.
Oh yeah, here it is. Another one into the field here. Yuzhong thinking about 1,800 damage per astral sphere. It's really starting to hurt.
Yeah, it's about a little less than 3K gold lead here at the 24-minute mark. This is still a very even game for both of these teams here. It's just going to come down to those objective fights. Unless, I mean, we've kind of seen, I want to say I've seen very little mistakes from both of these teams in the name of like getting caught out lately. So, I mean, we'll see how it kind of adds up here as we start moving into these last few objectives. Still 69 seconds left on this next Lord.
Oh, I do see a few Twilight armors being picked up. I think it's on the Melissa. Could be on the Baratz as well. So that's going to definitely be a big impact when it comes to taking shots from this Novaria.
Yeah, we'll see how well it kind of goes in there. Right now, I want to say all these lanes starting to push. We're not really, which is interesting because at this point in the game, I would start freezing the lanes. You really want to kind of, because Varsity X is starting to kind of turtle up. They're very content. It's an even game. They're very content to just deal with the minions as they come. Ooh, Nightmare.
Oh yeah, he's going to scout out that bush, but he's going to take a lot of damage from that Brody. Here comes Pent. He's looking for that Fatal Links, but it's not going to come through. A nice amount of dodging coming in from Varsity Y.
Yeah, that is one ultimate. Well, I mean, I think it's going to have his ultimate back, but Seth and McKee both don't have their ultimates right now. 14 seconds left on this next Lord. Oh, man, I would say, so now 4 immortalities for both sides up right now.
It is one of these games again. We're gonna see. Oh, there it is. The Twilight armor being picked up by Pent. So he's actually gonna be able to securely, you know, tank these astral spheres.
Oh, this is going to come down to, are we going to see the implosion or are we going to see that fatal links come out here to kind of set up this fight?
I mean, it could also be the I'm offended, you know? I mean, we haven't really seen too much of Canyon in this game other than split pushing. That's sort of what he's doing most of the game. I mean, it's effective, you know? They do have the tower advantage. It seems to be working in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about kind of split pushing here, then trying to get back to the fight immediately. You can see already on the flank looking for an opportunity. He's going to go straight to that purple buff, but I want to say a little bit passive because I think they know Varsity X just trying to bait out, looking for how far they can go with this Lord before Varsity X is going to kind of try to pull the trigger. Black Dragon is out.
Here it comes. Oh, we're looking at the fatal links. It's down to one person. I can't even see who that is. I think that's Seth. He has the Wind of Nature, though, to keep him nice and safe. With the help of the flicker, it's going to be enough to keep him safe. Here we go. Dennis, welcome. It actually cancels out. I don't know how, actually. It's going to be D-Guy going down first, coming in from Nightmare. That's a pretty good pick off to take right now, because there's not going to be another implosion for a while. Ari wants to keep up the chase, although he has to roll out of there. Oh my god,
man, D-Guy's down. That is a long death timer for D-Guy right now. It's a full minute right now. Are we going to go ahead? Now they're going to get filled up. As soon as they come back from the base, I assume they're going to go ahead and try for this Lord.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the right decision for sure. Ooh, Navaria tried to get the red buff, almost did get it. But yeah, I feel like exactly what you said. Team X, they need to go right now. There's no threat of implosion, so they just need to all in on the Lord.
Yeah, you can see here, I got Stamina going to go ahead and meet Canyon here at the side, who's trying to get the split pushing done for the team.
Oh, I mean, he's doing his best. It's an inconclusive fight between these two XP laners. Both cannot even touch their HP pools with the amount of sustainability both of them have.
I do want to say, though, I got Stamina does not have immortality. Here comes Seth from the side.
Oh yes, Seth might be able to change things up. It's going to be a shutdown coming in from him, and that's going to be Stamina down. I mean, now they're going for the Lord.
Yeah, 70 seconds. They didn't even go for the Lord either there, so now it's turned, and Varsity Y is not going to make the same mistake. You can see them already starting on this Lord to go ahead while they have the numbers game in their advantage.
Yeah, this is the time to get Lord definitely for Team Y right now. They still have the threat of fatal links. That is a feature that they need to be quite careful of, but there is no Black Dragon form, so it should be nice and easy when it comes to taking this one.
Oh, this might be it. Are we trying to put on the damage? And this is going to be another Lord. But, man, we saw how hard it was for Varsity X to deal with the last one, especially with the Astral Spheres coming from McKee, just lighting them up. So, I mean, this is going to be a very hard-fought defense for Varsity X.
They can do it, man. I do believe so. They're going to have Stamina probably up in time while the Lord arrives, and they still have those fatal links, you know. Nightmare actually has not died this game. He's been working his fingers off right now. You know, all of these heroes, they have a good high ground presence, you know, especially Melissa, who's going to be able to dish in the damage if a beautiful set comes through.
Yeah, you see Pent does get caught there. Astral Sphere does not do too much damage. Lord crashing into the core now.
Okay, here it is. This could be the last part of the game right now. Last part of the series, in fact. Although Lord is getting taken down quite quickly, it's up to Team Y to start taking down these turrets. There's no minions in the middle lane, though, so it's actually quite difficult for that to happen.
Ooh, they survived. There's still another wave of these enhanced minions coming down the lanes to see if they can kind of finish off some of these high grounds.
Okay, here it is. I mean, there's one minion in there. It just needs to take like one Brody basic attack. There it is. There's no more middle tower. They're going to look for the next one as well. Oh, the detonators welcome straight in underneath the tower onto Ari. He's got the immortality, though. We're going to see the Xavier doing a lot of damage with those circles of death. I don't know what it's called, but Filipino Kid will pick up D-Guy.
Yeah, now they have the numbers in their favor. They've kind of withstood it. They still have one more high ground tower coming. But we just need to see some offense coming from Varsity X. They had some advantage, but they kind of are still very, I want to say very safe. And this, at the 30-minute mark, is not the time to really kind of be hanging back and let the enemy get another Lord. You need to have you need to start making a decision, get that aggression, go with a call, and have the whole team kind of back you up.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to see this a bit earlier coming in from Stamina, you know? Maybe a concealed play with Atlas with his whole team. But yeah, just as you said, you know, this is not the time to be holding back, but that's sort of what they're doing, you know? Maybe at least they're going to be able to equalize lanes just a little bit.
Yeah, you can see out there, I mean, so right now, just one tower left for the side of Varsity X. Varsity Y right now sitting very comfortably at 4, but we're at the 30-minute mark. This is one team fight away from being able to push in no matter how many towers that you have.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Pent looking for an angle here. He's going to pop that split thing, which I don't know the name of. Seth is actually in an interesting situation, although he will have that launch pad out to try and get him to safety. Oh, the Dawning Light off the mark. I feel like that would have done half his HP. I think it would have.
Yeah, I think that might have ended up closing it there. And unfortunate for the side, Pent there. He turns around halfway through as they realize, oh, we just missed Seth there. And then the immortal fight between Canyon and Stamina here.
They're at each other's throats once again. Oh, but no victor until someone else pulls up, you know. Okay, but here it is. There's going to be a Lord started up by Team Y. It's getting taken out quite slowly since the Lord is pretty tanky. Here comes Pent looking for the Fatal Links. Does have the Flicker as well to work with.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty tanky up there in the front line, too. Both of these teams looking forward. Lord down, past half health.
Oh, here it is. Pent comes in with the Flicker, with the Fatal Link. Seth in a bit of a danger here. He's going to have the Immortality. This could be a huge kill for University Y to take down. Seth, is he finally going to get down? Stamina will take him out. Pent with literally no HP will get out as well. But Stamina finally taken out by McKee. It's just trade after trade in these team fights. Nightmare in a bit of danger though. He has Immortality, but I don't think he's making it out of this one. Dawning Light not going to be able to do enough to sort of help him out.
Oh, man, right now, that fight, it is 2 down for the side of Varsity X. Huge death timers for them.
Oh my
but,
God.
I mean, and they still don't have the Lord, but they are down 2 members. Do you decide to contest this? Are you just going to stay at your base? You need to make a decision, make a play here, because if they get this Lord, there is no way you are going to be able to defend this.
Yeah, especially without, you know, Nightmare, who's down for what was 75 seconds. You know, that is a lot of time. And Nightmare actually hasn't died this game, so he's getting a first taste of what it's like to have a respawn timer. So that's going to feel real long.
Oh, man, and you can see right now, Thicken doing his best job, lobbing out those dawning lights. Okay, Filipino Kid in a good position here, putting the damage on the Canyon.
Oh, Pent's also taking quite a lot of damage, but yeah, as you're saying, Canyon, he's taking a lot of damage from this Melissa. Actually, that's a huge pickup to get right at the moment. Pent looking for the Fatal Links once again. Should be able to sort of activate it right now. Has the Immortality for one last opportunity to try and get it out. Lord is going to smack him right in the face, but he's still alive. He's trying to make it. Dodges the Astral Sphere.
Yeah, oh man, Ari was thirsty for that. Oh, Filipino Kid in trouble here.
Oh, he needs to make it out. He will make it out nice and safe. Here comes Stamina once again with that Black Dragon form. This Lord is not taking anything from anyone at this point, man. Oh, the Shard Residue will take out the Immortality from D-Guy, though.
Man, what a hard-fought battle. Both of these teams neither wanting to give up an inch. Varsity X doing the best they can to combat against some of these Lord fights. Canyon still with a 30-second death timer here. Gold is irrelevant. This is the 34-minute mark here. It's just coming down to a combination of these immortalities. Possibly, we do see a Sea Halberd being picked up, but also possibly maybe if they can mix in some of those winter truncheons to kind of help them last a little bit longer here. But right now, the Lord, man, just beaming above both of these teams, taunting them because it's pretty much down. The next person who gets this Lord will most likely be able to push all the way into base.
I mean, Lord, he's just getting stronger by the minute, right? Like, the more that this game goes, the harder Lord will be to take. So yeah, he's just up and there in his throne right now. Like, yeah, let these kids going at it.
I mean, it's a 34-minute Lord. We're looking at Thanos level of power here on this Lord right now. Whoever's going to be able to get him. You can see Filipino Kid and them already starting on it.
Okay, this is an attempt coming in, but actually, interestingly enough, oh yeah, look at these minions coming into the base. It's gonna be, oh, Baki, he's looking for it. Actually, it's gonna be Stamina taking out Seth in the bottom lane. Canyon, he's also in a bit of danger here. Thickened as well. Filipino Kid taking out D-Guy. That's gonna be a 3-for-0 trade. Double kill coming in for Filipino Kid. This could be the end of the game. It's just up to them to sort of push it down mid lane with these huge death timers. They're looking for it.
4 members down for Varsity Y. It is on Varsity X to get these minions, but they are fighting for their life at the base right now. Minions cannot even make it out because of how much, especially with the strong minions here, with no towers up, you're dealing with minions with a high power. You can see Nightmare here having a heck of a time dealing with them. And unfortunately, 40 seconds left on these death timers. Do you push it down mid? Do you go for Lord to try to burst it down?
Yeah, you get Lord here, dude. These minions have been taking such a long time. The game is not actually over at this point, surprisingly, after a 4-man wipe. It's just going to be a situation where they have the Lord. They're going to have to make the most out of this.
Oh, man, and it is just up to McKee right now. I mean, there's not really much you can do. Maybe you lob out a very special sphere out there, but it's not enough. Just like that, Varsity X have a 36-minute Lord that is going to be coming down to base. It will meet a full 5-man of Varsity Y. Thicket, actually. Okay.
Oh, my
I was about to
God.
say, Thicket needs to get away. He needs to just go and reset before he dies right before this fight.
God. Okay, they got 1 tower so far. But yeah, this is it. They need to group up. They need to make that conceal play, having the Lord pressure down the bottom lane as well. Talking about things that are hard to kill, dude. These super minions, they are also a huge threat.
Oh man, a Nightmare sitting at 3-1, and I just saw him take a heavy sigh of his life on the camera. This is a long, drawn-out game. You couldn't expect anything more from these guys. This is what you want to see at the top, at the tippy top of a tournament here. Especially you take it to the game 7, you take it to the 37 mark. They've actually bursted down that Lord.
Oh man, I think it's not going to be able to charge the tower at this point if it takes that much damage coming in from this Brody. That's when you see the Siwa Halberd coming in. The alternate well, not the alternate, but the additional component of it is that it does more damage when you don't have any additional HP items. So I'm really liking this item pickup. You can see it really doing the chunking.
Oh man, Lord is man, it's not even gonna make the charge.
Oh,
it's already
no.
gonna get bursted down, and unfortunately this means Varsity X is gonna need to make a play. Once it tried, but it just did not make it.
Oh, did it actually go through? I mean, the tower's on 50% HP.
I'm not even sure. It looked like they kind of killed it before it went in. Pence able to find
All right,
himself
here
a
it is.
tower. Oh!
Seth! He's gonna get caught up by the Fatal Links here with the implosion. This could be the last fight of the game. It depends who wins this. It's gonna be the Dawning Light doing a lot of damage here. Black Dragon Form trying to get down D-Guy. He has the immortality to work with once again. Are they gonna be able to finish him off? I don't think they will. He'll be able to reset back to base as the game is still happening, boys.
We're moving into 40-minute territory. Probably one of the second longest games I've had to cast here. I think the longest was about 43 minutes, so we're reaching record territory for me here. Both teams not wanting to give up an inch, not wanting to let go here. And I mean, still doing an excellent job here. Nightmare sitting at 3-1 and 8. Thicket only been taken down twice as well. And Filipino Kid taken down 3 times as well.
But
It's
Nightmare, dude. He's been taken down once at this game. He does not understand. I mean, he had that long 75-second death timer as well. That must have felt like an eternity when, like, you're not even used to being dead.
Yeah, and you can see here, immortalities, 4 immortalities for each. I do want to say that Xavier did give up the Winter Truncheon here, so he's going to go with the full damage, going to try to keep his space just a little bit more so he can kind of help out with lobbing out some of these Dawning Lights as well. But now, starting to set up around this this last, I want to say this is going to be the final Lord. Hopefully, I said it the last one too, and I was proven wrong, as Varsity Y was actually able to do a great job of bursting it down.
Look at that damage coming in from Stamina. Where did he get this damage from, dude? He's gonna actually threaten Canyon's life quite hard here. He's going to take out that immortality right now. He's maybe going to get it the second round as well. He's going to miss out on the stun here. He's going to do that Dragon Tail. Will the Shard Residue come through? Oh, it actually goes to Canyon. Oh! What stamina. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. XP lane for XP lane. Oh no, who's this? Seth! He's gonna get his immortality taken out as well. Fitness, welcome. I think he's not making it out of this. This could be the end of the game. It could be the Lord once again for the side of Varsity X, and this time they should have the minions to close it out. Although they're hesitating a little.
Yeah, 80 seconds left on Seth's death timer. That is 2 down for the side of Varsity Y. Are they going to be able to? I mean, Varsity X got to get it together. Got to go and try to prove this. Oh, man. A little bit of engagement. Thicket in trouble.
Thickened. He's actually in a lot of danger. Pops the Purify to get away right now. Pent. He's actually a 1 Novaria snipe away from getting taken down here. Will McKee land it? It's going to be close. Oh, no. Pent manages to walk it off.
Yeah, McKee just a little bit wide with that last snipe there. Still 4 members left here for Varsity X here. The 2 down for Varsity Y. Oh, man, it's a game of back and forth here. Cat and mouse between these two teams. Neither one trying to give an inch.
Oh, man, they definitely heard your challenge about that 43-minute mark. They're going to try and break it this time.
Right now, Varsity X in a great position. Now starting to use their numbers in their advantage. 5 seconds left for Canyon to come back up.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of immortalities left coming in from the side of Team X. You know, Melissa, oh, she's taking quite a lot of damage here. Here comes the implosion. It is only onto 1. It's onto Pent. Maybe Pent can come back with another Fatal Links of his own. Oh, but Basha looking for the back line sort of here.
Yeah, man, Filipino Kid spots it out very quickly.
Oh, he's going to get his immortality taken out as well. I don't think Ari's making it out of this one. It's going to be killing spree for Thickened. Who's the Lord going to go to? It should be going to Nightmare. There's the Retribution. Another Lord taken down.
And just like that, Varsity X have another Lord in their possession to start barreling down the lane. They're going to back up here. They're going to wait, very wisely wait for the Lord here before they kind of start their engagement. The only problem is they have no towers, so they have the pressure of these super minions coming down all of the lanes. So it means it's something that they do have to answer for before this next Lord comes out.
Okay, this time it's this time it's a 15k lead. As you see, I can't count.
Well, like I said, at this point, the goal does not matter. Everybody's at max items. It doesn't.
Nah, I'm trying to sound smart here right now. I'm kidding. Anyway, here comes the Lord. It's walking it down mid. I wonder if they'll finally be able to close it down here. We're at the 43-minute mark. Here comes the Fatal Links. It is only onto 1, though. I'm pretty sure that's Ari. Or it's D-Guy, actually. Here comes the implosion. And the go away is keeping Filipino Kid nice and safe here. Oh, Seth gets taken down by Thicken. That's huge. I'm offended. Onto 3, but these are some seriously tanky targets that he's trying to take down right now. Astro Echo is on to 5. The game is over. It's going to be Varsity X are going straight down the middle. They're going to be able to take the game finally after 43 minutes. Are the victors in the best of 7 series.
UHE Varsity X, the true underdog story, come back from a sweep of UHEY, come and battle through the lower bracket. This has been a long day, and then able to take it to a Game 7 and ultimately beats their nemesis here that has held this over them in the top bracket. Come away victorious in a monumental 43-minute game.
Oh man, that is definitely definitely for me the longest game I've ever casted here. Look at these intense stats, by the way. You're gonna see Novaria McKee with a 56% damage output for his team. That is some crazy stuff right there. Oh man,
that's always kind of crazy stats to me when it's especially 56. That means you did more damage than your entire team combined. Just lobbing out those astral spheres. A great job played by all, and it's heartbreaking, but essentially and eventually the UHEX here coming by. I want to say it wasn't very flashy for Nightmare, but he did his job. He stayed that tank, stayed that rock, back in front for them, getting a lot of those detonas welcome, catching Seth out there, Thicket providing a lot of that suppressive fire, also not getting caught as often. A great job. And then Filipino kid, I want to say, I mean, just an immense amount of damage coming out from him also as well. I want to say they kept those deaths to a minimum, and that ultimate was what kind of helped him, especially in the last leg of the game.
And once again, a huge congratulations to Team X. I mean, looking at the brackets, you know, Team Y had them all staked. You know, they came through the upper bracket pretty much clean, you know, not even taking any defeats to their name. And then here comes Team X, you know, getting knocked down by their sister squad and then coming back in the grand finals to finally take it out in a grueling best of 7 and coming out the victors.
Man, an incredible game played by them, especially there. A very long, very drawn out. Both teams had so much respect for each other and what they could do, both not wanting to make a mistake. And I want to say, like, not anybody caught off, but they did some great, they had some great team fights there as well. Just unfortunately, toward the end there, just some of those marks, we did see that stamina went down, but on the opposite side, Seth went down as well. They were just answering it back and forth.
Mm-hmm. All right, Priv, I've got a question for you. Who is your big MVP in your opinion for each of the members? Well, like, let's pick one from each of the members that you think stood out between both of the teams.
I want to say for the side of a UHEX, I'm gonna have to go with I'm gonna have to go with Stamina. Just because he stood out in my mind for more, especially for some of these plays, his aggression, the lethality he proved out with the X-Borg, which helped them that they needed to get it banned, and then his proficiency with the Yuzong in a lot of those games too. It wasn't as flashy in that last game because once you got to that late game where they just went in for the fights, okay, we're not gonna have a fight, I'm going back to lane, let me go back to lane, and it was a lot of back and forth, but he just really kind of stood out. Actually, yeah, it's him and I want to say Filipino kid who I want to say on the marksman. I kind of sometimes lean away from those historical normal carries just because it kind of I have a lot of feeling for XP lanes because I want to say the stats don't always agree with them because that XP lane can be a little boring. It's a one-on-one, and when to do your job correctly, it's not always the flashiest. But even here, I want to say Stamina kind of made it flashy for his team.
Yeah, dude, I gotta agree with you, man. Stamina definitely pulled through. I feel like without him, you know, he was that sort of leverage that Team X sort of needed in order to make things happen, you know, get the engine running when it came to that sort of stuff. I guess I could give you a quick answer about who I think might be the MVP for Team Y. I think it's kind of hard to say at this point, really, but I feel like McKee, you know, he felt like that was the sort of standing out factor for what Team Y were doing. He was pumping in that damage. He was doing his best.
Yeah, for me, I want to say, especially with the Navaria, he was doing a great job. The Xavier, he really kind of pulled through. For me, I'm kind of torn because I kind of feel like for their team, Ari had a big effect with a lot of their victories, especially on the X-Borg. That last fight, it wasn't a huge benefit for them, but the Boxia had its place out there as well. It's just unfortunately that was just it. I can't even really talk about compositions. I really can't talk about the builds anymore or the right. That was basically a 50-50, especially once you get past the 30-minute mark. It's a 50-50. Skills all gone out the window. Setups. There wasn't really any glaring mistakes that came out that I'm like, oh yeah, that's what cost them the game. Or if it would have had this, they would have done a little better. By the 7th game, they knew each other like the back of their hand. Those drafts showed it, and I want to say UHE they did something a little risky. They when it came to their draft, who they banned out and who they picked up. Unfortunately, I want to say it puts UHX on a lot of heroes that they were just super comfortable on, and that really kind of, I want to say at the end, really helped them hold the line against UHEY.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, geez, that was definitely one of the tournaments I have casted, man. That was really intense. No, it's been absolutely amazing seeing both of these teams come through. Yeah, I mean, I was a big fan. Obviously, the Expo probably the biggest driving factor in this best of 7 right now. I think both teams sort of realized that's where the money is, and props to UHEX for like finally figuring that out, man. That was really impressive to watch both the minds come together for both of the teams. You know, we can really see what they're thinking when it comes to what they pick to ban, what they pick to use as well, and it was just really impressive.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, for me, it has been an absolute pleasure. It always is. Even last season, it was an absolute pleasure. And you guys just step it up here for Private Dancer. I've absolutely loved it and absolutely had an absolute blast here casting with you, Sep, here, especially these most exciting games. Like I said, it just gets more exciting from here. And I'm just so blessed to have this opportunity.
No, coming in from my side, it's just about the same sort of stuff. You know, I'm trying to get trying to get a little bit known up here. You know, I'm doing my best, and I've been so grateful for Gunn and for Kevin and for Jerome, and thank you to you, Private Dancer, for letting me cast with you on this grand final stage here. It's been an absolute pleasure. Once again, I'm from South Africa here. And you know, hoping that our region can be recognized at some point.
Yeah, Hawaii kind of bringing both, I want to say, all these regions and interconnectivity to us from across the Atlantic. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be all for us. I am told that we're going to sign off here with an interview here with the winning team.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with the victorious UHEX. Guys, can you guys pinpoint what was the pivotal moment in winning this thrilling 7-game series? Who wants to talk?
All right, so I think the real problem came in our draft after we lost 2 games in a row, because we kept on trying to ban out the same types of things because we know how they played and they know how we play. And we got in like a cycle, you know, where we're banning the same things out. But Mr. Stamina here made a great recommendation to ban out the export. Yeah, my bad. And the moment we banned it out, it gave us a lot more options on what we wanted to play because it forced them into a weird option as well. So I think that was probably the pivotal point in making this comeback, I'd say.
Gotcha. And I kept seeing some dragon pick that kept winning. Who was playing that, Ed? You want to talk a little bit about why that pick was so pivotal, you think?
Yeah, so my lane opponent in XP is like really, really good. We've been going back and forth during scrims and all the games, so I figured that I played more for the team. Like, I need someone that could split push, but also join the team fight quickly. So my strategy was just to push the XP lane, and then once that's pushed up, I can go to my team and we can initiate Lord fight, while my XP opponent would still be clearing the minions. So if you watch the games, like that's kind of like what I was trying to do. But credit to the enemy team as well. They knew that and they caught me a few times trying to split push. So it was pretty risky there too. And they gave me a run for my money for sure.
And then pushing past 25, 30, 35, 40 minutes. I'm pretty sure you guys are super nervous. One little mishap and you guys probably lose the game. How'd you guys keep your nerves calm? How'd you guys stay cool under pressure and come out with the win?
Well, we really just focused on the basics at that point. We knew that if our lanes got pushed up, then that would be the end for us. We unfortunately lost to a back cap in one of our previous sets, so we knew that we didn't want to make that or let that happen again. So we really made sure to keep our lanes managed and then take the fights that we needed to end up pushing objectives like the Lord. So we really were banking on the other team making mistakes and overextending, which they ended up doing.
And last question. So you guys played against UHEY earlier in the bracket. You guys lost 0-2. And to finally come back, and these are people that you guys play with all the time, how does it feel?
like honestly incredible. I wasn't really expecting a reverse sweep, just because we were like one game off of losing, and then suddenly just we flipped the tide, changed the tide.
Awesome. Okay, so congratulations, guys. I'm gonna toss it over to my director now, Sky Calvaloa, who will hand them off the prizes. And yeah, congratulations, guys.
All right. Once again, an amazing, amazing game. You guys just took this to the edge, and for that, we want to award you folks a gift from Lenovo. So Lenovo here has brought their backpacks. So this is something that we want to award the first place prize for Team X, I believe, right? I keep on getting the teams confused. So Team X, we were very happy, and again, a round of applause for you folks. And so we want to just have you guys take that. Now, in addition to that, we also have your medals as well. And also, actually, what we'll do is we'll actually do the trophy first. So with the trophy, Allison, you can hold this. We want to congratulate you folks. This is a trophy, of course, that the team made for the entire tournament, so we're very happy for that as well. And also for you folks, again, we have the medals. And I believe there should be enough for this as well. All right, so we'll give you guys this. All right. Congratulations. All right. Thank you.
Cut it in half. That's
All right. Thank you. All right. All right.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, appreciate it. Okay. Allison, congratulations. You're welcome. All right. Congratulations. Get you guys all medal up because you need to have your photo.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations. You're welcome. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead. All right. Champions. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Very good, guys. Very congratulations. Excellent. All right.
As well. With you in there. And then boyfriend and woman. Here for now. Look right here, look right here. 1, 2. Hold up the backpacks. Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Team X. All right. Excellent. Team Y. Have the Team Y as well. Come here, friend.
Let me hide in the back. No, I'm gonna be like that.
Excellent. Thank you guys. Congrats. Okay, CJ? Okay. All right, guys.
You don't want to see a 4-1 either. Yeah, you don't want to see a 4-1 either. Maybe 4-2, 4-2.
Excellent. Very good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I-send natin dun sa ganyan sa... Alright, here you go. 1, 2, 3. There you go. One, two, three. Nice. Thank you, guys.
Nakilala niyo na palang transferee natin. Class, meet your new classmate, Felicissimo.
Moy na lang po.
Lisa, guide mo muna si Moy ha as you adjust to our school. Thank you, Iha. Okay, everyone, bring out your social studies textbooks.
Nag-ML ka? Pero kaka-start ko pa lang eh. Noob pa ako, tsaka newbie rin dito.
Sus, school ML. Ako bahala sa'yo. Dali lang to. Road to Mythic agad tayo. Pakinggan mo lang ako. Rule number 1, let your personality show. Pakita mo kung sino ka, be. Perfect na perfect. Rule number 2, find a good school-life balance. Study hard, play hard.
Yes!
Ang galing! Nice one! Rule number 3, basic lang galawan dito. Basta alam mo, Prayo. Magpataba para lumakas. More kain, more energy. Rule number 4, pag may humamon, game on! Huwag matakot sa clash. Kita ka namin sa map. Auto rest back. O, diba? Basic. Easy lang mag-rank up. Basta sama-sama.
Thanks, Lodi.
Ano? Laro?
Gym!
You gotta be willing to go when nobody's willing to go. When nobody's with you alone. That's when I get in my zone. That's when I get in my zone. That's when I find out who I really am when I gotta get it alone. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Man, I'm like a machine. If you know what I mean, let's go.
So Sky, can you tell me a little bit about UH Esports?
So UH Esports is a nationally recognized program. We play across roughly 12 different teams, 9 different titles. We offer students opportunities in industry, either that being network, paneling, workshops, or internships. That supports interests around broadcasting, media production, and content creation.
I'm here at the UH Esports Arena. Let's take a look inside. Ali, can you tell me a little bit about the iLab?
The UH Esports iLab is a community space where any student or faculty member can come in and use our equipment, such as PCs, consoles, cool little space where students can come and chill out between classes and get to know each other and learn about what esports really is and how they can take that with their professional careers.
Here we have Gun Wook, our head of broadcast. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do here?
I stream our tournaments and events here at UH Esports, along with giving opportunities to students to learn how to produce, observe, and cast.
Hey Kat, what are you doing here?
So I'm currently editing a video for Wooey, and I'm a part of the content team, and we kind of take care of all the photo and video editing, as well as graphics and planning all the community events.
Hi, my name is Zelda, and I am a Wooey board member and a Valorant player for the team. Wooey is Women of UHE. We are a marginalized genders program, and we promote creating a safe space for people online and in person. We also offer a lot of career growth opportunities, and we're also looking to expand our competitive teams in the collegiate scene.
So Brian, how do you guys use the iLab?
The iLab is a great place to play in so that people can play together as a team, as well as have access to computers that have 240 FPS, as some of our players don't actually have the best setups in the world.
Now we're here with Madeline. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do here at UH Esports?
Besides sitting next to you in our office, I manage all of our players, coaches, analysts, and basically coordinate and do project managing for UHE.
The iLab also hosts a bunch of community events, such as tournaments and watch parties. Some of our highlights include having the Overwatch League here, as well as hosting T1 CEO Joe Marsh. But it doesn't end with Manoa. All other campuses in the UH system are also trying to get involved in esports in some way or another. And now we're here at West Oahu. Let's go take a look inside their space.
Hi, I'm the founder and director of the Academy for Creative Media System at the University of Hawaii. The ACM system supports currently 16 programs at all 10 UH campuses. This is different because this is a brand new building, and we were able to purposely build an esports arena to see around us here at the UH West Oahu campus. We're thrilled to see the growth of the program at most of the campuses now. Esports is such an important part of where gaming has gone, and also it's just a fantastic way to market your campus. It's a fantastic way to increase enrollment. There are scholarships that can be had, and this is really the future.
From the tranquil shores of Marianas, where nature's beauty meets tradition, a new force awakens. On these islands, where tales of old have been told, a new legend is about to unfold. For the first time in history, the Marianas enters the arena of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes clash and champions rise. This isn't just another game. It's a challenge, a calling, an invitation to shock the world. To those who doubted, to those who never saw it coming, witness the rise of a region set to redefine esports. From the heart of Guam to the spirit of Saipan, we unite. We stand, we conquer. And as this inaugural season dawns, remember our name, the Marianas, where legends are born, where the world's best esports players emerge from the shadows to claim the spotlight. This season, we're not just playing, we're making history, and the world will never be the same. Get ready to be electrified. Get ready to shock the world.
Expect the unexpected. We're coming for you. I'm confident that I'm the best ranked in the world.
This is more than a game. You better get ready. Go ahead, get ready. Shock the world. Yeah. Shock the world.
Nakilala niyo na palang transferee natin. Class, meet your new classmate, Felicissimo.
Moy na lang po.
Lisa, kahit mo muna si Moy ha as you adjust to our school. Thank you, Iha. Okay, everyone, bring out your social studies textbooks.
Nag-ML ka?
Pero kakastart ko pa lang eh. Noob pa ako, tsaka newbie rin dito.
Sus, school ML. Ako bahala sa'yo. Dali lang to. Road to Mythic agad tayo. Pakinggan mo lang ako. Rule number 1, let your personality show. Pakita mo kung sino ka, be. Perfect na perfect. Rule number 2, find a good school-life balance. Study hard, play hard.
Yes!
Ang galing! Nice one! Rule number 3, basic lang galawan dito. Basta alam mo, Prayo, magpataba para lumakas. More kain, more energy. Rule number 4, pag may humamon, game on! Huwag matakot sa clash. Kita ka namin sa map, auto-res back.